Chapter 80. The Method of Substitution Argumentation. The members of the club were divided into affirmative and negative sides, and Ellie instructed Hall on the formal debate rules. Subsequently, an indescribable tension enveloped both sides as they began to adopt a wary stance towards one another. When selecting debaters, they huddled together, concealing their choices from each other, fearful that the exposure of a debater might jeopardize the competition. On the negative side, the four debaters comprised 2 from Slytherin and 2 from Ravenclaw. The 2 Slytherin representatives were Evan and Ellie, serving as the first and fourth speakers respectively. The Ravenclaw debater was a familiar face to Ellie. Senior Chilo, we shall collaborate in this endeavor. Since Quirinus Chilo was enlisted into the club by Ellie, he has encountered numerous like-minded individuals here. He is the type who may not excel in any single area, but possesses a modicum of knowledge across a broad spectrum. Whether it be spells, magical creatures, or even matters pertaining to muggles, he can discuss them with remarkable fluency. This also includes dark magic, and he has garnered a modest following in Ravenclaw during this time. The situation is unfavorable to us, as the number of opponents is evidently fewer than that of the affirmative. Compared to their first encounter, he spoke with significantly more confidence. Most importantly, he found validation among many here, discovering a sense of belonging and value. Isn't that what makes it challenging? They may remain unaware that the greatest disadvantage lies in the presence of Dumbledore, who would not show favoritism towards the Slytherin side. This observation was made by Ellie after several interactions with him. He tends to be particularly stringent with Slytherins while displaying much more leniency towards the other 3 houses. However, this time he afforded Ellie a degree of leniency, refraining from outright dismissing her topic and instead offering gentle counsel. The other debater was named Eno Alak, a surname that Ellie felt she had heard before, though she could not recall from where. Chilo interjected to provide an introduction. Senior Alak is in her 6th year this year, an eloquent speaker with a strong capacity for logical reasoning, yet she is generally reticent. Eno Alak nodded in agreement without exhibiting any signs of shyness or discomfort. After conferring with all members of the negative side, they resolved to first gather familiar materials before consolidating them into a cohesive manuscript. The debate competition required no promotion. Within a day of the announcement, the entire Hogwarts community was aware. It was anticipated that when the competition commenced, the entire faculty and student body would come to observe, which was precisely the outcome Ellie desired. After all, few would dare to openly and extensively discuss dark magic. Neither the headmaster nor the professors had intervened. However, upon reflection, the Ministry of Magic had merely prohibited its use, without stating that discussion was forbidden. When Sirius learned of this matter, he was taken aback, crushing the mandrake root in his mouth. He hastily expelled the leaves from his mouth and consumed a vial of antidote before gradually calming himself. He could hardly lament the fact that he had painstakingly held onto the leaves for over half a month. "Brother, shall we go and take a look?" James spoke with a slurred tongue, yet couldn't resist posing the question. The other marauders were well aware that he had experienced a tumultuous holiday with his family. "If there are many people going, I shall join in the revelry," Sirius replied awkwardly, his emotions in turmoil, and he felt a tinge of concern for Ellie. He feared that she might be apprehended and sent to Azkaban for disseminating dark magic. He was acutely aware of Ellie's fervent interest in dark arts and hoped she had been discreetly studying, wishing she possessed the cleverness to deceive the professors. After departing that day, he regretted his outburst. He should not have vented his frustrations upon them. Perhaps Ellie was right. He had no right to complain about his family, yet he did not believe that his thoughts were erroneous. What he loathed was the home that Ellie cherished so dearly. He was oblivious to the fact that, in Ellie's heart, any place with family could be deemed a home. She treasured the family members who loved her, forming the essence of home. Ellie was currently engrossed in a meticulous analysis of the square thinking model with Evan, while Regulus idly took notes beside them. The most effective method to dismantle the opponent's mindset was through immersion. By genuinely placing oneself in the other's perspective and contemplating their thought process, how might she argue that dark magic should be prohibited? For those who have never encountered dark magic, the only means of understanding it was through the defense against the dark arts class. Thus, all her viewpoints could be deemed as mere textbook indoctrination. All examples were recorded by others, and the dangers posed to the caster were largely speculative and hypothetical. Hence, in this debate, it was the opposing side that held the advantage. We possess a profound understanding of dark magic, and most importantly, we have practical evidence, Ellie asserted, referring to the dark magic research group, who did not practice in vain. Each session required not only data recording, but also the writing of papers. Can we present this? Evan feared that what they revealed would not serve as evidence, but rather as proof of their impending incarceration in Azkaban. We can, but we must not claim it as our own practical results. We shall concoct a rationale later. This indeed posed a dilemma, and Ellie had yet to devise a suitable explanation. She excelled at crafting illusions, yet her formal justifications often bordered on absurdity, frequently exposed by Regulus. Well, if all else fails, we can claim it was recorded in a family archive. This was an all-encompassing excuse, for no one could ascertain the volume of tomes within pure-blood families. Let us practice our debate shortly. You shall assume the opposing side and consider their potential arguments. You are placing me in quite the predicament. I cannot fathom why dark magic should be banned. Evan wore a woeful expression, as every Slytherin inherently struggled to comprehend. Ellie could only analyze the dangers of employing dark magic from an objective standpoint, yet the opposing arguments would undoubtedly extend beyond these. Consider how Gryffindor typically berates us. At this mention, Evan became animated, mimicking the tone of a Gryffindor with a sardonic flair. Evil Slytherin, always resorting to despicable means behind our backs. A pestilence threatening the wizarding world. They merely recycle these phrases. Ellie's eyes brightened. Indeed, evil. They will surely employ this viewpoint. Make a note of it. Yes, the sense of morality. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff possessed an extraordinary moral compass. Does that count? Evan had always believed they self-identified as righteous, hence labeling their opponents as wicked. It does. They will also claim that dark magic is malevolent. Without further elaboration to Evan, Ellie seized the feather quill from Regulus and penned numerous potential arguments for the opposing side regarding moral considerations. For instance, the threat to social stability within the magical community. This, too, was a hypothetical fallacy, and she could even envision counter-evidence. Let us proceed to dinner first. Afterward, we must visit the dark magic research group to analyze that data. That was not a place suitable for daylight. They could only venture there under the cover of night. Ellie intended to bring the data to the potions lab for analysis, where she could also enlist the help of the prodigy in potions and charms. After all, she had claimed to assist him in selecting a topic. He should not take offense. Chapter 81. The Debate on Dark Magic. At 7 o'clock in the evening, with the daylight still lingering, Ellie and her companions stealthily entered the abandoned classroom dedicated to the study of dark magic. Having informed their group in advance about the materials required, they were met with palpable excitement from those practicing dark magic, likely spurred on by the day's discussions regarding the debate topic. However, Ellie cautioned them against premature celebration. Even if the debate proved beneficial, practicing dark magic overtly would remain illegal. She discerned their thoughts instantly. Did they truly believe Dumbledore would be so accommodating? We simply feel that our efforts have not been in vain, and we never anticipated this added utility, McNeil remarked, chuckling with satisfaction. Had he known the assignments they were compelled to write would prove so advantageous, he mused, he would have approached them with greater diligence. Evan had already made copies of their practice records and insights. Noticing that Severus was also present today, Ellie moved closer to him. Severus, it is time for you to lend your expertise to the cause of dark magic. As Severus bowed his head, the glint of mischief in her eyes was unmistakable. She made no attempt to disguise her intentions. Very well, Severus replied nonchalantly, his brow raised in feigned indifference. He surmised she would seek him out. Considering the substantial workload of practical data, she would not miss any opportunity to employ his talents. As he had anticipated, she indeed sought his assistance. For the study of dark magic, he had no reason to decline. Ellie's choice to approach Severus was deliberate. He could grasp spells more swiftly than anyone else and subsequently share his knowledge with the rest. The assignments were primarily graded by Severus and Regulus, allowing them to expeditiously filter valuable information. After weeks of diligent preparation, the highly anticipated debate finally commenced. The long table in the auditorium remained in its original position, but a few additional tables and chairs had been added at the lower tier of the faculty seating. Club members had conferred with their respective houses in advance, taking their places at the front of the long table. Professors and students alike filled the room as if for a grand opening feast. The chairperson was once again Barty. Though this time he appeared noticeably anxious. Not everyone has the chance to stand before the entire school to speak. Just before he was to take the stage, a senior from the organizing committee hastily adjusted his attire, allowing him to ascend only once the crowd deemed him presentable. After all, such an important event deserved a figurehead worthy of the occasion. The announcement of the debate's commencement was made from a prominent seat in the faculty area, affording Barty a clear view of the sea of students below. Silence. Welcome, everyone, to the debate organized by MCES. I am your chairperson, Barty Crouch. We are honored to have the headmaster and various house heads serving as judges for this event. The outcome of the debate will be determined by a voting system. All students from the present houses are entitled to vote, and during the open debate segment, they may also pose questions to both sides. As Barty concluded his remarks, whispers rippled through the audience. They had not anticipated being able to participate so directly in the spectacle. The topic of the debate was whether the use and study of dark magic should be prohibited. The affirmative stance argued for prohibition, while the opposing side contended against it. Now, may the debaters introduce themselves. Barty turned his gaze to the right, signaling for the affirmative side to present first. The first to rise was Mason. I am Neil Mason, the first speaker for the affirmative. After he sat down, the affirmative team introduced themselves sequentially, two of whom Ellie was familiar with. The second speaker was Lily, and the third was Laurel Wilson from Ravenclaw, not just an initial member, but also experienced in competitions. The fourth speaker, a newcomer, introduced herself as Chloe Gray from Gryffindor. On the opposing side, the first speaker was Evan Rosier, followed by Quirinus Quirrell. The third speaker was Inoue Locke, and the fourth speaker was Elios Black, who greeted the audience on behalf of the opposition. Once both sides had introduced themselves, Barty declared the debate officially open. He retreated slightly, taking a seat in the center of the faculty area to leave a space. At that moment, his racing heart began to settle. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps his father had presided over trials in a similar manner. The feeling of being in a position of authority was rather pleasant, as if occupying this space imbued him with a sense of purpose. He glanced down at his speech notes, suddenly yearning to become a guardian of order. Below Mason, the first speaker for the affirmative, began articulating his views. We categorize spells that inflict harm, control others, and corrupt the heart as dark magic. Evan, listening intently to his opponent's arguments, was confident he could match Mason's points. Mason's assertions unfolded as Ellie had predicted, commencing with the harm caused by dark magic, extending to the chaos of its misuse, and culminating in examples of injuries sustained. Ellie even conceived an additional argument beyond what Mason had presented. Once Mason concluded, Evan rose with unshakable confidence. We have a crucial subject known as the defense against the dark arts class. Do you know how this course came to be? Consider this. If we cannot truly understand dark magic, how could we devise so many counterspells against it? The lessons we are learning, are they truly effective when we encounter danger? He posed 3 thought-provoking questions right from the outset, demonstrating the efficacy of the techniques he had learned from Ellie. To know oneself is to know one's enemy. An outright prohibition would lead to a lack of understanding of dark magic. The field of dark magic defense requires advancement and deeper research to develop more effective countercharms, thus better protecting ourselves. Dark magic itself is morally neutral. It can be employed for defense. We cannot prohibit dark wizards from studying it. We can only restrict ourselves, the ordinary good students, thereby rendering our abilities inferior to those of dark wizards. As Evan uttered these words, students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin simultaneously rolled their eyes. Gryffindor was incredulous at Evan's audacity to label himself an ordinary good student, while Slytherin, well aware of Evan's true character, found his pretense of virtue laughable. Yet, one could not deny the cleverness of his argument, using academic inquiry as a springboard to resonate with the majority of ordinary wizards. Many of the younger witches and wizards below appeared swayed by his rhetoric. This was the advantage of speaking later, as people tend to remember what they have just heard more acutely. As the second speaker, Lily needed to counter the opposing arguments. While listening to Evan's speech, she began to revise her own notes in response to his points. It is widely acknowledged that dark magic only inflicts harm, and such harm is irreversible. The opposing speaker has failed to mention the psychological corruption that studying dark magic can entail. Lily recounted instances of dark magic-inflicted tragedies and cases where excessive use led to madness, emphasizing the imperative to neither propagate nor practice it, for such actions could jeopardize public safety. Through this preparation, she had come to genuinely comprehend dark magic and recognized her previous one-sided views. It became apparent that Aurors, in the line of duty, sometimes resorted to using dark magic as a last resort. However, the dangers of dark magic remained indisputable. Lily adeptly pinpointed the rebuttal's focal points. Yet she still exhibited a hint of nervousness during her speech, her assertiveness somewhat lacking. In response to the arguments presented by the affirmative side, I would raise the following points of contention. Quirrell's clear voice resonated methodically, effortlessly capturing the attention of all present. Chapter 82, Ravenclaw versus Ravenclaw. Firstly, regarding the irreversible damage caused by dark magic, our side maintains that dark magic itself is devoid of inherent good or evil. It is the wielder who determines its moral alignment. Numerous instances exist where white magic has also inflicted harm. He then turned his gaze towards Lily, stating that in the Muggle world, individuals can harm others without the need for magic, and indeed, some even take lives. What irreversible harm could surpass death itself? At this moment, it was not only Lily who was taken aback. All the Muggle-born wizards were left speechless by Chilo's probing inquiry. Secondly, the corruption of the user's mind varies from individual to individual. Not everyone succumbs to moral decay. Moreover, the examples cited by the affirmative side lack direct evidence linking the changes to dark magic. How can you ascertain what the individual's character was prior to their engagement with dark magic? Thirdly, the impact on societal stability is intrinsically related to the morality of the user. We cannot deny the formidable power of dark magic. Are we to forsake our own safety and that of our families due to perceived dangers? If we possess opportunities for self-protection, must we always rely on others? These are all my viewpoints and inquiries. Chilo's analysis was astute, with each question striking at the core of the argument. Students who had previously wavered in their opinions after hearing Lily's statements now found themselves swayed by his words. Indeed, this prohibition against dark magic fails to deter malevolent dark wizards, yet it obstructs the growth of ordinary wizards. It is akin to a form of power that both you and the evildoers possess. The Ministry of Magic cannot restrain the wicked, but it can constrain you, leaving you powerless against malevolence. Merlin, this situation resonates too closely with the current circumstances outside. Some young wizards, realizing this connection, felt a deep sense of dread. Could it be that the prohibition of dark magic has precipitated this very crisis? Laurel Wilson, the third speaker for the affirmative side, furrowed her brow. This was a blatant misrepresentation of concepts. The external situation arises from the stringent recruitment criteria of the Death Eaters. They are formidable due to their strength, and their dark magic is correspondingly potent. Even if ordinary wizards were to employ dark magic, they might not necessarily prevail. However, it is not impossible, being wizards. She does not subscribe to the notion that purebloods possess superior magical prowess. If all wizards were adept in dark magic, they might very well stand a chance. Wait, her thoughts seem to be veering off course. What was her argument again? Right, the prohibition of dark magic. Wilson forced herself to halt her wandering thoughts and restructured her original arguments, seeking the logical fallacies in Chilo's statements. The logic presented by the opposing second speaker was riddled with inconsistencies. The issue of muggles harming or killing others bears no direct relation to the irreversible damage attributed to dark magic. The fact that dark magic inflicts irreversible harm is an objective truth. One cannot diminish its impact merely because the threat it poses is lesser than death. Furthermore, your second point is a mere sophistry. Before she could fully counter the second point, she was interrupted by the opposing third speaker, Eno, who seized the moment of her pause. Unlike her usual reticence, Eno seemed transformed in the arena. Since the affirmative side wishes to discuss logic, let us commence with logic from the beginning. Why is there a need to prohibit dark magic? Because of its irreversible harm. Why is the harm irreversible? Why do you believe that engaging with dark magic erodes one's mental faculties? It is because to effectively wield dark magic, one must possess the malicious intent to harm another. Such malevolence is intrinsic to the act of casting a curse. What is the essence of this? It is that the individual inherently harbors malice. A person imbued with malice, regardless of the means employed, will inflict harm or death upon others. Even if they are a powerless muggle, they can still cause injury. This is due to the morality of the user, not the fact that they are employing dark magic. Is there any flaw in this logic, affirmative speaker? Eno's tone remained unwavering, and even in her questioning, one could perceive the coolness of her intellect. Wilson from the affirmative side was not ensnared by her logic, but sought an opening within Eno's words. However, it is precisely due to the use of dark magic that one's malevolence is magnified. Every individual possesses both good and evil within, alongside certain moral boundaries. When we wield immense and uncontrollable power, the desire for malice becomes amplified. This leads individuals who would not typically inflict harm to do so after learning dark magic. This is the peril posed by dark magic. If dark magic is not prohibited, how many more individuals of such nature will emerge within the wizarding community? Who will take responsibility for the stability of the wizarding world? Wilson's probing questions seemed to transport everyone present into the scenarios she had just described. Whether they were young wizards or professors, all were awestruck by the fierce exchange between the two. The crux of the matter was that they felt devoid of personal convictions. perceiving merit in both arguments. The assertions made by the affirmative side were indeed alarmist. The instances you describe, where individuals wield power and resort to harm, are exceedingly rare. What type of person harbors such a mindset? It is usually those who have long been marginalized or oppressed. Our hypothesis rests on the premise that, should dark magic not be prohibited, those individuals could master it. Would the ones they intend to harm remain powerless? Thus, your assumption that the wizarding world would be rendered unstable is fundamentally flawed. Eno's calm analysis pulled the thoughts of all present from the earlier tense atmosphere. A small badger in the audience sighed in relief and nudged a nearby eagle friend. Are all Ravenclaws this impressive? I feel like a fool being manipulated by their thoughts. The small eagle swallowed hard. No, just the two of them. I feel like I need to sharpen my wits, or I won't keep pace with their rhythm. To be frank, I feel the same way. The clash between the two-thirds speakers on stage had not yet concluded. Wilson remained unfazed by Eno's rebuttal. The opposing speaker's assertions overlooked the realities at hand. This hypothesis is not entirely untenable. When two wizards employing white magic find themselves in conflict, the worst outcome is mutual harm, with a potential for healing. However, if both can wield dark magic, then such conflicts could result in casualties. One cannot dismiss the possibility of harm simply because both parties possess the capacity to inflict it. After Wilson concluded her remarks, Barty announced the commencement of the free debate segment. The audience collectively relaxed. The rapid exchange of thoughts between both sides was not ensnared by the linguistic traps of the other. The essence of their discussion, rather than merely about dark magic, delved deeper into the exploration of human nature. The affirmative side regarded dark magic as a manifestation of power and desire, while the opposing side treated it purely as a tool. Older students and professors grasped the nuances, while younger wizards found themselves both impressed and perplexed. When Barty declared the floor open for free debate, Evan stood up. The affirmative second speaker claimed that the academic study of dark magic would corrupt one's character, to which I must express my skepticism. Magic has existed for as long as dark magic has, throughout the millennia. Whether during the witch hunts or the wars between wizards and other magical beings, which conflict has not been influenced by dark magic. These heroes, who fought for all wizards, why have they not succumbed to mental corruption? The affirmative stance is overly generalized, lacking any criteria for assessing moral decline. To abandon the pursuit of the value that dark magic research could yield due to the fear of potential pitfalls is nothing short of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Chapter 83. This is our right. Dark magic will inevitably corrupt the user's mind. This is an established fact, and the inmates of wizarding prisons stand as the most compelling evidence. Lily, unwilling to concede, argued fiercely, yet Evan appeared to be biding his time, waiting for her to fall into his trap. It seemed that the proponents were ill-informed about dark magic. All their arguments were merely hearsay, laden with subjectivity. The Ministry of Magic has not established a clear standard regarding dark magic. Most spells deemed dark are classified as such solely due to their aggressive nature, posing no actual threat to the caster. At this juncture, Evan presented a stack of documents. For this debate, we have solicited assistance from our elders to conduct scholarly research on the application of dark magic on non-sentient beings. This was the rationale devised by their group, as relying solely on textbook references would render them as unconvincing as their opponents. He explicitly stated that they were not the ones employing the magic, but rather it was their elders, who were no longer under the school's jurisdiction, aiding in the research. Furthermore, the data had excluded the unforgivable curses explicitly condemned by the ministry, focusing instead on semi-illegal hexes and jinxes. The legality of these spells hinges on the intent of the caster. As long as no harm is inflicted, the ministry typically turns a blind eye. Slytherin must learn to navigate the rules to their advantage. Our practical results are both genuine and reliable, should there be any doubts. The proponents and esteemed judges are welcome to verify them personally. The data clearly indicates that, aside from the 3 unforgivable curses, only a handful of dark magic spells can inflict irreversible damage. The extent of harm is correlated with the caster's consciousness. Only those with malicious intent will find their minds corroded. As Evan spoke, he observed the expressions of the professors present. They wore serious faces, silently flipping through the detailed experimental reports. Ellie had advised against mentioning how the frequency of use could affect one's mental state if the atmosphere soured. This further substantiated their viewpoint that dark magic, devoid of inherent good or evil, is entirely viable for research and defense. The opposing side was beginning to falter. In a debate, the most daunting scenario arises when one party presents empirical evidence, forcing the other to attack the very essence of their arguments. It was Wilson, the third speaker, who unearthed the conundrum. How can the opposition guarantee that dark magic is employed solely for research and defense, rather than under the guise of such intentions to wield it recklessly? Observing her companion, Enoch, Poised to engage in logical debate, Ellie hastily restrained her, allowing these two to continue their discourse, seemingly destined for a sleepless night. Laws can only bind those who possess inherent morals. Prohibitions without enforcement will only harm ordinary witches and wizards. The cost of learning dark magic is alarmingly low. Those you claim would misuse it are dark wizards who would employ it regardless of restrictions. Why should we be held accountable for their actions? Ellie deftly shifted the crux of the argument, raising her wand to her chest and gripping it firmly. Our magical abilities are innate, from the moment we grasp our wands. We possess the right to wield magic. Did we not come here to learn magic? Dark magic itself bears no moral alignment, while dark wizards may use it to harm. We should not be deprived of the opportunity to harness such formidable power for our own protection. Why must we bear the consequences of the misdeeds of dark wizards? We inherently possess the right to master any spell. We may choose not to use it, yet this means of self-preservation is a skill we ought to acquire. We have the right to question whether the prohibition of dark magic is merely a ploy by those in power to maintain control over the British wizarding community, to mock ordinary witches and wizards. As her words echoed, unrest stirred among the professors. Professor McGonagall stood up, visibly agitated. She had not anticipated that a student she typically admired would steer the conversation towards such a contentious issue. The opposition had grounded their stance in factual evidence. If what Ellie asserted were true, the ministry might indeed be exaggerating the dangers of dark magic to consolidate its position and restrict individual growth. This was a matter concerning every witch and wizard's rights. The audience, much like Ellie, began to gaze at their wands, regardless of their blood status. Was not the pursuit of equality their shared aspiration? In recent years, the Death Eaters had acted with impunity. How much could the ministry truly protect them? What if everyone learned dark magic to unite in resistance? Applause and the sound of table thumping erupted from the Slytherin table. Gryffindor students exchanged glances, some clearly stirred by Ellie's impassioned rhetoric. Warriors are drawn to defy the rules. They yearn for freedom, unwilling to be shackled or deceived. Ellie did not relent in her momentum. Rather than an outright ban, we believe it is imperative to establish a curriculum for structured guidance. Education and direction are far more vital than prohibitions. Ahem, we now transition to the judge's evaluation segment. As Ellie concluded her remarks, Barty felt compelled to intervene and regain control of the proceedings, having perceived Dumbledore's subtle cues. Dumbledore feared that if Ellie continued, she might incite the students to rise against the ministry. Children, I understand your yearning for power, but true strength lies in the protection of those you love. Dark magic is far more perilous than you realize. It can corrupt the soul of its wielder. The ability to resist the allure of power is the hallmark of a true hero. The prohibition of dark magic does not curtail your freedom. Rather, it safeguards the freedom you choose to exercise. Dumbledore might not fully grasp Slytherin, yet he certainly understood Gryffindor. A few well-chosen words quelled the emotions of the Gryffindor students. However, Ellie perceived him as overly idealistic, as if having occupied a lofty perch for too long, he was oblivious to the struggles of the mortal realm. Lacking the courage to pursue power was a sign of cowardice. Without power, how could one protect their loved ones? Professor Dumbledore, you have consistently asserted that dark magic erodes the soul of its users. How exactly does it do so? Her tone was so assertive that it suggested either mastery of dark magic or an extensive understanding of soul magic. Existing soul magic is exceedingly rare. Once associated with the soul, it is classified as the most malevolent of dark magic. Dumbledore squinted slightly, then offered a gentle smile. My dear child, you seem to be deliberately evading the more significant dark magics that profoundly affect the user, such as the unforgivable curses that will undoubtedly corrupt the soul. The students below, particularly those in the lower grades, gasped in shock at Dumbledore's mention of the unforgivable curses. In truth, Dumbledore did not wholly reject the notion of children recognizing danger. Each time the killing curse is employed, the soul fractures. Initially, this may seem insignificant, but by the time one realizes it, they can never return to their former self. What leads you to such a conclusion? Current literature does not explicitly state that the unforgivable curses inflict damage upon the soul. Ellie was taken aback. Perhaps Dumbledore truly possessed deep knowledge of dark magic. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore sighed, his expression enigmatic as though he sought to intimidate the children. Frequent use of the killing curse, taking lives, causes the soul to splinter. How frequent? Is there specific experimentation? How many lives must be taken to cause such a fracture? Is it solely the killing curse that results in this, or does mere murder suffice? What dangers or drawbacks accompany such fragmentation? At this moment, Ellie resembled a diligent Ravenclaw, genuinely curious, as it was the first time she had encountered such a notion. Chapter 84. Surely, that went unnoticed. Dumbledore furrowed his brow at the inquiry, his gaze towards Ellie tinged with skepticism. My apologies, Professor. This is merely my instinctive thirst for knowledge. Understanding this matter more thoroughly will enable everyone to grasp the true dangers of the killing curse. Had the relationship between risks and benefits been clarified earlier, dark wizards would not resort to the killing curse when taking lives. Without addressing Elios' probing questions, Dumbledore began to speak of other dangers. The most terrifying aspect of the unforgivable curses lies in their ability to corrode the soul. Much like the Cruciatus curse, prolonged use can lead to psychological distortion. Observing Ellie preparing to speak again, Dumbledore silently prayed that she would refrain from asking how long-term truly is. I appreciate you providing such crucial information. I believe that if the Ministry of Magic or other informed parties had disclosed this information sooner, the number of dark wizards employing the unforgivable curses would certainly diminish. For it seems both impractical and unwise. Implicitly, I can conceive far superior methods of killing and tormenting. Suddenly, Dumbledore was seized by a fit of coughing, interrupting Ellie as she sought to continue her discourse. A world rife with unforgivable curses would herald the end for wizards. Ellie reigned in her previous nonchalance. Your hypothesis is detached from reality and untenable. As far as I know, Durmstrang teaches students dark magic, and other countries do not impose a blanket ban on dark magic as we do in Britain. Why then does Germany not suffer from the apocalyptic scenario you describe? Do you believe that the students of Hogwarts lack the willpower of those from Durmstrang? Before Dumbledore could respond, the young wizards erupted in protest. Hogwarts is the finest magic school. Our students at Hogwarts are the best. As one of the 3 oldest magical institutions in Europe, the students, brimming with youthful vigor, could hardly tolerate the notion of being deemed inferior. While we forsake our power, others advance. When dark wizards like Grindelwald strike the British magical community, what shall we wield to resist? What shall we use to protect our loved ones? Dumbledore's blue eyes, hidden behind his spectacles, narrowed slightly, his expression momentarily frozen in astonishment. He quickly regained his composure, offering a gentle and benevolent promise. You are still children, with adults like us, with me. Such calamities shall not come to pass. In recent years, have such calamities been scarce? Ellie countered. How many have you, as adults, or you yourself, truly protected? How many have suffered? The atmosphere fell silent, as it became evident that everyone was contemplating the current state of affairs. The British magical community is facing a dark lord. If the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors could guarantee the safety of the magical realm, then we would have no objections to a complete ban on dark magic. But now, we must take responsibility for our own safety. Ellie, of course, merely stated this on the surface. Without fundamental reform, the magical world would never attain sufficient safety. Dumbledore pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Of course, we do not intend to blame you. In fact, we must thank you for your years of dedication. The magical world is not solely your responsibility. You need not bear this heavy burden alone. You must know that this magical world also belongs to us. Gazing into Elios' earnest eyes, Dumbledore felt his lips move, his throat constricted as a wave of emotion surged within him. It had been ages since anyone had looked at him with such sincerity, and even longer since someone had spoken such tender words to him. Many things he accomplished were taken for granted, as they all called him the greatest of wizards. In his youth, there was a girl who looked at him with similar concern, worrying for his well-being. Professor Flitwick, overcome with emotion, had begun to wipe away tears. Witnessing this scene, Ellie instinctively entered a summarizing phase. Learning more powerful magic, enhancing our strength, and protecting the magical world is the responsibility of each one of us young wizards. Although the prohibition of dark magic is already an established law, the outcome of this debate does not alter that fact. However, esteemed classmates, the future of the magical world belongs to us, regardless of whether we find ourselves in positions of power or as the most ordinary of wizards. Let us strive to effect change within our reach. I am the 4th speaker for the opposition, and our stance is, dark magic should not be comprehensively banned. I look forward to your future endeavors. As Ellie concluded her remarks, applause erupted throughout the hall, beginning with the Slytherin table and quickly spreading to the other houses. The other 3 members of the opposition seized the moment to rise, slightly bowing in gratitude alongside Ellie. As Ellie scanned the audience, her gaze fortuitously met Severus's. He hurriedly averted his eyes, then quickly lowered his gaze. Upon seeing him look down, Ellie chose not to continue observing. Severus was vexed by his earlier fluster. Miss Black's performance on stage was simply dazzling. Perhaps she merely stood there, doing nothing, yet effortlessly commanded everyone's attention. He pondered this, momentarily lost in thought. As he gathered his wits, he inadvertently locked eyes with her again. A sense of panic washing over him as he feared she might discern the emotions he had been unable to conceal. Perhaps his earlier actions had been too conspicuous, and the distance between them too close. He hoped she would not notice anything amiss. No, her thoughts were likely far removed from matters of the heart. She must not have perceived anything. With this reasoning, Severus felt a blend of relief and bitterness, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. The youth believed he was concealing his feelings well, yet he was oblivious to the truth that emotions cannot be hidden. It was rather peculiar. This was not the first instance. Ellie had witnessed Severus evade her gaze on multiple occasions, but it did not seem as though he was intentionally avoiding her. He had been assisting in organizing materials lately and had not deliberately shunned her presence in any situation. Could it be? Might he have feelings for her? She recalled what was written in the 12 winning talismans of a witch, that one who harbors affection for another often cannot meet their gaze directly. Ellie gazed over again, only to find him still looking down. Her brow furrowed slightly, as she gradually relinquished her suspicions. The fourth speaker for the affirmative had completed their summary. Due to the overwhelming number of votes, the organizing committee required more time to tally them, thus notifying the debaters to depart early. Ellie's intention in hosting the debate was not to win or lose, but to convey ideas. As she stood to leave, she noticed Dumbledore beckoning her. Without a second thought, Ellie followed the headmaster. She felt assured that whatever Dumbledore wished to discuss, she would manage it with ease. Regulus had been observing Ellie's movements and felt a twinge of unease as she walked away with Dumbledore, yet he managed to suppress his concern. He had to trust Ellie. If she felt uncertain or did not wish to face something alone, she would certainly call upon him. The fact that she did not summon him only indicated that she believed herself capable of handling the situation. Chapter 85. Courage and Determination. Most students lingered in the Great Hall. In the empty corridors, only the sound of two distinct sets of footsteps could be heard. Dumbledore walked ahead, reflecting on every word Ellie had just spoken. He had never encountered such a challenging student. As he assumed, she was merely advocating for dark magic. She instead directed her criticism towards the Ministry of Magic, threatening to shake the very foundations of society. It felt as though he had been schooled by a child. And the lesson was titled Reality. He found himself at a loss for words, even questioning the validity of his long-held convictions, for after all, he too was fallible. He has never advocated for the use of dark magic to counter dark magic, firmly believing that love is the greatest form of magic. Yet reality has informed him that one must be alive to wield any magic, leaving him profoundly disheartened. However, she unabashedly revels in her self-aggrandizement. Soothing the discord she instigated under the guise of responsibility, it must be conceded that her objectives were achieved. The ultimate outcome appeared to be a multifaceted triumph. She indeed fostered a novel understanding of dark magic among all, while he garnered elevated accolades, and the children drew inspiration. He found it inscrutable. Even when she laid all her cards on the table, employing nothing but overt strategies, he remained convinced that the child harbored ulterior motives. A serpent is always perilous. Even when it lies still, its very presence inspires trepidation. Do you believe a course on dark magic should be established? When Dumbledore spoke again, there was a newfound lightness in his tone. Perhaps sensing the futility of deciphering the enigma, he relinquished all pretense. Of course, some practices should scarcely be labeled as dark magic. You must understand, I do not speak in hyperbole. The casting of much dark magic requires immense magical power, and few possess the will to control it. You may think you are mastering the power, but in truth, it is the power that consumes you. The elderly man continued with earnest fervor. Thus, it becomes even more imperative to educate gradually, to instruct them on which forms of dark magic they can master at various stages. Establishing a more precise categorization of magical energy related to dark magic is essential. Humans are instinctively protective of their lives, and once they are provided with sufficient information, they will self-regulate. Willpower is not immutable. If one cannot master it, one must hone their skills until mastery is achieved. The girl's light voice could not conceal the determination in her tone. Dumbledore found himself, in that moment, surprisingly awed by a child, captivated by her resolute spirit to overcome adversity. The bravery of Slytherin is indeed precious and enchanting. Must we proceed in this manner? You seem to have already devised a plan. He did not trust their rhetoric from the debate. Those empirical data might well have been generated by these very children. It was precisely the lack of understanding of dark magic that allowed for such vulnerabilities to be exploited. After all, there are those who claim to have ventured the farthest into the realm of dark magic. If you are reluctant to teach, others are more than willing to impart knowledge. To be aware of danger, yet fail to seize control, is the true folly. This is a common ailment among many wizards, addressing potential threats with superficial remedies, pretending not to see, believing that ignorance will shield them from repercussions. Black, the pureblood families, the Ministry of Magic, none are exempt from this tendency. How many can resist the allure of power? I cannot fathom that everyone possesses the capacity for murder. We cannot gamble with the duality of human nature. Dumbledore remained unable to relinquish his bias against dark magic, or more accurately, his distrust of desire itself. Your thoughts are both idealistic and pessimistic. Ellie halted, gazing earnestly at Dumbledore, her deep blue eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through to his very soul. Even in the absence of dark magic, myriad methods of killing persist. Muggles, lacking magical power, can still force wizards into a corner. What you perceive as chaos, I see as potential for future development. Humans, when confronted with adversity, can unleash boundless potential. Should the 3 unforgivable curses be employed with frequency, more individuals will invent counterspells or alchemical items. They may even devise magic that is devoid of any drawbacks, yet surpasses the unforgivable curses in efficacy. These archaic spells will inevitably be supplanted by superior alternatives. Can you imagine? Perhaps in the future, people will regard dark magic with disdain, not out of malice or fear, but due to its inadequacies. Dumbledore found himself drawn in by her depiction of the future, momentarily lost in thought. Once, someone had spoken to him in a similar manner. He was nearly swayed by such rhetoric, just shy of the phrase, for the sake of a greater victory. He licked his parched lips, momentarily rendered speechless. The old and the young fell into a contemplative silence in the castle corridor. Which side will you stand on? From afar, the sound of students' laughter began to echo, and Dumbledore was the first to shatter the silence. For the sake of a more enduring future, I shall, of course, align myself with justice. Ellie beamed once more, stating only that she stood with justice, without specifying who represented it. Upon hearing this response, Dumbledore felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Shall we return? Do you not wish to know the outcome of the debate? I only know that I will not lose. Professor Dumbledore, may I often come to tea with you? She would likely need to frequently petition the headmaster. Of course, you are always welcome. After Ellie's figure disappeared from sight, Dumbledore suddenly sensed something amiss. This child. Has her health improved somewhat? To have spoken so extensively without pausing for breath, or even appearing winded, was quite remarkable. Age often blinds one to such details. He murmured to himself as he walked, vowing to inquire during their next meeting. He had a premonition that this child would often trouble him. Moreover, the feeling of being needed was pleasant, and the sensation of being cared for was equally delightful. Rather than returning to the Great Hall, Ellie made her way directly to the club activity room, having already greeted the members before departing with Dumbledore. The voting results were in, and the opposition had emerged victorious. The atmosphere on the opposition side was one of exuberance, while the affirmative side accepted their defeat with grace, though a few among them discreetly wiped away tears. So many had toiled for so long in preparation, only to face a resounding loss. After all, their numbers had been double those of the opposition. Having all been part of the same club, they were well acquainted, and the opposition members came over to offer consolation. A few girls among the debaters wiped their tears in remorse, not solely due to the loss, but also out of guilt for disappointing their teammates. Particularly Lily, who felt that her nerves had hindered her performance, as she struggled to articulate many of her prepared points during her turn. Ellie sighed inwardly, tapping her fingers on the table. Our debate was not merely to determine a victor or a vanquished, but to allow more voices to be heard. Do not obsess over the outcome. The moment you bravely stand on that stage, voicing your thoughts for yourself and your team, you have already achieved victory. Just as I set the theme this time, though the opposition won the debate, the law still prohibits dark magic. Do you believe this debate was worthwhile? Chapter 86. While all are intoxicated, I alone remain sober. As soon as Ellie posed her question, excitement rippled through the club, with someone eagerly responding. Of course it was worthwhile. At the very least, it was meaningful to us. I feel honored to have participated in this debate. Today I feel as though I have truly come to understand life. Change is good. The seeds we plant will take root and flourish. Ellie raised her hand to signal for silence. This is the very essence of our club's existence. Just as with each of our previous topics, we have consistently conveyed our unique perspectives on this world. Each person's environment and position may differ, leading to diverse thoughts. This notion may indeed be somewhat one-sided and fraught with shortcomings. However, as we gather together, with each individual contributing a fragment of thought and lending their strength, the wizarding world can transform for the better, for we are the very future of this realm. Upon hearing these words, the members of the society felt a swell of pride. Some young badgers even joyfully began chanting slogans, exclaiming fervently for the future of the magical world, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment afterward. Their flushed faces elicited laughter from the rest. Observing that no one was disheartened by the outcome of the competition, Elios' countenance radiated joy. Thus, I extend my gratitude to each debater for their splendid performances, and I also thank every member of the society for their silent contributions. I hereby declare the MCS debate on this topic a resounding success. The members of the society erupted in applause, some girls eagerly wishing to embrace Ellie in celebration, only to be subtly intercepted by Hall, who stood nearby. Oh, it is truly a lack of clear self-awareness. Miss Black's physique cannot withstand the onslaught of these exuberant souls. Regulus regarded Hall's actions with an expression of deep appreciation, being all girls and devoid of any malice. He found it difficult to intervene. Lily, having not pushed her way over, fixed her gaze upon Ellie, as if she had something to express. Upon noticing the look in her eyes, Ellie exited the activity room, subtly lifting her chin to beckon her to follow. Are you still in sorrow? Or do you persist in your own beliefs? She inquired about Lily's views on dark magic. A little. Well, truth be told, I am not entirely sure myself. Lily awkwardly touched her nose. I had indeed judged dark magic without sufficient understanding in the past. Perhaps it is akin to a gun, perilous in nature. Yet, if the need arises, I too would wield a weapon to protect my family. Truly, a testament to Gryffindor's valor in embracing new concepts. But you are still somewhat afraid. Are you not? Your fear stems from rumors and the unknown. Perhaps you should converse more with Senior Snape about these matters, and you might find your apprehensions alleviated. Ellie offered her sincere suggestion, though she frowned slightly at the mention of Snape. Oh, I would prefer to consult the others in the society. I can already envision him. Utterly surprised, launching into a lengthy diatribe to mock me. Lily was well aware of her friend's nature. It was not something just anyone could endure. If Potter were to stir up trouble again, discovering that he was regaling her with tales of dark magic, Merlin, the very thought was beyond her imagining. Lily pressed her lips together, dismissing the unpleasant imagery in her mind. I was hoping to ask you, before deciding on this debate, did you support the study of dark magic? She recalled Ellie's previous vehement criticism. My support does not lie with dark magic. Some forms of light magic are equally potent. I advocate for a more formidable power. However, within the current environment, dark magic proves more practical. Ellie deftly sidestepped her inquiry. Yet we should not become overly enraptured by power. Lily's tone bore evident hesitation, as her former beliefs clashed with this fresh perspective. As long as I possess my own boundaries and clear objectives, I shall not succumb to obsession. Lily repeated this phrase, attempting to contemplate its significance. At this moment, Ellie suddenly posed a question to her. What do you envision the magical world to be like? Marvelous, prejudiced, discriminatory, perilous. This encapsulated Lily's inner journey. Initially, she perceived the magical world as wondrous, akin to stepping into a new realm. Just as Severus described, here, no one would label them as freaks. And she befriended numerous new companions. Yet, this place harbored much that was unsavory. Absurd blood discrimination, biases between houses, and the presence of Death Eaters and dark wizards. Ellie raised her gaze slightly, locking eyes with Lily's emerald orbs. It is utterly dreadful, is it not? I yearn to transform it. I require power as my foundation. Weakness grants no voice. Much like when you intervene to prevent marauders from bullying your friends, they simply do not listen. I need more allies to strive alongside me. Around the corner of the corridor, a few school robes flickered into view. They were the marauders who had secretly observed the debate and followed afterward. The invisibility cloak could hardly conceal their increasingly tall figures. Your goddess seems to be captivated by my sister, Sirius remarked quietly, his expression devoid of emotion. He had not anticipated Ellie possessing such remarkable capability. James, pressed against the wall, gazed at them in disbelief. It is hard to fathom. Perhaps I have gained a rival. What if she is speaking ill of me? She is not so mundane. Sirius regretted his earlier jest, fearing that James might take it seriously. If you ask me, she truly is impressive. During the voting, I observed quite a number of Gryffindors supporting the opposing side. Is that why Lily admires her? Should I also participate in the next debate? Would Lily look at me in the same adoring way? He chuckled at the thought, unable to suppress a silly grin. Indeed, she is remarkable, and some of her viewpoints are quite astute. Remus added, surprised that someone could engage in a meaningful exchange with Professor Dumbledore without faltering. Peter had not joined them. 4 of them under the cloak proved too cramped, and he was inherently timid and reluctant to come, listening to his brother's praise. Sirius felt a wave of agitation. He could not articulate his current emotions. It was akin to harboring a secret known only to oneself, yet being unable to share it with others. Once a mind is fixed in its thinking, it becomes exceedingly difficult to alter. Compared to these hearsay accounts, he had witnessed the truth firsthand. The madness exhibited by those Death Eaters wielding dark magic was far from the trivial manner in which Ellie described it. They had not seen it, which was why they believed Ellie's fabrications. Sirius felt both relief at her cleverness and anguish that even his brothers had been deceived by her. He did not wish to expose her lies. Yet the torment of his conscience gnawed at him incessantly. Why did Dumbledore not intervene? As Sirius glanced at others, he bore an expression of, "Oh, foolish mortals," coupled with the clarity of one who knows the truth alone. Approaching Ellie, Regulus seemed to sense something, raising his eyes in this direction. The brothers exchanged silent glances through the invisibility cloak. Regulus remained oblivious, stepping toward Ellie, for Slytherin had its own troubles to address. Not everyone could comprehend Elios' actions. After all, her statements during the debate subtly alluded to the Dark Lord, even if it were for the study of dark magic. Those fervent followers of the Dark Lord would not easily relent. Chapter 87. All a misunderstanding. As Regulus had anticipated, the Slytherin common room was gathered with several upperclassmen, all bearing the demeanor of seeking retribution. Narcissa managed to maintain an outward calm, though inwardly, she felt a pang of anxiety for Ellie and the others. On Elios' side, the Dark Magic Research Group stood resolutely behind her, subtly indicating a willingness to confront the older students. Typically, such a situation would not escalate to this extent. Slytherin was well versed in the intricacies of social dynamics. However, this matter was directly tied to the Dark Lord, and a neutral stance was untenable. Caro stood awkwardly in the middle, unwilling to offend either side. As the prefect, these soon-to-graduate upperclassmen usually granted him a modicum of respect. Regardless of who might prevail, he had no desire to provoke the impending wrath of the Death Eaters. On the other side, Little Black appeared hesitant to voice his thoughts. Yet internally he reveled in a sense of schadenfreude. At last, someone could seize this opportunity to truly settle the score with her. The intentions of this group were transparent. Chances to undermine Black were rare, and many were eager to be the scapegoat. Perhaps in the future, as Death Eaters, they might even earn the favor of that esteemed lord due to this incident. Black, you had better elucidate your stance. No Slytherin would ever venerate Dumbledore. Or is this merely the choice of your illustrious family? Ellie held no recollection of the individual posing this inquiry, and inwardly cursed the Sorting Hat for its lack of discernment. This bunch of fools exhibited none of the cunning characteristic of Slytherin. It was merely a ruse to deceive the masses. For all my actions were intended to vindicate the dark arts. But from what you imply, are you trying to incite that crowd against the Dark Lord? Ellie turned in astonishment towards the speaker, surprised to find a glimmer of intelligence amidst the fools. You ought to learn to comprehend the human discourse. My ire is directed at the Ministry of Magic. Observing these individuals usurping their usual respite, Ellie grasped a small ornament from the wall, waving her wand to transform it into a single armchair. The few across from her were momentarily struck dumb by her adept silent spell. Simultaneously, any thoughts of intimidation dissipated. Surely, I cannot openly oppose Dumbledore within the confines of the school. Slytherins are known to employ any means necessary to achieve their ends. A few flattering words can garner the support of that crowd for the dark arts. Yet you lot cannot even grasp this? After transforming several small trays into chairs, Ellie finally settled down. With her chin raised and eyes cast downward, she regarded those across from her, resembling someone looking down from a great height. Do you suppose the Dark Lord would also wish to see the dark arts legitimized? Even in my third year, I can devise a solution for him, while you... She wrinkled her nose in disdain at this juncture. This is precisely why some individuals can alleviate the Dark Lord's burdens, while others lack even the merit to be remembered by that esteemed figure. Fully aware of her mockery, several upperclassmen refrained from retorting. Should they all become Death Eaters in the future, given Little Black's capabilities, they would likely need to rely on this younger student. She possessed a greater aptitude for winning hearts than Malfoy, and in terms of strength, she would likely surpass him. After all, Malfoy had barely entered the ranks of Death Eaters, yet had already become a favored individual before the Dark Lord. As they pondered this, unease began to take hold, prompting them to soften their tone and ease the atmosphere. We were remiss in our considerations and misinterpreted the meaning behind your words. Of course, it is all a misunderstanding. Do not heed what I or they have said, but rather observe what I accomplish. Watching the upperclassmen depart in defeat, Carlo closed his eyes in frustration, lamenting the lack of anyone capable of reining her in. He might very well be the most exasperated head of Slytherin in history. With the situation stabilized, Narcissa exhaled in relief and turned to return to the dormitory. Seeing matters resolved, Regulus hastily urged Ellie to rest in their dormitory. As the following day marked their first trip to Hogsmeade as third years, a chance she surely did not wish to miss. Then Ellie felt the sensation of being watched again. Glancing over, she found the observer appearing nonchalant, as though nothing were amiss. Puzzled for a moment, Ellie discerned nothing out of the ordinary and redirected her focus to their upcoming outing. In truth, Severus was merely feigning composure. Who wouldn't desire to invite someone they cherished to Hogsmeade? Yet, it was but a fleeting thought, and as he glanced over, she caught his eye. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, though he could not fathom why he felt the need to hide. Nevertheless, her perceptiveness startled him. Evan had already conspired with Regulus regarding what to purchase. Not due to scarcity, but because opportunities to venture outside the school were rare. Would you like to join us, Senior Snape? You've been a tremendous help lately. I'll treat you to a drink at the Three Broomsticks as a reward. The surprise came swiftly. Upon hearing Evan's invitation, he feigned contemplation before nodding in agreement. It was entirely normal to visit Hogsmeade with fellow house members, wasn't it? Early the next morning, a gentle rain began to fall. The overcast skies did little to dampen the spirits of the young witches and wizards, as a line formed early, awaiting the train to the wizarding village. Ellie followed closely behind Regulus, contemplating how to persuade him to let her sample butterbeer. Perhaps there were sweets from Honeydukes as well. She swallowed quietly, only to meet Regulus's narrowed gaze. No, he did not pose a single question, merely uttering this cold word, ignoring Ellie's pleading expression as he turned away with indifference. Dejectedly, Ellie thumped her head against Regulus's back. Witnessing her disheartened demeanor, Severus involuntarily pressed his lips together, his eyes reflecting a rare gentleness. As the train arrived at Hogsmeade, the rain began to ease, providing a perfect opportunity for the young witches and wizards to embark on their excursions. Upon disembarking, Evan seized Regulus and made a beeline for Honeydukes. "Brother, you must help me grab some. I want to buy a lot so I can send packages to Claire every day." Claire Durand, Evan's rumored girlfriend, for whom he concocted an excuse to send letters daily, hoping his owl wouldn't go on strike. The reason she was deemed a rumored girlfriend was that they were not officially together, nor had they made any engagement. Regulus speculated that this was entirely Evan's unrequited love. Before being whisked away, Regulus cast a worried glance at Ellie. "I will wait patiently here for you to emerge," Ellie assured him with a smile. At the entrance of the shop remained Ellie and Severus. "Senior Snape, is there anything you wish to purchase?" Severus was uncertain of her meaning. If he responded affirmatively, would she insist he leave? "No, I don't." "I do, for we cannot simply stand here idly. Let us explore the vicinity first." As she spoke, she took the lead, stepping into the nearest shop, as though the confident promise she had just made were entirely forgotten. Severus, realizing this only afterward, followed suit, pondering whether this constituted a date. Merely contemplating this made him anxious. Chapter 88, What the Reason Is. This was a shop for magical equipment, selling telescopes, scrying mirrors, and Quidditch supplies. The scrying mirror could detect any potential threats nearby, and served as a dark magic detector. By what principle does it discern such things? Ellie knew little of the principles behind the creation of alchemical items, nor did she need to fret over acquiring them. Presumably, malice, threat, and dark magic share a commonality in harboring ill intent. Severus provided a measured response, earning him a skeptical glance from Ellie. What had caused his sudden oddity? She had merely asked casually, and typically, he might have offered a sarcastic retort. "That bears quite a resemblance to me," though it held no utility for him. As this was the inaugural stop on her first visit to Hogsmeade, Ellie purchased 4. She selected one and handed it to Severus. "Keep it as a memento. May you never require its use." Severus had harbored a quiet expectation when Ellie proposed buying 4. Indeed, one was destined for him. He instinctively reached out to take it, nearly unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Ellie observed his hand grasping the scrying mirror, suddenly recalling her earlier doubts, and curiously stared into his eyes for 2 seconds. He evaded her gaze. He truly harbors affection for himself. Yet, is it not Lily Evans whom he adores? No. It seems he has distinctly conveyed to himself that he and Lily are merely friends. When did he declare that he had liked himself so early on? Ellie's expression remained largely unchanged, appearing to be lost in thought. She was more baffled than anything. Why would Severus fancy her? Perhaps it was a peculiar quirk born of enduring oddities, as she found herself intrigued by the intricacies of human emotions, with love being the most complex she had encountered. Take Travers, for instance. His affection stemmed from her being pure blood, a black, aligning with his personal definition of purity. Thus, he would repeatedly demand that she maintain the ideal image he envisioned, until he was eventually swayed by her charm. Some boys in Slytherin were even more transparent, choosing to express affection purely for self-serving interests. What about Severus? Was it family? He did not seem particularly concerned. Could it be wealth? No, in that regard. Lucius held a more advantageous position, having been acquainted with Severus prior to her. The most plausible reason appeared to be potions, as she had provided him with ample potion ingredients. Regardless of how one looked at it, it seemed rather absurd. It was her first encounter with such reasoning. Perhaps the allure of the Black family's beauty should also be taken into account. She might have the opportunity to probe further later on. As Ellie retracted her wandering thoughts and proceeded to the next shop, you inquire whether it would be awkward to discover a friend harbors feelings for oneself. Unfortunately, Ellie had not yet reached such an emotional state. All she possessed was an insatiable curiosity regarding the realm of emotions. Severus silently trailed behind her, his gaze fixated on the gift he had just received, entirely oblivious to her peculiar demeanor. He was unaware that his carefully concealed feelings had been betrayed by his own eyes from the very beginning. It was not until Ellie had browsed through 2 more shops that she received a call from Regulus via the two-way mirror. Ellie decisively took the initiative. Remarking that they had been waiting too long and had grown weary from standing, prompting them to meander about. This tactic proved effective. Regulus felt somewhat guilty and, after inquiring about their location, made his way to join them. The quartet ambled through Hogsmeade, eventually settling on the 3 broomsticks as their destination. Ellie had accumulated a plethora of assorted items, perhaps eliminating the need for her to specially select gifts for Christmas. The 3 broomsticks was bustling with students from various houses, as well as several members of the MCS, who greeted them enthusiastically upon their arrival. "Madam, I shall have 3 butterbeers and a glass of apple juice." Regulus ordered their drinks without affording Ellie the chance to choose. She merely pouted, indicating that she wasn't particularly keen on drinking. They occupied a 4-person table with 2 seats on each side, with Ellie and Regulus on one side, conveniently facing Severus. Ellie initially intended only to casually observe, curious about the taste of others' butterbeer. However, Severus became exceedingly uncomfortable under her scrutiny, nearly knocking his teeth against the cup. His anxious yet feigned composure instantly piqued Ellie's interest. Suppressing a smile, she gazed intently at him, eager to see what other gestures he would employ to mask his unease. "It's rather sweet. In truth, it's not that delightful. Let us focus on our meal." Regulus' voice provided a lifeline to Severus' precariously beating heart. He had never before felt such torment from being watched by another. Before the 4 had finished their meal, a throng of people surged into the establishment. Once the bar owner and others had entered, they hurriedly secured the doors and windows, employing several protective enchantments. From the murmurs of those around, it became evident that Death Eaters were causing trouble. The atmosphere in Hogsmeade was rife with dread. No one dared to speak loudly within the bar, fearful of attracting the attention of those lunatics. After approximately half an hour, a knock sounded at the door. It was Hogwarts professors arriving to organize an early return to school for the students. The once charming street was now in shambles, though thankfully, there were no reported injuries among the students. It seemed likely that Hogwarts would not be reopening Hogsmeade weekends for some time. So, with such support from numerous pureblood families, was the Dark Lord reduced to such trivial acts? Did he merely wish to instigate panic through violence? Indeed, if one were to live in a constant state of fear, the propensity for rebellion would diminish, serving as yet another method of control. Ellie found it utterly perplexing how the wizarding world had descended into such a state. Pureblood wizards comprised at most 20 of the entire magical community. Subtracting the neutral and opposition families, the remaining populace exceeded 80. In a nearly militarized magical society, how could they be subjected to such turmoil? Perhaps the oppression had not yet reached a sufficient threshold. When faced with threats to their safety, why not choose rebellion? Given that death was an inevitable conclusion, the world undoubtedly required Gryffindors. In times of peril, warriors were needed to shatter the shackles of oppression. Aside from the inability to visit Hogsmeade, life at school continued in an orderly fashion. Following the recent debate competition, a faction of students had spontaneously formed a group within the club, comprising members from various houses. They had indeed taken Ellie's suggestion to heart and conducted a thorough analysis of how to implement dark magic. However, their lack of understanding regarding dark magic hindered them from progressing in their strategy formulation. Evan was among them, having presented compelling data during the debate. He possessed a degree of authority on the subject. After conferring with Ellie, the Slytherin Dark Magic Research Group seamlessly integrated into the club. Their first order of business was to reclassify dark magic, renaming it, as not everyone shared their bias against it. "I concur. We can categorize it into defensive and offensive magic." They would further classify it based on the effects and destructiveness of the attacks. That categorization won't suffice. My wand is more potent when employing curse-type dark magic than with purely destructive forms. Perhaps engrossed in the discussion, Avery inadvertently revealed something rather significant. After a moment of silence, the group exchanged knowing glances, tacitly choosing to overlook the fact that Slytherin students might be clandestinely practicing dark magic. Following this, some members of the group proposed plans while others engaged in covert experimentation, culminating in a collaborative summary, with roles clearly defined and a sense of harmony prevailing. Discussions concerning dark magic among students at school no longer elicited fear. As long as they were not overtly gathering to practice dark magic, the professors turned a blind eye. After all, the events in Hogsmeade had instilled a sense of urgency among many students, and acquiring knowledge of survival techniques was seen as an asset. Nora's new manuscript had already been sent to the publisher, yet Ellie remained indecisive regarding other sections of the magazine. Political affairs were a must, as both the Daily Prophet and the Wizarding Weekly were deliberately glossing over the reality, failing to report any information regarding Death Eaters or the Dark Lord. If she were to publish her findings, it would undoubtedly invite censorship from the Ministry of Magic. However, the publishing house was registered under the Black name. By leveraging the Dark Lord's influence, it was likely the ministry would misconstrue this as his endorsement, thus refraining from taking any action. Reporting on political affairs could potentially benefit the Dark Lord's faction, aiding in their dissemination of terror. The dilemma lay in the Dark Lord's disposition. He surely would not appreciate his subordinates acting independently. Yet, she was not considered one of his subordinates. Did a child from the Black family need to report such a trivial matter as a magazine to the Dark Lord? For the sake of caution, Ellie requested Olean to inquire in advance. However, regrettably, no one knew the whereabouts of the Dark Lord. Typically, the Dark Lord would reach out to his servants only when necessary. The proclamation of political affairs served as a guiding light for Merlin, and Ellie successfully persuaded herself. Thus, the periodical titled Future Weekly, a compilation of innovative serialized fiction, professional knowledge dissemination, hot news, and MCS topical records, was officially launched. Nora's new work continued to captivate readers at the mere mention of its title. The novel, 1,000 Years Ago, I Was Spoiled by the Founders of the Academy, features 3 chapters in each issue of the magazine. As a lengthy narrative, it is divided into several segments based on distinct time periods, weaving through a millennium of magical history. The protagonist, after a botched magical experiment, falls into a coma and awakens to find herself transformed into the Sorting Hat, accompanying Gryffindor as she witnesses the tumultuous history of the Academy's founding, consistently playing a pivotal role at critical moments. The book is a rich tapestry of fervor, legend, growth, love, friendship, and curiosity. Written under the pseudonym Eternal Light, the popular author had not published in the Prophet for several months. Upon discovering the new release in Future Weekly, a multitude of fans eagerly spread the news. Coupled with the publisher's vigorous promotion, Future Weekly swiftly ascended to become the 3rd best-selling publication in the wizarding world. Initially perceived merely as an entertainment magazine, it soon revealed current events, including the heinous incidents in Hogsmeade and various tragic occurrences involving attacks, disappearances, or massacres elsewhere. Although the reports did not explicitly identify the instigator, the green skull mark left at the scene was unequivocal. The most affected by this incident was the Prophet, which faced scathing criticism from numerous wizards for its focus on reporting false gossip, resulting in a drastic decline in reputation. The Ministry of Magic found itself embroiled in an unprecedented crisis of trust, as letters questioning the authenticity of reports flooded into the London centre. As Ellie had anticipated, upon the Minister of Magic discovering the publisher's ties to the Blacks, he felt both anger and fear. The ministry, already rife with corruption, found itself powerless to manage the situation. It could only issue an explanation in the Prophet, urging wizards not to heed other unreliable reports. Yet, the dynamic visual evidence presented in Future Weekly was irrefutable. Despite this, the majority of wizards clung to a sense of false security, either turning a blind eye to the brutal actions of the Death Eaters or waiting for others to come to their rescue. Ellie was indifferent to the chaos engulfing the magical realm. In fact, she believed that such turmoil was necessary for the collapse of the old order to pave the way for a new one. While studying ancient runes, Ellie harbored ambitious aspirations of reforming dark magic upon mastering the subject. However, as she delved deeper, she realized that such aspirations were mere delusions. Although her theoretical knowledge of spells had amassed significantly, and her spellcasting was effective, the methods she employed were disconnected from the knowledge in her mind. Simply put, her spellcasting relied solely on innate talent. Following the gestures outlined in her textbooks and reciting incantations resulted in effective spellcasting. Yet she could not grasp the underlying principles of magical energy operation. After consulting Regulus and Evan, Ellie discovered that many shared her predicament. The Dark Lord, capable of inventing spells, truly was a once-in-a-century genius. She recalled that during her first year, Severus had shared with her a method for improving a spell. How had he accomplished that? Was this the distinction between genius and the average wizard? Ellie was not one to squander her time. When she encountered him at the Slytherin long table that evening, she posed her lingering questions. At that time, she had not yet studied ancient runes. Severus pondered briefly and pinpointed the issue. Ancient runes complicated the originally simple principles, making it easy to ensnare oneself in the process of spell improvement. It seemed that the family's collection of books truly needed updating. Ellie felt somewhat embarrassed to admit that she had not even found the door, thus lacking any opportunity to become ensnared. So how did you improve the spell? She inquired. The incantations are predominantly in Latin. I discerned some patterns from the Book of Spells and applied them directly. Severus paused at this juncture, realizing that the steps involved were rather intricate and he might need to reorganize his explanation. Noticing the eager thirst for knowledge in Ellie's expression, he furrowed his brow slightly and lowered his gaze. It's somewhat complex. It's not easily conveyed through words. Severus maintained his previous tone, but after uttering this, he nervously pinched the index finger of his right hand. Observing the sudden shift in his demeanor, Ellie smirked, narrowing her eyes playfully. Don't make your intentions too obvious. Not having heard her response, Severus gazed at her with an expressionless countenance, and Ellie promptly concealed her expression. Do you wish to teach me? The lingering mirth in the girl's gaze prompted Severus to unconsciously press his tongue against the roof of his mouth, his throat tightening. It's not a question of teaching. I can share what I know with you. It seemed that affection could render one more loquacious. She had hardly heard any of his usual sarcasm recently. So, can I visit you in the potions lab when I have no classes? Yes, I'm often there. Severus's dark eyes followed the direction in which Ellie departed. After a considerable time, he reached up to touch his rapidly beating heart. What he had said was indeed true. It hardly constituted a small stratagem. Chapter 90. The Intention of Casting Spells. Regarding the improvement of dark magic. Ellie was not merely speaking idly. She had made ample preparations and had no intention of yielding easily. The visions she had shared with Dumbledore about the future were not merely to placate the elder. A significant portion stemmed from her heartfelt convictions. It would be advantageous if she could master the method of spell improvement. If she could not, it would simply affirm her lack of talent in that regard. Nevertheless, she could still support a master of spells. When Regulus prepared to train for Quidditch, Ellie opted not to accompany him, citing other matters to attend to. Upon hearing that she intended to study with Senior Snape, Regulus readily agreed without further thought, having likely concluded in his mind that Severus was a reliable and trustworthy individual. Despite Ellie's numerous undertakings, her thought processes often veered towards the unconventional. If left unsupervised, she would undoubtedly act with even greater impunity. In this regard, seeking Severus's guidance was far more prudent than relying on Barty. Regulus could not bring himself to trust Ellie and Barty alone together. The two were the type that, when combined, would incite trouble while feeling quite pleased with themselves. Not to mention Evan, who was entirely led around by Ellie, being sold out while still counting the profits. At this moment, two of her most loyal comrades, diligently working for their club, simultaneously sneezed. When Ellie arrived at the potions lab, she found Severus brewing potions. His movements were methodical and precise, adjusting the ingredients based on the potion's state, and for the first time, Ellie perceived that potion making could be so visually pleasing. Severus's entire focus was on the potion, and it took him a while to notice Ellie's presence. Upon realizing that she was watching him, he began to reflect on whether his appearance and actions were appropriate, and his subsequent movements were guided purely by muscle memory. After merely observing for a short while, Ellie found a spot to sit and quietly peruse her book. The room was enveloped in a serene silence, pierced only by the gentle bubbling of the potion simmering away. As Severus gradually found tranquility within himself, once the potion was complete, he meticulously cleaned his tools and cast a ventilation charm throughout the chamber. Sensing someone's approach, Ellie did not lift her head, but gently patted the other side of the table. Do you need to rest for a moment? She inquired. No, let us commence directly. Brewing potions is not laborious for me. Severus retrieved the required texts and his previous notes, settling down beside Ellie with a grave expression. Initially, when I sought to enhance the spell, I did not contemplate such complexities. I merely combined Latin and English roots based on the desired effect directly onto the existing incantation. He reflected on the steps he had taken in his spell research. To alter the incantation directly? That sounds rather perilous. The outcome remains uncertain. It is crucial to recognize that the pronunciation of the incantation is paramount. A mispronunciation may yield no effect or, worse, provoke unexpected consequences, such as an explosion. Indeed, thus, one must continuously experiment, discerning the patterns of other spells' gestures, adjusting them repeatedly. He marked key points in his prior notes, his earlier tension dissipating as he delved into the intricacies of his expertise. Before that, one must deconstruct the composition of the incantation. With a solid foundation of knowledge, Ellie found it quite comprehensible. Ultimately, the intent behind the spell is of utmost importance, whether it be dark magic or light. Is it possible to enhance an unforgivable curse in such a manner? Ellie inquired, merely probing, for she understood that the unforgivable curses were far more intricate. Yet they also held irreplaceable effects, making direct enhancement ideal. Severus found himself at a loss for words. He had yet to begin his study of the 3 unforgivable curses. And this might indeed necessitate ancient languages like Aramaic. The unforgivable curses are intended to inflict harm upon others. If, and I emphasize if. Ellie carefully chose her words, striving to express herself clearly. If my intention while using a curse is to harm someone, yet I harbor a compassionate desire to save them and grant them release, can that still be classified as dark magic? After all, whether it is dark magic is defined by the intent behind the incantation. This was undoubtedly the moment Severus felt the most speechless. Not due to nervousness in the presence of someone he admired, but rather sheer disbelief at her perspective. Release? Surely, she cannot be referring to the killing curse? To wish for someone's death while claiming there is no malice? He couldn't help but think, does Miss Black truly comprehend that she speaks of an unforgivable curse? How could one ever conceive that using the Cruciatus curse is a means of saving someone? He struggled to contain his desire to retort. For instance, I possess far more brutal methods of tormenting individuals, yet I chose to employ the Cruciatus curse. Is that not an act of mercy? Severus was genuinely left at a loss for words. I have yet to use an unforgivable curse. It seems that this possibility is one you alone must explore. I doubt anyone else would entertain such notions while inflicting harm upon another. There might be another, Ellie interjected. Sirius would always convince himself he is pursuing justice. Ellie spoke half in jest. The Black family truly is a lineage of remarkable talent. At the mention of his long-standing rival, Severus scowled in distaste. Perhaps I could inquire with Sevilla. She is my dark arts instructor. Suddenly reminded of her absence, though she had only taught him for 2 months. Ellie still cherished her pedagogical approach. She rummaged through her small bag for Alpheus' two-way mirror, hoping she had not yet returned to Germany. Otherwise, she would have to resort to writing her a letter. Are you busy, Alpheus? The moment the mirror connected, Ellie glimpsed a familiar office, evidently within the manor. Not particularly busy. Speak. What can I assist you with? Alpheus' voice bore a hint of amusement, yet he was not mistaken. Every time Ellie reached out to him, it implied a task for him to undertake. Please find Sevilla for me. This time, you are merely a liaison. Ellie appeared to disregard familial bonds entirely, characterizing him as a mere tool. Upon hearing Sevilla's name, Alpheus' gaze flickered momentarily, and a slight smile betrayed his composure. Ahem, I shall go fetch her for you. He did not sever the connection, allowing Ellie to hear his hurried footsteps. Noticing the familiar expression on his face, Ellie, almost instinctively, glanced at Severus beside her. What is it? Severus, oblivious to any unusual tension, assumed she had a query for him. Nothing. Who is that beside you? They do not sound like Rael. I have not heard that voice before. Alpheus, upon detecting an unfamiliar voice, cautiously grasped the mirror. A classmate. We are studying together. Shouldn't we exchange pleasantries? Ellie could distinctly sense Severus tense at her words. Before Alpheus could respond, she shifted the topic. My dear uncle, I just wanted to remind you not to appear too delighted. If you remember you are a wizard, you may simply apparate to find her. Chapter 91. Beauty is also a bargaining chip. Alpheus' face flushed, his demeanor shifting with a flurry of small movements. Perhaps being recognized by the younger generation made him particularly self-conscious. Yet he was well aware that Ellie had always been rather cunning. Do not say anything indiscreet. Knowing that arguing in her presence would be futile, he merely issued a symbolic warning. Is it that obvious? He paused, then asked with evident concern, do you fear her discovering this? Unfamiliar with the intricacies of romance, Ellie wondered if liking someone was truly such a delicate matter. Alpheus deliberately sidestepped her latter question. I don't know. How did you come to realize? I am experienced. Ellie replied ambiguously. What experience? When? Before Alpheus could voice his confusion, he had already located Sevilla and gestured subtly at Ellie before presenting the mirror. Ellie, understanding, nodded in acknowledgement. Severus remained utterly bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the two. Your line of reasoning is theoretically sound, yet it is unlikely to achieve the intended effects of an unforgivable curse. Regarding Ellie's inquiries, Sevilla had little assistance to offer. Even in Germany, few employ unforgivable curses. Such spells, which evidently affect the mind, are typically wielded by your Dark Lord in Britain. The Death Eaters commenced their use of unforgivable curses solely under his influence. It was unfathomable to her that a person who relied on such crude methods of violence could dare to call themselves a Dark Lord. How could Dumbledore permit such a person to act so brazenly under his watch? As she spoke, she unconsciously infused her personal sentiments into the discourse. Isn't your Dark Lord also reliant on violence, setting Paris ablaze? Alpheus interjected quietly, for he could not bear to see his childhood idol belittled. How can they be compared? His power derives not solely from violence, but also from charisma. Can the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse directly threaten all of Paris? Is that truly the crux of the matter? Are you proud of the Parisian fire? Observing the brewing argument, Ellie quietly severed the connection with Alpheus' mirror. In truth, it is not imperative to focus solely on the unforgivable curses. This was merely a fleeting thought that had crossed her mind. As Sybil had articulated, beyond the formidable nature of the curses themselves, the influence of the powerful is of great significance. Because Grindelwald's prowess is extraordinary, his mastery of fiend fire is nothing short of mesmerizing, leading his followers to hold the fire in high esteem and to favor spells that encompass a wider scope. The Dark Lord instills fear among pure-blood wizards with the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, thus prompting them to adopt the unforgivable curses as well. Might she, too, be capable of creating or perfecting a specific spell? Nevertheless, it is essential to proceed with caution. Setting aside these matters that exceed her capabilities, Ellie resumed her studies. Do you currently have any original spells? She inquired, recalling his prior mention of such. It seemed that his spells were primarily devised to counteract marauders. Indeed, pressure breeds motivation, and struggle fosters advancement. The stagnation within the magical community can be attributed to the statute of secrecy, which has allowed wizards to languish in comfort for too long. Perhaps she could propose this as a topic for their next club meeting. Yes, Severus replied succinctly, noting the pronunciation and inspiration behind the spells in his notebook. Langlock, he explained, is a spell that binds the tongue. It is cast with a lateral flick of the wand, followed by a pause. Why not demonstrate this time? Is it classified as dark magic? Ellie observed that he merely explained without performing the incantation. Not exactly. It is considered a jinx, causing the tongue to adhere to the roof of the mouth, which is quite uncomfortable. As he spoke, Severus instinctively glanced at her lips, lost in thought, blinking rapidly before lowering his gaze. So, you have devised a sticking charm applicable to living beings? After swiftly reviewing the spells and their principles, Ellie planned to test it with Evan later. Noticing Severus's hesitation, it seemed he had no intention of casting it on her. After all, he had imparted so much knowledge, and it was his own spell, making her reluctant to test it upon him. However, its duration is shorter than that of the sticking charm. The previous sticking charm was primarily limited to inanimate objects. Severus's response was marked by humility, yet in the Wizarding Celebrity Weekly, this might be hailed as a groundbreaking advancement. She possessed ideas that were bold and innovative, a feat not simply attained through rote learning. What is with that expression? Ellie appeared somewhat amusing, resembling an underachieving student challenging her teacher. Unbeknownst to her, Severus scrutinized the contours of her features with a discerning gaze from an angle she did not notice. Suddenly, he felt a pang of mediocrity. Her seemingly listless tone betrayed a hint of defiance. Severus raised one eyebrow while furrowing the other, perplexed by her perception of herself, as he found her to be exceptionally competent. After an afternoon of study, Ellie resolved to cease being overly critical of herself. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. She need not strive for omniscience. In truth, she felt somewhat defeated as she struggled to extrapolate from her limited knowledge in spell creation. Following a series of extravagant compliments, Ellie expressed her esteem for Severus and the assistance she could offer in the future. She concluded with grand proclamations of his potential achievements, lauding him as a master of spells and a symbol of progress within the magical realm. She aspired to secure his allegiance aboard the formidable ship known as Black. Wait, should she employ the allure of beauty? In Alpheus's narrative, the Dark Lord had initially captivated many pureblood families due to his striking appearance. Who would not wish to follow an elegant and charismatic leader and embark on a momentous venture? Now, he had transformed into something unrecognizable, capable of ensnaring Bella's very soul. This was indeed a clever strategy. All useful attributes could serve as weapons for Slytherin, including beauty. The popularity of the future weekly soon caused Ellie to cast this notion aside, as Nora incorporated a subplot involving a pursuit for a husband into her article. The identity of this husband remained ambiguous, with only non-human clues provided. The suspense was masterfully crafted, and the protagonist's non-human status was sufficiently intriguing, leading to a frenzy among readers seeking to uncover the husband's identity. Even students within the school were meticulously combing through the text for clues. After more than a month of speculation, this matter transcended mere fiction or magazine articles. It had evolved into a nationwide game of discovery. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced, while others lamented. Upon learning that the magazine also reported on political matters, Orion was perpetually on edge, fearing he might be summoned by the Dark Lord at any moment. Fortunately, the Dark Lord seemed preoccupied, as even his core Death Eaters rarely had the opportunity to see him, leaving him little time to address such public opinion issues. Thus, Future Weekly began to emerge as the sole reliable source of information for wizards. Chapter 92, Breaking Discrimination. As December approached its midpoint, Hogwarts Castle was once more blanketed in snow. Since her last session with Severus, Ellie had become acutely aware of the complacency among wizards, leading her to contemplate the implications of the statute of secrecy. The sense of superiority afforded by the use of magic had caused wizards to completely forget the original intent behind the enactment of the statute. Within the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, a series of protective policies for Muggles were established under the pretext of their perceived inferiority. This resulted in a faction of wizards, particularly among pureblood families, viewing Muggles as lesser beings, fundamentally discriminating against and ostracizing them, with intentions to overturn the statute for their own vested interests. Coupled with generations of glorifying wizardly achievements, many still believed that it was the law that prevented Muggles from thriving. Conversely, another faction, more compassionate in nature, felt a sense of guardianship towards the vulnerable and staunchly supported the statute. It is natural for wizards to disdain muggles, but failing to recognize their own capabilities is unacceptable. It is high time for wizards to gain a comprehensive understanding of the world's true nature. What rationale exists for enacting policies that stifle one's own development? The Ministry of Magic has always maintained a Muggle liaison office, capable of directly contacting Muggle leadership under such circumstances. Is it truly plausible that they remain oblivious to Muggle advancements? Perhaps, as she had previously suggested, the Ministry was deceiving ordinary wizards to avert potential upheaval. Moreover, this topic was one of the rare instances that aligned with her goals without conflicting with the Dark Lord's ideology. Having solidified this idea, Ellie promptly sought out an individual. Jonas Heller, a Muggle-born Ravenclaw, had previously raised questions about the Statute of Secrecy during the first History of Magic essay. Sitting across from Ellie, Jonas was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his unremarkable comment would linger in the president's mind, prompting her to seek his opinion. It turned out that her earlier suggestion to revisit the matter was not merely a perfunctory remark. Upon sharing his thoughts, he had noticed the reactions of others and recognized that it might be a topic best left undiscussed. Yet now, the president intended to dedicate an entire topic to showcase his insights on the statute. I believe they exhibit blind discrimination against Muggle wizards, as a Muggle-born. I take great pride in our ability to create miracles without magic. After hearing his words, Ellie smiled softly, understanding that breaking discrimination is a long-term goal. Thus, she aimed to gather as much evidence as possible to demonstrate the strength of Muggles. If only they could present moving images. However, Hogwarts' magical field would likely diminish the impact of mere pictures. Jonas's mind was brimming with ideas the moment Ellie articulated her request. He was struck by a multitude of remarkable inventions conceived by Muggles. Just go ahead and search. I'll figure out the rest, he replied. Upon receiving this response, Jonas felt a surge of confidence, yet a lingering doubt compelled him to voice his concerns. Isn't this supposed to be a group discussion? Or perhaps a debate? A change of format is always refreshing, and sometimes debates can obscure the main point. Ellie smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight, beckoning him closer with a coy gesture, before whispering a few enigmatic words in his ear. After hearing her, Jonas felt an overwhelming pressure, but couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement as well. Observing yet another individual buoyed by Ellie's persuasive charm, Regulus shook his head, accustomed to the spectacle, yet still felt compelled to offer a warning. Regarding the Confidentiality Act, we must first secure the headmaster's approval, otherwise, your preparations may be in vain. Professor Dumbledore and I are quite well acquainted. Ellie sensed that the headmaster genuinely wished to benefit the magical community, though their perspectives diverged. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Dumbledore occasionally harbored an inexplicable sense of guilt, perhaps for the magical world, or perhaps due to his inherently compassionate nature. A person with vulnerabilities. Ellie saw no harm in leveraging this quality to achieve her objectives. As Christmas break approached, Ellie and Regulus received a letter from Walburga, as was customary. The letter, consistent with previous ones, urged them to remain safe and mentioned that she would be at the station to greet them. Sitting at the Slytherin table, Ellie absent-mindedly prodded at her breakfast, experiencing for the first time the sentiment of Sirius's reluctance to return home, despite her unwillingness to admit it. The initial anger had dissipated, leaving an undercurrent of fear regarding her impending reunion with Walburga. Regulus sighed, fully aware of the turmoil within Ellie. If you don't want to go back, then don't. Many people are staying at school for the holidays, and I've heard there's a Christmas feast. A little experience wouldn't hurt. Evan, curious, leaned in. What is going on? Are your parents pressuring you to bring back that unruly brother? To her surprise, Ellie re-examined the letter. Discovering it made no mention of Sirius. Glancing over at the Gryffindor table, she saw Sirius wearing a similar frown, which brought her a sense of balance. Perhaps Walburga's sudden change had thrown her off kilter. She had always known that emotions were intertwined with interests, and that love came with conditions. She shouldn't be overly fixated on these matters. When had she become so passive? The kind of parents she desired would have to be molded by her own efforts. A sudden epiphany brightened Ellie's spirits. She devoured her breakfast with gusto, completely dismissing her usual pickiness over unappealing food. Regulus and Evan exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on? Is she really that happy just from glancing at Sirius? Could witnessing another's suffering bring her such joy? The intricacies of a girl's thoughts were truly inscrutable. The express train to the school soon arrived at the platform. After locating Walburga, Ellie embraced her as she had in the past. Walburga momentarily froze in surprise, but soon reciprocated the embrace. She had anticipated a child filled with defiance and resistance, harboring resentment towards her. Perhaps the absence had made her long for her mother. Walburga fancied she understood her child well. After a brief wait, they saw the marauders disembarking. But Sirius was nowhere to be found. He must have used the invisibility cloak, Ellie and Regulus exchanged knowing glances, having spotted him as they boarded the train. Walburga furrowed her brow, torn between inquiring and avoiding interaction with Gryffindor. She hesitated before James, ultimately casting a glance at Regulus. James had been keeping an eye on the situation, and before Regulus could voice his question, he preemptively stated, Sirius chose to stay at school. The nervousness in his demeanor was unmistakable. Walburga was not easily deceived. Her eyebrows shot up in indignation, ready to scold, but Ellie's hand clasped her own. Mother, why do you only care about Sirius? Does he hold more importance in your heart than I do? She fixed her gaze on Walburga, her tone innocently probing, as if she were a child yearning for more parental attention. Choose one, Mother, Sirius or Black. Chapter 93, Sacrifices for the Family. Despite the void of emotion in her eyes, Walburga sensed a veiled threat. She clenched her teeth in frustration, forcing a gentle smile, and opted to disregard Sirius, directly transporting her 2 children home. Oh, it seems you have made a prudent choice for the Blacks, Ellie remarked as she steadied herself. This is for the glory of the family. Do not be too pleased, Mother. The heavy breaths emanating from Walburga behind her revealed her mounting anger. Internally, Walburga grumbled. That ungrateful girl. She must have learned all this from Sirius. Only my Regulus behaves. Upon catching sight of Regulus silently chuckling, her train of thought abruptly ceased. Creature, ever perceptive, discreetly returned the siblings' belongings to their respective rooms, maintaining a low profile. Throughout the holiday, Ellie immersed herself in various Muggle literature, encompassing technological advancements, geographical references, and modes of travel, striving to comprehensively understand Muggle life. She occasionally flaunted her findings in the living room, boldly brandishing a book in front of Walburga and Orion. I am doing this for the Blacks. How can I persuade the club and those at school without thorough knowledge? You can't expect me to single-handedly invigorate the magical community. Even the Dark Lord knows how to recruit Death Eaters. If you can't be of assistance, at least refrain from offering unsolicited advice. Consider how much you have contributed to the family. Do you think I genuinely enjoy reading these? Oh, these filthy Muggle books. These are sacrifices I am making for the family's honor. After Elios' tirade, both adults chose to ignore the increasing number of Muggle items in the house. Orion, having heard her monologue, began to waver in his stance, feeling compelled to contribute, and secretly perused a few management books. After all, Regulus handled matters with greater efficiency than he did. Perhaps he could learn something valuable. As for Walburga, she listened to the all-too-familiar tone with a mix of frustration and helplessness. This wretched girl has truly gone astray. She is merely regurgitating everything I once taught them. With a buoyant mood maintained over the following days, on Christmas Eve, Ellie distributed her meticulously prepared gifts and began planning her upcoming holiday excursions. Merely gleaning knowledge from books would not suffice to fully grasp the extent of Muggle advancements. Securing tickets from Alpheus, she intended to visit the War Museum and various exhibitions with Regulus. If the holiday was spent without exploration, no, without broadening her horizons, it would be utterly meaningless. On Christmas Day, as was customary, she received an abundance of gifts. Her parents sent a set of ornate jewelry, while Regulus gifted her a handcrafted, colorful quill. Alpheus presented her with a Muggle camera, noting that she could take it along for photographs in the coming days. Sirius's gift was a Muggle novel, its title radiating sincerity and virtue, devoid of any note or annotation. Perhaps he intended to awaken her latent conscience. Recalling the gifts she procured from Hogsmeade, Ellie felt no pangs of guilt. After all, Hogsmeade had been closed for quite some time, and the items retrieved from there could certainly be deemed rare for this year. As for the gift from Severus, it was splendid, a third-year potions textbook. It was practical, and she was confident her potions grade would once again soar to an outstanding. It wasn't until the day of their departure for the exhibition that Ellie grasped the true intention behind Alpheus gifting her a camera. Make sure to capture a few photos of us later, he instructed, pointing to himself and Sivia, his eyes brimming with barely contained pride. He donned a stylish gold-gray casual suit, complemented by a long coat of the same hue, each movement exuding charm. Sivia, too, matched him in a cream-colored coat and a knitted scarf. Are you two dating? Ellie inquired hesitantly, her gaze flitting between the pair. It is quite apparent, came Alpheus's response. No, he is still pursuing her, Regulus interjected with a knowing look exchanged between him and Ellie, both of them sharing a teasing glimmer in their eyes. Indeed, I am still in the process of wooing her, Alpheus admitted, conceding first and attributing their newfound closeness to the question Ellie had posed that day, which had inadvertently created an opportunity for them to be together. However, I did speak ill of her idol, you know who, and she has yet to forgive me. Don't discuss such matters in front of the children. We share everything. And they are hardly children, he retorted. As the two engaged in their seemingly oblivious conversation, The siblings walking beside them felt akin to a glaring illumination charm. I must say, it was surprisingly easy for him to agree to take us out this time, Ellie remarked flatly to Regulus. They visited the technology exhibition and the history museum, leaving a few wide-eyed wizards utterly dazzled. The return journey on the Muggle subway made them acutely aware of just how slow the Hogwarts Express truly was. Perhaps the young witches and wizards heading to Hogwarts could not fathom why, despite being magical, they had to ride a modified Muggle train to school, and one that was rather antiquated at that. Their curiosity about the subway led them to the Industrial Museum the following day, where they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Lily Evans. Her striking red hair impossible to overlook. She noticed Ellie and Regulus almost immediately and approached them with delight. Lily was there with her family, eager to spend time with her sister Petunia during the Christmas holidays to mend their relationship. After the initial excitement of meeting her classmates, she hesitated to introduce her family, acutely aware of the wizard's often disdainful attitudes towards Muggles, fearing that the Blacks might look down upon her family and that Petunia might reject her classmates. She found herself momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty. "This is Alpheus, my uncle, and my teacher, Sivia." Alpheus greeted them politely upon hearing her voice, while Sivia responded with an elegant, knowing smile. Relieved by the friendly demeanor of Ellie's companions, Lily began to relax and introduced her family. Lily's parents, much like her, radiated warmth, their excitement palpable at the sight of wizards. Petunia, albeit reluctantly, maintained a facade of civility before their striking appearances and superior demeanor, though her tightly knitted brows betrayed her deep-seated aversion. Ellie raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as a reflection of the general Muggle attitude towards wizards: fear, resistance, and that look of viewing them as curiosities. Suppressing her fleeting scrutiny, Ellie extended the customary greetings of a pure-blood family, exchanging names with Lily. It appeared that Lily was somewhat receptive to this formality, albeit with a slight twitch of discomfort at the corners of her mouth. "I didn't realize there were normal people among wizards. I thought you all were as frightening as that one," she remarked, eliciting Ellie's intrigued glance. "Are we acquainted?" Ellie inquired, her interest piqued by Lily's words. Sensing her sister might utter something unkind, Lily quickly redirected the conversation. She was referring to Severus. Their relationship is somewhat strained. Noticing Lily's discomfort, Ellie deftly sidestepped the topic. "Do you live nearby? Perhaps I could visit you sometime." However, she did not anticipate that such a casual remark would put Lily in an even more awkward position. He isn't home for Christmas this year," Lily stammered, aware of her friend's sensitivity and eager to avoid divulging too much personal information. After the debate, "I thought we'd have more to talk about, but aside from working on homework together, he has been preoccupied with potions. And he hasn't returned home for the holidays." Her flustered demeanor was reminiscent of James when he lied at the train station. Observing the awkwardness of Lily's family, Ellie decided to excuse herself, citing her desire to explore other exhibition halls. In truth, it was the Muggle-born wizards who faced adversity on all fronts, discriminated against by pure-bloods in the magical realm, and looked down upon by their families in the Muggle world. They found no sense of belonging anywhere. Beneath the guise of kindness and salvation, numerous pitfalls lurked. Setting aside her thoughts on the future of Muggle-born wizards, Ellie devoted herself to the museum's exhibits. In the afternoon, they visited the Museum of War and Underground Secrets. The devastation wrought by war was accompanied by the progress of human technology. Deeply moved by her visit, Ellie later purchased several books on strategic planning from the library. Upon seeing the titles of the books she had chosen, Alpheus winced, wishing to impart some words of wisdom, yet unsure of how to begin. He could only silently reassure himself that this child had always acted with discernment. Accompanying Ellie back to school was the projector from her secret base in her room. This was not a modified Muggle device, but rather an alchemical creation that operated automatically upon flipping a switch, entirely independent of electricity. It was sure to prove invaluable during the upcoming club activities, as people often placed greater faith in what they could witness with their own eyes. Since the club's inception, and with her involvement in various groups, Ellie had scarcely found time to complete her assignments in the library. The numerous empty classrooms, both those applied for and those not, provided ample space for her activities, but this also meant her whereabouts were unpredictable. In recent weeks, she had spent her time reading or writing papers in the common room, leading to several missed encounters when Jonas sought her out. After much inquiry, a small owl nervously arrived at the Slytherin common room. Initially curious about which Ravenclaw was seeking her, Ellie stood at the entrance for a brief moment, only to be met with disdainful glares from passing Slytherins. Some even hurling derogatory remarks. Their voices were not loud, yet they reached the ears of the intended recipient. As if his mere presence there was a stroke of bad luck, Jonas had transitioned from his initial nervousness to a poised composure. Upon seeing him, Ellie expressed mild surprise. "You've gathered the materials so quickly?" Despite her relentless pursuit of knowledge in recent days, she still felt inadequately informed. I actually sought help from many people and managed to compile everything. I wanted the president to review it and see what else needs revising, Jonas explained. Coming from a harmonious family with 5 siblings, he found himself positioned in the middle. The family is well-versed in knowledge, featuring a mother who is a university professor and a father who serves as a prominent politician. Had he not been a wizard, he would undoubtedly have had a brilliant future ahead of him. When he received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts and a professor came to their home for guidance, it sparked considerable discord within the family. Yet, what child could possibly resist the allure of a magical world? Fortunately, his family respected his wishes and provided him with unwavering support whenever he needed it. This time, Ellie truly found the right person. He could easily acquire various information about Muggles. Please wait for me here. I need to retrieve a few items. In truth, Ellie intended to return and inform Regulus of her movements, but she also needed to uphold the dignity befitting a president in front of her club members. Jonas surprised Ellie immensely. Not only did he possess ideas, but his overall capabilities were also remarkable. After reviewing the materials he had prepared, Ellie offered only minor suggestions regarding specific details, such as the speed of the aircraft and the duration of the machinery's operation, indicating that the data should be more precise or replaced with metaphors comprehensible to wizards. After all, many wizards genuinely lack basic knowledge. Concepts that Muggles find easily understandable are often beyond the realm of imagination for them. One can never fully grasp that which lies outside their cognitive boundaries. After offering her suggestions, Ellie brought up another matter. As dinner was drawing to a close, Dumbledore sensed a fiery gaze emanating from Slytherin. He turned, his curiosity piqued, and met Ellie's wide, expectant eyes, signaling that she wished to converse. A twinge of unease gripped him as he closed his eyes momentarily. Resigned, he stood and left the table, with the young Slytherin girl trailing closely behind. The venerable professor, clad in his distinctive wizarding robes, walked steadily ahead, deciding to initiate a polite exchange. Ellie, may I refer to you as such? I believe we have grown quite familiar. Of course, you may, Professor, she replied, sensing that the headmaster was once again attempting to adopt a conciliatory approach, though this seemingly cordial interaction would also serve her purpose. Given our familiarity, it seems reasonable for me to make a request shortly, doesn't it? Oh, I noticed that your health appears to have improved. Have you discovered a treatment method? His gentle eyes shimmered with concern, and his silvery hair and long beard added to his kindly demeanor. Ellie followed him up the stairs, pausing behind him as the staircase spiraled to the appropriate floor. That is indeed an excellent question. As she contemplated how to leverage her position, the headmaster unwittingly provided her an opening. Yes, my family has indeed found a treatment method. You would hardly believe it. It was Muggle medical technology that saved me. Specifically a procedure known as heart surgery. She spoke with evident joy at her newfound lease on life, displaying great admiration for this technology. Dumbledore was indeed taken aback. What did he just hear? She referred to her family, which meant the Blacks, did it not? When did pureblood families begin to trust Muggle methods? Moreover, her mention of medical technology and surgery did not seem fabricated. These were terms he had never encountered before. The ever-composed headmaster now found his mouth slightly agape, confusion clouding his eyes. Was this truly the magical world he inhabited? You heard correctly. Seeing Dumbledore's astonishment, Ellie kindly reiterated, you are surprised, are you not? The advancements made by Muggles are truly astonishing. Chapter 95, The Notion of Protection. No. Dumbledore was not only astonished by the capabilities of Muggles, but also by the attitude of the Black family toward them. If that were the case, he might need to reevaluate his perception of this family. What, then, was the significance of a family heir entering Gryffindor? It could be that the choice belonged solely to the child, yet it was also plausible that the Blacks were compelled to adapt due to his decision. Perhaps all of this was merely a fabrication by Miss Black. She certainly knew how to articulate her thoughts. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, his mind swirling with thoughts. Indeed, you are correct. The wisdom and creativity of Muggles are exceptionally remarkable. I believe it is not merely remarkable. There is so much we could learn from them. Ellie continued seamlessly. Regrettably, the Statute of Secrecy imposes numerous restrictions, leaving wizards oblivious to Muggle capabilities. At this, Dumbledore paused, casting a meaningful glance at Ellie before refraining from an immediate response. As they arrived at the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office, he recited the password. Lemon drops. Was this topic truly so sensitive? Even when she had previously broached the subject of dark magic, Dumbledore had not been so evasive. Reflecting on Dumbledore's attitude towards the matter, Ellie adjusted her prepared remarks in her mind. Once inside the headmaster's chamber, Dumbledore first prepared a cup of honeyed water for Ellie, popping a sweet into his mouth as he gestured for her to sit. Perhaps I might discern Miss Black's intentions. Are you seeking to dismantle the Statute of Secrecy? Though his tone remained gentle and accommodating, the sharpness in his gaze was unmistakable. Moreover, he had shifted his terminology. He had previously referred to her as Ellie and now addressed her as Miss Black, not to dismantle, but to reform the statute of secrecy. Recognizing his shift, Ellie deftly altered her rhetoric. To ensure stability within the magical community, the statute of secrecy must undergo reform. For instance, certain protective regulations regarding muggles may lead wizards to mistakenly perceive them as weak. The rules of any world are rooted in the survival of the fittest. The rationale for protecting the weak only fosters discrimination. Dumbledore pondered her words, the phrase survival of the fittest resonating with a certain cruelty. I fear I cannot concur with your perspective. Muggles inherently require protection. Wizards possess magic, which is not merely a gift, but a responsibility. Oh, how quintessentially Gryffindor of you. Focused solely on action without considering whether such actions are indeed beneficial. Ellie did not choose to conceal her emotions. Only through fervent condemnation could she hope to awaken him. Protection? That term itself embodies your disdain for muggles. What truly requires protection? The magical world has laws safeguarding magical creatures, while muggles have their conservation acts for endangered flora and fauna. Only species lacking survival capabilities warrant protection. You fundamentally belittle muggles. If you admire their wisdom, why then question their abilities? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by the pain evident in her expression and began to reflect involuntarily. Indeed, great power can lead to arrogance. Perhaps I have unwittingly adopted such a mindset. Yet, whether in physicality or prowess, were muggles not indeed weaker than wizards? As realization dawned, Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. He had nearly been led astray by her words. Without these protective regulations, wizards could easily harm muggles, a fact that was indisputable. He mirrored Ellie's tone, engaging her in spirited debate. You speak of individual comparisons, while I am addressing the entirety of the wizarding and muggle communities. To my knowledge, muggles possess numerous methods to eliminate wizards. While it is true that safeguarding muggles from harm is a noble endeavor, one cannot expect to garner the support of more wizards merely under the pretense of protection. I, however, can bridge that gap. It is only by making them aware of the disparity between allies and adversaries that we can truly foster compliance. This delineates the fundamental divergence in mindset between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The former values the journey, while the latter prioritizes the outcome, in pursuit of their goals. Slytherins are often prepared to employ any means necessary. Her unwavering confidence can indeed inspire belief in others. So, Ellie, what is your motivation behind reforming the statute of secrecy? While I may not ascertain the outcome, possessing a modicum of insight would certainly assuage my concerns. Ellie responded with palpable ambition, her eyes brimming with aspirations for a brighter future. She envisioned a more equitable society, one that diminishes the discrimination wizards harbor towards muggles and muggleborns, all while fostering the advancement of the magical community. It is imperative that wizards possess a clear understanding of the world to secure long-term benefits. Muggles are merely tools. The statute exists to protect wizards. Only by confronting the external crises can wizards unite and compel the magical realm to evolve. Of course, she did not utter any deceitful words, for muggleborns are indeed an integral part of the magical community. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, seemingly quite pleased with her response. What form will this initiative take? The objective is so evidently defined that it hardly resembles a debate, and who can say for certain? As the final summary will ultimately revert to her domain. A speech. The sound of a teacup clattering against the table broke the silence, splattering a few droplets of water onto Dumbledore's purple starry robes. Ellie looked up at the headmaster in confusion. What was amiss? Was this some shocking manner of expression? Oh, my apologies. I'm getting on in years and seem to have lost my grip. Dumbledore chuckled sheepishly, waving a hand to conjure a silent spell that cleared the table and his garments of the moisture. His demeanor, however, belied his calm words, as his silver beard seemed to tremble with anxiety. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. In terms of character, Ellie held Dumbledore in high regard. Throughout their numerous exchanges, he had never once inflicted upon her any negative sentiments. As headmaster, he showed her considerable kindness, perhaps due to her previous status as a marginalized individual. Were she in his position, she would undoubtedly have summarily dismissed someone like herself as a disruptive element within the school. She could not imagine possessing his patience and ability to educate with such care. Dumbledore sighed, genuinely apprehensive of the remarkable youth of today. After much hesitation, he finally posed the question, do you ever feel that the space in which wizards reside is too confined? Despite our formidable power, we find ourselves needing to hide when confronted by muggles. Is that a sentiment you share? This concern was understandable, as the Dark Lord had wielded similar rhetoric to incite the Death Eaters. Certainly not, Ellie replied with resolute conviction. We are not merely wizards, we are also human beings. When we set aside our wands, We share this vast environment with billions of muggles. When we take up our wands, we possess access to a magical realm uniquely our own. Whether we choose to hide or not is entirely at our discretion. We must adhere to muggle rules in their world and to wizarding rules in ours. Dumbledore had never encountered such a perspective before, and it struck him with clarity. If the denizens of the magical realm could adopt this mindset, harmony between wizards and muggles could indeed be achieved. I hope you will once again surprise me with your insights. He prefaced, I may inadvertently portray muggles as imaginary foes. It was prudent to clarify this up front. She had no desire to be interrupted mid-speech. Each conversation with Ellie sent Dumbledore's heart racing, akin to riding an uncontrollable broomstick, oscillating between excessive worry and premature delight. He even pondered whether Miss Black derived amusement from toying with this elderly gentleman. This seems to contradict your earlier stated goals. Do you not fear exacerbating the divide between wizards and muggles? Conflict can be a catalyst for achieving objectives. In Slytherin, only the strong merit respect. Moreover, what is wrong with a segment of the populace remaining vigilant? Muggles have not historically displayed friendliness towards wizards. Observing Dumbledore's alternating frowns of disapproval and scrutinizing glances, Ellie endeavored to maintain her composure. This benevolent white wizard surely did not expect wizards to relinquish their prejudices against muggles, did he? It seemed contradictory to advocate for peaceful coexistence while simultaneously urging the victims of the witch hunt to abandon their hatred. Dumbledore's apprehensions were entirely justified, as opposition invariably breeds conflict. If wizards were to develop along the lines you envision, their burgeoning power would inevitably amplify their ambitions. How can you guarantee that such antagonistic sentiments will not escalate into warfare? He remained steadfast in his belief that power is the most corrosive force to the human spirit. You underestimate muggles. The entire wizarding population scarcely numbers in the tens of thousands. What leads you to believe that they can rival the wisdom of billions of muggles? Sensing Dumbledore's concerns had diminished, Ellie rose to take her leave. Yet, before exiting the headmaster's office, she added, Please ensure you attend this upcoming speech and take the opportunity to understand the so-called weak muggles. Her message was unmistakably clear. Open your eyes to the world beyond your own, and abandon the fantasy of aiding the weak as a means of self-redemption. The headmaster was left alone in his office, placing another piece of lemon sherbet into his mouth. Miss Black, was that a subtle jab at me? He mused. Youth is indeed a delightful phase, free from the burden of restraint. Oh, he should have devised a reason to deduct points from Slytherin for that earlier incident. Jonas, a fifth-year student, was inundated with coursework and exams this year. To save time, he occasionally went directly to the Slytherin long table after meals to consult with Ellie about revising the speech. In truth, he had only visited twice. But it was exceedingly rare for a Muggle-born to be found in Slytherin, and even though the other was a Ravenclaw, their presence together sparked considerable discontent. However, once they noted that he was conversing with Black, they fell silent. The two individuals remained oblivious to the scrutiny surrounding them. This solemn attention dissipated the following day, as Ellie had already clarified in the common room that the theme of their club was to dismantle the statute of secrecy. Now, they regarded Jonas with expressions akin to that of a fool. As a Muggle-born, he dared to contemplate the abrogation of the statute. What would remain to safeguard Muggles? Ellie had privately informed Jonas that the speech would position Muggles as the opposition, and after a moment's contemplation, he quickly grasped her intentions. Perhaps due to a political figure in his family, Jonas wholeheartedly supported Ellie's approach. The delicate balance of interests was a common tactic among politicians. Actions matter more than intentions, as long as they yield results. Sitting across from them, Travers was nearly consumed by envy. He was acutely aware of every move Ellie made and missed no club activities in which she participated. Unlike those Slytherins who merely scoffed, he had learned after the first historical magic discussion that Muggles were perhaps not as simplistic as the adults portrayed them. Nevertheless, this revelation did nothing to assuage his aversion to Muggle-borns. Straining his mind, he could not fathom what grand undertaking Ellie required the assistance of a mudblood for. He was not truly so foolish. Over this extended period, he had discerned that Ellie did not particularly care for blood lineage. She managed to coexist amicably with every Muggle-born or half-blood, just as the goddess remained oblivious to the extent of her sanctity. She was also unaware of the repulsiveness of those who sought to tarnish her. As he contemplated this, he cast a fierce glare at Severus, who was not far away. Others might be oblivious, but could he truly remain unaware? The most nefarious of them all was this half-blood, and yet he found himself unable to best him, particularly since this half-blood was of great utility to Miss Black. The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he became, silently cursing through gritted teeth. Severus had grown quite accustomed to that penetrating gaze. He scoffed softly, yet another fool. He had been at odds with Travers for quite some time. Ever since Ellie had declared her intent to resolve matters, Travers had indeed refrained from overtly troubling him. However, The clandestine threats and insults had not diminished. What a despicable half-blood. He should not dare to appear before Miss Black, and had even derided him for resorting to underhanded tactics. He had taught Travers a lesson on numerous occasions while practicing dark magic. In every respect, he was no inferior to those purebloods. Yet, he had not been entirely inaccurate. The Blacks would never permit her to associate with a half-blood. As Severus pondered this, his gaze darkened, and he began to fiddle with the potion vial in his pocket. He would procure himself additional leverage. That evening, in the Slytherin common room, when Severus approached, Ellie felt a twinge of guilt. In recent days, absorbed in cramming Muggle knowledge, she had neglected the study of the principles behind spell innovation. She was reluctant to admit that her struggles with the material had left her somewhat disheartened. Before she could concoct an appropriate excuse, she saw him produce a vial of shimmering gold-hued potion and extend it towards her. Ellie looked up at him, her curiosity piqued. An improved version of the invigorating potion. His tone remained as calm as ever, yet his eyes concealed a glimmer of anticipation. Regulus, seated closely beside Ellie, stood up in disbelief and exclaimed, "You've improved the invigorating potion?" The vial of golden potion sparkled under the reflections of the lake's shimmering surface, casting tiny lights. It was no wonder they failed to recognize it. The original invigorating potion was amber in hue, entirely unlike this one. Yes, Madame Pomfrey assisted in delivering it to St. Mungo's for testing. The restorative effects are swifter and superior, Severus affirmed with a slight nod, elaborating on the potion's efficacy. From her vantage point, Ellie could clearly observe the depths of his dark eyes, which held both tension and sincerity. The smooth surface of the crystal vial felt warm in her hand, and an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. Those eyes seemed to pierce through her very soul. She had underestimated his capabilities and his earnestness regarding this matter, failing to inform him that she no longer required the potion as desperately as before. Even without it, her life was not in jeopardy. She suddenly realized that her previous teasing and testing of his feelings felt akin to sacrilege against such genuine affection. When she finally spoke again, Ellie felt her throat dry, and for the first time, she averted her gaze. "Thank you." Chapter 97. Dissemination of Muggle Awareness. After Severus departed, Ellie discovered that the potion was not merely an enhanced version, but also orange-flavored. It seemed he had indeed put forth considerable effort. The original invigorating potion contained dragon blood and silverleaf, yielding a taste that was both pungent and bitter, leaving one yearning to escape this beautiful world after each sip. He had even neglected to mention this detail upon leaving. How splendid! She felt even more guilty. In an attempt to atone for this sense of indebtedness, Ellie assisted Severus in applying for a patent with the Potion Makers Association. She also urged him to draft a paper on the improved invigorating potion, intending to submit it for publication in the future weekly. Regarding the speech on the secrecy law, Ellie announced it a week in advance within the club to build anticipation. As with previous events, this one garnered significant attention. Once again, they were delving into a legally contentious topic. Club members and the entire student body had grown accustomed to Ellie's audacity. This time, the event required only the organizational team to maintain order. Ellie had preemptively enlisted the headmaster to serve as the lighting technician for the speech, as the hall's ceiling magic and candles needed his supervision. After all, projectors are best utilized in dimly lit settings. Students from all four houses filled the long tables early, eagerly awaiting the MCS event. Once everything was prepared, Ellie took to the prearranged podium, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. "Good afternoon, esteemed classmates and respected teachers. Today, I shall discuss the International Wizarding Secrecy Law." The narrative that followed was quite harrowing. Many students might find it difficult to accept, but she urged them to remain calm and listen attentively, promising to allow time for questions. From the late 15th century to the 17th century, nearly 2 centuries, Muggles had engaged in a widespread witch hunt. The capture of witches was enshrined in Muggle law, leading to persecution, burning, and various forms of execution for witches. To ensure the survival and rights of witches, they signed the International Wizarding Secrecy Law in 1689. Henceforth, witches were compelled to conceal themselves. The law was gradually refined, incorporating giants, werewolves, fairies, and magical creatures, culminating in the modern magical community. Subsequently, conflict arose over resource disputes, resulting in wars between wizards and various magical beings. After the wars concluded, wizards briefly found themselves devoid of enemies. Their triumph inflated their confidence, leading to the distortion of magical history, boasting of wartime achievements and disparaging Muggles, which their descendants came to believe. The vast net known as the secrecy law protected the safety of wizards while simultaneously ensnaring their sources of information. As the vanquished, wizards endured brutal struggles, believing they had matured. Yet, could Muggles, as victors, still pose a threat to wizards? After Ellie uttered this statement, the entire hall darkened. A colossal screen materialized in front of the head table, showcasing the progression of Muggle civilization, Enlightenment in the 1700s, the Industrial Revolution between 1760 and 1840, steam locomotives, railways, the chemical industry, and advancements in machinery unfolded one after the other, including a train reminiscent of the Hogwarts Express, which elicited gasps from the students. Following this were various reforms and wars across nations, bloodshed, brutality, a cacophony of gunfire, Muggle weaponry, communication devices, tanks, fighter planes, and battleships, culminating in the dropping of an atomic bomb, capable of illuminating the entire hall. A tremendous roar silenced the assembly. Students from all houses instinctively held their breath, their eyes wide in shock at the images of landscapes reduced to rubble on the screen. The time in the upper right corner froze at 1945, with the screen indicating the blast radius and a death toll of 140,000. It was not until Jonas took the stage that the students could pull themselves from the trance induced by the preceding visuals. Next came Jonas's turn to deliver a speech. He began with polite greetings before addressing the images, recounting the current advancements of Muggles. Rather than a speech, it felt more akin to a lecture. As he meticulously detailed everything from daily necessities to technological developments, the firing rate and damage of weaponry, leaving no detail unexamined. Various convenient modes of transportation were also enumerated. The students enamored with Quidditch soon realized that the swiftness of flying broomsticks could not evade the relentless pursuit of a Muggle helicopter. Those who had enrolled in Muggle studies expressed that listening to Jonas's concise exposition, lasting merely a few minutes, proved more enlightening than years of coursework. Notably, he concluded with a caveat that the information shared was indeed publicly accessible. It may not be obsolete, but it undoubtedly pales in comparison to what is more advanced. Jonas's portrayal of Muggle society opened the eyes of all present. Not only pureblood and half-blood wizards, but even those Muggle-born wizards, newly cognizant of the world's advancements, were taken aback by the revelations. As he departed the stage, he was met with rapturous applause. Do you still regard Muggles as feeble? My response is unequivocal. Individuals are indeed vulnerable. Ellie gently tapped her temple with 2 fingers, yet through their ingenuity, Muggles have wrought countless miracles, and they continue to innovate. A solitary Muggle may not match a wizardess prowess, but what of 10? 100? Can you fathom the sheer number of Muggles in existence? 40 billion. And what if we factor in their weaponry? What wizard could evade the speed of firearms? Have you contemplated the possibility of a renewed witch hunt? Observing the expressions of the audience, Ellie discerned that the answer was a resounding no. No one had considered such a scenario. Among both pureblood and half-blood students, dissenting voices began to emerge. Magic is wondrous. They are confident that charms render Muggles oblivious to the presence of wizards, and the statute of secrecy conceals the wizarding world effectively. However, some Muggle-born wizards remained silent, recalling their experiences in the Muggle world before their enrollment, where their differences subjected them to discrimination. They could not naively assert that all Muggles are benevolent and friendly. Muggles invented the camera and infrared technology in the 18th century, and many are unaware of the extent to which these have evolved. With a flick of her wand, Ellie transmuted a button into a camera, each tap of her wand symbolizing a leap forward in technological advancement. She then briefly elucidated the principles of infrared thermal imaging. With such technology in play, even our invisibility charms would prove futile. The strides in technology have emerged only in recent decades. Envision the speed at which Muggle surveillance will proliferate given their current pace of progress. Under comprehensive monitoring, all changes and anomalies among wizards would be laid bare, disappearing near the broken bow and would inevitably be captured on film, and the Ministry of Magic, nestled in the heart of London, would be the first to be exposed. Do you believe that Hogwarts' ancient magic can truly disrupt the magnetic field and ensure our safety? Muggles are excessively depleting natural resources. Should technological advancements continue, they will inevitably detect any anomalies in the vicinity. Unable to break our enchantments, they could unleash overwhelming firepower. Would our protective spells withstand the nuclear bombs we just witnessed? While some remained unfazed at the thought of the Ministry being exposed, the mere mention of Hogwarts sent ripples of tension through the students. The statute of secrecy we refrain from violating will eventually be breached by Muggles, and when that time comes, we shall find ourselves in a position of vulnerability, ripe for exploitation. Chapter 98. For freedom, for survival. Such sentiments may resonate as alarmist rhetoric. Among the audience, a few astute young wizards began to voice their skepticism. Some students, deeply immersed in the discussion, started devising strategies. If abnormalities are detected, one could employ the Obliviate charm on Muggles or expand the Muggle-repelling charm around Hogwarts. This matter required no elaboration from Ellie, as Muggle-born wizards in attendance were already countering with objections. After all, Muggles are not oblivious. A high number of memory losses would certainly raise societal concerns, and intervention from higher authorities would only hasten the demise of the wizarding world. As for the repelling charm, those engaged in scientific inquiry revel in exploring such anomalies, potentially even advancing electromagnetic research. The young wizards grew increasingly despondent, their faces etched with worry, as if Muggle bombs were poised to rain down upon Hogwarts. Whether out of indignation or a profound disruption of their long-held beliefs, a Slytherin student rose in righteous anger. Who can ascertain the veracity of your claims? What you present may well be fabrications. He had relatives among the Death Eaters, and during breaks at home, he had overheard their derision of Muggles, even sharing their ease in controlling Muggle lives and deaths. He refused to believe that wizards would ever be vanquished. How could we be bested by Muggles? Are the legacies of glory passed down from our ancestors mere illusions? His hysterical voice echoed throughout the hall, reflecting not only a shift in perception, but also the crumbling faith of many Slytherins. Elios' composure stood in stark contrast to his flushed face. You must first understand that the greatness of our forebears, their formidable magic, is but a fraction of their legacy. More crucial is their resistance to oppression and their courage to challenge the injustices of fate. Even when faced with adversity, they forged the magical realm with their very flesh and blood, fighting tirelessly for our survival. Wizards are inherently endowed with magic, destined to be extraordinary. Survival is merely Merlin's test of our resolve. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is our lack of courage to confront reality. The Slytherin student parted his lips, yet no words escaped as he retreated to his seat. Indeed, even in defeat, our ancestors remain the heroes of the magical world. The struggle and resistance itself creates glory. He found himself at a loss for words, as if a newfound pride had swelled within him. Initially, when I first uncovered the truth, I, like you, found it difficult to accept. I could not fathom the plight of wizards in a position of disadvantage. Nor could I reconcile the deception presented by the Statute of Secrecy. Clearly stated within were provisions to protect Muggles, further blurring our understanding of strength and weakness. Laws ought to serve wizards, not constrain them, nor should they be wielded to shield our adversaries. Muggles grow stronger with each passing day, while in contrast, I see stagnation, conservatism, and regression within the wizarding community. How long has it been since our textbooks were updated? How long since a new and powerful spell has emerged? Has alchemy made any breakthroughs? Has our economic situation improved? Content with the status quo, we are remiss in honoring the efforts of our ancestors. The enemy advances. While we remain ensnared in the year 1689, the Statute of Secrecy has become the shackle that hinders our progress. Fellow students, Muggles will not grant us the luxury of slumber. We can no longer afford to be blinded by the Statute of Secrecy. For freedom, for dignity, for survival. Most importantly, for our awakening self-awareness. As her words resonated, applause erupted like a torrential downpour, with a significant portion of the students rising in fervent cheer. Dumbledore, seated at the staff table, observed the scene with a profound sense of reflection. No wonder one must first fortify their own psyche. Such incendiary rhetoric is clearly aimed at inciting opposition against Muggles, against the law. Students are easily swept up by such impassioned sentiments, and he found it increasingly difficult to remain silent. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that her considerations were remarkably comprehensive, given her projections regarding Muggle development. The wizarding world may indeed be at risk of exposure. However, how might Muggle-born students navigate this reality? Echoing Dumbledore's concerns, some Muggle-born and pro-Muggle wizards felt profoundly uncomfortable amidst the applause, for the Muggles they had encountered were not the perilous beings being described. Several individuals were eagerly raising their hands, eager to voice their opinions. Ellie chose the healer from Hufflepuff, Macmillan, a member of MCS and a staunch supporter of Muggle rights, whose bloodline is pure. Just as wizards, Muggles are also categorized into the benevolent and the malevolent. The witch hunt movement stemmed from the ignorance and fear of the unknown that plagued Muggles at that time. Times are changing, and many wizards and Muggles now coexist harmoniously. We ought not to remain shackled by the prejudices of the past. Ellie and Jonas exchanged a discreet glance, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. They had been grappling with the challenge of reform, initially intending to articulate some developmental plans directly. It is only through the emergence of diverse perspectives that we can achieve multifaceted progress. Such insightful observations. So, apart from family and friends, how many Muggles do you believe can perceive wizards in a rational light? The coexistence of Muggles and wizards is indeed a bilateral issue, necessitating that both parties relinquish their biases. Why not advocate for the acceptance of wizards among the 4 billion Muggles? Is it because wizards are few in number? Or do you perceive wizards as being in a position of vulnerability, leading you to think that only wizards should compromise? As Ellie posed her questions, a smile played on her lips, yet her eyes betrayed no emotion, and her voice unwittingly carried a chill. Many wizards share this sentiment, naively believing that it is the responsibility of wizards alone to accept muggles. Observing Macmillan slump down in despair, Ellie continued her discourse. Indeed, we should not dwell excessively on past animosities. Remembering history is essential to avoid repeating our mistakes. Currently, we cannot compete with muggles, and thus we must learn how to coexist with them. We must understand them, learn from them, and continually innovate spells in response to their various technologies. By taking preventative measures, we can enhance our chances of survival should we encounter danger. As I previously mentioned, the coexistence of muggles and wizards will be a long-term revolution. Of course, if muggles can truly set aside their prejudices, peaceful coexistence would also be a commendable option. For those who genuinely hold such thoughts, it is imperative not to merely chant slogans. Rather, they must strive earnestly for the coexistence of muggles and wizards. This could serve as the topic for our next discussion, and I look forward to your more concrete and feasible plans. Thus, the next theme was aptly determined, soothing the sentiments of muggle supporters while subtly alleviating the tensions between wizards and muggles. Ellie's words were impeccably articulated, the hall's ceiling reflecting the bright sunshine outside as she smoothly delivered the closing remarks for the event. She expressed her gratitude to the esteemed faculty and fellow students for participating in this speech event, addressing the International Wizarding Secrecy Act and regarding muggles. She hoped that through MCES, everyone could gain a better understanding of the true nature of the world, recognize oneself, comprehend muggles, and grasp magic. The glory of wizards must be forged by our own hands. Let us create a brand new magical realm, not only for our families, but for ourselves. Chapter 99, The Muggle Learning Surge. The students in the audience stood and applauded in unison, with some young wizards excitedly clapping until their palms turned red. Their eyes sparkled with longing as they fixated on the figure on stage, watching as she exited. The applause resounded for an extended period, leaving the students from various houses yearning for more from the speech. A Slytherin girl clutched her chest, appearing breathless. "Miss Black is magnificent. My heart is racing. I want to join MCES." A friend beside her nodded in agreement, whispering her thoughts. Others seated nearby echoed their sentiments with fervent nods. Many Slytherin students harbored similar thoughts, having been educated on the glory of their lineage and the need to maintain their family's honor. Yet today, they realized it was not so straightforward. Their ancestors had contributed to the magical world, and now they too had the opportunity to achieve glory, perhaps even surpassing them. Some children of Death Eaters began to compare themselves with their parents internally, gradually developing a sense of superiority. Look, you pursued the interests of purebloods. While we are now fighting for the magical realm, you are blindly undermining the secrecy laws, while we are beginning to recognize the truth, genuinely seeking ways to surpass muggles. No child could resist the allure of that transcendent clarity. Wait a moment. Does this mean our parents were wrong? Was the Dark Lord's ideology misguided? The foolish fail to consider, while the wise dare not delve too deeply. The Slytherin students tacitly avoided discussing such sensitive topics, even refraining from communicating with their parents for fear of misinterpretation. Yes, indeed, we should contemplate Miss Black's intentions, breaking the secrecy laws and emphasizing the dangers posed by muggles. After all, it is Black. Following her will surely lead us right. In contrast to the deep reflections of Slytherin, students from other houses reacted differently. The students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, one group inclined toward rational analysis and the other towards pragmatic action, began collaborating to plan the next topic of discussion. A portion of Gryffindor students maintained a facade of hostility toward Slytherin, yet internally, they were already stirred with fervor. Another group, indifferent to such rivalries, had already set off toward the MCS activity room, driven to act for the magical realm. In fact, in previous events, many students had been captivated by Ellie's stellar performance. Time and again, she had astounded them, leading them forward step by step. It turned out that the magical world could be so exciting, and that even someone as small as herself could alter the future of magic. Sirius stared blankly at the projector and screen in the center of the hall. The last time he had seen this was in their secret base. He still did not know the password to enter. In that moment, he suddenly found himself questioning whether his persistence was right or wrong. Sometimes, he even lost sight of what he was holding on to, merely adhering to dogmatic beliefs, determined to follow one path to the end. He suddenly recalled a question Ellie had posed to him years ago. Do you know what justice is? Do you have a standard for justice in your heart? How had he responded? Gryffindor embodies justice. Hey, mate, what are you staring at? Snap out of it, James exclaimed, waving his hand in front of Sirius's face. The sudden sound jolted him back to reality, and he swatted away the hand obstructing his view, pride unmistakable in his tone. My sister is amazing, isn't she? It was no exaggeration to say that, given the student's current state, Ellie could rally Gryffindor at her call. Of course, even if she were a Slytherin, one could not deny her brilliance. Everything she did was the most remarkable adventure in the world. In James's mind, Ellie had ascended to an exalted level. She dared to challenge the secrecy laws. For those who only defied school rules at Hogwarts, this was akin to a dimensional blow. It rendered their trivial antics almost laughable in comparison. Yet she was so exceptional that it would make sense for Lily to develop feelings for her. You don't stand a chance. You could never compete with her. The love-struck brother was hopelessly infatuated, and Sirius decided to stoke the flames further. No, I still have a chance. Lily really enjoys watching Quidditch, and that's something I excel at. Watching James crumble under Sirius's words, Remus silently chuckled nearby. Upon noticing Remus's reaction, the group engaged in playful banter once more. Dumbledore observed the students' reactions from the stage, murmuring to himself how delightful youth is, before quietly departing from the teacher's table. The response to this speech was quite favorable, leading to an increase in various Muggle items around the school. The Muggle-born wizards found themselves predominantly occupied with writing letters to their families, requesting assistance in purchasing these items. However, all electromagnetic devices were rendered ineffective at Hogwarts. Consequently, some began to experiment with modifying Muggle objects, albeit in secrecy. The attitude of the Hufflepuff students towards Muggle-born wizards remained unchanged. They continued to extend their characteristic friendliness. Initially, Ravenclaw students bombarded them with questions, eager to glean more useful knowledge. Yet, upon realizing that the Muggle-born wizards did not possess significantly more information than themselves, their interest waned, leading them to prefer learning from books instead. During class, Barty had shared his grievances with Ellie about the plethora of Muggle textbooks and various encyclopedias that had recently been added to the Ravenclaw library. Now, each of them seemed more than capable of assuming the role of a professor for the Muggle Studies course. In contrast, Slytherin's perspective on Muggle-born wizards had shifted from disdain and aversion to sheer loathing. The Muggle-borns merely shrugged it off, having grown accustomed to such attitudes. Their insults held little weight in the current Slytherin's discourse. Perhaps it was the collective awareness of the Muggle strength that bolstered their confidence. Proud of their identities, they found themselves indifferent to the occasional slights thrown their way. Their retorts were equally potent. Without us, would you understand Muggles better? Our efforts are no less than anyone else's. The purebloods of Slytherin could only find solace in their hearts, reminding themselves that, for the sake of utility, they would not stoop to engage with them. The dynamic between purebloods and Muggleborns grew increasingly peculiar, yet harmonious. To Ellie's surprise, Severus harbored a disdain for Muggles as well. The paper on improved potions he had previously written was sent by Ellie to the International Potions Association, whose publications held great authority in the field. Today, a response arrived, accompanied by a medal. While delivering these to Severus, Ellie, adhering to the current academic climate, brought him a book on Muggle pharmaceutical development. Although he masked it well, Ellie noticed a fleeting glimmer of rejection in his eyes. Did he not like it? She had assumed that living in the Muggle world and befriending Muggleborns would make him more accepting of Muggle matters. Reflecting on their first encounter, it became evident that he had not fared well in the Muggle realm. No, I do like it, he replied quickly, as if desperately trying to amend his earlier attitude. However, upon realizing the inappropriateness of such a response, he fell silent. Ellie's laughter escaped her as she heard his words. You need not force yourself, if you dislike it. You needn't read it. The book contained foundational knowledge of medicine, and she was uncertain of its relevance to potions. It was merely something she had brought along. Do you truly loathe Muggles? This inquiry caused Severus to furrow his brows. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured, My father was not a good man. I hold no favorable impressions of Muggles. There was nothing to conceal. It was simple for Black to uncover a person's background. Though aware that Ellie bore no discrimination against blood status, Severus scrutinized her every movement, keen to catch any subtle shift in her emotions. That same look again. Ellie blinked rapidly, averting her gaze. You are formidable now. You could easily teach him a lesson, compelling him to treat you better. This suggestion bore the unmistakable hallmark of Miss Black, prompting an involuntary smirk from Severus. Yet, the thought of his father extinguished any trace of humor. To love someone often induces a desire to share more, yet a young man is loath to reveal any vulnerabilities. My mother would never approve. She loves him dearly. The irony in Severus's eyes was palpable as he spoke the latter half of the statement. Wasn't his mother a prince? A witch from a renowned potion-making lineage. And yet she allowed her own child to suffer? She loves him? It seemed her affection for her husband eclipsed her love for her own child, permitting him to harm Severus. Ellie silently analyzed the implications of his words, her brows unconsciously knitting together. Then let us teach her a lesson as well. So they both comply. Her tone was grave, devoid of jest, oblivious to the fact that reprimanding one's parents might seem utterly absurd to others. After a brief pause of astonishment, Severus couldn't help but chuckle. Underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside school. And did you not say that muggles are more powerful than wizards? He acknowledged his limited understanding of muggles, having only been exposed to the dregs of society in Spinner's End, where his father was but one of many. All the muggles he had encountered were despicable. Surely, Eileen did not submit to her plight due to any inferiority to muggles. Are wizards truly inferior to muggles? Of course not. I only said that to spur them on. You are different. You need not heed my words. You possess both talent and diligence. You are exceptional. Severus's gaze flickered, his grip tightening around the muggle book. She was adept at sweet-talking. He could only trust half of a deceiver's words. In direct confrontation, wizards would undoubtedly fall short against muggles. Yet, there was no necessity for such a confrontation, nor for the brazen violation of the statute of secrecy. As long as we remained sufficiently dispersed, concealed among muggles, they would not employ weapons of mass destruction. Of course, strategy was paramount. Muggles were currently embroiled in a tense international situation, making them susceptible to conflict and inciting wars between nations. A simple killing curse or exploding curse could obliterate the roots of their interests. Muggles were inherently plagued by disputes. They were never a monolith. Furthermore, they were ill-equipped to withstand widespread magical curses. Setting aside dark magic such as fiendfire, a few potent weather spells could unleash meteorological disasters. A nation experiencing multiple sequential natural disasters would inevitably face man-made calamities. This was merely the beginning of turmoil. Such disasters would trigger a cascade of reactions, like resource scarcity, leading to conflict over resources. They would crumble from within, never realizing that wizards were involved. Drawing from the books she had perused in recent days, Ellie could conceive numerous strategies to bring about the downfall of muggles. However, such actions were unnecessary. Mutual destruction would benefit neither side. It did not align with her long-term aspirations. Severus gazed intently at her as she spoke with fervor, casually discussing cataclysmic plans as if she could effortlessly manipulate the world at her fingertips. It was only moments after concluding her discourse that Ellie recognized the profound silence enveloping the potion's lounge. When she glanced upward, she found herself ensnared by those obsidian eyes. In their profound and focused gaze lay an unmistakable purity of emotion, as though his world contained only her. Surely, it was the weather spell she had just described at work. The wind and snow were too fierce, drawing her into their tempest. Thump, thump. Her heartbeat seemed to slow for a moment, only to accelerate once more, a rhythm distinct from her usual pace, yet equally disorienting. Ellie unconsciously clutched the front of her school robe, attempting to alleviate the sudden surge of anxiety. Are you unwell? Noticing her gesture, Severus swiftly retrieved a vial of shimmering golden potion from her robe pocket. A little, no, not at all. As the words escaped her lips, she realized the inconsistency of her statement and hurriedly denied it, though she was unsure of what she was trying to conceal. Severus frowned, presuming she was reluctant to take the potion, and resorted to his trump card. If you refuse to drink the potion, I shall inform Regulus. What does that have to do with Rail? It's all because of you. Upon uttering those words, Ellie was left uncertain whether to cover her chest or her mouth, her eyes blinking rapidly as she scrambled to amend her previous remark. I meant, it's all your fault. Ah, my fault. The willful Miss Black always found various excuses. Severus merely wished for her to consume the potion without further delay. Did he truly consider himself to be soothing a disobedient child? Ellie clenched her jaw and seized the potion bottle, downing its contents in one swift motion. The lingering tang of sweet orange in her mouth was fleeting. As she suddenly felt a hand glide across her back, the spot that had been touched felt as if it had been scalded, igniting an overwhelming itch. Instantly, Ellie straightened her back, gazing at Severus in shock. He, too, looked bewildered. He had merely intended to help her stabilize her emotions by patting her back, as was customary. Do you feel better? No need, the potion is quite effective. Perhaps it was a bit too effective, for she had never felt her heartbeat so powerfully before. Ellie instinctively recoiled, avoiding his next touch, and hastily excused herself before fleeing the laboratory. Only when she could no longer hear her footsteps did Severus let his arms drop in disappointment, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes swirling with inscrutable emotions. Rushing back to the common room, Ellie gradually calmed her racing heart. Upon seeing Regulus, her lips parted several times, hesitating to speak. Unsure of how to articulate her current state, she was accustomed to discussing matters with Rail. Regulus, who usually discerned her thoughts effortlessly, now blinked at her in confusion. His eyes, so strikingly similar to hers, filled with clarity. What are you two gazing at? Evan observed the sibling pair locked in a prolonged silence, curiosity piqued. Ellie found herself unable to voice her thoughts, casting a reluctant glance at Evan before collapsing onto the sofa in exasperation. It's nothing. Chapter 101. Are you seducing me? Since that day, Ellie had not returned to the potion laboratory, and whenever her eyes met Severus's, she instinctively averted her gaze. Regulus could clearly sense that she was evading something. Naturally, he had learned about Ellie consuming the potion, as Severus had handed her a new vial right in front of him. Have you had an episode recently? When? Upon realizing it was a heart-strengthening potion, Regulus inquired anxiously. Believing Ellie's condition had been under control. Yes. Aware that any excuse would be seen through, Ellie opted for honesty. Just a few days ago. I'm fine now. The new potion works wonders. If one listened closely, they could detect the bite in her tone. She hastily stowed the potion with a less than gentle motion, glaring fiercely at Severus. Didn't you say you wouldn't tell Regulus if I drank the potion? True, you didn't say it, but how is that any different from telling him directly? At her fierce gaze, Severus subtly pressed his lips together. He found her vibrant expression of emotion endearing. He longed for those starry, brilliant eyes to forever be directed at him. From Ellie's perspective, his gaze, filled with mirth, seemed nothing short of provocative. Returning a feigned smile, she thought, very well. Just wait, I shall accept this challenge. Regulus interrupted her internal monologue, reminding her that they had 2 more classes that afternoon, besides their daily lessons and assignments. Ellie had her hands full with club activities. This was still a remnant of the major undertaking she had left behind following her last speech. As with previous topics, a new Muggle studies group had emerged within the club. Led by Jonas, the group had swelled in numbers, no longer deserving the title of a mere group. They not only shared insights about Muggle culture, but also proposed a series of guidelines on how to coexist with Muggles. Given the nature of their approach, which fundamentally contradicted Voldemort's ideology, Ellie chose not to host the event in the Great Hall this time. Instead, she allowed the group members to express their opinions individually, later consolidating the practical suggestions. Many in the club had joined due to the president's personal charm, and several members of the Muggle studies group were among them. Seizing the opportunity to closely interact with the president, these members eagerly awaited her decisive input, as if reporting their thoughts. Jonas, the group leader, covered his eyes in exasperation at their antics. Why is his group the only one so peculiar? Yet, despite their seemingly unreliable demeanor, they conducted themselves with propriety, offering commendable suggestions. Firstly, to disseminate foundational knowledge of Muggles through the future weekly, ensuring that wizards do not appear overly strange when encountering Muggles. Secondly, to learn from Muggles' business philosophies and other progressive ideas. Thirdly, to stay updated on significant developments in the Muggle world, striving to prevent wizards from becoming disconnected from Muggle society. After they had all spoken, Ellie did not hesitate to share her perspective. Rather than lurking in the shadows, we should be forthright. We could register a company in the Muggle world to facilitate various collaborations between wizards and Muggles. I can manage this, ensuring it is entirely legal and compliant, so Muggles will not notice any discrepancies. This also provides employment options for some half-blood wizards. Furthermore, a crucial aspect of fostering acceptance of wizards among Muggles is to approach it from a cultural standpoint. We could write novels related to wizards and sell them to the Muggle community, gradually altering their perception of wizards, a trend that could potentially captivate them. Just as some Muggles dress as wizards during Halloween, our aim is to normalize the image of wizards within the Muggle realm. In a word, desensitization. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as she finished speaking, someone initiated a round of applause, which quickly spread through the activity room. When Ellie stood to express her gratitude, she noticed a familiar figure, Dumbledore, who had seated himself in the back row at some point. Was the headmaster truly so idle? She had never seen him attend to any official duties. With this time on his hands, why not contemplate how to confront Voldemort? Was the wizarding world truly so tranquil? He remained silent, and Ellie chose to act as though she had not seen him. By the end of the event, Dumbledore's presence had vanished, leaving no one the wiser to his departure. In the Slytherin common room, at the seat closest to the fireplace, only Evan and Ellie remained, both struggling with their assignments. Regulus had long since completed his paper and was diligently training on the Quidditch pitch. Evan was still grappling with ancient runic texts, regretting his decision to enroll in this course alongside Ellie and the others. He could not distinguish between the characters, let alone translate an entire piece of ancient script. Even with Regulus's completed example, he found it incomprehensible to copy. Sitting across from him, Ellie appeared as an emotionless machine, diligently revising a completed paper, making subtle additions of her own in an effort to ensure that Professor Slughorn would not detect any similarities. The method for treating the withered fig was incorrect. There was only one proper approach, and she would be wise to amend elsewhere. As she penned her potion thesis, Ellie's focus wavered, and a sudden voice jolted her back to reality. It was Severus. Struggling slightly as he looked up from the couch, Ellie shifted to the side, motioning for him to take a seat. How to write? With a potion expert at her side, she would not have to exert herself to fabricate anything. Her nonchalant demeanor momentarily startled Severus, yet he complied and sat down. He spoke a line, and she followed suit. His deep voice lingered in her ears. causing Ellie to drift into a reverie. It lacked the clarity of the past, now imbued with richness. The intertwining of youth and maturity evoked a sense of wonder, reminiscent of an unfurled canvas. This voice would surely be perfect for narrating tales. As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively glanced in the direction of the sound. Severus, sensing her gaze, lowered his voice slightly, his throat moving with an air of discomfort. This subtle shift immediately captured Ellie's attention. Due to their proximity, she could even hear the sound of his swallowing distinctly. The familiar scent of potions was absent from him today. Unable to discern its source, Ellie's eyes roamed over him, seeking the origin of this new aura. The girl exhibited no restraint. Under her scrutiny, Severus's body became rigid. Wherever her gaze felt as if it were ablaze. After a thorough inspection, Ellie finally noticed his unusual appearance today. His shoulder-length black hair was more refreshed and voluminous than usual. Had he washed it intentionally? Was he trying to entice me? It must be so, for he surely craved her attention. Recognizing this truth, Ellie felt an inexplicable warmth rise to her cheeks. She hurriedly redirected her gaze to the parchment before her. Why not continue? As she lowered her head, engrossed in her paper, Severus gradually relaxed. Fortunately, it was a potion thesis. He could articulate it without much thought. Evan, still preoccupied with thoughts of assisting Ellie after helping her, remained blissfully unaware of the peculiarities between them. As she paused her quill once more, Severus turned to her with a puzzled expression. He did not recall saying anything amiss. Surely, he could not err in a third-year potion. You expressed it too beautifully. It does not align with my level. Chapter 102, Malfoy and Black. I never expected it to be that. Who could have foreseen? But it is so delightful. The Sorting Hat and the Gryffindor sword. Ah, a perfect match. Who understands this feeling, family? It is that sensation of circling around, realizing the one you sought has been beside you all along. I understand. Silently guarding. It is fate. Deeply affectionate and powerful, yet unable to speak. Merlin, truly a divine creation. Professor McGonagall, who inadvertently overheard the students' conversation, furrowed her brow deeply. What utter nonsense is this? The Sorting Hat and Gryffindor sword. Affectionate. Was she still hearing English? Standing behind a group of students, her face stern, she could not conjure a reason to deduct points. Nora's novel had been serialized for several months, and the first chapter was drawing to a close. The previously laid suspense beginning to surface. The plot was unexpected, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. The various pairings within the narrative were both peculiar and fraught with a sense of destiny, while the protagonist's storyline sparked widespread discussion. Dumbledore closed the latest edition of Future Weekly regarding the Sorting Hat with a contemplative expression. Fortunately, it was not the time for sorting. Aside from the Sorting Hat, another figure had recently become a topic of conversation, the Quidditch star, James Potter. In this year's Quidditch matches, Gryffindor had devised a new strategy, tailoring approaches to different houses. During the match against Slytherin, they launched a fierce offensive, achieving swift victory and claiming the Quidditch championship. Even Regulus praised his athletic prowess. If only a fraction of his wisdom in Quidditch could be applied to emotional intelligence, perhaps Lily would regard him more favorably. Severus scoffed at this notion. After Ellie's high standards for her thesis, he had mockingly chastised Miss Black, yet still assisted her in completing the assignment with a stoic face. Evan, waiting nearby, dared not utter a word and could only ponder the runes in silence. This was the reason Ellie had previously been uncertain about his feelings. No book suggested that one could harbor affection for someone while maintaining a stern demeanor. He often exhibited a facade of indifference in many circumstances. Lucius was gentle and considerate towards Narcissa, expressing romantic sentiments as effortlessly as drinking water. Had the members of the Dark Arts Research Group known Ellie's thoughts, they would surely have protested on her behalf. They had not witnessed his abysmal attitude while instructing others, nor the stringent demands he imposed, or the biting sarcasm he wielded. When it came to people, he was circuitous yet unvaried. Were it not for their inner thirst for power, they would have long since been disheartened into giving up. In comparison to Severus, Ellie's family life was significantly more harmonious. Thus, she could not fathom that, for some, displaying emotions was a sign of shame and cowardice. As the semester drew to a close, this year's top student was Barty. He had quietly excelled in 12 subjects, surpassing Regulus, who had only achieved 9 OS. Apart from the core classes, he had also chosen 3 electives, teaching himself the other 2 courses. Ellie finally understood the reason behind his recent unavailability. He sought to study in secret, determined to outperform everyone. I cannot let the old man at home think less of me. He certainly never achieved grades like mine during his schooling. This was his explanation. And it is not difficult for me. I merely learned a little more, effortlessly. Had he not worn such a self-satisfied expression while saying this, they might have believed him. Unbeknownst to him, this exceptional performance would only serve to bolster Mr. C's bragging rights. At the end-of-year banquet, Gryffindor narrowly triumphed over Slytherin to claim this year's House Cup. Winning the Quidditch championship had earned them an additional 150 points, leading to jubilant celebrations at the Gryffindor table. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the cheer, filling the hall with the joy of impending holidays. On the Slytherin side, Ellie and Regulus led the applause, and others followed suit upon witnessing their enthusiasm. It was not that Ellie was indifferent to the House Cup. Points accumulated gradually, and Gryffindor had won fairly. Another summer had arrived, and students boarded the Hogwarts Express to return home. Upon disembarking, Ellie spotted Alpheus waiting on the platform, greeting them from afar. Sirius did not cause any trouble this time. Upon seeing those there to welcome him, he bid farewell to the other marauders and approached. "Did not Siobhan accompany you?" Seeing that there was no other figure beside Alpheus, Ellie felt puzzled. Alpheus and Siobhan had recently confirmed their relationship, and to her knowledge, Siobhan had no closer family. She said her beliefs differ and did not wish to come. Alfred conveyed his girlfriend's sentiments, albeit in a rather subtle manner. Her exact words were, "I shall not tarnish the carpets of the Black family. If you wish to avoid witnessing a confrontation between me and your family, it would be prudent not to encourage me." After all, she was, in a strict sense, of mixed heritage, and one could never be certain of the disparaging remarks that might escape the lips of the Blacks. Just before departing, Ellie cast a glance back at the crowd, her gaze locking momentarily with Severus. After a fleeting pause, she nonchalantly redirected her attention. Unfortunately, this scene was observed by Sirius, who was scanning the area, prompting him to furrow his brows and glare furiously at Severus, as if to convey, "What are you staring at, you snot-nosed brat?" Severus, after briefly scrutinizing Ellie's retreating figure, shifted his gaze dismissively towards Sirius, exuding an air of utter indifference. The expression on his face nearly made Sirius burst with laughter and exasperation. Regrettably, Alfred interrupted the impending conflict between the two, letting out a derisive snort before turning to follow the departing crowd. Under normal circumstances, Alfred would not return to the ancestral home unless some significant matter arose. This occasion was prompted by the union between the Malfoys and the Blacks. Narcissa had graduated from Hogwarts this year, and the engagement between the two families was now coming to fruition. Under the pretense of discussing wedding arrangements, Lucius was scheduled to visit every few days. Each farewell was laden with affectionate exchanges, prolonging their parting. The adults relished this, for a strong bond between them indicated a more robust alliance between their families. During each of Lucius's visits, Sirius remained confined to his room. In truth, even in Lucius's absence, Sirius rarely emerged. This holiday marked the most relaxed time he had spent at home. Walburga no longer assigned him those tedious etiquette lessons. Apart from the occasional mealtime lectures on family and honor, she scarcely paid him any mind. Even when he plastered his room with Muggle posters, he was met only with fierce glares. This newfound freedom, however, left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. Upon realizing this peculiar sentiment, he chastised himself. It was evident that he had never truly enjoyed life, unaware of what it meant to indulge. Surely, some insidious plot was afoot, aiming to lower his guard. Take, for instance, the wedding of Narcissa and Lucius. One could easily surmise the spectacle it would entail. In Chapter 103, Do Not Draw His Attention, Ellie did not show favoritism, presenting Narcissa with a necklace as a wedding gift. The necklace, fashioned in the form of a serpent, was crafted from turquoise and diamonds, exuding an air of nobility while remaining exquisitely delicate. One could easily envision Narcissa adorning it. The turquoise would undoubtedly complement her golden locks beautifully. She was indeed the most distinctive hue within the Black family. The serpent, emblematic of the Malfoy crest, embodied the cunning and shrewdness that the Malfoy lineage exemplified. This gift was received with great appreciation by Narcissa, though she expressed regret that she could not wear it during the wedding. As the Malfoys were among the closest allies of the Dark Lord, her attendance at the ceremony was a certainty. With the Dark Lord present, she dared not don overtly serpentine adornments. Lucius had advised her to avoid drawing the Dark Lord's gaze. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of insight flickered in Ellie's eyes before vanishing. The two families had agreed to host the wedding at Malfoy Manor. On the day of the wedding, Uncle Cygnus and his family had arrived early, reveling in the joyous occasion of his daughter's upcoming nuptials. Sirius and Regulus donned similar black suits, differing only in the design of their collars and cuffs. Ellie wore a deep green satin gown, embellished at the neckline with pearls, while a perfectly tied bow at her waist enhanced her elegance and grace, embodying the understated luxury characteristic of the Blacks. "Sirius, do up your top button," Walburga admonished, her brows furrowing at the sight of his disheveled appearance. In truth, he had merely neglected to fasten the topmost button of his shirt. Sirius found such rigid formality tiresome, and he could not abide the incessant scrutiny of every detail by Walburga. Not only had he left the button undone, but he had also deliberately loosened two more. pulling his collar outward to align with Walburga's description of his attire as untidy. This, of course, incensed her further. "You ungrateful wretch. Are you intent on defying me?" "Mother, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to be late," Regulus interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. He had no desire to endure another of their mother-esque tirades, which would undoubtedly include her lamentations about Sirius representing the family's honor and the potential for disgrace. Such concerns were trivial. The last time the Dark Lord attended, he had worn a tattered robe, and no one dared to comment. As soon as he spoke, both Walburga and Sirius turned to him, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Sirius could hardly fathom the audacity of his younger brother interrupting their mother, and there was an unmistakable note of defiance in his tone. Noticing Elios' encouraging and approving gaze directed at Regulus, Walburga inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury. She still wished to maintain her dignity in front of Sirius, knowing that reprimanding Regulus would likely provoke Ellie to join in the confrontation. That impudent girl spoke without restraint. The prospect of losing face was intolerable. "Regulus is right. The wedding takes precedence. Let us depart," Orion interjected, timely offering Walburga an escape. Walburga, however, was not inclined to accept his gesture. As the children stepped into the fireplace, she pinched his arm sharply. "You only ever play the good guy? You've never once reprimanded them when they defied me." Covering the sore spot, Orion dared not utter a word. He knew he was in the wrong and could only smile sheepishly as he guided her toward the fireplace. Walburga shot him a disdainful glance before seizing the flue powder and throwing it into the flames. Malfoy Manor resembled a grand castle, its architectural style opulent and ancient, yet not outdated. The meticulously trimmed foliage formed a labyrinthine garden, now adorned with an array of roses favored by Sissy. The most captivating sight was the white peacock by the fountain, which had drawn a considerable crowd of onlookers. Shortly thereafter, Bella and Rodolphus arrived together. Narcissa was engaged in conversation with Ellie in the hall, attempting to alleviate her own anxiety. Bella excitedly embraced both Narcissa and Ellie, clearly delighted by the union of the Blacks and Malfoys. Yet, compared to their last encounter, she appeared somewhat gaunter. Her mannerisms were exaggerated, reminiscent of the lingering effects of overindulgence in dark magic. Ellie felt a pang of discomfort, recognizing that attempts to counsel her would be futile. Instead, she gently grasped Bella's hand in a reassuring squeeze. "You need to take care of yourself." Her admiration and pursuit of the Dark Lord would not allow Bella to pause. Ellie lowered her gaze, concealing the shadows that clouded her heart. Upon hearing Elios' words, Bella momentarily seemed lost in thought before tenderly smoothing Elios' hair back. "I am so happy." Barely had the three sisters conversed before Ellie sensed a familiar wave of negativity. The Dark Lord had arrived. Moreover, he seemed to have glanced in her direction. She had anticipated waiting until the end. Perhaps because he placed a higher value on the Malfoys or merely because he happened to have the time now. Indeed, it was not long before Lucius hurriedly approached. He first cast a glance at Narcissa, his gaze inadvertently flitting over to Ellie, before lowering his voice. "The Master has arrived. Let us report on our tasks." As he spoke the latter part, he shifted his attention to Bella. Bella's eyes brightened, and she immediately stood up and walked out. After their departure, though Narcissa maintained a calm facade, a sense of apprehension began to stir within her. She was somewhat aware of the Dark Lord's unpredictable temperament and the punishments he meted out to those who failed in their duties. Moments later, Lucius returned unscathed, and before Narcissa could exhale in relief, he announced, "Ellie, the Master wishes to see you." The Malfoy Manor boasted numerous chambers, and Ellie followed Lucius to a nearby room. The urgency of the situation left them no opportunity to exchange messages. Inside the room, besides the Dark Lord, Bella, and Rodolphus, there were two individuals donned in Death Eater masks. Voldemort sat at the head, emitting a chilling hiss. And it was then that Ellie noticed a black snake coiled at his feet. Her knowledge of serpents was limited, and she could not discern its breed. After a brief exchange, both man and serpent fell silent. In the absence of speech, no one dared to utter a word, and an eerie stillness enveloped the room. As time elapsed, Ellie could feel the snake's unblinking stare fixed upon her. Despite not drawing her wand, she gazed at the Dark Lord with fervor. Under Dumbledore's watchful eye, "Do you truly believe he trusts you enough to publicly advocate the breach of the Statute of Secrecy?" The low, ominous voice inquired languidly, as the black serpent began to slither up the side of his chair. The barely audible rustling of its scales against the wood transmitted an unsettling sense of dread to everyone present, as if a malevolent force was encroaching upon them. Yet, at the moment those words escaped his lips, Ellie felt an unwavering certainty that she would emerge unscathed. The mere fact that he posed a question indicated his need to maintain a facade of diligence in upholding the loyalty of pureblood families. "No, I deceived him. He has always regarded me with suspicion." It was only natural for the Dark Lord to be informed about the happenings at the school, with the source of information likely being a Slytherin student. Regarding the issue of the Statute of Secrecy, she had crafted an alternative narrative for Slytherin. The figure at the head of the room seemed particularly intrigued by this topic. How did you deceive him? Chapter 104, The Clever Child. Dumbledore's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. I asserted that my actions were for the sake of those filthy mudbloods, leaving him with no grounds to incriminate me. In a display of feigned hesitation, Ellie deliberately refrained from overly disparaging Dumbledore, wary that the Dark Lord might perceive such denigration of an adversary as an affront to himself. By merely amplifying the perceived capabilities of Muggles and instilling a sense of crisis, she could effectively rouse a sense of vigilance in the majority, fostering an inherent disdain for Muggles. In due time, there would be those willing to breach the Statute of Secrecy for them. Those half-bloods possessed only a superficial understanding of Muggle affairs, while mudbloods habitually employed Muggle reasoning to navigate issues, deluding themselves into believing they were formidable. After all, certain spells were solely wielded by families of ancient lineage. They could scarcely fathom the profundity of advanced magic. As she imbibed the arrogance of pureblood families, Ellie became increasingly engrossed in her performance. Voldemort remained perched above them, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure. Yet, one could sense his discontent through the escalating tension in the atmosphere. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Ellie donned an expectant expression, her fervent gaze seemingly awaiting his commendation. Meanwhile, Lucius stood to the side, his brow furrowed in contemplation. With narrowed crimson eyes, Voldemort reclined slightly against the back of his chair. I have heard that you have also propagated dark magic? Ellie was unfazed by this inquiry, or rather, it was a question she had been eager to provoke in the Dark Lord. Upon learning of the opportunity to meet him, she had arranged for the publication to feature the topic of dark magic debates. The topic records published in Future Weekly, due to timing constraints, did not align with ongoing discussions. Retaining the interactive essence of the society, it encouraged readers to submit their opinions, with exceptional contributions being featured in subsequent issues. Typically, this topic would not have come up just yet. The section on topic records had received a lukewarm response, but following this week's publication, discussions had skyrocketed. Recently, she had been inundated with hundreds of letters daily. The Ministry of Magic bore the brunt of this upheaval, as many had come to believe, erroneously, that the present perilous state was a direct consequence of the Ministry's actions. Indeed, my lord, I do not wish to resort to dark magic in secrecy, nor do I wish to be insulted by those griffinders. Dark magic ought to be legalized. We should be the rightful authority in the wizarding world. Ellie endeavored to embody the persona of one nurtured in a pure-blood family, a fervent admirer of dark magic, and a devoted servant to the Dark Lord. A clever child indeed. By exploiting the greed and selfishness inherent in human nature, she had effortlessly undermined the Ministry's credibility. Ironically, her very existence rendered the Ministry hesitant to retaliate. She harbored many cunning thoughts, akin to those who had reported to him earlier, regarding the recent prominence of the Blacks. However, I do not appreciate those who presume to outsmart me. The previously somber hiss escalated in pitch as he uttered the final word, Crucio. Despite her preparations, Ellie felt her entire body tense at the sound of the incantation. The Dark Lord cast the spell with such swiftness that she barely had time to react before the excruciating pain enveloped her. Only those who had experienced the curse could comprehend the true horror of the Cruciatus curse. It was not merely the uncontrollable convulsions of the body. The sheer agony shattered one's mental fortitude, rendering any thought of resistance impossible. Darkness swirled before her eyes, and despite clenching her jaw tightly, Ellie could not suppress her pained groans. In a daze, she felt something fleetingly pass through her mind. Her heart could scarcely bear the strain, as if it might explode, rendering her breathless, and she erupted into a violent fit of coughing. While enduring the torment, she simultaneously attempted to mend her fraying sanity with hastened resolve. Though it seemed an eternity, the entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds. Ellie sensed a warm embrace enveloping her tightly. It was Bella, pleading on her behalf. The Dark Lord unleashed another Cruciatus curse, and her body convulsed uncontrollably. Once the punishment ceased, Ellie gradually regained her composure. Now, extend your left hand. The Dark Lord rose and approached Ellie, his towering figure nearly obscuring all sunlight. He indeed required capable individuals to carry out his bidding. A member of the Black family must be marked by the Dark Mark. Voldemort would never truly trust anyone. Ellie, now depleted of strength, could only sit on the carpet, raising her left arm. Fortunately, the Dark Lord seemed indifferent. His cold wand brushed aside the decorative sleeves of her gown, and the tip of the wand pressed into her porcelain white arm, leaving an indentation. The searing pain of the Dark Mark's branding rivaled that of the Cruciatus curse. Ellie, having been tenderly nurtured, had not experienced such pain in over a decade, yet today she endured it all, struggling to resist the urge to retract her arm. She finally succumbed, losing consciousness the moment the mark was completed, just before blacking out. She thought fleetingly that she seemed destined to become the worthless burden Bella had once described, unable even to withstand the branding. Voldemort grimaced in disdain, his brow furrowing slightly. Forget it. He harbored no expectations. This group of purebloods was utterly inept. A fleeting glance at Lucius, who stood not far away, then back to Bella, who had already crawled beside Ellie. The clever ones lacked strength, while the strong ones were devoid of intellect. After Voldemort's departure, Bella cradled Ellie, who lay on the ground, grasping her arm in a daze. Repeatedly, she rubbed the once proud dark mark on her skin. The intertwining skull and serpent appeared so grotesque on that delicate arm. The area around the mark had turned red from her incessant rubbing, until a tear, no larger than a bean, fell, quickly followed by a cascade of tears, like pearls strung loose. She disliked this. Ellie despised calling anyone master. She would certainly loathe this mark. She had proclaimed that Black was equally noble. Bella suddenly began to question her beliefs. What, indeed, was her unwavering conviction? When Narcissa entered, the scene before her was nearly enough to make her faint. Her formidable elder sister was weeping over her frail younger sibling. She forced herself to regain composure, trembling as she administered a calming potion to Ellie, a potion intended for Lucius, kept for emergencies. The calming draught could alleviate the agony inflicted by the Cruciatus curse. Trembling, she searched Ellie's body and naturally spotted the prominent dark mark. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored not to dwell on it. Finding a small vial of potion in the pocket of her gown, she fed it to Ellie before finally clutching the now empty vial, allowing herself to relax. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. She suspiciously sniffed the vial. Was this truly a potion? It smelled more akin to orange juice. Perhaps Ellie had indeed discovered a new potion for healing. While Narcissa felt joy at Ellie's survival, she was also anxious about her future as a Death Eater. The wedding ceremony was postponed by an hour before the two protagonists finally emerged. Throughout this time, Regulus felt increasingly agitated. Just as he intended to seek out Ellie, he was intercepted by old Mr. Malfoy upon exiting the parlor. When asked about the cause, Mr. Malfoy was vague. The only individual capable of inciting such behavior was one, the Dark Lord. Upon emerging, he announced the delay of the wedding. And even Sirius sensed something amiss. Ellie's disappearance and Regulus's sudden low spirits silenced the Black family. Noticing that Ellie had yet to appear after Narcissa's exit, Regulus surmised that something must have gone awry. Ignoring the wedding vows, he headed directly to the inner hall, with the rest of the family trailing closely behind. Upon finding her, he saw Ellie lying in bed, devoid of vitality, just as before. This familiar scene tightened the hearts of several onlookers, who hesitated to approach. Sitting vacantly beside the bed was Bella. The sound of someone entering startled her. She stood, lips parting and closing several times before managing to speak. She had just been addressed as master. The term, usually so easily uttered, now felt burdensome. Having endured the Cruciatus curse and already taken the calming draught, she said nothing further, exiting the room and leaving the family to themselves. Summoning Rodolphus, she sought out someone to settle the score, someone who had dared to mention Ellie in front of their master and had taken liberties with the Blacks. Even masked, she could recognize one of them. It had to be Selwyn. The Dark Lord did not hinder their open and covert conflicts. He required the pureblood families to maintain a delicate balance. The Cruciatus curse? Was it Voldemort? Regulus clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms from the pressure. Upon hearing it was the Cruciatus curse, Sirius's expression darkened, unable to uphold his previously aloof demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Regulus lifted the blanket, pushing up Ellie's sleeve. As he had suspected, a terrifying dark mark marred her arm. He gritted his teeth, incensed, wanting to pinch her cheek. But upon seeing her pallid complexion, he retracted his hand. Fearing that he might intervene, he acted unilaterally without consultation. He could hardly believe that Ellie could have received such a mark without having done anything. Regulus's actions were discreet. The mark went unnoticed by the three behind him. But they all understood what was required to inspect that area. The trio regarded him with inquisitive eyes, but Regulus maintained his calm facade, revealing nothing in his expression. Sirius thought Regulus was being overly alarmist. After all, there had yet to be a precedent of underage Death Eaters. The priority now was to assess her physical state. When Ellie awoke, the scene she beheld was one of Regulus's sullen face, her parents' anxious expressions, and Sirius, who feigned indifference yet kept glancing her way. The overwhelming sensation of rules was palpable, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. The dark mark, how splendid. The Dark Lord was indeed a formidable ally. The sensation of rules flowing endlessly was utterly delightful. Finally, There was no need to worry about unforeseen complications. She had deliberately preserved the rules. What of Bella? While mending the rules, Ellie inquired of the others, recalling how they had previously endured punishment together. Yes, fine, just stepped out a short while ago. You'd best start thinking about how to explain this to me. Noticing Regulus' serious demeanor, she knew this would not be easy to placate. You have no idea how awful I just felt. It was excruciating. Regulus, you don't even care. Thus, she had no intention of appeasing him. Regulus, well aware that this was her usual tactic, found himself at a loss for harsh words. He merely rolled his eyes as she clung to his arm. He understood that Ellie had not only escaped unscathed but was in an unusually good state. The Cruciatus curse inflicted persistent torment, and the calming draught could only alleviate anxiety and panic. Yet, Ellie's reaction while asleep had been remarkably tranquil. The wedding outside had concluded, and as Ellie departed, she inquired of Lucius about the initiation requirements for Death Eaters. Observing the eager young lady before him, Lucius's expression shifted subtly. From the moment she enrolled, he had recognized Ellie as a formidable character through her actions. Such a small individual had stirred chaos in the entire common room. He had not anticipated that they would be collaborating so soon. My lord wishes for you to promulgate the pure blood ideology at Hogwarts. He believes you possess this capability. Do not disappoint your master. Dumbledore was no easy adversary, and Lucius still felt that his master did not genuinely believe she possessed this aptitude. Selecting someone capable of stirring trouble solely to vex Dumbledore. Even if she could not achieve that, she would certainly cause the old be significant hassle. By entangling the most formidable opponent within the school, Ellie could indeed be considered an effective Death Eater in her own right. Lost in thought, Lucius could not help but marvel at his master's strategic prowess, while simultaneously re-evaluating his opinion of Ellie. Later, after Ellie's return, Lucius perused recent editions of the Future Weekly, realizing he had indeed underestimated her. This was far from the simplicity she had claimed. After hastily finishing dinner, he sought out several Slytherin students still at school to subtly probe them. The words Ellie had spoken, even if merely relayed, resonated profoundly with him. Such audacity to exploit the Ministry's incompetence and leverage the terror instigated by Death Eaters for her own gain. Yet, claiming it is merely a facade for her posturing before the Dark Lord is somewhat justifiable. After all, Slytherin is renowned for its unscrupulous pursuit of ambition. Does she not fear that the Dark Lord, upon investigation, might suspect her true intentions? Only upon closer inspection does one realize that the Lord's mere imposition of the Cruciatus curse on her is indeed a form of mercy. Has she calculated that the Dark Lord, preoccupied as he is, would not delve into the intricacies of her actions, but rather assume it to be the machinations of his subordinates, embellished in their reports? She seems to have also anticipated his arrogance, despite his extraordinary ambitions. He believes himself capable of control. Moreover, she has astutely noted the current manpower shortages among the Death Eaters. Surely, he would not dare to target a Black at the Malfoy-Bellatrix nuptials. If even the foremost of pure bloods can be assaulted, who else would be willing to pledge their loyalty? This young girl possesses an uncanny finesse in manipulating the hearts of others. Thus, her actions warrant a re-evaluation. Her ambitions are vast, and her future promising. Even the most significant of physical ailments appears to have found a remedy. Could that vial of potion be the work of her junior, Severus Snape? Upon returning to his study, he retrieved a sheet of parchment, pausing thoughtfully before composing a letter to that prodigious student. Once all was settled, Lucius had a fleeting moment of doubt regarding his early allegiance. Yet, perhaps it is not too late. The Malfoy-Bellatrix union shall be the most steadfast of bonds. It is often said that those who ponder excessively are prone to flights of fancy. No matter how formidable an individual's prowess, it pales in comparison to the imagination of others. Upon returning to the Black ancestral home with her parents, Ellie made no effort to conceal the dark mark adorning her arm. Orion and Walburga, upon witnessing it, were alternately distraught and regretful, as if the sky had fallen upon them. Ellie's reassurance that she had everything under control dispelled their concerns. Yet, it was Sirius who truly felt the weight of impending doom. Chapter 106. Will he keep it secret? Sirius had long prepared himself for the possibility of family members becoming Death Eaters. After all, Ellie had previously confided in him that she would eventually join their ranks. However, he had not anticipated this day to arrive so swiftly. The prophecy had come to fruition. Was it not said that the Death Eaters had stringent recruitment criteria? In truth, he had been quietly observing that Ellie's expressed views often diverged significantly from those of the Dark Lord. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have turned a blind eye. Yet, how could she suddenly have become a Death Eater? Did she comprehend the heinous deeds that such a group would commit? The thought of Ellie subjected to the Cruciatus curse led Sirius to suspect she was being coerced by the Dark Lord. He could scarcely fathom Ellie, like other Death Eaters, donning that terrifying mask and filthy black robes, engaging in acts of arson and pillage amidst laughter and torment. No. Sirius, unwilling to accept this fate, tightly shut his eyes. Merely contemplating it caused him immense distress. Just days prior, Alfred had informed him that Eli's condition had stabilized, and now, even under the Cruciatus curse, she showed no signs of deterioration. But could she truly be well enough to wield dark magic without consequence? The horrific images that plagued his mind felt toxic, replaying incessantly, leaving him feeling mentally sullied. He longed to consult James through a letter, yet subconsciously wished to keep this matter private. Was James considered other? Surely he would maintain confidentiality, right? They shared no secrets, conversed openly, and were as close as brothers. But this was Ellie, his own sister. If others learned she was a Death Eater, how would she be perceived at school? He had to ensure absolute discretion. Clenching his teeth, Sirius wrestled with the urge to lash out against a wall. Ellie, in high spirits, observed Sirius's internal struggle. A choice lay before him once more. Sirius. One wonders if, each time, you can steadfastly choose the path of righteousness that resides within your heart. In Spinner's End, derelict houses littered the landscape, with a meandering stream of effluent winding its way outside. Despite having grown accustomed to the noxious stench, Severus seldom opened the windows. The potion he was brewing was a few steps short of completion, yet he could already hear the cacophony of curses emanating from downstairs. His father, Tobias, had returned, accompanied by the sounds of crashing, and his mother, Eileen's, muffled pleas for mercy. The house had long since lost any intact furniture upon which he could vent his frustrations. Furrowing his brow, Severus hastened his movements, hoping today would not be another day of Tobias seeking trouble in his room. Perhaps in the past, he would have intervened to prevent Tobias from striking Eileen, but each attempt resulted in his own punishment, with Eileen begging him not to retaliate. After numerous incidents, he had grown numb to it all. He could not care, nor did he wish to. As the chaotic footsteps grew increasingly loud and disordered, Severus was left with no choice but to cease his actions, regretfully gazing at the potion that would not be perfected. He retrieved the swelling solution he had prepared in advance, and opened the door just as Tobias approached. Startled by his sudden movement, Tobias erupted in a tirade of insults. Severus had long since become accustomed to the derogatory names hurled at him, and, with a stoic expression, raised the potion bottle in his hand. Eileen, who had been trailing Tobias, rushed forward, attempting to snatch the potion away. No, Severus, he is your father. You cannot do this. Even after a long absence from anything magical, she could discern the potion's nature from its color. Let him not trouble me, Severus declared, fixing Eileen with an unfeeling gaze, devoid of any emotion in his hollow black eyes. Then let us deal with her as well, to ensure compliance. Remembering Ellie's words, he hesitated to throw the potion. In the brief standoff, Tobias raised his hand to strike. Severus kicked Tobias behind the knee, his inebriated form collapsing forward. Witnessing this, Eileen scrambled to catch Tobias. You little wretch. You repulsive freak. How dare you lay a hand on me? Tobias, astonished that anyone in the household would dare to defy him, was further enraged by Severus's effortless defeat. With Severus now taller than him, Tobias redirected his fury towards Eileen, swinging a fist towards her face. It is because of you that I am in this wretched position. All because of you, you abominable creature. And you, emotionless little monster born of her. Eileen's cheek instantly swelled, blood streaming from the corner of her eye, remnants of previous bruising still visible. Seeing her in such a state, Severus could only grimace and turn away. He unscrewed the potion bottle, preparing to splash it upon Tobias, but Eileen clung desperately to his leg. Severus, do not. He is your father. He loves us. He is just very angry. Tears mixed with blood rendered her visage a grotesque sight. Even in such dire circumstances, she adjusted her position to shield Tobias. Severus ground his molars, suppressing the rage and despair within him. There was no hope left. This family had long been beyond salvation. Bang, bang. The sound of glass shattering interrupted the chaos. Outside the window stood a formidable owl, its golden red eyes glinting with impatience. Do not disturb me again. Next time, I shall not hold back. Forcefully prying Eileen's hands from his, Severus strode back to his room, firmly shutting the door behind him. The dilapidated wooden door offered scant sound insulation, allowing him to hear Tobias's irate shouts from outside. What in the blazes is that? It cannot be permitted to enter my home. And you? It's all my fault, Tobias, entirely my fault. As their voices faded into the distance, Severus wearily closed his eyes. The messenger outside impatiently pecked at the windowsill, prompting him to approach and let it in. The tawny owl swiftly deposited a letter before spiraling around the room, finally finding a perch. Severus had seen it on several occasions. It was the Malfoy family owl. As his mind pondered the purpose of Lucius Malfoy's correspondence, he hesitated to open the envelope. It was likely yet another missive regarding hair potions, or perhaps another declaration of his potential service to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord wielded the most profound dark magic. With the unwavering support of all purebloods, he had indeed contemplated that becoming a Death Eater would elevate his status and power, granting him the opportunity to delve into dark magic. No longer would he face the blatant disdain and humiliation from that group of purebloods, but instead, he could be treated with respect by all families, including the Blacks. Yet, Ellie had said he was different. He possessed both talent and diligence. Even without allegiance to anyone, he was confident he could surpass all purebloods. Upon opening the letter, Severus's expression grew increasingly grave. As usual, the beginning was filled with what seemed to be superfluous pleasantries, but this time there was no glorification of serving the Dark Lord. In the guise of inquiring about Ellie's health, he asked whether she had developed any new potions. Severus extracted a crucial point from the convoluted inquiries. Lucius had seen Ellie consuming a tonic. Why had she fallen ill again? Wasn't he it said that she was fine? Wasn't he it claimed that the effects were excellent? Casting a glance at the immobile owl perched by the table, Severus furrowed his brow. He should have acquired an owl of his own sooner. Relying on another's owl for correspondence was undeniably inappropriate. Chapter 107. The Messenger Clause. The following afternoon, Ellie received an unexpectedly delightful letter. It was delivered by a brown, long-eared owl, who let out a cry reminiscent of a kitten. Unable to resist, Ellie fed it 2 strips of jerky, which it devoured entirely. To her surprise, it was a letter from Senior Snape, a rarity indeed, as this was her first correspondence from him. The content of the letter was brief, merely inquiring about her health and whether she required a new supply of potions. After a moment's contemplation, Ellie discerned his source of information. Lucius had long harbored intentions of recruiting him as a Death Eater. Was this not an encroachment upon her territory? Would he not be subjected to torment at the Dark Lord's behest? Did he believe that associating with him held more promise than aligning with her? Clearly, Miss Black had forgotten that their initial acquaintance was facilitated by Lucius's recommendation. Ellie picked up her quill and began to compose her reply. Dear Senior Snape, thank you most kindly for your concern. Indeed, I do require a new potion supply. It is nothing grave, merely the Dark Lord's cruciatus curse. It is not uncommon for him to punish without inquiry. Nevertheless, it has inflicted quite a burden upon my body. Perhaps you heard of this from Lucius. Indeed, the incident occurred at his wedding. I shall send you the necessary materials shortly and look forward to your life-extending elixir. Additionally, your owl's call is most delightful. Having thoroughly besmirched the Dark Lord while subtly ridiculing Lucius's unreliability, Ellie secured the letter. She also instructed Creature to prepare a generous supply of owl treats for the long-eared owl to take back. The portion was indeed substantial. Upon its arrival in Spinner's End, it collapsed onto the table. Severus swiftly caught the package before it could crash down. Upon unwrapping it and discovering it was pet food, he frowned at the ungainly owl. Only then did he open the letter, and upon reading the first line, he tightened his grip on the parchment, his furrowed brow deepening with each subsequent line. Was this truly nothing grave? To suffer such harm, yet the tone remained light, as if jesting. She even had the audacity to praise the owl, which he had not heard utter a sound since its acquisition. From her words, Severus gleaned that Ellie did not wish for him to become a Death Eater. Perhaps, given her ambition, she would not limit herself to serving purebloods. Surely, she aimed to court his allegiance. Reading the letter again and smoothing out the creased paper, Severus allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. In truth, such elaborate efforts were unnecessary. After sending the potion materials, Ellie began to attune herself to the magic within her. She recalled the day she was subjected to the cruciatus curse, vaguely sensing the flow of her magic. Yet, it had only been through malice that she felt it. The dark mark acted directly upon her body, making it difficult to capture the sensation from that moment. She had attempted several times without success. A bold idea struck her. Perhaps she could allow someone to attack her with dark magic as a test. Upon learning of her notion, Regulus was keen to pry open her mind to ascertain whether it had been damaged by the cruciatus curse. I cannot wield it, nor would I wish to harm you. Indeed, asking Regulus to cast dark magic upon her was an unfair imposition. This task would require the Dark Lord or a Death Eater. Practicing dark magic alongside Slytherins might also present a fine opportunity for experimentation. Severus was remarkably efficient. The following day, he dispatched the potion without including any letter. The long-eared owl seemed reluctant to depart, circling the room before finally leaving. Holding the potion against the sunlight for a moment, Ellie tucked it away with a hint of melancholy. Wait, could he be pursuing a witch? Such silent devotion, devoid of any communication, was typically the lot of secondary characters in stories. Frowning slightly, Ellie rummaged through her potion assignments, which she usually avoided. She wrote a multitude of questions in her book before summoning Claus to deliver her letter. Ideally, she wanted a response before its return. After a moment's thought, She tied a bag of its favorite jerky to its leg before sending it on its way. When Claus tapped at the window, Severus immediately recognized the rotund owl. Its feathers were well-groomed and fluffy, primarily cared for by Regulus, though he occasionally witnessed Ellie amusing herself with it in the common room. He delayed opening the window, prompting Claus to tilt its head curiously as it peered inside. Once inside, it extended a leg lazily, awaiting someone to retrieve the letter. Upon grasping the envelope, Severus raised an eyebrow at its thickness. The gray owl settled in comfortably, beginning to preen its feathers as if it were at home. Its owner, equally unceremonious, suspected that Miss Black was merely avoiding her summer assignments by sending them to him. After tidying the cauldron and stirring rods on his desk, he began to respond to each inquiry in turn. Meanwhile, Claus was already nibbling on its provisions, intently watching him as if supervising. After completing the questions to match Ellie's answering level, Severus abruptly halted his pen. No, this situation was different from the last time. Previously, he had aided her because Regulus was not present. Regulus consistently achieved outstanding in potion making, and during the holidays, they were unlikely to separate. Thus, she had no need to seek him out. Why, then, did she come to him? Feeling his heartbeat quicken, Severus forced himself to regain his composure. Perhaps it was merely her instinctive emotional outreach to garner support. It is also possible that Regulus was not by her side. Nevertheless, with such thoughts lingering, he retrieved another sheet of parchment. Upon receiving a reply that evening, Ellie could not help but arch her brows in delight. In addition to responding to the posed inquiries, he had taken it upon himself to compose an additional letter, ostensibly inquiring about the efficacy of potions. It was evident from the subtext that he harbored genuine concern. Satisfied, she set the letter aside, entirely forgetting that others anticipated a response. Days passed before Severus finally received a reply. Along with it, there were several questions related to other subjects. At this point, Severus was convinced that she was simply too lazy to complete her holiday assignments. Pushing boundaries. With a slight press of his lips, he stroked the rounded gray owl, resigning himself to the task of picking up his quill. Having perused the letters returned by Clovis, Ellie found no additional salutations. How foolish, lacking in sentiment. Clearly, Miss Black was unaware that her only mode of communication regarding academic matters was far from adequate. Perhaps she should compel this reticent individual to articulate his feelings. The one whom she chastised for his lack of charm was currently engaged in experimenting with his own spell. An unremarkable landscape would hardly entice Miss Black to linger. The ubiquitous rats of Spinner's Inn provided him ample material for his trials. This was a rare opportunity. One could not conduct such lethal spell experiments at school. Moreover, he aspired to create a bespoke counter-curse, even without familial support or pure-blood lineage, relying solely on himself. He would achieve accomplishments surpassing those of any other. Scene. Severus, can you even speak? Long-eared owl, I have no desire to converse with you. You didn't even bestow a name upon me. If you merely bought me to deliver letters, do you expect me to chat? And whose round-faced, plump chicken is that? Is it your owl that you dare to touch? Chapter 108. Establishing the TTA as Severus had surmised, Ellie indeed lacked the time to complete her holiday assignments. During the remaining days, she made her way directly to the Aldeford estate. This time, Regulus was not accompanying her. He was occupied with reorganizing the Black family inheritance. Ellie's condition was visibly improving, and he no longer felt compelled to shadow her every step. Previously, Ellie had proposed the idea of establishing a company that would bridge the worlds of wizards and muggles. This was no simple endeavor. Ellie recalled the wizards they had supported in previous years. Prior to her arrival, Aldeford had already notified them. Aside from those assigned to the Ministry of Magic and their families, the remaining individuals congregated at the estate. It was the same reception room as before, but the number of attendees exceeded that of previous years. As one might expect, the frequent visits from Death Eaters to Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade over the past 2 years had adversely affected many shops, resulting in increased unemployment among wizards. Noticing Ellie's perplexity, Aldeford smiled gently and explained, "We owe much to the chaos wrought by the Death Eaters. Many wizards have lost their jobs and are too afraid to return home. All wizards in Britain emerge from the same school. Many half-blood and muggle-born wizards maintain contact. And with recommendations from those who have gone before, the number of visitors to the estate has steadily increased." As soon as Ellie arrived, the chatter in the hall quieted. Most were familiar faces, though there were some new ones, so I shall refrain from extensive introductions. Without further ado, I intend to establish a consortium, serving as a tangible connection between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm, dedicated to fostering closer ties, including the development of certain Muggle industries. Naturally, I wish for us to embark on this journey together. Many of you have family and friends in the Muggle world. I hope that when your families are asked about you by other Muggles, they will no longer hesitate or struggle to respond. It should not be assumed that you are neglecting your duties or that you lack a legitimate occupation. My goal is to coexist openly with Muggles, integrating wizards into their society without attracting undue attention or trouble. Having shared these thoughts, Ellie reiterated a series of proposals previously put forth by the Muggle Research Group. I have formed the MCS Society at school, which is the result of collaborative discussions with the members. If there are any deficiencies or additional queries, please feel free to voice them. Just as Ellie concluded her speech, someone from the audience spoke up with a hint of anticipation. MCS? Is that the same MCS that publishes the Future Weekly? Upon receiving Ellie's affirmation, their excitement grew, and their voice involuntarily rose. I am a devoted reader of Future Weekly. I purchase every issue, so every topic discussed involves current Hogwarts students. You are all incredible. The debates are absolutely riveting. I adore the serialized novels at the beginning of the magazine. Eternal Light is timeless. To be honest, I am particularly interested in popular science knowledge. Your cohort is far superior to ours. The crowd quickly shifted their discussion to Future Weekly, creating an atmosphere akin to a fan meeting. Henry Scott, the leader appointed by Ellie, promptly stood to maintain order. During their first encounter, Miss Black's leadership qualities were already evident. Yet they had not anticipated that just a few years later, she would propose an entirely new mode of existence. Coexistence between wizards and Muggles represented the most ideal living condition for those among them who maintained close ties with Muggles, especially for half-blood wizards. Becoming aware of their distance from family upon becoming a wizard was a painful realization, often without any opportunity for choice. Lacking Muggle qualifications, they struggled to find work and achieve independence. The rapid advancement of Muggle society had created a rift, resulting in a disconnection from their own thoughts. In the magical realm, the inability to secure employment, while family and friends could not comprehend their experiences, led to a lack of common ground. Many conflicts arose within half-blood households due to these disparities. Thus, there was no reason for them to oppose this proposal for coexistence with Muggles. No, it was simply too wonderful. Many silently vowed that regardless of whether this plan succeeded, they would exert their utmost effort. Miss Black was genuinely considering their plight. For the sake of the magical community and the betterment of every wizardess life, she was indeed striving to fulfill her promise. The magical world was lacking, and she was determined to improve it incrementally. It was said that she had always been in poor health to achieve this milestone. One could only wonder how much effort she had expended. Many were moved to tears, not only by their emotions, but also by the hope they now saw before them. Ellie, observing their reactions, felt a smile tug at her lips. Engaging with these individuals did not require fervent encouragement. What they needed were truly actionable plans. They yearned for a stable existence. While their aspirations may seem modest, the ability to implement them in tangible ways was enough to bring them satisfaction. The discussion soon shifted from the allocation of responsibilities to the name of the consortium. They also wished to establish an association. Since Ellie had formed the MCS at school, those of them outside the school should also devise a name. After a lengthy discussion filled with word dissection and voting, no definitive conclusion was reached. Ultimately, it was Ellie who made the decision, establishing the Twilight Accord, abbreviated as TTA, symbolizing the coexistence of wizards and Muggles. The term Twilight embodies both dawn and dusk, perfectly representing the intersection of two worlds. In the Muggle realm, the organization is also referred to as TTA, and during the subsequent period, they formulated the company's developmental direction and various plans within the Muggle community. Aside from participating in the selection of the company's location, Ellie entrusted all other responsibilities to Alpheus and Henry, as these matters were best left to professionals. In order to ensure their operations were lawful and compliant in the Muggle world, they also acquired numerous necessary documents. Amused by the process, Ellie decided to obtain a birth certificate herself, which she would use for her passport application. Naturally, she also facilitated the same for Regulus. The construction company still had a considerable amount of preparatory work to undertake, and it would certainly not be completed before the holidays concluded. Over the past 2 months, Ellie's health had undergone significant changes. Her congenital heart condition had previously affected her nutrient absorption, resulting in a diagnosis of malnutrition. However, her heart's recovery had improved her bodily functions, leading her to grow taller to 161 centimeters and gain a bit of weight. Ellie was reluctant to acknowledge that this was due to her newfound freedom from dietary restrictions, leading to a certain indulgence. In reality, her indulgence was quite moderate, as British cuisine paled in comparison to her previous nutritional meals. To appease her family, Alpheus had to fabricate a surgical record and took her for a comprehensive examination. The results of the examination brought a touch of joy to the entire Black family residence. Regulus was particularly pleased with Ellie's transformation. Both of them had noticeably grown taller and decided to order new school robes from Diagon Alley. As for Sirius, he merely scoffed at the sight of the two, who were considerably shorter than him. With the start of school on September 1st, they would be entering their 4th year. Chapter 109, No Way. England is notorious for its gloomy, rainy weather. Upon disembarking from the train, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. The dampness caused Ellie to frown instinctively, prompting her to cast a waterproof charm for herself and Regulus. During the sorting ceremony, many young wizards, oblivious to the need for discretion, cast furtive glances at the sorting hat. The hat, lost in its song composed over the past year, remained oblivious to the gazes directed at it. It wasn't until a new student donned it that the hat, tapping into a fragment of their thoughts, became quite agitated. Unbeknownst to others, the Gryffindor sword was indeed inseparable from it. As it rested atop the new student's head, it began to protest, even contemplating a strike. Dumbledore, seated at the staff table, felt a flicker of alarm at having forgotten this detail. He realized he should have spoken a few comforting words to placate the hat, which had become forgetful with age. He waved his hand, levitating the sorting hat closer, and showered it with compliments. This is merely a jest from the children, a unique way to remember you. For you have played an immense role in their story, embodying the heroism of Gryffindor. At last, the sorting hat was appeased and returned to its duties of sorting. However, each young wizard who wore it was promptly reminded that they had no such relationship with the Gryffindor sword. This year's newcomers certainly experienced a rather unusual sorting ceremony. At the Slytherin table, upon seeing Ellie, Evan let out a silent whistle. "You look well. It seems your health has improved," he remarked, drawing the attention of other Slytherin students. They expressed their admiration for the Black family's prowess while re-evaluating Elios' worth. After all, with the likes of Lestrange and Malfoy leading the charge, it remained to be seen which family the Blacks would ally with this time. Sensing the scrutiny from others, Regulus was already plotting in his mind how to confront Evan upon returning to the dormitory. What began as a casual exchange among friends had unexpectedly attracted so much attention. Although Evan felt he hadn't misspoken, he was nonetheless aware of the tangible impact of his words, leaving him both frustrated and guilty. He glared back at those who stared, but it was painfully clear that his intimidating gaze was insufficient to deter them. It was only when Ellie scanned the room that the others finally lowered their heads in submission. Her glance revealed several intriguing observations. Selwyn, who usually sat not too far from her, was now nearly buried amid the half-bloods, his head almost touching the table. The scrutiny he felt was enough to bring him to tears. His brother had truly lost his mind. Just moments ago, he had received information from her and rushed to report it to the Dark Lord, only to return and instruct her to maintain a good relationship with the Blacks. How could she possibly dare to provoke that demon? Ever since her brother returned bruised and battered, informing her that Black had become a Death Eater, she knew her fate was sealed. Black would undoubtedly piece together the truth. Who could have anticipated that she would become a Death Eater ahead of time? Selwyn could already envision himself tormented by her with various dark curses. Surely, she must be proficient in all forms of dark magic. Otherwise, she would not have caught the Dark Lord's attention. Watching Selwyn cower as if wishing to hide beneath the table, Ellie withdrew her gaze with a sense of amusement. During this time, she inadvertently locked eyes with Severus. Instinctively looking away, she felt a surge of annoyance. She could not comprehend why she felt the need to avoid him. What was there to be afraid of? With that thought, she raised her gaze defiantly once more. Severus, receiving her stare, swallowed hard, gripping his knife and fork tightly, and continued to eat his dinner with an air of feigned nonchalance. Satisfied with this, Ellie raised an eyebrow and resumed her conversation with Evan. Meanwhile, Travers, who had been silently observing, felt a surge of emotion. Yes, just like that, Miss Black should show that half-blood no kindness. After the opening feast, the students returned to their respective dormitories. This year, Gryffindor had a new head boy and girl. The girl was Lily Evans, and the boy was Remus Lupin. One guided the new students while the other maintained order, lending an air of reliability to the entire Gryffindor house. Upon reaching the Slytherin common room, the head boy's speech was still ongoing, with Professor Slughorn standing nearby. The students showed little interest in the upcoming House Cup competition. Evan plopped down into their usual seats, and Regulus pulled Ellie down beside him. At this moment, Ellie appeared somewhat distracted. During the holidays, she had contemplated allowing the Dark Arts Study Group to attack her for experimental purposes. Would she still be able to sense magic if she evaded their attacks? They had never dared to conduct real-life experiments before. Whether these individuals would be willing to turn on her remained uncertain. Moreover, this method seemed to carry a hint of masochism, making it difficult for her to voice such a request. Most importantly, her current reputation was rather high, and engaging in such practices would tarnish her image. Abandoning the idea felt regretful, akin to having discovered a box containing a powerful artifact, only to have opened it just a crack, unable to pry it open further. Now, there existed an undignified method, such as using one's teeth to possibly force it open. What about you? How would you choose? Was there truly no dark magic that didn't harm the human body? Wait, there was. Suddenly, an idea illuminated Eli's mind, and she straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with realization. Sitting closely, Regulus immediately sensed her shift in demeanor and felt an ominous premonition. In such situations, it is often the case that she has conceived some dreadful idea. Just as Ellie was about to speak, he preemptively anticipated her intentions. No way. I haven't said anything yet. Besides, I merely wish to pose a question. His outright rejection nearly suffocated Ellie. Could he not extend a modicum of trust to his dear sister? With her eyes narrowed, Regulus remained unyielding. Go ahead and ask. Though he uttered these words, his expression conveyed a challenge. Let us see how you weave your tale. Ellie opened her mouth, contemplating the likelihood of deceiving him under his piercing gaze. Ultimately, she unhappily closed her lips, pressing them together. If you want help, then I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Unbeknownst to Regulus, had he comprehended her thoughts, he would surely have regretted his stance. He had only just sighed in relief at the thought that Ellie might discard her peculiar notions. Within 2 weeks, Regulus, alongside the captain of the Quidditch team, was overseeing the selection of team members. Seizing this opportunity, Ellie sought out Severus, pulling him into a secluded corner. She employed a silencing charm. Are you familiar with the Imperius curse? This was the only dark magic that came to mind, allowing her to appear anything but a masochist. Although her tone was inquisitive, Ellie felt certain he possessed the knowledge. After all, those who delve into research often possess a certain disregard for boundaries. And the unforgivable curses were not beyond their reach. Who do you intend to deal with? Severus raised an eyebrow in surprise, noting that recently no one seemed to have crossed her path. So you can use it, then? You will assist me, won't you? You must ensure that Regulus remains oblivious to this matter. Should he refuse to help, Ellie planned to approach Barty directly, though she harbored doubts about his willingness. Chapter 110, I will seek others. Under the intense gaze of those gray eyes, Severus found it difficult to utter a refusal. Using the Imperius curse bore no moral burden for him. Yet, the notion of Regulus discovering this fact gave him pause. Some matters, if Regulus were to impede her, would likely stem from her ideas being too far-fetched or detrimental to herself. Observing his hesitation to speak, Ellie feigned disappointment, sighing dramatically. Very well, I shall not press you. I will seek help from others. With that, she made as though to depart, albeit slowly turning. Severus unconsciously tightened his grip on the sleeves of his robe. Fine. I knew you would relent. As Ellie turned her back, a smile crept upon her lips, quickly suppressed, though the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. When do you have time? Let us begin our practice. Witnessing her reaction, Severus realized he had been duped once more. Now, you have yet to disclose what you intend to do. Of course, we shall practice the Imperius curse. Come, we require a secure environment. Ellie's response was vague as she led the way toward the potions classroom, fortunately not far from their current location. Practice? I hope it is not as I fear. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Severus followed closely behind. It soon became evident that his initial apprehensions had been overly cautious. You wish to use it on me? Yes. You will cast the Imperius curse on me, compelling me to engage in some nefarious act. Ellie hesitated as she spoke, uncertain of what constituted a truly malicious deed in her eyes, given her lack of boundaries regarding wrongdoing. After all, the Imperius curse was about controlling another's will, forcing them to act against their own desires. Articulate your reasoning for such an action. Severus's expression turned serious. He had never encountered anyone who requested to be subjected to an unforgivable curse. Stealing a furtive glance at Ellie, he found it impossible to associate her with any negative connotations. He could not fathom what sort of mischief she could be compelled to pursue. To practice resistance. Repetitive exercises can fortify one's willpower, making it easier to break free. Ellie was pleased with her justification, her lies flowing more effortlessly. I struggle with the shield charm, so I wish to utilize this method for practice. The shield charm? He had encountered it in a forbidden tome within the library. It was a forbidden spell. If that were the case, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Sensing a shift in his demeanor, Ellie hastily raised her hand to halt him, fearful of any sudden movements. Such spells of control or mental invasion are best employed when the target is unsuspecting. Wait. She quickly retrieved her protective gear, including a pendant that reflected the effects of the curse and a bracelet with a counteractive effect. Severus frowned at the alchemical necklace lying on the table, his expression turning perplexed. Perhaps Miss Black had no need for practice at all. These are mere external tools. I must be prepared in case I forget to bring them one day. Once she was ready, Severus felt an unexpected surge of nervousness. This would be his first instance of casting an unforgivable curse on another. Observing Ellie's earnest demeanor, he found himself at a loss for instructions. Imperio, spin around. Ellie complied, twirling in response, and when he lifted the control, she shot him a bewildered glance. She felt no trace of magical influence. Was spinning around really such a terrible act? I had no idea that a Slytherin could be so benevolent. What constitutes a bad deed? Could he seize this opportunity for a hug? Blushing slightly beneath his dark hair, Severus gazed at her, the intensity of his stare deepening. Ellie, too, found herself momentarily entranced by his gaze, feeling an urge to retreat. Go brew a potion of shrinking. Now that is truly wicked. Ellie profoundly grasped the terror of the Imperius curse as her actions became involuntary, leading her towards the workstation, while she felt her hand grasping a mouse's spleen. It must have been her earlier agitation that rendered her incapable of resisting now. Truly an impressive maneuver. Severus also silently released a breath of relief. Midway through processing the mouse's spleen, Ellie broke free from his control. She methodically set down the spleen, cleaned her hands, and wore an expression of utter despondency. Not only did she brew a wretched potion, but she also felt no trace of dark magic's influence. The negative emotions perceived by her rules were distinct from the malevolence defined by dark magic. Even after employing dark magic, she sensed no malice from Severus. However, when it came to subtlety, he was indeed quite adept. It was no wonder the marauders were consistently outmaneuvered by him. You succeeded. I abhor potions. Severus had long been aware of this fact. The outcome was that failing to meet her expectations would lead to self-mockery, while fulfilling them would still leave her dissatisfied. He had come to deeply appreciate the complexities of Miss Black. Shall we continue practicing? Very well, I concede. After being subjected to the Cruciatus curse, I felt the currents of magic coursing through me. Ellie, not wishing to continue with potions, spoke half-truths, hoping he might offer some advice. I suspect that the magical currents I sensed originated from the dark magic that attacked me. Perhaps this is a talent of the Blacks, which is why I wish to try again, though I have yet to succeed. This reasoning should be quite reasonable, no? The Blacks indeed possessed a talent for dark magic. And she was no slouch with light magic either. After her statement, Ellie fixed her gaze intently on Severus's eyes, attempting to discern whether he believed her. Did the Cruciatus curse hurt? Severus struggled to voice the question. It would undoubtedly be excruciating, as it was an unforgivable curse wielded by the Dark Lord himself. His heart ached as if pricked by needles, and he suddenly yearned to embrace her. Do you wish to try the Cruciatus curse? Very well. This is not a request I made of my own volition, Ellie exclaimed, her eyes shining with fervor. Those engaged in the study of curses are indeed meticulous. No. Severus found himself at a loss for words, the emotions he had been cultivating dissipating entirely, leaving him to respond through clenched teeth. I would think that as a scion of the ancient dark wizarding family, Miss Black, you ought to possess some fundamental knowledge of dark magic. The damage inflicted by the unforgivable curses is irreversible, hence it cannot be experimented with indiscriminately. At last, he comprehended why she had initially insisted he promised not to disclose this to Regulus. She remained as audacious as ever, willing to test the boundaries of the arcane. Should Ellie discern his thoughts, she would surely protest. She undoubtedly had her own safeguards in place to prevent any harm from befalling her. When you create a curse, can you sense how it is formed? She inquired, her persistence unyielding. Severus realized he could not truly perceive it. Upon reflection, he only witnessed the effects manifest at the moment he uttered the incantation. Another crucial factor was intent, whether it be transfiguration or dark magic. Both were driven by the wizard's inner thoughts, channeling their magical essence through their bodies. He had no concept of the trajectory Ellie described. The ability to channel magic through feeling closely resembled wandless magic, a feat achievable only by the most gifted or magically potent wizards, like Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. Emotions play a pivotal role. After much contemplation, he uttered a truth known even to novice wizards. Uncontrolled emotions could incite a surge of magical power. I have devised a new dark spell, which may allow you to perceive something, Severus mentioned seemingly nonchalantly, referencing his efforts during the holiday. Would you like to learn it? He fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Ellie's eyes, seeking confirmation that his holiday musings were not mere self-delusion, but rather a subconscious desire for her to engage with him more. After all, she had made excuses to send numerous letters. Is it I who wishes to learn? In light of his reticence, Ellie felt it necessary to prompt him to express his thoughts first. Do you want me to learn? Chapter 111. If you have matters to attend to, seek the headmaster. Ellie's gaze was one of unfiltered inquiry, yet it bore an air of resolute encouragement. Those gray eyes were perpetually convincing, causing Severus's throat to constrict. It felt as though something profound was on the verge of being articulated. Aye. Knock, knock, knock. The abrupt sound of knocking interrupted the words that hung unspoken on Severus's lips. Ellie closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. She was curious to see who it was and what pressing matters might be at hand. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ellie's demeanor shifted instantaneously. She felt a twinge of guilt, instinctively stepping back a pace. You cannot neglect meals just because you are feeling better. At the door stood Evan and Regulus. Ellie had been finding time to study with Senior Snape, a fact Regulus was well aware of since the last semester. However, as he spoke, he noticed something amiss with Ellie. Her eyes were steady, and her expression was natural, betraying no hint of falter. Yet, there was a palpable sense that her facade was excessively convincing. Confronted by his scrutinizing gaze, Ellie managed to maintain her composure. "Let us resume our studies another time," she said to Severus with a smile, the implication being her eagerness to learn. "Shall we join the feast in the Great Hall?" Indeed. Observing that Severus appeared even calmer than she was, Ellie felt reassured. Regulus should not perceive any issues. Besides, she had no reason to feel guilty. She was merely under the influence of the soul-binding curse while handling potion materials. Generally, it was the cursed individual who was compelled to act. Only if one's will was vehemently contravened would psychological barriers arise. The more she pondered, the more justified she felt. She was merely here to explore the intricacies of curses. Regulus, having discerned nothing amiss, reluctantly acquiesced. Not long after, before Ellie could seize the opportunity for her next lesson in curses, a grievous incident transpired within the school. 3 Slytherin students maliciously tormented a Gryffindor with dark magic. During their assault, Hall happened to pass by and, along with a few friends, managed to rescue the victim. The individual in question was Mary MacDonald, who had been confined in an abandoned classroom for over half an hour. Throughout that time, they had unleashed numerous vile curses upon her, leaving her at significant risk of disfigurement. She has since been sent to St. Mungo's. As a result of the incident, Slytherin was penalized a staggering 150 points. Though 50 points were awarded back due to Hall and his friends' heroic actions, the perpetrators were Mulciber and 2 6th years, in addition to losing points. They were sentenced to 2 weeks of detention. Such punishment hardly assuaged the ire of the Gryffindor students. Once again, the rivalry between the lions and the snakes flared, with the enraged lions speaking indiscriminately. Some even laid the blame at Elios' feet. Given that Mulciber was a member of the MCES and had resorted to dark magic during the bullying, among the loudest accusers were Lily Evans and the Marauders. Of course, not all Gryffindors were so blindly impetuous. After all, it was Slytherin who had come to the rescue. Yet, this fact was twisted by the more extreme thinkers, branding Slytherin as the orchestrators of the entire affair. Upon catching Ellie's gaze, Lily instinctively lowered her head. Although she refrained from uttering accusations, her heart brimmed with indignation. Mary was her roommate, her closest friend within Gryffindor. How could she not be furious upon witnessing her friend's plight? She even felt a sense of relief that Severus had reduced his associations with Mulciber over the past year. Otherwise, she was uncertain how she would have coped. Many Gryffindor students exhibited impulsive tempers, fickle allegiances, and a tendency to miss the core of the issue. Did they truly believe themselves to be so easily bullied? During the dark magic debate, several had voted on the opposing side. Were they merely swept up in the atmosphere, casting their votes without thought? It felt akin to regurgitating knowledge during an exam. Ellie began to suspect that the 4 founding members had established the houses for the sake of division of labor. Gryffindors were resolute and brave, yet they seldom planned for the long term, making them well suited for urgent tasks but also prone to insubordination. They were ideal for rights advocacy and charge. Such susceptibility to provocation required her acute vigilance in the future. Ellie exchanged a glance with Hall, who immediately used the sonorous charm to quiet the crowd. Once the noise subsided, Ellie spoke. "I believe you have misidentified the culprits. The decisions regarding punishment were made by the headmaster and the professors. If you have grievances, I suggest you address them directly with them. This issue stems from lax management and insufficiently defined school regulations." Several students wore expressions of outrage, but Ellie did not afford them the opportunity to retort. As for Mulciber, he is not merely a member of the organization but a student at Hogwarts. Why not direct your ire toward the headmaster? Her gaze purposefully turned towards the Marauders. Do you Gryffindors have no bullies of your own? To generalize so egregiously, to tarnish an entire group with a single brush? The other Gryffindors were unfairly implicated by their accusations, forced to bear the stigma of recklessness and thoughtlessness. Furthermore, do not blame everything on dark magic. Is bullying in Muggle schools any less prevalent? Do they employ dark magic as well? You seek to attribute a widespread issue in the wizarding world to a single house, a single organization, or even me. Is this not a form of bullying the vulnerable? How do you differ now from those who perpetrated the violence? Unable to resolve the issue, it seems imperative to find someone to bear the blame. Is this how you exercise your sense of justice? Cowards. Tired of engaging in futile discussions with such individuals, Ellie cursed and departed. Evan trailed behind Ellie and Regulus, suppressing his thoughts in silence throughout the journey. Upon returning to the common room, he finally erupted. Refreshing. He plopped down onto the sofa, reclining comfortably against the backrest. I have long harbored disdain for them. Such reprimands were warranted. Why should we Slytherins be blamed whenever a situation arises? Ellie regarded him with confusion, uncertain whether he was genuinely oblivious or simply dim-witted. The blame directed at Slytherin stemmed from the fact that it was indeed Slytherin that had committed the wrongdoing. Could it be that Slytherin students believe themselves to be on the side of righteousness? With our family background, we could scarcely claim to be virtuous. Our kin are notorious for their malevolence, and yet we are not permitted to be criticized. She had assumed that those who engage in wickedness possess an awareness of their villainy. On the way, Hall had gone to inform Carlo, instructing him to bring the 3 individuals involved in the bullying. Hall was particularly enthusiastic about this matter. Those once victimized by bullying can become protectors of the weaker. She was not merely aiding others, she was also rescuing her former self. It was as though she were addressing her past self from 3 years ago. Look, I have risen. This incident was an unwarranted calamity for Carlo. With the semester barely commencing, he found himself nearly 100 credits in debt and under the thumb of those 2 blacks, potentially subject to their wrath upon entering the common room. He had had enough of being a prefect. He no longer aspired to win the House Cup. He merely hoped to graduate peacefully. With this thought, Carlo glared resentfully at the 3 ahead, knowing they were the source of his troubles. After dealing with Black, he would inevitably have to confront them as well. Chapter 112. Another option. While waiting for Mulciber and his companions to arrive, a number of students gradually filled the common room. Upon their arrival, each found a seat without casting wandering glances, displaying admirable decorum. Ellie had no intention of wasting time with them. What was the reason? Mulciber was rather taken by her domineering demeanor, dutifully recounting the events leading up to the situation. It was common for Slytherin and Gryffindor to share classes and thus encounter conflicts. However, the issue arose from a particular spell used effectively by Gryffindor, which earned them extra credits, leaving Mulciber feeling discontented. Moreover, Mary MacDonald happened to be of Muggle descent. Adhering to the theory of pure-blood supremacy, Mulciber believed that pure-blood wizards inherently possessed superior magical abilities compared to Muggle-borns. Only purebloods were deemed worthy of wielding magic. Half-bloods and mudbloods were fundamentally unworthy of magical education. Was this not merely an inability to accept defeat in a subject? Only by emphasizing pure-blood superiority could he convince himself of his own strength. Finding such a rationale allowed him to comfortably seize greater advantages in the wizarding world while oppressing others, ultimately leading to a sense of hierarchy over time. Slytherin also had its share of half-bloods, and their expressions were hardly pleasant at this moment. Ellie began to comprehend the behavior of the Dark Lord. Only through violence and strength could this self-important cohort of pure-blood wizards be brought to their knees, begging for mercy. Could it be that he, too, had faced discrimination upon entering school? The likelihood was quite high, considering the haughty tone often adopted by the adults in his family. So what? Do you intend to annihilate half-bloods and muggles under Dumbledore's watch? Upon uttering these words, Ellie let out a laugh, her eyes gleaming with derision. Mulciber was rendered speechless, clearly lacking the capability to act on such a threat. I merely intend to teach her a lesson, to make her aware of who truly belongs in this magical realm. No, you are simply venting your emotions. Have you considered the consequences? She had heard enough of these pure-blood arguments at home, without experiencing a proper thrashing. It was difficult to alter one's mindset. What now? Your actions are tarnishing the reputation of all Slytherins, and they are adversely affecting me and MCES. How do you think I should handle you? Ellie casually twirled her wand, her inquiry seemingly indifferent. She lounged there lazily, devoid of any fury, yet instilling a sense of dread in Mulciber. Her question regarding how to deal with him sounded more like a query about his execution, recalling her first encounter with Black, when she had felt nearly shattered, yet managed to stand amidst a pool of blood, adjusting her robes with a smile. Avery in the crowd felt an immense sense of relief. At that time, Mulciber had also called for him, but he had fortuitously been occupied with matters concerning MCES, instructing him to join later. When he finally arrived at the designated abandoned classroom, it was already empty. He had narrowly escaped becoming one of them. Asking Mulciber such a question was akin to forcing him to choose his own demise. The other students in the common room held their breath, awaiting his response. Only Regulus understood that Ellie was genuinely not angry. Her impatience and lack of action thus far indicated that she was merely playing a game. After all, this was a matter of education and historical legacy. Mulciber hesitated, his lips quivering, unable to provide an answer. Can't come up with anything? Allow me to assist you. You want to help me think? Is there even a chance for me to survive? Upon hearing Elios' words, Mulciber grew increasingly anxious, yet dared not interrupt. I shall assign you the role of a valiant defender of justice, alongside your 2 friends, to prevent incidents of bullying among classmates. Any good deeds must be reported to the professors until you have earned back the deducted points. Despite the absence of physical harm in this punishment, it would undoubtedly inflict psychological damage. The terms justice and valiant felt akin to an insult directed at a Slytherin, akin to calling them Gryffindor, carrying a weighty connotation. Bullying exists in every house among students. However, the other three houses do not take pride in it as Slytherin does, openly employing dark magic. This approach could enhance Slytherin's image while curtailing further bullying. Ellie believed her idea to be remarkably astute, achieving two objectives at once. Of course, to demonstrate her respect for others' wishes, she also proposed alternative options. You may disagree. There is another choice. Assist me in practicing dark magic. I agree. Mulciber responded without a moment's hesitation. He despised open-ended questions, and even more so, he abhorred choices, for he had none. Thus, Hogwarts gained yet another meddlesome group, reducing instances of bullying on campus. Due to their genuine acts of justice, their popularity surpassed that of the Marauders, though that story would unfold later. Mulciber's predicament, however, inspired Ellie. The wizarding world remained insular, and pureblood families bore a significant share of the responsibility. This demographic, though small in number, wielded the majority of resources within the magical community. Born of nobility, purebloods, regardless of their achievements, considered it an honor simply to pass on their lineage. Whenever they felt inadequate, they resorted to bloodlines, attempting to undermine the spirits of half-bloods and muggle-born wizards. Their lack of ambition only served to belittle those who strove for success. The more she pondered, the more sense it made. Ellie resolved to make pureblood ideology the topic of the next discussion. The club was no longer restricted to monthly meetings. As participation increased, members gradually recognized that the substance of the topic mattered more than its frequency. For instance, the president's audacious proposals consistently render their discussions of alternative solutions utterly tedious. Each suggestion from the president serves as their guiding compass. When Ellie announced that the next topic would be blood purity, it garnered nearly unanimous support from the club members. Moreover, recent bullying incidents stemming from bloodline issues served as a prelude to this discussion. The Slytherin students were taken aback, yet dared not voice their opinions. Hadn't Team Mulciber just been reprimanded for misdeeds under Dumbledore's watch? To now advocate for blood purity under Dumbledore's oversight. Was this not a trial run for Mulciber? No one questioned Ellie's stance. Coming from an extreme pureblood family, her position was beyond reproach. Selwyn, gripped by fear, was also filled with profound respect for Ellie. As the sole Slytherin student privy to Black's affiliation with the Death Eaters, she speculated this was a task assigned to Black by the Dark Lord. Her audacity to act under Dumbledore's authority must surely derive from the Dark Lord's backing. For various reasons, none felt compelled to remind Ellie to inform Dumbledore in advance. A slip that even Regulus had forgotten. Primarily, Ellie had always managed to persuade Dumbledore effortlessly, leading them to subconsciously dismiss this as an issue. Until Ellie received a letter during breakfast, the elegant cursive intertwined in loops. Ellie, I believe you require the headmaster's password. I've recently developed a fondness for blowing bubblegum, which is quite delightful. Upon raising her gaze, she found the headmaster toasting her with a cup. Chapter 113. This is not called support. A perfect arc graced Ellie's lips as she lifted her milk glass in acknowledgement toward the staff table. After setting it down, she exchanged a glance with Regulus. I truly forgot, she admitted innocently. He might think you aspire to be headmaster. This is always the routine. He ought to trust me more. Regulus fell silent. Had she chosen a less controversial topic, Dumbledore might have placed greater faith in her. Were it not for his profound understanding of Ellie, he might not have guessed correctly this time. Despite having changed significantly alongside Ellie, he still occasionally judged individuals by their bloodlines. However, after the events involving the Dark Lord, he no longer subscribed to the notion of pureblood supremacy. You should head back first. There's no need to wait for me. Downing the remainder of her milk, Ellie rose to make her way to the headmaster's office. Ever since Sirius observed the toast between Ellie and Dumbledore, he had been intently watching them. Connecting the dots with Ellie's earlier receipt of a letter, it was not difficult to deduce that she had been summoned for a discussion. Watching her depart alone heightened his anxiety. What if Dumbledore discovered something? What if he learned Ellie was a Death Eater? He found himself closely monitoring Slytherin from Gryffindor, beginning to understand the parental worries. And what of Regulus? Weren't they usually inseparable? He fidgeted restlessly, his frustrated gaze piercing. Regulus, noticing Sirius signaling frantically, chose to ignore him and turned to leave. It was impossible to keep anything hidden. He feared others would notice Ellie's predicament. Reflecting on this, Regulus abruptly halted. He truly should refrain from engaging with Sirius. He had nearly been led astray. Ellie had no issues whatsoever. In the headmaster's office, thank you. But I've had quite enough water already. Ellie politely declined Dumbledore's offering of honey lemon tea. Dumbledore displayed no signs of disappointment as he withdrew the tea. I apologize. I had thought the topic for today's discussion would not be so sensitive. Without any pleasantries, Ellie plunged straight into the matter. Dumbledore sipped his tea, savoring her words, and contemplated their implications. Miss Black possesses a remarkable sense of balance. The outcomes of her endeavors consistently surpass his expectations, yet remain within his ultimate boundaries. Her assertion of being unperturbed suggests she does not endorse blood purity. Indeed, her views may align with his own, which is why she feels no need to consult him. However, if that is the case, does she disregard Black entirely? The intricate relationships among pureblood families, particularly with the recent unions involving 2 other Death Eater families, are evident, firmly aligned with the Death Eater faction. Perhaps I can anticipate your stance. Do you also support blood purity? Dumbledore inquired with a casual tone, akin to an audience member eager for spoilers. Support? Why would you think that? Our club members are quite professional. Not only do we express opinions, but we also present evidence. That is what constitutes research. Receiving no definitive answer, Dumbledore found himself uncertain of Elios' position. Then what is your viewpoint? I do not support blood purity. Dumbledore blinked, genuinely disliking conversations with Slytherin. When he asked her what she supported, she deemed his inquiry incorrect. When he asked her viewpoint, she countered with a rejection of blood purity. Very well, not supporting is sufficient. With that assurance, he felt at ease. Raising an eyebrow, Dumbledore took another sip of tea. A commendable perspective. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Ellie proceeded directly to the club activity room. She inscribed the competition format on the bulletin board. Several members, free from classes, gathered to discuss the announcement. The topic was straightforward, a discourse on blood purity. The format allowed for free argumentation, encouraging interested participants to jot down their main points on the bulletin board and collaborate with those who shared similar views. Each viewpoint would be allotted a speaking position, and any members of the same faction could take the stage to voice their opinions. Upon seeing the term argumentation, the members understood that it was time to delve into research and reference materials. After stepping back from the crowd, Ellie noticed Barty approaching. I assumed you would be the first to propose a point. After all, many opinions are often preconceived. Such a splendid opportunity. I find it hard to believe you wouldn't seize it. I'm concerned that if I articulate my argument first, everyone will agree with me. And then how would we compete? Ellie replied. This is a cultural exchange club. After all, there must be a sense of participation. Such a mindset embodies the collective endeavor to derive the optimal solution. While Barty feigned disdain, he secretly acknowledged the validity of her perspective. She indeed possessed this capability. Invariably, by the end, everyone would rally behind her. After assigning Barty the task of consolidating arguments and forming groups, Ellie resolved to return the next day to craft her own points. She returned to the common room and relayed this matter to the students of pureblood families. This competition primarily centered on argumentation. To persuade others, one must present evidence. Starting with claims of innate nobility would not suffice. Others are not fools. Mere slogans won't sway them. Those who have read the Future Weekly would know that each issue publishes topics aimed at the entire wizarding community. This is an opportunity for you to prove yourselves to half-bloods and muggleborns. Seize it well. The pureblood students in the common room were eager to participate, already planning to write home for ancient texts. Yet, they felt something amiss. What did she mean by you? Was she not participating? After Ellie spoke, she departed, leaving them no chance to inquire further. As the first class of the afternoon commenced, a torrential thunderstorm broke out outside, an unusual occurrence for early autumn in England. The temperature dropped, and students hurried through the corridors. The fifth-year potions class of Slytherin and Gryffindor had just concluded, with Severus and Lily exiting the classroom side by side. Having completed their work first, Lily felt a pang of regret for her earlier actions, after being chastised by Ellie. She had wished to apologize, but had yet to find the opportunity. How impulsive of me, she mused. I always lose my reason in a fit of anger. Severus glanced at the gloomy sky, his eyes shifting. Lily, I have matters to attend to, he announced, clutching his books tightly as he made his way briskly toward the Slytherin dungeon. Earlier that morning, Ellie had mentioned she would be in the potions laboratory, though she had not specified a time. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the familiar figure, and for the first time, Severus felt a sense of comfort wash over him. Though he was not drenched by the rain, the humidity clung to his hair and robes. You ought to have cast a waterproof charm on yourself first, Ellie suggested, glancing at the muggle book in his hands. However, applying that spell after getting wet diminishes its effectiveness. After a quick glance at her, Severus set down his textbook and removed his outer robe, casting a drying charm upon it. That works, Ellie offered with a fair assessment, casually perusing the potions book, which remained entirely dry. What's this? She queried, her eyes landing on a particular line. Chapter 114. Is there still hope? Severus noticed her movement, but initially did not react. As he donned his freshly dried robe, a thought struck him, causing him to halt abruptly. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the potions book from Ellie's grasp, clutching it tightly, his gaze fixed intently on her, as if searching for hidden meanings in her expression. Confusion flickered across her face. She likely had not seen anything significant. Just as he began to relax, Ellie stood to retrieve the book. What's wrong? Is there something I can't see? Severus hastily raised the book above her reach. Observing his anxiety, Ellie narrowed her eyes and reached out, playfully attempting to startle him. She leaned in closer, causing Severus to instinctively retreat, the sweet scent of her presence enveloping him. Her developing form already hinting at grace. So close, he could feel the warmth radiating between them. He held his breath, gripping the book even tighter. This is perilous. Rapidly blinking, Severus resolved to widen the dangerous gap. Ellie remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety. The half-blood prince, she uttered, mischief glinting in her eyes. As she slowly articulated the syllables, instantly, the boy's body stiffened, his pallor deepening into a vivid crimson, his pupils constricting in shock. Realizing she had perhaps gone too far in her teasing, Ellie returned to her previous position, slightly abashed. Ahem, are you still going to teach me spells? Severus remained frozen, finally adjusting his loosely fitted robe after a moment. I believe Miss Black should know that a proper lady ought not to rummage through another's belongings. His voice, though restrained, bore the weight of barely concealed frustration. Recognizing his mortification, Ellie offered a sly smile, playfully touching her nose as if to alleviate the tension. I already know. Your mother hails from the prince family, hence you refer to yourself as the half-blood prince. Her explanation did little to assuage Severus' discomfort. If anything, his ears grew even warmer. Ellie sensed his sensitivity regarding bloodlines, aware that Slytherins often found it difficult to escape such societal norms. Don't let the pure-bloods' disparaging remarks bother you. They are merely deceiving themselves. Their aim is to crush the confidence of prodigies like you, making you believe that no matter your accomplishments, they will always be superior. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as she continued. You are undoubtedly the most gifted student at Hogwarts, far surpassing those of pure blood. With his gaze now fixed intently on her, Ellie pressed on. My intention in discussing pure blood ideology is to dismantle the lies surrounding it. For instance, I know of a half-blood who has created numerous spells that leave all pure bloods in the dust. The mention of the Dark Lord, whom she had encountered, carried an air of authenticity that Severus could not ignore. His lips tightened, and he feigned casual interest. Is he truly formidable? Extremely so, and immensely useful, she replied, her tone imbued with significance. The excitement in her voice as she spoke of that individual was unlike anything he had witnessed before. Severus felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss, his right hand clenching his wand tightly, his gaze cast downward to conceal his tumultuous emotions. He was left in the dark regarding how they had crossed paths and just how powerful that half-blood might be to elicit such admiration from her. He felt utterly powerless to inquire further about that individual. Are we not supposed to be practicing spells? He asked, striving to mask his disinterest, though his voice came out dry and somewhat harsh. Ellie, sensing his discontent, acquiesced. Then let us begin, Professor Snape. The weight of that title hung heavily upon him. Will he also teach you his original spells? After a lingering moment of scrutiny, he began to demonstrate with his wand. Sectum Sempra. The classroom erupted as a set of empty desks and chairs splintered apart. The precision of the severed edges revealed that this spell wielded far greater power than a standard cutting charm. Yet, Severus knew this was merely the beginning. Ellie remained fixated on him, anticipating his next move. Try using another spell to repair the damage, he instructed, his expression betraying no emotion. Ellie, visibly dejected, noted his temper. In the past, he would have readily explained the intricacies to her. She attempted the repair charm and a freezing spell on the damaged furniture, yet neither yielded any results. Even with amplified magical energy, only two possibilities could explain this outcome. Either the spell inflicted lasting damage, or the harm itself was irreversible, both hallmarks of dark magic. She turned to Severus, her gaze piercing and unwavering. He swallowed hard, breaking eye contact after a brief moment. You should be able to deduce that this spell causes continuous and permanent harm. When used on living beings, there exists a counter-curse for healing. Ellie nodded, then waved her wand. Serpensortia. As she uttered the incantation, a small black serpent materialized in the classroom, adorned with vibrant patterns. Despite its beauty, Ellie had no intention of sparing it. Imitating Severus's earlier movement, she cast Sectum Sempra. The once lively serpent was abruptly cleaved in two, blood spraying onto the floor. The metallic scent suffusing the air, a stark reminder of the spell's potency. The outcome exceeded Ellie's expectations. She had merely intended to create a wound to gauge the counter-curse effectiveness. Was such harm possible even without malice? Severus nodded, his demeanor unperturbed. With malicious intent in mind, he was astounded by Ellie's adeptness at mastering dark magic. She could successfully cast spells with remarkable speed and precision after just a single demonstration. It is worth noting that a serpent's reflexes are not to be underestimated. The potency of the incantations may not solely account for her success. Her magical prowess could be formidable as well. "You are truly impressive," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at Severus. If the healing counter-curse proves effective, it would indeed shatter the notion of the irreversible nature of dark magic. Moreover, she wielded it with such finesse. Observing her enthusiasm stirred something within Severus. "Just like that, do not concern yourself with anyone else. The only one worthy of your attention is me. Is there still hope for that one?" Ellie inquired, gesturing towards the small serpent that had been severed in two. Even Severus, typically composed, couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If Miss Black were indeed a true witch, she should comprehend that within the magical realm, no spell exists to revive the deceased. Oh, Beryl is even less attuned to humor. In response to his sardonic remarks, Ellie merely pursed her lips, choosing not to engage with someone who had just experienced public mortification. With a flick of her wand, she tidied up the previous chaos. The potions lab was hardly suitable for experiments steeped in sanguine aromas. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ellie's gaze shifted. "We require a larger living specimen for our experiments. This snake is rather diminutive. Have you ventured into the Forbidden Forest?" Chapter 115. An Expedition into the Forbidden Forest. Severus harbored doubts about her inability to summon a larger serpent. Even if the snake were small, he could still accurately control the intensity of the spells, providing her with a demonstration if necessary. The eagerness etched on her face revealed her intentions. She was deliberately seeking an excuse to venture into the Forbidden Forest. His assumption was astutely correct. Ellie not only wished to traverse the Forbidden Forest, but also longed for a nocturnal adventure, eager to experience all the things she had missed due to her previous ailments. However, she seldom found herself alone, unaccustomed to solitary endeavors. Should Severus decline, she would return to persuade Regulus or, failing that, seek out Horus. With this thought blossoming in her mind, she was not one to easily relinquish it. At the very least, today was not feasible. The rain had yet to cease, and the overly damp ground would pose complications. Understanding her disposition, Severus contemplated briefly before consenting. On such a rainy day, Miss Black would surely despise muddy shoes. There was no need to subject her to an unpleasant outing. His visits to the Forbidden Forest were infrequent, typically undertaken only when he wished to procure fresh potion ingredients. Let us wait for the weather to improve. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after. This unexpected acquiescence delighted Ellie. She had not anticipated such ease in his agreement. Had he not been irritated moments ago? If he were unperturbed, could she not propose further requests? "I think it best to venture out after curfew, as it would be less likely to attract the attention of the caretakers." Ultimately, the two agreed to convene in the Slytherin common room after curfew the following evening. The next day, after a full day of classes, Ellie intended to head to the club activity room to articulate her arguments. The notice board displayed only 2 points, and the handwriting suggested they had been organized by club members. These 2 arguments were easily discernible, a simple yes or no. Beneath them, the names of students willing to collaborate were listed, and Ellie casually scanned the names, noting that all supporting the pureblood theory were familiar surnames. Retrieving another piece of parchment, Ellie inscribed her 3rd point. Unlike the previous 2 arguments, those interested may seek collaboration with the president. Regulus, upon seeing her note, remained silent, taking the parchment and affixing it to the right side of the notice board. He suspected Ellie was once again treading uncharted territory, opting for a blind selection. He held no concerns, confident that Ellie could transform the darkest of notions into light. Once she proposed a viewpoint, she possessed the ability to sway others. Indeed, some individuals had an unwavering trust in her, approaching her to express their support. "Do you require our assistance, President?" "Indeed, I do. Tomorrow at the same time. Come here to find me. There is much information to gather." While she could accomplish this with her friends, having additional help was certainly preferable. In preparation for the night's escapade, Ellie adorned no bright accessories, opting instead for her school robe. The blend of black and green made her difficult to discern in the darkness. This sense of stealth, akin to engaging in mischief, filled her with anticipation. Upon entering the common room, Severus was already waiting. The light from the dungeons was significantly dimmer, yet it did not hinder visibility. Should we employ the disillusionment charm? Ellie, lacking experience, was reluctant to be caught on her inaugural night outing. After a moment of contemplation, Severus replied, "It would be prudent. The headmaster patrols the school at night." Ellie nodded, quickly reciting the incantation and lightly tapping her wand's tip against herself. She had practiced this charm in preparation for the nocturnal adventure. "Hold on to my robes. This way, once we are both invisible, we will not lose our way." Once she vanished completely, Severus reminded her, "All right, let us proceed." After feeling a tug on his sleeve, he cast the charm, leading them deftly out of the castle. Once they entered the Forbidden Forest, they dispelled the disillusionment charm, and Ellie released her grip. The forest was enveloped in darkness, with densely packed trees obscuring the feeble moonlight. Occasionally, magical plants with luminescent properties emerged, injecting a modicum of vitality into the surroundings. Ellie retrieved a glowing stone from her pocket, enlarged it with a spell, and held it aloft for illumination. "How did you navigate here before?" she inquired, noticing that Sirius had brought no equipment. The fact that a wand could only cast one spell at a time made using the illumination charm somewhat risky. "I typically come during the full moon when visibility is optimal. Many magical plants and potions reach their peak energy during the full moon, making it the ideal time for gathering." Upon hearing this, Ellie reflected on the point, choosing not to press further. After walking a short distance without encountering any creatures, perhaps they were hidden in the trees or sky, their surroundings became increasingly tangled, revealing numerous magical plants. "Have you encountered unicorns here?" The magical creatures textbook contained illustrations, but the professor had been unable to bring one for various reasons. Ellie had never seen a unicorn in her life, having only caught a distant glimpse of them in deeper parts of the Forbidden Forest. "You ventured deeper? Quite brave of you." She had a knack for honing in on the crux of others' statements. "I was gathering silverleaf." Ellie glanced at Sirius, pursing her lips in silence. Silverleaf grows in areas with potent magical fields. The conditions for harvesting are exceptionally stringent. Otherwise, it withers and loses its potency. It is one of the primary ingredients for revitalizing potions and is in high demand in any market. An unspoken tension enveloped the air between them as they continued walking. After a while, they understood why they had not encountered other creatures. The ground and trees were teeming with acromantulas, their legs creating an incessant clicking sound. Sirius silently led Ellie away from the encirclement of the acromantulas. However, Ellie was reluctant to let such promising experimental subjects slip away easily. She severed the nearby vines and, with a transformative spell, fashioned them into a tightly woven net. In an instant, it ensnared a nearby acromantula. Ellie extended the rope of the net, gripping it with one hand while clutching Sirius with the other as she took off running. The entire sequence transpired swiftly. By the time Sirius comprehended the situation, they had already sprinted a considerable distance. Behind them, the acromantula had not yet realized it was being pursued. Once they came to a halt, Ellie raised the rope, tugging at the struggling creature, as if to showcase her accomplishment. "We can use this to practice spells. Magical creatures are remarkably resilient." Sirius clenched his hand, which she had just released, feeling a pang of melancholy. It had truly been an exhilarating venture into the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the foliage, prompting Ellie to turn around at the sound. A large black dog loomed before her. It was the first time Ellie had encountered a dog of such size, or perhaps she had simply never seen another dog at all. Its eyes were round and luminous. It first cast a glance at Ellie before fixing a menacing gaze upon Sirius. With its front legs lowered and the fur on its neck bristling, it assumed a clear stance of aggression. Frowning, Ellie swiftly drew her wand, already contemplating which dark curse to employ against it. Sirius readied his wand as well. The massive black dog seemed to sense their intentions. It turned its head toward Ellie and then to the writhing acromantula behind her before retreating rapidly and disappearing from view. Ellie felt a twinge of regret at losing a potential subject for experimentation. Chapter 116, Together in Adversity. After the black dog departed, Ellie began practicing the shadowless spell on the captured acromantula. With several attempts, she gradually mastered the incantation's nuances. However, the healing spell required her to silently recite it 3 times for it to take effect, and the incantation was quite lengthy. Ellie doubted she would ever find it necessary in her lifetime. Such practical spells were intended for harm. She had no need for healing in her hands. Once she had sufficiently amused herself, Sirius extracted the acromantula's venom and incinerated the remains. In their dark magic defense class, they had learned that acromantulas possessed formidable reproductive capabilities. Releasing even one might attract a swarm seeking revenge. This was his first encounter with such a creature, and he was taken aback by the perilous magical beings that resided in the Forbidden Forest. Ellie felt a pang of disappointment at not having seen a unicorn. Yet, she maintained a disciplined lifestyle, rising early and retiring early. Fatigue was now creeping upon her. Sirius, noticing her state, expertly guided her back to the castle. Meanwhile, the black dog that had fled joined its companions at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Awaiting it were a stag, a gray-haired rat, and a Gryffindor, Remus Lupin. They had recently mastered their animagus forms, and the large black dog was Sirius in his animagus shape. He bounded towards his friends with a flurry of barks, evidently forgetting that he had not yet reverted to his human form. "Stop. Quiet down, Bigfoot. We can't understand you," Remus quickly intervened, being the only one capable of human speech at the moment. Upon hearing this, the black dog immediately transformed back into his human shape, while the stag reverted to James. And the rat was revealed to be Peter Pettigrew. They had each adopted new nicknames: Bigfoot, Sharp Fork, Mooney, and Wormtail. Once in human form, Sirius found himself at a loss for words. It was merely a coincidence that he encountered Ellie in the Forbidden Forest. Initially, he thought he had misheard when he first caught the sound. He never expected Ellie would be so audacious as to venture into the Forbidden Forest, especially not with that sniveling, cowardly boy, and to have captured an acromantula no less. Predators often ventured into the Forbidden Forest, fully aware of the acromantula population residing there. They were friends of Hagrid. Had he been without his wand, he might have truly met his end at their hands. While in dog form, his night vision was exponentially superior to that of a human. He could clearly see the way the sniveling boy looked at Ellie. A gaze he had never witnessed on that face before. Disgusting. Unbearable. His affections were never for Evans. What he truly desired was his sister, Sirius's true object of affection. All his earlier speculations had been correct. He had been misled by the jealousy stemming from James's rivalry. Now, with James losing a rival, it was Sirius who found himself in turmoil. How dare he? The thought of them spending so much time together in Slytherin. The sniveling boy having countless opportunities to be near Ellie, gnawed him painfully. Observing James's puzzled expression, Sirius's gaze flickered. He resolved to keep his discovery to himself. Why should he be the only one to suffer? It was also beneficial to let James continue believing that the sniveling boy was a rival. They could seek opportunities to deal with him together. With this thought, Sirius restored a smile to his face, his grin taking on a peculiar quality, leaving his companions bewildered. To prepare for a new topic, students from all 4 houses began to appear in various corners of the library. Meanwhile, Ellie was troubled by the implications of the situation. Disproving the pureblood ideology was tantamount to openly opposing the pureblood families. Her current capabilities were far from sufficient to confront the Dark Lord openly. It was not yet the right time for overt rebellion. But would such actions truly shake the interests of the purebloods, aside from contradicting the Dark Lord's principles? The benefits promised to the Death Eaters by the Dark Lord were negligible. The true impact was minimal. Purebloods would not lose their resource monopolies simply because of this. Advanced magic and skills remained firmly in the hands of the purebloods. What was lacking was only prestige and superficial vanity. Perhaps promoting the superiority of mixed blood was a prudent option. Who knew? The Dark Lord might secretly agree with that sentiment. Ellie rested her hand on her left arm, gently caressing a particular spot. There were always those who could make pure blood seethe in silence. After more than half a month of preparation from various parties, the Great Hall welcomed the MCS Club event once more. This time, extensive preparations were unnecessary. The arrangement of the venue was slightly different. The debate area was set up in a semicircular layout, with the chairperson's position at the center, flanked by representative seats. Each seat was equipped with a magical microphone, as per Barty's request, who preferred not to rely on his loud voice. Students sharing similar viewpoints sat behind each seat, should they wish to speak. They could directly occupy a representative position. The audience was situated in another semicircular area. Regardless of their location, all attendees could easily see the speaking representatives. Many first-year witches and wizards, witnessing such a scene for the first time, were filled with curiosity and anticipation. The venue had been transformed by Professor McGonagall using a transfiguration spell, and she sat contentedly in the back row of the audience. No special invitation had been extended to the professors or heads of houses. Only Professor Flitwick was present. Ellie occupied a position on the left side of the representative seats, able to slightly adjust her angle to view the right side. The supporters of the pureblood ideology were predominantly Slytherins, their expressions a vivid display of varied emotions. Some appeared exuberant, while others were grim. In fact, with minimal research, even purebloods themselves would find their stance untenable. Conversely, those opposing the pureblood ideology occupied only a small fraction of the seating, comprising students from various houses. Before the event commenced, Evan rushed over with a suggestion to switch seats. He was quite apprehensive about the 2 opposing factions sitting too close together. Fearing it would be difficult to control the situation, he proposed moving Eli's side to switch places with the representatives against the blood purity doctrine. This arrangement would not only balance the numbers, but also prevent overcrowding, while ensuring that someone could maintain control over the pureblood side. Once all was prepared, the discourse commenced without delay. Once again, Barty presided over the proceedings, with only a scribe seated beside him, tasked solely with documentation, as no judges were appointed. Having hosted numerous openings, Barty had become exceedingly adept at his role. With a decisive rap upon the table, silence enveloped the room. Good afternoon, esteemed mentors and fellow students. Today's event is a debate organized by MCES, and I am your chair, Barty Crouch. The debate was open to all students and professors, with no restrictions on club membership. The rules dictated a free discourse. Participants could voice their opinions, raise questions, or refute points, provided they presented compelling arguments. The theme of this debate was pureblood ideology, and representatives were invited to articulate their stances. His words were succinct yet coherent, imbued with an increasingly commanding presence. Ellie discreetly nodded at Barty, signaling her approval of his performance. Upon noticing her, Barty's expression grew more solemn, as if to convey the message, "We are at work here." Maintain decorum and seriousness. The first to speak was Axley, a 7th-year student, prompting Ellie to furrow her brow as she listened. His unwavering adherence to pure-blood ideology, even after scrutiny, underscored the strength of his convictions. His rhetoric further confirmed this notion, with numerous Slytherin students puffing out their chests in support. Behind him sat Travers, casting Ellie a particularly resentful glare, tinged with indignation, as if her choice of seating was a betrayal of his beliefs. Chapter 117, The Pure-Blood Debate. He asserted that pure-blood wizards possessed greater and more stable magical abilities, claiming that the powers of half-bloods and muggle-borns had been diluted by their muggle ancestry. He launched into a lengthy tirade filled with sentiments that Ellie had long since grown weary of, then proceeded to cite illustrious figures from various families. Starting with individuals documented in family trees, he extolled the achievements of certain pure-bloods, detailing their positions of power. Those mentioned from his family beamed with pride, as he transformed the atmosphere into a veritable awards ceremony. Professor Slughorn and he surely shared a common language. It was evident that pure-bloods were more likely to achieve success across all fields. Perhaps due to the academic setting, his language was somewhat restrained. He refrained from using derogatory terms or advocating for the eradication of half-bloods and muggle-borns. However, he lauded the Sacred 28 to an excessive degree, even mentioning Mr. Crouch from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Despite his opposition to the Dark Lord, Crouch was nonetheless a member of the pure-blood lineage. A comment he presumed to be complimentary darkened Barty's expression considerably. Had he uttered another word, it was likely that the chair would have directly announced the outcome of the debate. Seated in the opposition was Chloe Gray, a half-blood from an ordinary wizarding family. Previously the 4th speaker for the affirmative side in a prior debate. However, due to Dumbledore's questioning of Ellie at that time, the ensuing proceedings had become a one-woman show for Ellie. The 4th speaker summarizes their side's viewpoints after the opposition has concluded. Upon Ellie's summary, she garnered unanimous support, leaving no room for Chloe to contribute. This time, she had intended to redeem herself, but the moment the chair took his seat, she sensed she was destined to play a secondary role once more. As the debate began, she had no time to dwell on her thoughts. The proclamations of the pure blood were nothing short of an affront to her intellect, each statement more intolerable than the last. The pure blood ideology was fundamentally flawed, a mere self-deception of the purebloods. The strength of magical ability bears no relation to one's blood status. Half-bloods and muggle-borns have also achieved remarkable feats. Over half of the renowned wizards in modern history are half-bloods, and I have numerous examples to illustrate this. As for your so-called achievements, are they not a result of the Ministry of Magic only permitting purebloods to occupy significant positions? You purebloods rely on a long-standing accumulation of magical knowledge to surpass others, and this knowledge is inaccessible to us. To attain equivalent success, we must exert double the effort and possess innate talent. Regarding your claim of superior magical ability, I must candidly state that I see no distinction between you and other students. Her remarks were quite measured. Many purebloods exhibited mediocre magical abilities and poor learning capabilities, surpassing even less than a few of them. Individual variability exists across all bloodlines. As Gray concluded her address, applause erupted in the hall, with many students feeling she had articulated their sentiments. No one relishes being subjected to baseless oppression and denigration. Those from Muggle backgrounds felt the brunt of this most acutely, facing the starkest discrimination upon entering the wizarding world, being labeled as filthy and lowly for no fault of their own. Axley was nearly driven to laughter. How could a half-blood dare to question his strength? If half-bloods and Muggle-borns were not weak, would they be subjected to such oppression? Were the Slytherins not dominant in every arena? Were the Death Eaters mere decorations outside? Those half-bloods trembled at the mere mention of their name. Yet, he could not voice this. While it was an unspoken truth, no pure-blood family openly identified as Death Eaters. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, his lips twitched in frustration, unable to conjure a suitable retort. McNeil, witnessing his stammering, exasperatedly nudged him from the representative seat. Then how do you explain that the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters are stronger than half-bloods and Muggle-borns? The Dark Lord is a Slytherin heir, the Death Eaters, unwilling to disclose their identities, espouse pure-blood ideology, thereby affirming their lineage. What does it matter? No one inquired about which families were involved. Despite the hesitance to speak openly, they still clamored to voice their opinions. Nearby, Ellie could not restrain a smirk, recognizing this as tangible evidence against pure-blood ideology. The Dark Lord was indeed formidable. Yet the half-blood Dumbledore was equally impressive. Gray, unwilling to be outdone, glanced at Dumbledore in the audience after her remarks. In truth, she dared not push too far. The Dark Lord instilled a profound sense of dread, and comparisons were fraught with peril. The result of her statements was a successful exchange of encouraging glances with Dumbledore, rekindling her courage. It was at this moment that most attendees noticed Dumbledore, who sat quietly in an unassuming corner. As eyes turned toward him, he smiled and waved to those around him. McNeil's rebuttal grew somewhat muted. Ahem, and what of the Death Eaters? It is indeed a fact that outside wizards cannot contend with them. Knowing Dumbledore was watching, he spoke with his head down, lacking the earlier bravado. He did not dare to assert whether the Dark Lord or Dumbledore was superior. Gray had been inspired by the headmaster, and her current demeanor was far more relaxed and confident than before. Death Eaters? Allow me to provide an example from the Muggle world. If someone wields a knife on the street, indiscriminately attacking others, can ordinary people not feel fear? Who would not be terrified of such a mindless assailant? Nearly every household in the Muggle world possesses knives, some of which even children can wield. They are not necessarily incapable of defending themselves. It is not their power that terrifies us, but their unprovoked violence. The inability of ordinary wizards to contend with them stems from the illegal use and proliferation of dark magic. They adhere to their own moral boundaries. Under equivalent conditions, we may not be at a disadvantage. At this moment, even Ellie felt compelled to applaud her. Her example was vivid, and the atmosphere of the event was more vibrant than ever before. Yet, considering that one of the madmen she mentioned might include Bellatrix, and perhaps herself in the future, she lowered her hands. It is precisely because you have not had access that you remain oblivious to your own potential. Do you believe that dark magic is easy to master? Is it something that can be easily mastered with casual study? McNeil discreetly cast a glance at Ellie, his heart heavy with unspoken lamentation, filled with grievances regarding the study of dark magic. Gray, of course, could not fathom the difficulties McNeil faced in his pursuit of dark arts, yet he had no intention of delving further into the topic. Allow me to provide another example. Within the ranks of Aurors, those of mixed heritage and Muggle descent constitute the majority, and after their training, they too are capable of contending with Death Eaters. The notion of who wields dark magic with greater prowess is, in itself, an unfounded proposition. The Ministry of Magic is currently infiltrated by pureblood families, and the Aurors do not fully engage in opposition. Whether they can truly contend remains debatable. Their discourse had evidently veered off course. Barty's eyes sparkled with mischief, showing no inclination to regain control of the situation. He was eager to hear how Slytherin would further belittle the Aurors. Aurors invariably arrived only to clean up the aftermath. Old Crouch was perpetually exasperated at home due to this. If they could indeed contend, the magical world would not be in its current state. He was so engrossed that Ellie had to signal him multiple times, all of which went unnoticed. Had they all forgotten that there was another representative present? With no pause in their exchange, she felt compelled to interject, directly interrupting their back and forth. I apologize, gentlemen, but it is now my turn to present my argument. Chapter 118. How can you be certain that you are not of mixed blood? The two disputants paused, simultaneously turning towards the source of the voice, and instantly fell silent. Regarding the superiority of pure-blood magical power, we have conducted a thorough investigation and comparison in the history of duel championships. The proportion of pure-blood victors has only reached 30%. Many renowned wizards celebrated on chocolate frog cards are, in fact, not pure-blood. The evidence suggests that purebloods do not exhibit advantages in magical prowess or contributions to invention. Ellie's words had scarcely left her lips when a considerable commotion erupted from the Slytherin side. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Black, a pureblood and advocate of blood purity, would utter sentiments that undermined the very foundation of their beliefs. In response to their skepticism, Ellie surveyed the faces of those whispering with piercing intensity. Her gaze was targeted. Those she caught glanced down in silence, though their expressions betrayed unmistakable dissent. Once the noise subsided, Ellie resumed her previous discourse. As for the authenticity of the Sacred 28 list, its validity remains questionable. Numerous families that are undeniably pureblood have not been documented. Thus, whether a family is classified as pureblood is largely dependent on the author's personal biases. This book was penned decades ago, and the so-called Sacred 28 do not comprise solely purebloods, as records from that time indicate marriages with Muggles or those of mixed blood. I believe I need not enumerate who these individuals are. Hence, the illustrious figures cited may not necessarily be purebloods. Were such statements made by anyone else, any Slytherin would have eagerly refuted them, but these words came from Black. In terms of bloodline purity, none among the purebloods present could rival him. One by one, they averted their gazes or stared blankly, afraid to meet Elios' eyes, lest she inadvertently expose their own families. During her research, she had discerned numerous flaws in the genealogical records. Purebloods are inherently few in number. Hence, in the pursuit of family continuity, drastic actions are often taken. No amount of reasoning can rival the efficacy of a direct threat. You can never wake someone who pretends to sleep, but you can certainly rouse them with a jolt. Of course, Eli's perspective extended beyond this, or else she would simply be seated beside Gray. The notion of blood purity is a fallacy. Yet lineage does indeed influence magical aptitude and talent. Those of Muggle descent can reflect on the principles of genetic inheritance. To put it plainly, if a family excels in a particular domain, it is highly probable that its members will inherit such talents, be it formidable magical power, an affinity for potion making, or a propensity for casting certain spells. As long as one carries the genes of that family, the possibility of inheritance exists. This type of talent is not confined to purebloods, but extends to many half-bloods as well. Initially, Ellie, too, believed that the ideology of bloodlines was a mere fabrication, devoid of merit. However, after comprehensive data analysis, she discovered that families with ancient magical legacies often produced wizards of greater magical strength. Their upper limits of magical capacity and control over spells tend to exceed those of ordinary wizards. For instance, within the current generation of the Black family, several individuals exhibit greater magical power and talent than their peers. Similarly, the Dark Lord, and perhaps even the esteemed headmaster, prompted a slight smile from Ellie as she recalled this. Dumbledore, listening intently to her assertions, furrowed his brow. Ultimately, this discussion would prove disadvantageous to students of Muggle heritage. Upon seeing her smile, an alarm bell rang in his mind. Take, for example, Professor Dumbledore. He too hails from an ancient magical lineage. This statement drew the attention of the students, leaving the headmaster visibly uneasy. He regretted his presence, as it now served as evidence. Students from pureblood families appeared contemplative, silently comparing themselves to their more gifted peers, as if a new hope had dawned upon them. What of genetics? Would a purer bloodline enhance the likelihood of inheriting such talents? Haven T. The current pureblood families already submitted their answers. The answer, regrettably, is no. In Muggle biology, genetic diversity ensures the health of a population. Pureblood families, often entwined through kinship, may encounter hereditary diseases and declining fertility rates. Inbreeding can lead to diminished magical prowess and an increased likelihood of squibs. This is no mere alarmist rhetoric. Wizards are human, and the biological theories established by Muggles apply equally. What do such biological principles matter to purebloods? They may not grasp the nuances, yet they find the reasoning compelling. For Ellie spoke of symptoms that truly exist within certain pureblood families. Even if they are loath to admit it, some of their lineage has indeed produced squibs. Do we, wizards of Muggle descent, truly possess an inherent inferiority? Lily stood at the left side podium, alongside Mary MacDonald, who had once been bullied. She had spent 2 days at St. Mungo's for treatment, but thankfully bore no lasting effects. Wizards of Muggle descent gazed at Ellie with eager anticipation, particularly Lily, who, since her arrival at Hogwarts, had been diligent in her studies, spending countless hours in the library. Her academic performance was exemplary. She grasped spells with ease and exhibited a remarkable talent for potion making. She could not accept that she was inferior to those who accomplished nothing. Throughout her life, whether in Muggle school or the wizarding world, she had strived to achieve her utmost best. Even if no one posed the question, Ellie was prepared to clarify. Must one possess a specific talent to be deemed exceptional? Is it imperative for a wizard to wield great magical power? The magical realm comprises a multitude of professions, much like Hogwarts, where all 4 houses are indispensable. Those capable of inventing spells may not necessarily excel in writing textbooks. Those who write textbooks may not publish academic papers. And those who publish scholarly work may not possess the strongest magical abilities. Each individual harbors their own aspirations, which contribute to the holistic development of the magical community. Moreover, wizards of Muggle descent possess an advantage in the thinking patterns cultivated during their time in Muggle schools, enabling them to more swiftly identify effective learning methods. This can easily surpass the limitations of meager talent. It is important to note that this inherited talent is merely a possibility, not a certainty. After all, talent is stratified. While others bask in the fleeting glory of their modest talents, you have already illuminated another realm through diligent effort. Observing the Muggle-born students regain their confidence, Ellie deftly shifted her tone. Furthermore, how can you be so certain that you are not of mixed blood? To this day, no satisfactory explanation exists for the emergence of Muggle wizards. One possibility is that your ancestors were indeed magical, possessing wizarding genes that, after numerous generations, have resurfaced within you. Perhaps the notion of being purely Muggle is a fallacy. You may inherently be of mixed lineage. There is another possibility that Ellie did not articulate, one that delves into the origins of wizards. Perhaps wizards themselves emerged spontaneously from Muggles. Muggle wizards could be closer to the ancestral roots of wizards. However, this remains mere speculation. as the precise origins of wizards are not definitively documented. The conjectures regarding the origins of Muggle wizards elicited a raised eyebrow from Dumbledore, who was taken aback. This effectively unified all wizards under a common banner. Chapter 119, Worrying for Naught. Considering Elios' previous remarks about pureblood families, one cannot help but feel that the wizarding world has transformed into a realm of mixed lineage. A bold hypothesis, indeed. Perhaps the wizarding community ought to be structured as such. A collective of shared interests, devoid of unfounded prejudices. Only through this evolution can we strive for fairness. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore suddenly grasped the implications. What difference was there between this outcome and Grindelwald's agenda? First, instilling a sense of crisis regarding Muggles, followed by unifying the interests of wizards. The crucial point was that under her guidance, he found himself perceiving this as a progressive development. This left the silver-haired elder in a state of vexation. He could only console himself with the thought that while the methods were similar, their purposes diverged. The current atmosphere was one of confusion among Muggleborns, jubilation among half-bloods, and a sense of helplessness among purebloods. Numerous students had already taken up quills, documenting Elios' recent statements, eager to delve into the annals of magical history. No one could resist the allure of tracing their roots. Even though much of magical history has been proven to be inaccurate, they yearned to uncover the truth hidden within those erroneous threads. Some purebloods were unable to accept the fact that they possessed no inherent advantages. How could this be? This realization was more suffocating than acknowledging Muggle strength. Perhaps they had always known, yet could not bear to confront the truth, leading them to incessantly extol the virtues of pureblood status to bolster their confidence. From the realization that wizards could not outmatch Muggles to the denial of blood purity. The ideologies ingrained in them since childhood were methodically dismantled by Ellie, forcing them to face reality and cultivate independent thought. As she had previously stated, recognizing one's shortcomings is the first step toward advancement. Of course, not all purebloods shared this perspective. They understood that blood purity was merely a tool for power. Acknowledging their fallibility would mean relinquishing their perceived superiority. Even the Ministry of Magic relied on the tenets of blood purity to uphold their status. They permitted this ideology to erode the inner sanctum of wizards, thereby maintaining a more stable system. Who wouldn't want to wield power for themselves? They remained silent, secretly speculating about Black's intentions. Regardless of their thoughts, Ellie was already summarizing her viewpoints. Regardless of whether one is pure blood, half-blood, or Muggleborn, I wish for everyone to recognize the objective truth. We must harness our inherent strengths for development. We cannot choose our origins, but we can certainly select our futures. Upon concluding her address, half-bloods and Muggleborns alike rose to their feet in applause. After all, as a pure blood, her choice to challenge the notion of blood purity required immense courage. Moreover, she was advocating for their rights. The expressions among the purebloods were far from pleasant. Ellie did not need to look to know the character of this group. Before exiting the event, she instructed Carlo to gather them in the lounge. Carlo regarded her with a distinctly unfriendly gaze. Black's actions threatened the familial interests of them all, and more importantly, she was contravening the Dark Lord's ideology. He was keen to observe how she would navigate this situation. After they departed, Regulus could no longer contain himself. This was far too reckless. One should not impulsively choose blood purity over such matters. His primary concern was that the Dark Lord would discover this, and Ellie would face dire consequences. With this thought, Regulus furrowed his brow. She always had a penchant for provoking the Dark Lord. It was very Gryffindor of her, and every action she took was perilous. Indeed, having a Gryffindor at home inevitably left its mark. This was not impulsivity. I have confidence in my resolution. He was aware of her confidence, yet could not help but worry. He did not wish to witness Ellie suffer again. Observing the club's concluding activities being handled with precision, Ellie tugged at him, intending to return to the lounge. Hall, upon seeing this, insisted on following. Evan opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent, quietly joining them. His father had been one of the Dark Lord's earliest followers. Initially, or perhaps even now, he subscribed to the ideology of blood purity. Yet, the half-bloods and Muggleborns within the club were genuinely decent individuals. He quite enjoyed conversing with them, finding it far more engaging than the incessant talk of lineage. However, he felt compelled to adhere to his family's beliefs, as he was the heir to the Rosier name and would serve the Dark Lord. Perhaps before that, he could indulge himself once, standing on the side of friendship. Once he organized his thoughts, he felt invigorated. Barty, observing their reactions, scoffed, worrying for naught. He did not believe that anyone capable of acting in front of the Dark Lord would struggle against that group of Slytherins. It would be a miracle if they didn't manage to outsmart her. The one genuinely worrying for naught was some Gryffindor. She was exceedingly brave. I must admit I cannot measure up to her in this regard, James remarked, clapping Sirius on the shoulder. Sirius, watching the departing figures, wore a frown, his mind preoccupied, uninterested in his brother's musings. He could not fathom why Ellie would take such risks. The Slytherins were all Death Eater recruits. They would not spare her. It was entirely possible they would report to the Dark Lord. Just the 4 of them would surely be no match for that group of purebloods. If you're truly worried, I'll fetch the invisibility cloak from the tower, and we can sneak away like a bunch of ninnies, James suggested, intent on trailing the Slytherins to their lounge. Just then, he spotted Snape conversing with Ellie. Instantly, Sirius ceased his ruminations, peering toward the entrance of the Great Hall to see Snape merely lingering beside her before exhaling in relief. Perhaps having a ninnies around would be somewhat beneficial. After all, his abilities were still. Smack. With that thought, he delivered a sharp slap to himself, leaving the marauders dumbfounded. Good grief. Did I just contemplate praising a ninnies? Quickly, let us return to the tower and grab the invisibility cloak. Ellie regarded the group following her with exasperation. They appeared as if they were gearing up for a brawl. She cast a questioning glance at Severus, as if to inquire why he was joining in their antics. Severus merely frowned back at her, remaining silent. The Slytherin lounge was populated solely by purebloods. It seemed they had intentionally cleared the area, for not a single half-blood lingered outside. From upper years to lower years, a group of individuals sat or stood, their expressions serious and somber, creating an imposing atmosphere at first glance. Selwyn, seated calmly at the edge, appeared decidedly out of place. Ellie refrained from engaging in any trivial chatter, nor did she wish to endure their probing inquiries. With determined resolve, she pushed up the sleeve of her left arm to the elbow, revealing the ghastly mark. Upon seeing it, the once arrogant purebloods instantly straightened their postures, disbelief etched in their eyes. Everything I do is by the Dark Lord's command. Do not disclose this to anyone, for it may jeopardize the adults' plans, and your families may not shield you, she asserted. Positioned closest to Carlo, she faced the dark mark directly, watching as he nervously swallowed hard. The other purebloods also held their breath, fearful of disturbing something monumental. Selwyn's nostrils flared in indignation. She knew it. Her instincts had proven correct. Fortunately, when she had confronted Black earlier, her demeanor had shown no sign of faltering. Chapter 120. The Future Path of Purebloods. The one most pleased by Ellie's revelation of being a Death Eater was Evan. He no longer needed to choose between familial allegiance and friendships. He felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Severus, while astonished, was more engulfed in confusion. This was his first encounter with the mark, which had been covertly discussed among Slytherins as a symbol of honor. The grotesque design starkly contrasted with her luminous skin, rendering it inexplicably jarring. Yet, knowing Ellie as he did, he suspected this matter was fraught with ambiguity. What plans could the Dark Lord possibly have that would undermine his own stance? The only individual present who knew the truth was Regulus, who gripped his wand tightly, striving to maintain a neutral expression. Before she bore the mark, she had dared to intimidate the Ministry of Magic with her apparent stance. Now, marked, she grew bolder, audaciously feigning the Dark Lord's orders. He felt that since Ellie had recovered, the burden of anxiety had shifted to him, each day filled with trepidation. Every individual present either supported the Dark Lord from the shadows or had ties to Death Eaters. Did she not fear being unmasked? Of course, Ellie did not fear. Among this group, very few families could speak on equal terms with the Dark Lord. Those who had the opportunity to meet him were either members of esteemed families or classmates from his school days. They shared a common understanding. They might be aware of the Dark Lord's half-blood heritage. She was not afraid of their informing their families. Rather, she was curious about their thoughts upon discovering the truth. The notion that half-bloods could possess equal strength was entirely reasonable. The relationship between the Dark Lord and pureblood families had irrevocably changed. Death Eaters had become akin to a dog obeying its master. They had reaped sufficient benefits, unwilling to rebel or question. Upon hearing Ellie's words, the purebloods fell silent, clearly realizing this was beyond their control. The idea that someone could deceive them in the name of the Dark Lord was outside their comprehension. Unlike Severus, they had grown up steeped in the lore of the Dark Lord's name, a deeper reverence, an aspiration for his formidable power, often considering his name taboo. They would never dare to speculate on the Dark Lord's intentions, nor could they fathom that someone would dare to do so. This individual was now a Death Eater, a capable agent who had served the Dark Lord since their school days. However, merely bearing the dark mark was insufficient, although this was a task assigned by the adults. What I speak is the unvarnished truth. Earlier, I refrained from stating it outright before the other houses. Our families inherently possess advantages, ancient bloodline legacies, accumulated family wealth, and arcane tomes long kept from the world. If we can maximize these advantages, no matter how hard they strive, they can never reach our heights. Capturing these opportunities to develop and swiftly seize high-level resources is far more valuable than the hollow prestige of pureblood status. How can you serve the Dark Lord when you rest on the laurels of such empty titles, neglecting your innate talents? Coercion and enticement are the most effective means to placate purebloods. She then fixed her gaze upon the leaders present, Avery, Travers, and Mulciber. Each of these, without exception, belonged to families that still held genuine prestige among the purebloods. What was our original intention in supporting the pureblood ideology? The group exchanged glances. Ellie made no move to invite their responses. Purebloods prioritized superficial appearances, making it unnecessary to speak too openly. I believe we all share a common goal, to fortify our families and acquire power. Thus, we must recognize the true source of our family's glory. Pureblood status alone cannot suffice, can it? If it were truly the case, we should seize upon the advantages I mentioned and create more reasons for our prominence. As long as our surnames shine brightly enough, it matters not whether we are purebloods. You can take pride in your family. Indeed, you could even make your entire family proud of you. If these words were directed at the adults within the family, their impact would be minimal. They had been raised to believe in the inherent nobility of purebloods. Though they might discover truths as they grew, they lacked the power to change. This ingrained sense of superiority had solidified their mindsets, leaving them complacent. They yearned for greater power but were unwilling to exert effort, thus seeking alternative paths, such as supporting the Dark Lord. However, students were different. They were in a phase of seeking to achieve greatness. Focus on self-improvement in every aspect, so that the Dark Lord may recognize your value. The development of pureblood families varied greatly, and their interpretations of Ellie's words differed accordingly. Some, having undergone shifts in their thinking under Ellie's repeated guidance, had begun to harbor greater ambitions. They sensed that, compared to the Dark Lord's tyrannical rule, Ellie was illuminating a path for the future of purebloods, a longer, broader road ahead. While Ellie was imparting lessons to the purebloods, someone found themselves blocked at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. The half-bloods, sensing something amiss, either remained hidden in their dormitories or had not returned at all, leaving Sirius with no chance to blend in. After waiting fruitlessly for a considerable time, he reluctantly retreated to the corridor's corner, where James and Remus were peering in anticipation. I've tried the password several times, but I just can't get in. Sirius removed his hood, his body still cloaked in the invisibility cloak, revealing only his head, which appeared somewhat eerie in the dimly lit dungeon. The marauders had grown accustomed to this scene, and none were alarmed. James continued lamenting how the invisibility cloak was insufficient to conceal more than one person. Otherwise, he would have attempted to join them. In truth, they had all grown taller, and even if two of them squeezed together, they would still protrude awkwardly. Is someone missing? Where's Wormtail? Despite Sirius's expansive mind, he could still count and noticed one person was absent. They had clearly come as a group of four. James and Remus pointed to the corner of the wall, where Peter had transformed into a rat and was crouching. Fearing discovery, he deemed this position safer. Sirius initially felt speechless, then a sudden realization struck him. This could be quite convenient, couldn't it? His small size might allow him to find some passage to sneak in. The gray-furred rat stiffened upon hearing his suggestion, inching closer to the wall, clearly reluctant to go. Wormtail is too timid for this. There's no need to pressure him, Remus countered disapprovingly. Indeed, that is Slytherin. Should anyone capture him and subject him to dreadful experiments of dark magic, it would be disastrous. James contemplated interjecting with a word of caution. Yet he was drawn back to reason by Remus's remarks. Initially, it had merely been a fleeting thought, and seeing his friends in disagreement, Sirius did not press the issue further. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, the stone door nearby quietly swung open, revealing several Slytherin students emerging. The group of marauders hastily sought cover. Sirius swiftly donned the hood of his invisibility cloak, vanishing from the cellar corridor. Chapter 121. Pureblood is merely a supplement. The purebloods departed one by one, leaving only Travers behind. For him, today was the most wretched of days. His lifelong belief in pureblood supremacy crumbled in an instant, rendering all that he had once held dear utterly worthless. Yet, even in the face of this revelation, he remained proud of his pureblood lineage. This conviction had penetrated to the very marrow of his being. What he could not bear was the fact that this truth had been revealed by Ellie. Given his understanding of her, it was clear that this was not a command from the Dark Lord, but rather her own perspective. His deity had betrayed his faith, akin to a treacherous stab in the back, rendering all his previous actions laughable. Why had this come to pass? He could not deceive himself into believing that some half-blood had ensnared her. Her reasoning was so lucid, she was the architect of her own thoughts. Travers was of the same year as them and had a reasonable familiarity with them. Evan did not regard him as an outsider, and upon seeing the others depart, he relaxed and settled onto a nearby sofa. Although he had appeared to do nothing moments ago, he had engaged in considerable mental preparation on the way here. Burdened with stress and worry, Ellie joined him on the sofa, turning her gaze towards Travers. Are you disappointed? She gestured invitingly to a seat opposite her. Travers appraised her from head to toe and complied. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen you in such a normal state. Do you no longer harbor those peculiar thoughts about me? Without any sign of excitement, he no longer clung to those inexplicable hopes regarding her. Is my previous behavior truly perceived as odd? Travers forced a smile, striving to adopt a more relaxed demeanor. I merely felt that your pure-blood ideology had suppressed your normal thought processes. You cannot see the true me. What you perceive is merely a figment of imagination. It is as though a marionette, once under control, has now awakened to the essence of its humanity, far more captivating than before. Ellie scrutinized him closely, contemplating how best to articulate her thoughts. Sensing the leather of the sofa sink beside her, she turned to find Severus seated there, his expression as impassive as ever. Travers was stirred by her description, his eyes flickering with emotion. When he glanced up again, he noticed another presence opposite him, who emitted a sound from his nostrils, but said nothing. He was in no mood to engage in competition with him. Why disrupt the inherent advantages of being a pure blood? The Blacks were already sufficiently powerful. He could not fathom any reason to relinquish such privileges. Because this advantage is finite and cannot fulfill my desires for gain. Without any pretense, Ellie spoke ambiguously, never concealing her ambition. Reflecting on her previous actions, Travers fell silent. He was compelled to acknowledge that Ellie was right. He had indeed failed to see the authentic her. Her vision extended beyond the confines of pure blood and half-blood. Her thoughts were not driven by the desire to plunder for personal gain, but rather to create. She was akin to a flower of hope, nurtured by ambition, a hope for life, a hope for the future. To regard her solely as a pure blood, strong and beautiful, was a profound insult. She could be a faith in her own right, while being pure blood was merely a supplementary aspect. Memories of his past behaviors towards her flooded his mind, where he had once presupposed to instruct her on decorum. Travers's face suddenly flushed crimson, engulfed in mortification. In retrospect, he felt an acute embarrassment akin to digging his toes into the ground. Was his prior behavior truly so foolish? To have stared at a young lady for so long was decidedly unchivalrous. Why had he not felt ashamed before, even taking pride in it? He rubbed his face with his hand, his voice heavy with regret. I apologize. I was exceedingly rude earlier and may have caused you discomfort. It's unnecessary. You didn't cause much trouble, you managed it quite well. Ellie responded, puzzled and astonished. Hadn't she said anything that warranted such an abrupt apology? Evan and Regulus exchanged curious glances, as if they had stumbled upon an extraordinary phenomenon. From their perspective, Travers displayed agitation only in Ellie's presence. Otherwise, he seemed perfectly normal. Had he suddenly emerged from his rebellious phase? Severus silently scoffed. The one truly troubled was another. If Travers genuinely felt remorse, he might consider expanding his list of those to whom he owed an apology. Travers, of course, would not apologize to him. In his habitual mindset, he still looked down upon half-bloods. So, shall I say that I still think you are quite admirable? Travers's voice was somewhat hesitant. It was not disgraceful to admire an exceptional young lady, yet he feared his past actions might leave a negative impression on her. His words were vague, and Regulus's brow furrowed as he sat up straight, watching him with suspicion, seemingly intent on ascertaining whether he harbored ulterior motives. Absent the previous fervor in his gaze, Travers now appeared bashful. Ellie recognized that he meant no other sentiment. There was nothing akin to affection in his eyes, for she had witnessed true love before. Casting a sidelong glance, she indeed observed Severus's body tense slightly, his fists clenched tightly. She could not help but smile, deliberately prolonging her response to savor the concealed tension of a certain someone. Certainly, we can become friends in the future. Upon hearing the word friends, it was palpable that those around her relaxed. Only when Severus regained his composure did he sense an inexplicable disquiet in the air. He cast a dubious glance towards a particular spot behind the sofa, his brow furrowing. This is Slytherin's common room. It should not feel this way. Yet, something about this familiar sensation could not be dismissed. He swiftly drew his wand, aiming at the empty space. Impedimenta, just as the spell was about to hit its target. The door to the Slytherin common room swung open suddenly, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps fleeing. Evan and the others also drew their wands, warily watching the entrance. After the initial shock wore off, Ellie narrowed her eyes, calmly returning to her previous position. She could likely guess who it was. Thinking of Sirius, she instinctively exchanged a glance with Regulus, only to find his gaze upon her filled with peculiar intrigue. Regulus was still lost in the recent scene, having naively believed Travers harbored inappropriate thoughts. Even if he were bereft of romantic experience, he could discern Ellie's abnormality. He was intimately familiar with her micro-expressions. She was deliberately teasing Severus, and this behavior delighted her. It must be as he suspected. This ominous news was too sudden for him. It appeared that another was harboring inappropriate thoughts. The individual had been quietly shadowing them. Even more unsettling was Ellie's demeanor. Regulus furrowed his brows deeper. Did she truly understand what it meant to be fond of someone? Was she aware of her own feelings? He was uncertain whether he should inquire, fearing that if she was oblivious, his question might suddenly awaken her to the truth. So overwhelming was his astonishment that he completely overlooked the presence of others in the common room. Chapter 122, Vigilance from a Brother. Suppressing all doubts and concerns, Regulus redirected his gaze to Severus. He scrutinized various details with a subtle air of criticism. Though his appearance was passable, his physique was hardly robust. His hair, devoid of its previous greasy sheen, still failed to exude refinement. Attire-wise, he was utterly outclassed by even the simplest of Elios adornments. How had he never noticed how insufferable this person was before? His sisters had consistently exhibited poor taste. He had no desire to comment on Bella's aesthetics. And the Dark Lord's visage grew increasingly grotesque. Malfoy resembled a flamboyant peacock, with only his face barely meeting acceptable standards. At this moment, Regulus completely forgot his earlier admiration for his senior, Severus, who excelled in every aspect among Slytherin students. He had even praised Severus for his exceptional talent and dedication in assisting Ellie with potion-making. Comparing his sister's judgments, Regulus's frown deepened. When he caught Elios' inquisitive gaze, he feigned ignorance and subtly shifted the topic. What had transpired? The surrounding individuals were equally perplexed but clutched their wands tightly. Only Severus, the first to take action, responded with a frown. A bold mouse had ventured into the common room. Recalling his earlier concern for Ellie in the Great Hall, he could almost surmise which one it was. Regulus found everything about Severus disagreeable at that moment and chose not to engage with his remarks. He suspected Severus was attempting to showcase himself before Ellie, speaking in convoluted terms. TCH, his demeanor was far from endearing. It was serious. Perhaps he had come to see his beloved siblings. Ellie spoke up to explain, but her curiosity lay elsewhere. How did you discover it? The invisibility cloak, in his eyes, was utterly ineffective, for she was aware that the cloak was no ordinary one. Instinct. Severus offered no further elaboration. Initially, he had been at their mercy, perpetually vigilant against inexplicable occurrences, even in solitude. After repeated encounters, he had fortuitously glimpsed their invisibility cloak, gradually developing an intuition about the presence of intruders. Oh, how artfully mysterious! Such skill was commendable. Regulus concealed his disdainful gaze and reminded Ellie that it was time for dinner. Meanwhile, Sirius was venting his frustrations, ranting about his rival's perceptiveness. It was almost as acute as a dog's sense of smell, nearly rivaling that of his animagus. Were it not for him, he would never have been discovered. Yet, Ellie was undoubtedly his sister, equally popular, and many students in Slytherin must be infatuated with her. As for Travers, he was merely acceptable, nowhere near exceptional in comparison. At the very least, he fell significantly short in looks, and Sirius harbored great confidence in his own appearance. He fancied he had stumbled upon a confession scene, interpreting Ellie's words as a gentle rejection of Travers. Thus, the sniveling fool possessed no advantages. Yet he dared to sit beside Ellie. At this moment, the Gryffindor, lost in thought, completely forgot his original intention of visiting the Slytherin common room. Since that day, Regulus had reverted to his previous attitude towards Ellie, almost inseparable from her side. Even during Quidditch practice, he insisted on having her watch beside him. He felt that his absence had inadvertently created an opportunity for them he had never realized before. Believing that having a reliable person to watch over Ellie brought him great peace of mind. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that she had developed feelings over time. Regulus, perched atop his broom, found himself increasingly regretful, his enthusiasm for practice waning. After a hasty conclusion to the session, he returned to the common room with Ellie. She quickly noticed his unusual demeanor. Yet, no matter how she inquired, he hesitated to respond, remaining tight-lipped about the reasons behind his behavior. Similarly, many Gryffindors exhibited strange behavior. They insisted on joining clubs and offered various forms of assistance to club members, showing extreme eagerness whenever they encountered Ellie. Following their last event, they had gradually approached Ellie to apologize. Even the victim herself expressed gratitude towards the Slytherin students. Some were awakened by Elios' words at the time, while others, after engaging in discussions on blood purity, recognized their narrow-mindedness. Additionally, a portion of them felt pure admiration for Elios' bravery in speaking her mind. How reckless their previous actions had been, and now they felt a profound sense of shame. They were not only exceptionally friendly towards Ellie, but also extended kindness to her friends. Another matter left other houses astonished. The purebloods from Slytherin exhibited an attitude towards Ellie that could almost be described as reverent. After all, purebloods were typically quite haughty. Many times, they understood yet were unwilling to admit it, including the recent discussions on blood purity. The Slytherin long table appeared harmonious, as if nothing had transpired. But only they knew that some individuals had silently shifted their aims. A few extreme purebloods still wore sour expressions, yet they no longer bandied about insults regarding Muggleborns. The last time purebloods had been so obedient was during Tom's tenure at the school. Dumbledore sat in the teacher's lounge, contemplative and silent, as Slytherin once again exceeded his expectations. No, it should be said that it was Miss Black. She always managed to find solutions to problems. The atmosphere at the Slytherin long table was not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface, at least not around Ellie. Severus also sensed Regulus's recent transformation. Whenever Ellie attempted to engage him in conversation, he would always find various excuses to divert her attention. Even in their ordinary walks, he would intentionally place distance between them. Severus gazed downward, contemplating silently, sipping his pumpkin juice with a stoic expression. The individual involved also harbored doubts about Regulus's peculiar behavior. However, she would never comprehend that some boys instinctively felt animosity towards those who might encroach upon their sisters, even if merely potentially. She suspected they had been discovered sneaking into the forbidden forest to practice dark magic, but upon reconsideration, she realized it might not be a bad thing. Previously, due to her health, Rahl had frequently prevented her from practicing dark magic, curbing her rebellious tendencies and forming a habit. Consequently, whenever she thought of practicing dark magic or roaming at night, she instinctively wished to keep it hidden from Regulus. Perhaps next time, she could invite Rahl along. But that would take time. She had no immediate plans for nocturnal escapades. Regarding practicing dark magic, for convenience, she now conducted her sessions in the dormitory. Her roommate, Hall, fully supported this endeavor, having somehow procured several mannequin models, specially treated and remarkably durable. The Slytherin dormitory was quite spacious, and they had even designated a specific area for this purpose. Another reason for not going out was that Ellie's magical prowess was growing too rapidly. Since her body had regained health, she had been using her powers to enhance her physical abilities and magical strength, resulting in exponential growth in all aspects. Such enhancement occurs each and every day. She is compelled to invest time in readjusting to the daily transformations. The effects of her augmented magical prowess manifest in her increasingly deft mastery of various spells. For instance, there are certain simple levitation charms that she can now perform without the aid of a wand. The last time she experienced such a sensation was during her tumultuous magical outburst at the tender age of 6 or 7. Chapter 123 reveals her remarkable intelligence. The efficacy of her magic back then pales in comparison to her current capabilities, as it was limited to controlling minor objects during emotional fluctuations. Through diligent practice, Ellie has now mastered the silent killing curse, which she finds even more manageable than the severing charm. Initially, she presumed that her affinity for this spell was particularly high. But after experimenting with other dark magics, her hypothesis was dispelled. In truth, her compatibility with all forms of dark magic is significantly greater than she had anticipated. Had Ellie been a tad more observant, she might have uncovered this sooner. When she employed the exploding curse at home, its effects far exceeded the realm of her augmented magical abilities. She was aware that the walls of the Black ancestral home were protected by magic. Yet she did not comprehend the extent of their magical defenses, mistakenly believing it was merely a standard exploding curse. This misunderstanding explains why the portraits in Walburga abruptly altered their demeanor. A disparity in information thus emerged. Ellie believed she was utilizing spells of average potency, which was sufficient to astonish them, while her parents and the portraits assumed this represented the full extent of her magical capabilities. This revelation prompted Ellie to experiment with all the dark magic available to her in the dormitory, in stark contrast to Ellie's joyful experiments. Severus found this period rather trying. Their interactions were constantly interrupted, and the marauders began to provoke him with increasing frequency. Even while working on assignments in the library with Lily, her conversations would inadvertently drift towards the marauders. Perhaps she herself was unaware, as she expressed disdain for them, yet began to mention Potter unbidden. This change in her attitude was likely influenced by the recent malicious incident involving Mary, which had shifted Lily's perspective on them. The entire Gryffindor house was incensed at the time, with the marauders stepping forward immediately, in a moment of fervor. Given the harrowing injuries sustained by the girls in the house, a significant portion of the student body was stirred to action. Their original intent had merely been to teach Mulciber a lesson, demanding that Slytherin hand him over. However, upon confronting their long-standing rivals, the situation spiraled uncontrollably. Not only did it exacerbate inter-house tensions, but the reckless occupation by the Gryffindors also brought unwarranted trouble to Ellie. Though they consistently botched their endeavors, their intentions were noble. While their plans might not always succeed, Their willingness to act was undeniable. There was an element of reliability amidst their unreliability. This newfound bravery in standing up for their fellow housemates revealed a side of them that Lily had not previously recognized. Yet, this did not absolve them of their notoriously unpleasant behavior. She still disapproved of their bullying of classmates. It was hard for her to believe that Mary and the others claimed Potter had cast an unforgivable curse on a student in the corridor, only to have Mulciber intervene. Ever since he learned that Ellie was a Death Eater, Mulciber had been particularly zealous in upholding justice, fearing that any misstep might lead Ellie to perceive him as insincere. Upon hearing Lily's account, Severus scoffed dismissively, expressing no surprise at Potter's actions. Having grown accustomed to his disdain for the Marauders, Lily considered his lack of mockery a sign of a good mood. Unfazed by Severus's reticence, she continued her narration, only pausing to admonish that Mulciber stood no chance against them, though he was wise enough to summon their head of house. According to those present, Professor McGonagall's expression at that moment was nothing short of remarkable, an amalgamation of shock at the Marauders' misdeeds and embarrassment over her own students' transgressions. She reprimanded them sternly on the spot and imposed a punishment of detention. It was a pity for their house points, however. Ellie proved to be quite astute in devising such an effective method to address their behavior. Now, both Gryffindor and Slytherin find themselves burdened with negative house points. Though Lily finds this hardly surprising. Severus paused, his quill halting mid-stroke, leaving an ink blot on the parchment. She is indeed clever. This remark seemed to respond to his friend's earlier comments, yet it bore no trace of derision. Rather, it conveyed a hint of softness. Lily felt somewhat unsettled by his unexpected warmth. She glanced up at him with skepticism, only to find him focused on the paper before him, as usual. Assuming that his lowered voice was merely an adherence to the library's quietude, she returned to her own work without further comment. The house elves at Hogwarts are exceptionally skilled, often presenting new desserts at breakfast. Today, for instance, they serve cranberry pie. The tart sweetness of the fruit, coupled with a crisp crust, struck the perfect balance without being excessively cloying. Elios' preference for desserts leans towards the subtler flavors, making this pie just right. It was rumored that Hogsmeade would reopen this week, undoubtedly drawing many visitors. Evan, having taken a slice of custard tart, shared this exciting news. We had already explored most of the town last time, except for the Shrieking Shack. At the mention of Hogsmeade, Ellie instinctively cast a furtive glance towards Severus, only to find his gaze meeting hers. Clearly taken aback by their eye contact, both quickly averted their stares. Severus's lips moved as if to say something, yet he redirected his focus back to her. In contrast, Ellie lowered her gaze to the plate of desserts, as if it were not mere food but a work of art. Witnessing their interaction, Regulus could only feel a pang of discomfort in his eyes. When did you become so adventurous? Unable to voice his thoughts, he could only tease Evan instead. The Shrieking Shack is notorious for its terrifying screams, leading many students to believe it is haunted, causing a reluctance to approach it. For those unperturbed by such things, it is not an adventure, but merely a visit. Slytherins generally dislike the term adventure, Evan retorted defiantly. Though reluctant to admit it, the boys found such places far more intriguing than shopping. Regulus, too, felt a pull to uncover its mysteries. Shall we all go together? Such places are more enjoyable with a crowd. Seeing no dissent, Evan began to rally the others at the table. The seating arrangement at the Slytherin long table had undergone a transformation in recent days, gradually centering around the positions of the Black siblings. Those nearby no longer adhered to strict year boundaries, consisting instead of familiar faces or prominent families across different years. This kind of camaraderie was typically reserved for students in their 5th year and above, or for prefects. Among the older students surrounding Ellie were Avery, Mulciber, and McNeil. Caro often sought to maintain the dignity of the prefects, establishing his own exclusive social circle of upperclassmen. After a thorough discussion, those intending to go out included Hall and Avery. Mulciber, under the impression that he was still in a period of atonement, had no desire to join, primarily because he felt an underlying trepidation towards Ellie. Despite their lack of significant conflict, he always seemed to be the one to suffer whenever trouble arose. It appeared that Black had a penchant for targeting him. Avery, seated beside him, patted his shoulder in a gesture of solidarity. What else could he say? He might as well consider himself a brother in misfortune. He would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Even a discerning eye could perceive the future trends of development, and establishing a closer rapport with Black would be most advantageous. Chapter 124, The Exploration of the Shrieking Shack. Magic is perpetually convenient and wondrous. Hogsmeade bore no visible scars of past destruction. The streets were bustling with young witches and wizards, infusing this ancient village with a youthful vitality. The group planned to visit Honeyduke's sweet shop first, a venue already brimming with patrons, now more crowded than ever. Snacks are always the preferred choice for young wizards. Left with no alternative, they decided to postpone their visit until the afternoon, hoping that Honeydukes would have sufficient stock to last until their return. The Shrieking Shack, located at the outskirts of Hogsmeade, was increasingly desolate as they drew nearer. Today's weather was not particularly bright, adding an air of eeriness to the surroundings. It resembled an abandoned structure, with its walls and entrance marred by peeling paint, standing in stark contrast to the other sites of the village. Yet, the visitors felt no fear. Tales of hauntings seemed more like a muggle myth to them, for they had encountered numerous ghosts at school. Perhaps they had felt some trepidation upon their initial arrival, but over time, even the sight of blood-bloated Barrow, the most terrifying ghost in the school, had become a mere curiosity. After exploring the interior, they discerned nothing particularly remarkable. Just as they were about to exit, Evan suddenly let out a sharp cry. Regulus turned back to look at him, speechless, thinking he was merely trying to fabricate a spooky atmosphere out of boredom. I just saw a shadow. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of his companions, he had to emphasize, it's true, it moved incredibly fast. As he spoke, he gestured to indicate its size, attempting to convince them of his sincerity. This cheerful disposition had its drawbacks. When he spoke the truth, others often assumed he was jesting. Hearing the urgency in his voice, which sounded rather earnest, Severus cast an enhanced Lumos spell. Previously, they had chosen not to alter the inherent dimness of the room to preserve the atmosphere of authenticity. The room was suddenly illuminated, and now Ellie could see the figure Evan had described. It was the black dog she had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. It was slowly retreating, seemingly trying to slip away unnoticed. Perhaps taken aback by their unexpected appearance, it hesitated mid-step. A silent standoff ensued between the group and the dog. The awkward atmosphere enveloping the Shrieking Shack, as Evan was reluctant to admit that what had startled him was merely a dog. The dog's keen eyes darted around, as if unsettled by the presence of so many people, and soon erupted into a fit of barking. Regulus extended his arm to shield Ellie behind him, concerned that the dog might suddenly become aggressive. Ellie, somewhat dazed, allowed him to half-cover her. She speculated that this dog might have lived in Hogsmeade itself, and that there must be a direct connection between the Forbidden Forest and Hogsmeade. Otherwise, its presence in the Forbidden Forest would be inexplicable. The existence of such a creature in the Forbidden Forest was indeed peculiar. Suddenly, a searing sensation coursed through her left arm, akin to being pricked by countless needles, turning her face pale in an instant. Without needing to think, she recognized this as the mark Bellatrix had once described, the Dark Lord summoning his Death Eaters. It felt as though her soul was being tugged by an unseen force. If she could perform apparition, she would undoubtedly be compelled to respond. But she could not. She pressed one hand against the mark, attempting to alleviate the pain. The mark felt as though it were seared into the very depths of her soul. And as she trembled, a smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. After a long time, she once again sensed the flow of magical energy. Unlike the previous experience, the sensation triggered by the mark within her was far more visceral. She endeavored to sense the magic within her, attempting to replicate this trajectory with her own magic. Severus quickly noticed her distress, although he did not grasp the specifics of what was happening. He could see that her face was drained of color and that she was clutching her arm, likely related to the dark mark. He placed a hand gently on her back, discreetly supporting her frame. Perhaps it would prove ineffective, but it should provide her with some comfort. Another observer of her condition was present. No, it should be said, a dog. The large black dog was facing Elios' direction, although Regulus shielded part of her. He could still see her every movement. At first, its eyes widened, a flicker of human-like concern igniting in its deep gray gaze, and its barking gradually subsided. The black dog paced anxiously for a moment, then turned in circles. Before anyone could react, it darted out of the shack, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. As Ellie concentrated on channeling the magic within her, she felt the pain abruptly cease. The flow of energy quieted in response. It appeared to be a collective summons. Once the Death Eaters departed, the Dark Lord ceased his call. Ellie felt a sense of loss. She was somewhat accepting of this summons, as the overall experience was less painful than the Cruciatus curse. It felt more like a curse eternally embedded within her, affecting not only her body but also her mind and spirit. Despite the enhancement of her physical form, she could still sense an undercurrent of fear and despair, a testament to the inherent power of this curse. It was a remarkable creation, yet she pondered its potential drawbacks and how it might affect the Dark Lord himself. Noticing that the body beneath his palm had ceased its slight trembling, Severus quietly withdrew his hand. As Regulus turned around, he caught sight of Severus' half-retracted gesture, his expression instantly becoming serious. Yet, Elios' unusual pallor swiftly captured his attention. He gazed into Elios' eyes, silently inquiring, "It's all right now." Ellie quickly scanned the surrounding group, subtly raising her covered left arm in a gesture towards him. With this action, Regulus' anxiety heightened, seeing where she was shielding. He became even more concerned. It seems there is nothing of interest here, let us return. He steadied his voice to suggest they head back. Yet his hand remained firmly clasped around Elios. There was still ample time, and the group began to seek a place to relax. Avery suggested another pub in Hogsmeade. The Hoggess had in, but remarked that its atmosphere was rather poor and unsuitable for students. After deliberation, they opted for the Three Broomsticks instead. After a few Slytherins departed, the black dog stealthily returned to the Shrieking Shack. It wandered back and forth within the depths before entering a disordered passageway. What is going on out there? James's voice echoed from another section of the passage. The black dog swiftly transformed back into human form. It's Ellie and Regulus. Along with some Slytherins. I never anticipated they would show interest in this place, Sirius replied, somewhat distracted. Few would venture to the Shrieking Shack for adventure so early. Hogsmeade had been closed for so long, leading them to lower their guard. It's fortunate you enjoy dashing about as an animagus. Otherwise, this passage might have been exposed. He mused. When they had first mastered their animagus forms, they had established a signal for warning. Had it not been for the large dog as timely alert, they might have rushed out after them, resulting in an encounter with a group of Slytherins. Most importantly, it would have revealed this great secret. Chapter 125. Is he looking for you? This is the secret lair of the Moon Face, the most concealed of places. However, it has now transformed into the clandestine stronghold of the entire band of marauders. Damn that snotty brat. How is it him again? Just the thought of the earlier incident stirs a tempest of anger within Sirius. He could have stealthily returned, relaying the situation above to his comrades. His dark fur nearly undetectable in the dim surroundings. Yet, with a single incantation from Snape, he found himself fully exposed before all. Truly unfortunate. It was him last time as well. It is always him who complicates matters. Nevertheless, recalling Ellie's condition earlier, he furrowed his brow once more. Damn that dark wizard. Lupin sensed his agitation, recognizing not only the anger, but also an undercurrent of anxiety. What is the matter, Bigfoot? Did something happen up there? He worried that Sirius might clash with his siblings over keeping his secret. Sirius hesitated, uncertain how to explain, when Lupin provided a reason for him. Is it because you felt you were unkind to Ellie and the others? Yes, I wish to check on them. James placed a hand on his shoulder. Feeling that Sirius had given so much for their group, a few members of Slytherin arrived at the Three Broomsticks, and Regulus directly led Ellie to a relatively secluded spot to sit. I want to try some butterbeer. Noticing his urgency, Ellie seized the opportunity to make a request. She hadn't fully experienced the summoning earlier. It had left her feeling both cold and warm, and she had heard that butterbeer is best enjoyed in chilly weather. Regulus pursed his lips in silence, realizing that his worries were somewhat unfounded. Sure. After sending Evan and the others to place their orders, he glanced at Severus across the table, saying nothing. He simply drew out his wand and cast a disillusionment charm around them. Severus, surprised that Regulus had not concealed anything from him this time, raised an eyebrow. Even with the spell in place, Regulus cautiously lifted the wide hem of his robes to shield them from prying eyes. He placed a hand over Elias' arm, swiftly rolling up his sleeve. The mark was slightly swollen. Against the backdrop of black and red, the skin resembled an unhealed wound. Upon witnessing such a scar, both of them furrowed their brows deeply, their gazes betraying a hint of compassion. Regulus hesitated, his hand lingering near the mark, yet he dared not touch it. Ellie suddenly grasped his hand, pressing it against the mark. Regulus, taken aback, widened his eyes, struggling to find the words to say. Observing their exaggerated expressions, Ellie rolled her eyes in a rather ungraceful manner. It's a bit numb. It doesn't hurt anymore. It only hurt during the summoning, but afterward, it has little effect. If it had been any later, even this slight redness wouldn't be visible. Regulus hastily lifted his hand, readjusting her sleeve to cover the mark once more. Is everything all right? No issues. It should be fine. He might have forgotten there's a student among the Death Eaters. And besides, I can't apparate. Ellie silently plotted in her mind, considering that this issue should be addressed at some point. A Death Eater who cannot apparate seems rather unprofessional. The spell was rather troublesome. It had to be learned outside of school and could not be attempted casually. As for the Dark Lord, one would think he could refine the function of such a significant mark a little better. It should be more targeted, summoning only those who are needed without unnecessary calls. Ellie's bold actions alleviated much of the worry for both present. Noticing the others who had entered alongside them, now seated at a nearby table under the confusion charm, Regulus silently withdrew his spell. Evan, blissfully unaware, complained about the number of students, having almost mistaken someone else moments ago. The other two seemed oblivious to the anomaly as well, or perhaps they wouldn't openly acknowledge it even if they were aware. After a brief wait, Ellie finally tasted the butterbeer, a drink beloved by young witches and wizards. It was a rich blend of cream and vanilla, smooth and warm with delightful sweetness. A layer of frothy cream adorned the top, and after taking a sip, Eli's eyes lit up. She couldn't resist taking another sip, licking the cream that clung to the corner of her lips. Severus inadvertently followed the movement of her lips, only to avert his gaze upon seeing her pink tongue. It seemed as though anything that entered her mouth was delectable. Perhaps the flavor of butterbeer was indeed delightful. Ellie, catching sight of his reaction, feigned ignorance, nudging her cup forward. Why are you looking over here? Do you wish to try this? Startled by her question, Severus's pupils constricted, his jaw tightening. He unconsciously gripped the rim of his cup, causing the cherry syrup within to tremble slightly upon meeting the table. The others at the table were engaged in different conversations, her voice barely audible, heard only by Evan and Regulus who were close by. Regulus gently rubbed his temple, certain that Ellie was being deliberately provocative. How cruel. Wasn't this akin to bullying someone who couldn't articulate a proper response? Even he felt compelled to speak up for his senior, Severus. Just earlier, he had begun to view Severus in a better light. He simply had his own shortcomings. Most importantly, Ellie liked him, and judging by Severus's current demeanor, he was entirely under Ellie's thumb, likely to be heavily pressured by her. Evan's extraordinary bluntness once again rescued someone from distress. I knew it. You want to try what we have, don't you? I'll allow you a sip. But the butterbeer is still yours to enjoy. At the table, only Evan and Severus had different drinks. The rest were all butterbeer. Evan assumed she was merely eager to try a new flavor. After all, since the start of term, Ellie had attempted to sample every beverage on the table. All right, you caught me. Ellie raised an eyebrow, feigning regret as she conceded to his observation. Hearing their exchange, Severus lowered his eyelashes, the tension in his nerves easing. Yet internally, he felt a sense of emptiness, as if he had missed an opportunity. Suddenly, the three broomsticks erupted into noise as James and Sirius's voices reached Ellie from quite a distance. The marauders had entered, their arms slung around each other's shoulders. The four spotted familiar classmates in the pub and greeted them from time to time. Sirius, seizing the opportunity, scanned the bar. His intentions were glaringly obvious, even to Evan. Is he looking for you? Who knows? Just ignore him. Regulus replied with an impassive expression, accustomed to his brother's erratic behavior. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Ellie raise her left hand and wave towards Sirius, as if concerned he might not see her. Not only was Ellie greeting Sirius, but she also squinted her eyes and smiled at him. Sirius, feeling no hint of anything amiss, focused on her arm for a moment before quickly turning back to his conversation, seemingly attempting to appear nonchalant. Ellie withheld her judgment on his behavior and turned her gaze back to Regulus, who looked at her with confusion. I just said not to pay attention to him. I'm testing to see if he is indeed looking for us. Chapter 126, What I Cannot Hear. The sweet butterbeer remained unfinished in Ellie's hands. At first, the flavor was astonishing, yet as she continued drinking, it became increasingly cloying. Regulus could hardly bear the unpleasant expression on her face, and in one swift motion, he finished the remainder of her drink, earning himself a few heartfelt compliments from Ellie. Upon returning to school, Ellie promptly sent a letter to Lucius. Though she suspected that this summons held little significance, it was essential to maintain the appropriate demeanor, particularly in the presence of Lucius, a trusted confidant of the Dark Lord. Upon receiving her missive, the young head of the Malfoy family found himself harboring a newfound fondness for this sister-in-law. The intricate relationships within pureblood families often involved leveraging close ties to enhance one's bargaining power, and he was no exception. Despite being closer to Sissy, Ellie had refrained from using that connection to reach out to him, clearly wishing to shield Sissy from the affairs concerning the Death Eaters, a sentiment that resonated with him. She need not involve herself in these bloody matters. Her role was merely to be the most esteemed matron of the household. In truth, the call to gather was of little consequence and had little to do with Ellie. It merely indicated that their ranks had gained additional allies. As if struck by a sudden thought, Lucius's finely arched brows furrowed, and a look of distaste crossed his features. Few wizards were inclined to associate with those filthy creatures, let alone the most arrogant of pureblood wizards. Furthermore, the implications expressed by the host during the gathering suggested that the number of dark magical beings he intended to recruit would only increase. While they might possess some utility, their origins and conduct were repugnant to wizards. If the magical world were to be further ravaged by these mindless and barbaric beings, how could the Malfoys sustain their business? Fortunately, other options had emerged. Having an additional avenue of retreat was never a disadvantage. Lucius pondered whether he might explore avenues to establish a relationship with the Black family in other domains. Ellie, holding the letter delivered by the owl, felt puzzled for a moment before passing it to Regulus. What was Lucius implying? Bypassing the Blacks to engage with her regarding investments, interspersing his words with flattery. Regulus raised an eyebrow after reading it, deep in thought. The industries in which the Malfoys could collaborate with their family were rather limited. The previous ventures had not been particularly fruitful, and the Malfoys had more suitable partners. He absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, feeling hesitant to voice his thoughts. It was only after taking over the family estate that he realized, aside from certain stable raw material production and fixed asset income, many issues plagued their business. Yet, even with these shortcomings, they remained wealthier than most other pureblood families. Their lineage had long adhered to tradition, consistently engaging with established families. Moreover, they only interacted with other purebloods, leading to significant limitations. Would the Malfoys engage in obviously unprofitable ventures? Certainly not. From what she understood, every generation of Malfoys had been astute, and the phrase profit-driven was practically tailored for them. After a moment's consideration, Ellie chuckled. The Dark Lord frequently proclaimed at significant events that the Malfoys were his most loyal friends. The only thing that could ensure a Malfoy's loyalty was always self-interest. Among clever individuals, there was no need for excessive dialogue. Since genuine intent had been expressed, she felt no obligation to accept his offerings without reservation. Any venture he wished to attempt could be pursued in collaboration with the Malfoys, utilizing their resources to the fullest, with Lucius as a safety net. Failure could be dismissed as a concern. Her tone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a spendthrift indulging a reckless younger sibling in squandering their assets. Her true aim being to siphon off the Malfoy family fortune. Regulus struggled to dispel the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind, recalling Ellie's earlier words. Did he perceive your potential? How adept the Malfoys were at navigating various interests. I have not yet decided on a venture. The magical world is vast, and many markets are challenging to penetrate. Aside from flying broomsticks and prank products, wizards tend to prefer classic styles, unlike muggles who chase after innovation. The convenience of magic means wizards do not require as many essentials as muggles do. How about delving into potion making? I possess numerous potion recipes, some of which were refined by Senior Snape. We could consult with him to enhance the Black family's potion industry. There are methods to improve production efficiency significantly, as well as direct recipe modifications that would yield superior effects compared to those available on the market. Potions serve as both consumables and necessities. The returns on investment would far exceed the initial capital. Upon hearing the surname Snape, Regulus's alarm bells rang loudly. No, accepting the idea was one matter. Allowing him to come too close to Ellie was an entirely different concern. This venture held great market potential. Those refined potions would taste considerably better, and of course, their efficacy was the main selling point. Ellie regarded Regulus with a puzzled expression, suspecting something had transpired between him and Severus that she was unaware of. Whether it was her imagination or not, Regulus had been unusually reactive towards him in recent days. I'll discuss the details with him. Her confusion was palpable, prompting Regulus to clarify his earlier comments. This is indeed a promising direction for development. I do not intend to overlook this opportunity. Given the recent uptick in unforeseen events, the demand for potions is currently skyrocketing. Moreover, the market generated by efficacy improvements would not be confined to Britain. Regarding potion making, the Blacks had only applied for the cultivation of potion raw materials due to Ellie's illness. Initially, they had attempted to expand in this area, but other potion families were formidable adversaries, rendering it a losing venture, and they had to relinquish control to Alpheus. When do we start dividing you and me? Is there something you wish to discuss that I cannot overhear? Just as Regulus understood Ellie well, she was not easily deceived. Yet, with no answers forthcoming, she began to question the sincerity of their sibling bond. I thought you wouldn't be fond of hearing this. As someone intimately acquainted with all of Ellie's tactics, Regulus was not easily flustered by her two inquiries. You were present when my father discussed business matters with me, yet you claimed to doze off at such mentions. At this, Ellie found herself at a loss for words. At that time, Orion had indeed harbored intentions of imparting knowledge to her, even harboring blind confidence in their capabilities. He believed that his daughter and son were astute, capable of mastering spells and management with ease. Before long, Regulus indeed sought out Severus as instructed. After stating his purpose, he did not rush into discussing business matters. Their relationship was relatively familiar, having frequently practiced dark magic together and discussed various academic assignments. Exceptional individuals often shared a multitude of common interests. After observing Severus for a considerable time, Regulus finally broke the silence. His complexion was unhealthily pallid, his physique quite slender, and his attire consistently consisted of outdated dark colors, lacking any variation. Severus listened to Regulus's assessment, his gaze lowered as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and tightening his jaw. My sister would not approve. Chapter 127, A Continuous Provocation. Regulus maintained that same critical gaze. In terms of family background, it was not merely inadequate. He was undoubtedly the least favorable among Slytherin. His tongue was as sharp as a poison, incapable of uttering pleasant words, and even less likely to soothe others. His disposition was quite solitary, with hardly any friends aside from their circle. Yet, what mattered was that Ellie found him appealing. Severus's thoughts lingered on the statement about not being liked. This is colder than any insult. Not long ago, Severus had envisioned that Regulus would obstruct him, perhaps even hurling cruel words in his direction. Or, like Travers, he might invoke some family stipulations to distance himself from Ellie. Yet now, Regulus had chosen the most intolerable method imaginable, unconsciously swallowing. He could distinctly sense the bitterness in his throat. His eyelashes trembled as he raised his gaze, only to be interrupted by Regulus before he could utter a word. Do not rush to deny it. I can see it clearly. Liking my sister is nothing to be ashamed of. Not only can I see it, but Ellie can too. He reclined slightly against the chair's back, denying Severus the opportunity to speak. You should adjust your lifestyle. Staying up late will leave you with dark circles and an unappealing complexion. I presume you are capable of concocting potions that can improve your health. Eat more during meals. Hogwarts has never skimped on food. And how can you care for a girl if you are not robust? Moreover, you ought to refine your appearance slightly. It is insufficient. Your clothing and various personal items must be more discerning. At this, Regulus raised an arm, adjusting his shirt cuffs. Without appropriate attire, how would Ellie know what gifts to choose for you? She has never given you such intimate items, has she? His thumb brushed over the dark blue cufflinks on his wrist, a gesture that sounded rather boastful. However, Severus paid little heed to this remark, as he was more concerned with the fact that Regulus seemed intent on assisting him. You support me? Despite feigning calmness, he could not suppress the astonishment in his eyes. Not support. You must be exceptional enough to deserve to pursue her. Regulus hastily negated the notion of support, asserting that since he could not alter Elios' perceptions, he might as well refine this individual. In truth, upon observing others in the house, Severus was indeed among the more distinguished. He found it intolerable that the inept would strut about with an air of superiority, as if bestowing favors by liking anyone at all. To him, no one, regardless of their merits, was worthy of Elios' affection. Yet life often takes unforeseen turns, and while he was oblivious, she had already begun to develop feelings. Regardless of how one viewed it, the fault lay with Severus. He must have deliberately enticed her. Regulus did not oppose. For Severus, this was an unexpected boon. He understood that the person who mattered most to Ellie was this brother. If anyone could influence her decisions, it would undoubtedly be Regulus. Moreover, what Regulus proposed aligned perfectly with the direction Severus had been striving towards. Is what you speak of the kind of person she would admire? Does she have someone she likes? After posing the question, Severus belatedly realized the instability in his tone. As her brother who spent the most time with her and understood her best, he must be intimately familiar with her. Hence, he should also know of the half-blood she had praised so highly. His dark eyes deepened with concern. He hoped it was not as he feared. Regulus perceived him as provoking. If he knew what Ellie would appreciate, he would have already intervened to prevent their interactions. However, since Ellie had not made her feelings explicit, he too had no intention of broaching the subject. This was merely a fundamental courtesy that every gentleman ought to possess, an answer most characteristic of Slytherin. Severus felt a slight relief within. The absence of a definitive answer was, in itself, a favorable outcome. Fearful of his own inclination to undermine Regulus, he resolved not to discuss Ellie further. Let us return to our previous topic. Can you manage the potion making? The two deliberated various potions back and forth for several days. Now, it was Regulus who frequently frequented the potions lab. Occasionally, Ellie would accompany Regulus, silently sitting aside to complete her assignments as she overheard their discussions. Given Regulus's recent peculiar behavior, she had initially assumed there was discord between them, but now it appeared quite harmonious. The bond of male camaraderie is often inexplicable. Elios' presence here significantly hampered their productivity, as Regulus had to divert his attention to shield Severus from gazing at her. The prolonged duration was due to their drafting a detailed proposal outlining how to operate in bulk and how to recruit. They considered hiring wizards or directly sourcing those interested in potions from TTA. Each step was meticulously outlined. As long as the wizard was not particularly poor in potions, they could accomplish it, and it would be easier to control the quality. The improved potion formulas, particularly the more manageable ones, would be directly purchased by Black. The more challenging ones would be overseen by Severus himself, with profit shares based on sales volume. As for the sales channels, Ellie penned a letter to Lucius, confident he would be pleased with this collaboration. She had not taken excessive advantage. If this venture succeeded, the profit share for Malfoy would be fair. After all, they were family by marriage, and it was only right to ensure that Narcissa would not be put in a difficult position. Naturally, Ellie also informed him that this potion enterprise could not be marketed under the names of Black and Malfoy. Potions are considered wartime supplies. Ellie had known since childhood that the Dark Lord never paid for the goods of his subordinates. She certainly did not wish for the new enterprise that Regulus worked so hard to establish to ultimately become the exclusive medical wing for Death Eaters. Time slipped away amidst this flurry of activity, and soon it was time for the annual Christmas holiday. Unlike previous years, the siblings had contacted Alpheus in advance, intending to head directly to his estate. They had already corresponded with Walburga, likely only returning home for Christmas dinner. Both Ellie and Regulus had their own plans. This was bound to be the quietest Christmas holiday at the Black ancestral home. According to tradition, Sirius was unlikely to return. The Marauders seemed preoccupied recently, disappearing immediately after class, and the school enjoyed an unusual tranquility. At the dining table just before the holiday break, Ellie discreetly glanced at Severus. She hoped that this time the Christmas gift he presented her would not be his potions class notes. Sometimes, she genuinely wished to understand what he was thinking. While practical, who desires to receive gifts related to studies during a holiday, especially from a subject she was not particularly fond of? Upon disembarking the Hogwarts Express, the atmosphere at the station felt far less relaxed than usual. The parents who came to greet them exchanged minimal pleasantries, hastily departing in various ways. Ellie understood the reason. Due to the existence of the Future Weekly, Wizards' sources of information were no longer so insular. Werewolves and boggots, among other dark magical creatures, had been conducting sudden attacks in multiple locations. Although no significant incidents had yet occurred, the wizarding community was already on high alert. Chapter 128. Such nobility. Alpheus did not drive his muggle vehicle. Instead, he directly apparat with the siblings. The estate remained serene. Upon arriving, Regulus immediately conferred with Alpheus regarding the various processes of the potion enterprise. Alpheus was in charge of cultivating magical plants on the estate. Ellie sought out Sibylla to learn about aberration. She had already reviewed the precautions for this spell while at school. Upon hearing that she wished to learn aberration, Sibylla was only momentarily surprised. As someone who was quite unconventional, she believed that as long as one controlled their magical power adequately, there was no spell that a young witch could not master. Certainly, her diligent pupil did not disappoint her. On her initial attempt, Ellie successfully executed a short-distance apparition. Of course, those who were unsuccessful simply disbanded. To be on the safe side, Sivia procured a second-hand wand resembling hers. Some novice wizards may encounter misalignment during long-distance practice. Ellie waved the unfamiliar wand in her hand, attempting a few spells. The results were not particularly impressive, yet they sufficed. In truth, she wished to remind Sivia that she possessed the key to the manor, but seeing her spirited enthusiasm, she refrained from voicing it. It was essential to provide her a sense of accomplishment in her endeavors for her students. After several rounds of practice, Ellie finally mastered the technique, even managing to bring her companion into corporeal form. Regulus began his studies a bit later, and Sivia similarly had little teaching experience to impart. The three essential elements of apparition are intention, determination, and composure. These were not challenging for her two students. Thus, on the eve of Christmas, the two children returned home independently. Creature, upon seeing them, erupted with excitement at the door, a delightful surprise for him. Merlin knew how disheartened he had been that the two young masters had not returned this year. Miss Ellie, Master Regulus, Creature is overjoyed. The Blacks cannot be without their young masters. His shrill exclamation drew a scathing reprimand from Walburga. Creature, how many times must I tell you? Do not make those revolting sounds, you imbecile. Even through several layers of doors, her fury was palpable. Have you cleaned the stairs thoroughly? Do not let me discover even a speck of dust on the silverware. Creature is a wretched elf. Creature should not be slacking about. Even as he emerged to welcome the young masters, Creature bore no resentment towards his mistress's tirade. He wept inwardly, contemplating bashing his head against the wall. But upon seeing the young masters at the door, he felt compelled to return and report. It was Regulus who reached out to restrain him. Ellie, observing this, was at a loss for how to respond. It seemed she needed to slightly elevate Creature's treatment. Mother, Creature was here to welcome me and rail, she declared, casting a spell to amplify her voice, ensuring Walburga could hear. Immediately, the sound of footsteps echoed from upstairs. Walburga appeared, impeccably attired, every detail of her appearance meticulously arranged. Upon seeing them, her lips twisted for a moment before she managed to utter a remark, her tone far from pleasant. You actually returned. Such a vast Black manor. And with the holidays approaching, it remains so desolate. Not a single child has returned. That ungrateful wretch isn't coming back, and even if he did, he'd run off again. And you two little ingrates have learned to follow suit, not returning home directly for the holidays, merely dispatching a letter. They must have been led astray at school. All because of that old bee leading them astray. In her opinion, the headmaster ought not to have allowed a Gryffindor to take the position. Ellie gazed up at her, utterly astonished. Walburga's negative emotions toward her dissipated. She blinked forcefully, attempting to dispel the bitterness. yet her eyelids reddened slightly. Witnessing her like this, Walburga's earlier irritation began to fade. She hurried down the stairs, continuing to ramble. I didn't say anything harsh, it's all for your own good. She wasn't particularly concerned for Ellie, mainly fearing that Ellie might seek excuses to create trouble. After all, when Ellie acted out of character, it typically signaled the onset of mischief. Orion, hearing their voices, emerged from the study. How did you return? He first glanced behind them to confirm no one else was present before redirecting his attention back to them. Even if Alfie had sent them, he would have greeted them before departing. We all learned aberration, Regulus stated nonchalantly, as if entirely unaware that it was an advanced magic reserved for adults. Walburga and Orion exchanged glances, both curling their lips in disbelief. With such remarkable children, surprises abound at every turn. Now that they had relinquished control, the children were entrusted with the overarching decisions. Perfect timing, we can enjoy dinner together shortly. Walburga feigned indifference, yet her previously pleasant mood soured upon noticing Creature. Creature, you filthy little creature, why are you still here loafing about? Creature immediately hunched over, his head nearly touching the ground. The esteemed mistress speaks true. Creature deserves punishment. Ellie interjected to halt his forthcoming words. Mother, I insisted Creature accompany us. We ought to reconsider our treatment of him. This pronouncement successfully furrowed Walburga's brow. She had anticipated this. The moment she entered, something felt amiss, and she knew trouble was brewing. Taking a few deep breaths to quell her urge to speak, she resolved to hear what Ellie had to say this time. The Blacks shall become the foremost family in the wizarding world, and we can no longer afford to scold a house elf as we once did. To maintain our noble standards, we must not allow the sounds of reprimanding them to permeate our home, just as those who adhere to decorum and courtesy earn the respect of others. She paused, surveying Walburga's posture as if to assess her eligibility. Walburga straightened her back, striving to maintain an elegant demeanor. Ellie then shifted her gaze downward, her tone solemn, as if bestowing the Order of Merlin. And you, Creature, you too are a part of the Black estate, representing the dignity of the Blacks. Creature's face tightened with anxiety, overwhelmed by emotion at Ellie's words. Oh, the humble creature also represents the dignity of the Blacks. He trembled with the effort of containing his emotions, wishing desperately to bash his head against the floor before Miss Ellie. I shall provide you with new pillowcases and craft a few sets of garments befitting a wizard's aesthetic. Do not let me doubt your proficiency in household magic. Creature shall fulfill the task assigned by Miss Ellie. Creature excels at household magic. He could no longer contain himself, weeping as he responded, repeatedly banging his head against the floor. Stop, Creature. That is an order. The house elf immediately ceased his actions, raising his bloodshot forehead, his eyes filled with reverence for Ellie. Due to his previous position, his face was streaked with snot and tears, rendering his already aged visage even more pitiful. Chapter 129. You are responsible for supervision. He pinched the filthy pillowcase at his chest, first blowing his nose vigorously into it, then using it to wipe the grime from his face. The family of four observed this with wrinkled noses and downturned lips. Walburga even took a step back, her lips parting and closing several times, nearly unleashing a torrent of curses. Without my command, do not punish yourself unilaterally. That noise is intolerable. Furthermore, maintain your cleanliness and tidiness. Stand tall, keep your back straight, and hold your head high. Creature followed Ellie's instructions step by step, his neck stiff, too afraid to move. Ellie nodded in satisfaction. This is how it should be. When speaking, your voice must also be controlled, embodying humility and politeness, yet without being timid. If indeed guests were to arrive, one must ensure that they perceive the elegance of the house elf, as even the diminutive creatures exhibit such refined courtesy, truly befitting the noble Blacks. A paragon of the magical realm. Creature, tell me, for the sake of the Blacks, are you capable of this? Her gaze was resolute, akin to a commander poised to lead soldiers into battle. Indeed, Creature is capable, the soldier creature nearly shouted, recalling the requests of his young mistress midway and hastily lowering his volume. His eyes bulged, as if he were preparing to serve the Black family at a moment's notice. Splendid. Ellie bent down to pat his shoulder and then turned her gaze towards Orion and Walburga. Her expression seemed to convey that it was now their turn to express their stance. Orion's lips twitched, while Walburga's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Have you both concluded your rallying conference, each accompanied by a house elf, only to remember to solicit our opinions? They had long understood this was one of Ellie's habitual strategies. As parents, they possessed some insight into their child's nature and could not fall for it every time. It appeared as though their dissent would render them culpable in the eyes of the Blacks. Nevertheless, the grandeur Ellie described, the very essence of the exemplary Blacks in the magical community, left them somewhat buoyed by the prospect. They could hardly suppress the upward curl of their lips. Moreover, they were quite repulsed by Creature's earlier disheveled appearance. Previously, It had not been a matter of concern, but now. The thought of Creature attending to their daily needs in such a state was quite unsettling. Walburga's brows twitched, and she cleared her throat awkwardly. Indeed, a change was in order, for the sake of the Blacks. Yet Creature must recognize his own identity in his heart. Her gaze towards Creature was far from amicable. House elves ought to adhere to the established decorum. Creature remained at attention, merely furrowing his brow, his countenance resembling that of a weeping child. She did not intervene as Walburga chastised Creature. It was rather terrifying when she adopted a more amiable demeanor. Creature would likely be so frightened that he might crack his skull. Mother, you must be the most vigilant, embodying grace and nobility. You cannot perpetually lose your temper and berate others. Maintain emotional stability, just as I did when I was ill. Father, you shall oversee this. Orion, who had been stifling laughter within, found his expression frozen upon meeting Ellie's earnest gaze. Now, he truly could not muster a smile. Who was he to supervise? He cast an innocuous glance at Walburga, striving to produce a conciliatory grin. Orion nervously swallowed, caught between his daughter and wife in a state of indecision. Ellie exaggeratedly raised an eyebrow. It seemed father was reluctant to contribute to the glory of the Blacks, unexpectedly finding it so simple. I will supervise. Regulus coughed discreetly behind his fist, concealing the mirth at the corners of his mouth. What a refreshing display of unity. Now, Creature the house elf. You may commence preparations for dinner. Yes, Miss Ellie. Creature shall attend to it at once. All that remained was Walburga glaring at her husband, keen to observe how he would supervise. The house elf's efficiency was remarkable. By the following day, Ellie beheld Creature transformed anew. Not only was he attired appropriately, but he also sported a tea towel draped over one arm. He had arranged Ellie's Christmas gifts neatly, standing by in anticipation of assisting his young mistress with the unwrapping. A most clever combination. Ellie surveyed him from head to toe, offering her appraisal of his overall attire. This commendation instantly puffed Creature's chest with pride. Miss Ellie has praised Creature. It is Master Regulus who assisted, that is why Creature knows to dress thus. The image he had just maintained crumbled in an instant amidst his sharp voice. Mind your emotions, Creature. Yes, Miss Ellie. Creature is immensely grateful for your praise. He endeavored to steady his emotions, his voice trembling hoarsely, yet he still attempted to employ polite language. Ellie was unable to contain her amusement, finally bursting into laughter. Creature, perplexed, was nonetheless delighted to see his young mistress so joyous. With his assistance, Ellie swiftly unwrapped her gifts. Her parents had presented her with a key to the Gringotts vault, their second gift to her. Each of the three siblings possessed one, intended for storing their allowance. Regulus gifted her a small, retractable pouch, crafted in pure gold, that could be worn directly on the wrist. The rest were largely similar to previous years. It is worth mentioning Sirius's gift, which bore no label, resembling a unicorn hair. One could not fathom where he had procured it. Severus, at last, had not gifted her a potions textbook, but rather a dark green hairband, adorned with two round, lustrous pearls at its end. One must truly thank Merlin for awakening his awareness, finally realizing what gifts to present to a witch. After studying it for a moment, Ellie discovered it possessed no magical properties, resembling more of a muggle product. This posed a slight dilemma for her, as she was unaccustomed to wearing accessories that did not automatically style her hair. Typically, she merely utilized simple hairpins. However, there was someone at home who could assist. Without hesitation, Ellie knocked on Regulus's door. Regulus glanced at the hairband, took it, and skillfully began to wrap it around. Whose gift is this? He inquired casually, noting the fine material, though it did not rank among the finest of Ellie's numerous accessories. As he thought further, his brow furrowed. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard Ellie respond, from Senior Snape. Regulus scrutinized the hairband in his hand, finding it increasingly displeasing, even contemplating discarding it. The absence of magical effects was one thing, but its craftsmanship lacked refinement, and its design was monotonous. Such aesthetic taste? He would present such a gift to Ellie? Ironically, the recipient of the gift seemed to adore it. Truly, one grows accustomed to fine things, finding the unadorned curious. Regulus silently pressed his lips together, intending to give certain individuals a lesson upon returning to school. Far away at Hogwarts, Severus remained blissfully unaware that his gift would be so scorned. The number of gifts he received could be counted on one hand. Ellie had presented him with a charm bracelet, one end attached to a detachable moonstone. Accompanying it was a card embossed with the family crest, stating, "If you do not wish to wear it, it can be disassembled for potion making." The moonstone is a crucial ingredient in the preparation of calming draught. Chapter 130, Guarding this secret. Severus attempted to manipulate the clasp on the bracelet, detaching the moonstone and reattaching it several times before cautiously placing it in a delicate box. He idly fiddled with the other items within the box, finally allowing his gaze to linger on the dark green gem. The line of his pressed lips curved upward. who would repurpose a decorative gift for potion making. He truly could not fathom what image he projected in her mind. Among those remaining at Hogwarts during the holiday, the four of them roamed the castle at night, with even the sparse Slytherins not missing out on the adventure. Severus had observed them lingering in the cellar, their peculiar behavior exceedingly perplexing. When they nearly entered an abandoned classroom, he feigned a chance encounter to question their intentions. That was a classroom designated for practicing dark magic. Severus had not engaged in such practice for some time, and was uncertain whether any remnants remained within. Discovering the presence of these individuals would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. The outcome of such actions is often a volatile confrontation, nearly resulting in physical altercations. Yet, this is not their most peculiar trait. Severus has observed them more frequently within the Forbidden Forest. Their furtive movements are suspicious, undoubtedly concealing a substantial secret. The marauders are indeed conspiring to execute a grand scheme. They are crafting a map intended to encompass every nook of the school, ideally providing real-time updates on each individual's location and identity. Forget about those dilapidated classrooms. We should delve deeper into the hidden passageways. Recently, another secret tunnel leading directly to Hogsmeade was discovered, much to James's exhilaration. I merely surmised that since the castle once belonged to Slytherin, it must harbor some concealed corridors. That is a valid point. Yet we must not embark on our search blindly. We might uncover something in their common room, or perhaps in the headmaster's office. Hey, let us not dwell on this. Perhaps the passageway is concealed behind one of the portraits. The boys continued their discussion as they gradually distanced themselves, especially after transforming into animals, making exploration of the castle all the more convenient. The holiday swiftly elapsed amidst their individual busyness. Upon learning that the gift was handcrafted by Severus, Regulus noticeably diminished his critical remarks. However, there was little to commend, as he had previously bestowed numerous gifts upon Ellie as well. After the term commenced, when Ellie donned that headband once, Regulus promptly doused her enthusiasm with cold water, asserting that Ellie utilized every gift she received, which reflected respect for others, and thus she should not become overly pleased with herself. Shortly thereafter, he faced the disapproval of his own sister. Is it attractive? Ellie inquired of Severus, only satisfied when he nodded in affirmation before lowering her head to continue her meal. Observing her actions, a smile involuntarily graced Severus's face, stifling the urge to smirk. Regulus silently vowed never again to assist Ellie in wearing that headband. The students required several days to acclimate to their school curriculum, at least Evan did. Naturally, he primarily used the time to catch up on assignments. Fortunately, Hogwarts does not adhere to the tradition of requiring all assignments to be submitted immediately upon arrival. The staggered schedule of each class provided him ample opportunity to complete them before lessons began. This serene and tranquil atmosphere of study was soon disrupted. Barely 3 weeks in, during curfew, Regulus suddenly contacted Ellie through the two-way mirror. Without uttering a word, the gravity of the situation was evident from his expression. She quickly donned her attire and made her way to the common room, where besides Regulus, Evan and Mulciber were present. It appeared that something significant had transpired between Sirius and Senior Snape, something requiring Dumbledore's intervention. Their knowledge of this event was largely thanks to Mulciber. Ever since he successfully thwarted the marauders from bullying a fellow student, he seemed to have found a shortcut. Not only could he earn points for his own house, but he could also deduct points from their rival house, simultaneously punishing those bothersome individuals, a veritable windfall. The individual he clashed with most frequently was Severus. When the marauders were elusive, he would invariably follow Snape, anticipating a stroke of good fortune. However, he was unaware that such restraint would only escalate tensions between the two parties. On this occasion, after witnessing Severus exit the dormitory, he trailed him from a distance. This resulted in a hazy view. He only discerned that individuals were near the Whomping Willow before they vanished from sight. As he contemplated moving closer to investigate, he suddenly saw 3 figures emerge from behind the tree. It was Snape, Black, and Potter. The trio appeared to be in discussion, and shortly thereafter, Dumbledore arrived, escorting them towards the hospital wing. He surmised that someone must have been injured, and likely quite severely, prompting him to hasten back to inform Regulus. Upon hearing his account, both siblings furrowed their brows. After exchanging glances, they swiftly cast the disillusionment charm. Hey, I'm coming too. Evan, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the two, waved his hand where they had just stood. Too many people will draw attention. We shall go first. You can await news or return to rest. The sound of Eli's voice filled the air, and by the time Evan sought to join, no one responded. The door to the hospital wing was ajar, and faintly, one could hear Madame Pomfrey's complaints. As Ellie and Regulus approached, they caught sight of Sirius and James not far off. Their attire appeared somewhat disheveled, yet they bore no visible injuries, suggesting that it was Severus receiving treatment. Casting a glance towards the direction the two were headed, Ellie squeezed Regulus's arm, and they entered the hospital wing together. Madame Pomfrey had already emerged from the ward, and behind the draped curtains were only Severus and Dumbledore. The siblings did not venture too close, only able to hear Dumbledore's kind and calm voice narrating a tale about a werewolf. Ellie lowered her gaze, finally comprehending Severus's motivation for practicing animagus transformation. Foolhardy yet loyal, it perfectly encapsulated Sirius's initial aspirations. I brought him to the school, and thus planted the Whomping Willow. I trust you will keep this secret, for otherwise, other students may be frightened, affecting the entire school. From Dumbledore's words, it was clear that he had always been aware that allowing a werewolf to attend was his decision. Ellie could feel Regulus's grip on her hand tightening unconsciously. But he is a werewolf. I nearly fell victim to him. Severus's voice was noticeably less tranquil. Yet James just saved your life. I believe you ought not to have ventured out at this time. He was merely attempting to rectify his mistake. It was Sirius Black who deliberately allowed me to overhear the method to enter the Whomping Willow. Regulus's pupils constricted momentarily before returning to normal. Once more, he was astonished by Gryffindor's audacity, yet because it was Sirius, he found himself able to empathize. From numerous childhood experiences, he recognized his enduring lack of empathy. Yet it was also plausible that his recklessness stemmed from a genuine intent to harm, while simultaneously lacking the foresight to consider the consequences. Dumbledore paused significantly upon hearing this statement. He will face severe punishment, and of course, you will also incur point deductions for roaming at night. Should you choose not to keep this secret, I shall not compel you. Chapter 131, Missing the Point. The two had entered with furrowed brows, having only partially grasped the werewolf story and other details. Once Dumbledore departed, they emerged from behind the inner door, swiftly arriving at Severus's bedside. They found his injuries were not severe. However, the bandages encircled his neck, and the stains seeping through suggested it was on the side. Ellie and Regulus could surmise that this was likely a scratch inflicted by the werewolf. Madame Pomfrey's healing charms would suffice for ordinary wounds. It was certainly not a bite, as evidenced by Severus's expression, which conveyed nothing more than resentment and anger. He was incensed at his own imprudence, having been outmaneuvered by the marauders, and caught unprepared in the face of danger, ultimately being rescued by Potter. Dumbledore's remark about Potter saving his life was nearly enough to make him retch. Do not be angry. He ought to apologize to you, Ellie stated, referring either to Sirius or Dumbledore. It was astonishing that the headmaster would present the admission of a werewolf into the school so nonchalantly. Is it because you permit it that students must suffer in silence? The familiar voice echoed, causing Severus to abruptly lift his gaze towards its source. Ellie discreetly shifted her position, evading his line of sight. Regulus silently tugged at the corner of his lips. You should rest. I will handle this matter. Following his words, the infirmary fell into a stillness once more. Severus swallowed hard, attempting to call out, only to recline back into his previous position once he sensed the individual had truly departed. His hand, however, tightened around the fabric of his chest. The siblings exchanged glances after dispelling the disillusionment charm, enveloped in a moment of silence. I can't believe there's a werewolf at school. We hardly paid any attention to Lupin before. Regulus initiated the conversation, uncertain of how to pose his question. He could sense Elios' ire, perhaps stemming from Severus' injury, or perhaps due to Sirius' involvement. He hoped she remained oblivious to the true nature of her anger. He has been acting rather strangely. When I first saw him, I thought he was gravely ill. Do you remember what I told you before? Sirius and the others are practicing animagus transformations. Werewolves only attack humans. They shared a round of scoffing at Gryffindor's camaraderie and their absurd antics. Regulus finally inquired, what do you intend to do? Contact Father to come to the school, find a reasonable way to handle this without alarming Dumbledore, and do it quickly. After a moment of contemplation, Ellie devised a solution. Of course, she intended to invite more than just O'Brien. Upon returning to the dormitory, Regulus succinctly briefed Evan on the situation and retrieved a two-way mirror to contact O'Brien. Using Elios' claim of not feeling well, he arranged for him to come directly through the headmaster's fireplace. They merely needed to seek permission from the headmaster the following day. After Ellie returned, she swiftly penned a letter to Lupin's parents. She emphasized the urgency of the situation, hoping they could arrive promptly. After all, only rational adults could grasp the gravity of the circumstances. She aimed to catch Dumbledore off guard. Meanwhile, the marauders were experiencing their own turmoil. Dumbledore had just reprimanded Sirius with a detention and praised James for his bravery. After Dumbledore left, James, for the first time, expressed his frustration towards Sirius. He was shocked and enraged by Sirius' exploitation of Remus's werewolf identity. If Severus were to meet with an unfortunate fate, Remus would be exposed and expelled, living forever in regret. As Sirius snapped back to reality, He felt both relieved that nothing catastrophic had occurred and regretful for his reckless arrogance. He had overlooked Remus's precarious situation. With the full moon drawing to a close, he remained unaware of how to face the rational Remus once again. Damn that blubbering fool, Sirius muttered in annoyance. He had been trailing them lately, evidently having uncovered some of their secrets. Perhaps he had also noticed the unusual behavior of the moon-faced boy each month, leading him to seek leverage against them. He was determined not to let him off easily. Peter, striving to minimize his presence, dared not utter a word. He even subtly distanced himself from Sirius. The sudden turn of events had terrified him into fleeing, only to return later as a rat, pretending to have been stationed there the entire time. Yet, it was evident that Sirius and James had forgotten his existence. The one most affected by the ordeal was Remus Lupin. He could no longer regard Sirius in the same light. This was his friend, and while he understood his concern and efforts, he found it impossible to truly harbor no resentment. Their once unbreakable bond now seemed marred by an indelible rift. Upon receiving the letter, Lupin's parents promptly wrote to Dumbledore, hoping to gain entry to Hogwarts via the Flu network. Ellie conveyed in her letter that Remus had been harmed at school and that she had discovered his secret. When Dumbledore read the contents of the letter, his brow furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that a matter he thought resolved could reignite trouble. Based on the timestamp of the letter, it could only mean that others had been present the previous night, yet he remained unaware of who that individual was. Of course, he would soon find out after breakfast. It was the most troublesome one. Seeing O'Brien alongside Ellie and Regulus caused him to feel momentarily disoriented. I believe it would be prudent for you to allow the victim's family to enter. They have the right to know what has transpired with their child at school. Dumbledore paused in stroking his beard, once again confronted with such perplexing statements. Yet, no matter how one interpreted it, it seemed less a defense of Lupin and more a veiled threat. Continuing to stroke his beard, he opened the fireplace connection to his office, deciding to summon all parties involved in yesterday's incident. Ellie entered the headmaster's office as if it were her own home, casually taking a seat in a chair. Your handling of the situation last night missed the crucial point. O'Brien's eyes widened slightly, then hardened with seriousness. He had not anticipated Ellie to be so audacious in front of Dumbledore, who was a formidable opponent even the Dark Lord dared not underestimate. However, he recalled the instructions given by his daughter. He was present today to support her as a board member. All he needed to do was stand here with a stern expression. On the way here, he had gathered a general understanding of the circumstances. That insufferable old fool. How dare he allow his child to share a school with a werewolf, not to mention Sirius being his dorm mate. That wayward son. I told him Gryffindor should not be permitted. Regardless of his internal scorn, he maintained a solemn demeanor beside Ellie. Clearly, he was well informed, likely having been present at the scene last night. Were today's youth truly so fond of nocturnal escapades? Now that matters had escalated, Dumbledore could only summon everyone involved using the Patronus charm. He could only wait and see what Miss Black intended to do, hoping it wouldn't be too far beyond his expectations. Yet, Miss Black was captivated by his Phoenix Patronus. Your Patronus is magnificent. I have never practiced that charm. Could you share some techniques with me? Ellie had indeed never seen a Patronus before. No one in the Black family had ever used the charm. They did not believe in its power, deeming it unnecessary to learn. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise, seemingly taken aback by her interest. Its power derives from your happiest, most profound memories. The happiest? Is that when one is branded with the dark mark? Gaining power certainly is quite joyous. Ellie drew her wand, eager to attempt the charm, thinking it a waste not to take advantage of having a top-notch professor present. However, O'Brien intercepted her wand's tip with his hand. Chapter 132. Where did it go wrong? O'Brien had his reservations. Their entire family had never been able to conjure a Patronus. If she were to summon a swarm of maggots, it would only serve to provide Dumbledore with further amusement. At that moment, a wizard suddenly appeared in the fireplace, dispelling Ellie's desire to attempt the charm. It was Remus's father, Lyle Lupin, an expert in the study of dark magical creatures. Upon entering, he immediately inquired about the situation, his concern for his child causing him to overlook the presence of others in the office. Things are not nearly as dire as you might think. Do not panic, Lyle. From their manner of address, it was clear that Dumbledore was quite familiar with him. The elder's words of comfort succeeded in calming the agitated wizard. Ellie also rose, greeting in a measured tone. Mr. Lupin, I apologize for meeting you under such circumstances. I am the one who sent you a letter last night. The situation arose quite unexpectedly, thus necessitating this manner of summoning you, and I hope you can comprehend. She slightly turned to introduce Orion. This is my father, Elios Black, one of the Hogwarts governors. Orion regarded Mr. Lupin with a frosty demeanor. In recent years, the Black family's interference with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had inevitably led to conflicts with the existing staff. Although he had not directly involved himself, he had heard of this authoritative figure. Upon hearing the name Black, Remus Lupin furrowed his brow. Neither party seemed inclined to engage in pleasantries. Ellie had no intention of easing the tension. Instead, she proceeded directly to the matter at hand. I wonder if you have heard the details of the incident from the professor. She was well aware of the urgency, as the headmaster had yet to articulate anything. She fixed her gaze on Dumbledore, awaiting whether he would dismiss the matter as mere jest. This was a rather excessive prank. Both sides had acted recklessly, but fortunately, no significant harm had been done, and she believed she had resolved the issue. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled behind his glasses. Had Ellie not intervened so abruptly, this matter might have reached a conclusion. It seemed a new narrative was emerging. At that moment, Professor McGonagall had led the Marauders, along with Severus, outside the office. Knocking on the door, the longtime adversaries wore grim expressions, with only Remus appearing anxious. Upon seeing his father present in the headmaster's office, his eyes widened in alarm. His complexion paling further, it appeared that his little secret had been unveiled to several individuals. Sirius was quick to notice the 3 blacks within the office. He parted his lips, but refrained from speaking, a foreboding sensation settling in. Dumbledore exhaled deeply, opting to temper the atmosphere. It has been a while since we have had such a gathering. Would anyone care for a drink? Do not feel uneasy. Lemon honey tea, thank you, came Ellie's clear voice in response. She guided Orion to the seat she had previously occupied, inviting Mr. Lupin to sit across from them. When the beverages arrived, she poured a cup for each of the elders, clearly exhibiting her hospitality. Yet, her subsequent words lacked such civility. I fear you have not thoroughly investigated the matter before hastily addressing it. Coincidentally, my understanding is also limited, so allow me to succinctly elucidate what I know. My brother Sirius, who is one of Remus Lupin's close friends, discovered his lycanthropic nature long ago. Our longtime rival, Senior Snape, also noticed some irregularities and intended to pursue further inquiry. However, just before the full moon, Sirius divulged the method for accessing the Whomping Willow to him. Consequently, he unearthed the secret of his lycanthropy and nearly lost his life. Yet, at the critical moment, another friend intervened, pulling him to safety. Her summary aligned closely with Dumbledore's understanding. Remus Lupin, however, could no longer remain seated. It was audacious for children to engage in such antics. Furthermore, Sirius had nearly become the instrument of murder, and in a manner he despised most. Such an act of attempted homicide was described by the headmaster as a prank. Elios' assertion provoked Sirius' impatience. He was the one relentlessly probing into our secrets. He sought to exploit us. This is his own doing. I do not regret calculating against him, only that I regret the method employed. Are you suggesting he brought this upon himself? Yet you also mentioned exploitation, indicating you recognize the wrongdoing. This is Remus' secret. He has no right to pry. Becoming a werewolf is not his fault. Do you imply that Senior Snape is at fault? Is his investigation inherently wrong? Ellie, somewhat disinclined to hear Sirius' defense, sought a more reasonable interlocutor. Professor Dumbledore, do you also believe this incident bears fault on both sides? Undeniably, Sirius's actions were indeed excessive, and I have administered severe punishment. However, Severus has his own ulterior motives. I merely deducted points for his nocturnal escapades. Though Dumbledore did not explicitly state it, his meaning was clear. He had already imposed corresponding penalties upon them. Then perhaps you could elucidate where Senior Snape erred in this incident? They have been at odds. Upon observing the Marauder's peculiar behavior, he proceeded to investigate further. His discovery of anomalies stemmed from Remus being a werewolf. Ultimately, this fault lies in your decision to admit a werewolf to the school. Had it not been for you, he would not have suffered injury, would he? You have already deducted points. Should you not apologize to him? Perhaps even offer some form of compensation. It seemed as though she were venting her frustrations. Severus feared he might misinterpret something. More than anything, Remus wished to avoid causing trouble for Dumbledore. He did not want to be held accountable for his situation. He clenched his fists, mentally preparing himself for expulsion. Only then did Dumbledore grasp that Elios' target was indeed himself. Remus had become a werewolf due to an attack. Every young wizard deserves the opportunity for education. When he enrolled, I planted the Whomping Willow, which sufficiently ensures he poses no threat to any student. This was merely an unfortunate accident. At his core, Lupin is a kind-hearted and intelligent child who yearns for a normal life. He wishes to help him attain a delightful school experience, and it appears he has succeeded admirably. He excels academically and has made friends who do not mind his identity. Is this method truly safe? Why would you naively believe that a single willow tree could conceal the truth from everyone? The regular disappearances, the subsequent frailty, Remus's lycanthropic condition is hardly undetectable. At the very least, the Marauders had already discerned it, and Remus had not disclosed this to Dumbledore. Nor had he revealed the means of entering the Whomping Willow to them. If you wish for him to study alongside ordinary wizards, Why not devise a more foolproof plan? Having brought him in, why not invest more effort? This negligence is not only irresponsible towards him, but also towards the entire student body. Chapter 133, The Deprivation of the Right to Know. Dumbledore, I believe, as a governor, I have the right to hold you accountable for this deceitful conduct that misleads the entire faculty and student body. Orion interjected at an opportune moment, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. The sensation of being challenged by his daughter against Dumbledore thrilled him immensely. Perhaps the portraits at home would soon hear of his gallant endeavor. He noticed Phineas eavesdropping intently. With this thought, his confidence surged, and he resolved to press on. If you believe werewolves have the right to education, why do you not dare to reveal the truth to the students? You are depriving students and parents of their right to know. What? You wish to be the sole hero while the risks are borne by the entire faculty and student body. He had long harbored a deep-seated prejudice against Dumbledore. And seizing this opportunity, his words were unrelenting. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for a defense on this matter. When a matter feels necessitated to be concealed from others, it inherently suggests that it lacks justification. However, Remus Lupin, as a victim, is unjustly deprived of his right to education, which is a profound injustice against him. Revealing the truth will undoubtedly incite further prejudice and discrimination. Hearing this, Remus is inclined to take the child and leave immediately. The opportunity for Lyle to learn is a stroke of fortune, and he wishes to spare Dumbledore any further discomfort. Sirius's gaze flits between Ellie and Orion, and he begins to suspect their motives. Perhaps they aim to exploit Remus's situation to coerce Dumbledore into submission. Are they still acting on behalf of the Dark Lord? Have I unwittingly become the catalyst for their assault on my friend? This predicament is solely my fault. Remus would never harm anyone. The professor's methods are safe, and you need not burden Dumbledore with this. He grits his teeth, wearing a mask of indignation, as if seeking pity for his plight. Perhaps he even believes himself to be noble. I am merely addressing the issue at hand, searching for its root cause. Besides, why should I cause Dumbledore any distress? Ellie resolves to shatter his heroic delusion. Of course you would, because you are a... Sirius's remaining rationality halts his words, biting down on the flesh of his cheek. Suppressing the term he yearns to unleash. The informed individual's present tense up, fearing he might utter something untoward. Regulus places a hand on Orion's shoulder, signaling him to calm down, while Ellie continues to provoke. Go on, what is it? In those gray eyes, mirroring his own, there sparkles a glint of amusement. And Sirius perceives not a hint of fear. Slytherin, because you are a Slytherin. He seemingly concedes, lowering his gaze. Prejudice, if you have nothing to say, then be silent. With a disdainful glance, Ellie disregards whether others are suspicious and resumes her conversation with Dumbledore about their earlier topic. Do you genuinely believe that allowing him to enroll is aiding him? Can you truly help him? How long can he remain at school, graduating with excellent grades, yet still encountering barriers due to his identity? He cannot secure even a respectable job. No one will employ a werewolf, bearing such immense risks solely to provide him with an educational opportunity, allowing him to reminisce for a lifetime? The fundamental issue remains unchanged. All efforts are futile. I can assist him. James interjects eagerly as soon as Ellie finishes speaking. The Potter family is wealthy enough, even if he does nothing. Supporting Remus would be more than feasible. Mind your words, that is merely charity. I believe he would prefer to sustain himself through his own abilities. James falls silent. He realizes that while Remus has a gentle temperament, he also possesses a strong sense of pride. Remus bows his head, remaining silent. No one knows his true thoughts. Meanwhile, Dumbledore reflects on Ellie's words, acknowledging their truth. He can only undertake what is within his capacity. He has not altered the plight of werewolves. Perhaps once outside, werewolves will still be shunned by all. He recognizes his bias in this matter, feeling as though Miss Black's words mock his actions. See, the wrongs you commit are merely acts of futile compassion. You cannot save anyone. Does she truly seek to belittle his deeds? Based on his numerous encounters with Ellie, he knows her actions are never so straightforward. When he raises his gaze again, he suddenly comprehends Miss Black's intent. This Slytherin harbors significant ambition. Ha! The white-bearded headmaster laughs heartily, dispelling the somber atmosphere. Everyone is bewildered by his laughter. Orion thinks he remains as eccentric as ever. What must I do to genuinely assist him? Dumbledore disregards the gazes of others and gently inquires of Ellie, playfully winking at her. Ellie reluctantly accepts the wink, scrunching her nose in mild disdain. His blue eyes brim with acceptance and trust, seemingly unfazed by her previous rebuke. Ellie is genuinely intent on scolding the old headmaster, as his actions are indeed improper. Yet, she has not finished her admonition. However, since he has shifted the topic, she can always revisit her conditions later. It is I, not you. You are incapable of achieving this. She diverts her gaze, refusing to look at Dumbledore any longer. The Blacks have sufficient capital to establish a business that exclusively employs werewolves. among their own kind, discrimination would naturally dissipate. Moreover, aside from the full moon, werewolves can function normally at other times. Establishing professions specifically tailored for werewolves under centralized management could be viable. The days leading up to the full moon could serve as rest days. Of course, this is merely a strategy one conceived on the spot, and there are numerous areas for improvement. Werewolves should not be classified as magical creatures. They are merely individuals suffering from an affliction. Upon hearing this, others direct their attention to Ellie. Even Sirius's eyes widen in realization. He now recognizes that he had misjudged Ellie. Ellie, too, notices his intense gaze and steps closer to him. What are you so pleased about? This is the confidence bestowed upon me by my family. The very thing you disdain most. Sirius's expression freezes. He feels as though Ellie is persistently undermining him today. He need not even glance at him. Yet she directly commands him to silence. After all, he was the one who initially countered her, almost speaking carelessly. Her targeting of him is only fair. Remus is clearly burdened with greater concerns. He understands how discriminatory wizards are toward werewolves. This could potentially impact the Black family's business, as people would not accept items touched by werewolves. Wizards fear any contact with werewolves, anxious about contamination. Ellie turns her attention back to him, locking onto his retreating gaze. By daring to propose this idea, I demonstrate my capability to alter wizards' traditional perceptions of werewolves. Under the scrutiny of those deep gray eyes, Remus feels the unwavering determination and confidence within her. He gazes at her in a daze. Discussions could take place at MCS, allowing classmates to cultivate an accurate understanding of werewolves and propose genuinely feasible solutions. With the credibility that Future Weekly currently possesses, it could significantly alter public perception of werewolves. Cultural works could even enhance wizards' views of werewolves. However, the prerequisite is that werewolves must confront and accept their own flaws. Chapter 134, Appropriate Regulation. Upon hearing her words, Remus's father is filled with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. He certainly knows Future Weekly, which has become a household name in less than 2 years. It is a source of considerable concern for the higher-ups at the Ministry of Magic. In the eyes of most wizards, it is even more reliable than the Daily Prophet. Especially now, as anxiety pervades the populace, the ministry neglects to address those malevolent incidents. Future Weekly, which provides authentic information and sells well, has become a spiritual refuge for many. If what this Miss Black asserts is true, not only will Remus's future be secured, but the circumstances for werewolves throughout the magical community will also improve. Establishing a proper understanding of werewolves and creating a suitable employment framework is essential. The prejudice against werewolves largely stems from fear. Effective management can significantly alleviate such fears. This endeavor requires the collective effort of every werewolf yearning for a semblance of normalcy. Werewolves, being an integral part of the magical community, naturally wish to avoid the existence of any disruptive forces. Dumbledore took note of the terminology employed by Ellie. It was hardly a favorable expression. What do you mean by management? Registration, and in public settings, the necessity of wearing masks and protective gloves to prevent harm. Such descriptions are unflattering, akin to treating dangerous magical creatures. Both the Marauder and Remus's father paled at this notion. Dumbledore managed to maintain a facade of gentleness. Yet his tone grew stern. This is hardly an acceptable approach. They are merely individuals afflicted by illness. The registration of werewolves was proposed by the Ministry of Magic long ago, and Ellie's suggestions are even more stringent than those of the Ministry. To call it an insult would not be an exaggeration. I have stated before that werewolves must confront their potential dangers. It is a fact that they possess a high degree of contagion. One cannot overlook objective realities in the pursuit of equal rights. Wizards must believe they are not at risk in order to interact with werewolves with a normal demeanor, even in the worst of circumstances. This is far preferable to the current state of fear and revulsion. This group appears to exist in a dream, detached from reality and indulging in fanciful notions of rights. The Ministry's requirement for werewolves to register and abide by a code of conduct is fundamentally sound. The issue lies not in the regulation itself, but in its failure to address their needs. Dumbledore did not relax his brow. He still perceived this as a form of insidious discrimination. Do you not consider this an affront? Registration resembles surveillance. Is there something unspeakable at play? Those without malicious intent should fear, not the regulations. Is it not a fair proposition to live in the sunlight like normal people by adhering to these protocols? This represents an endeavor to achieve equality within constrained circumstances. Perhaps the long-standing discrimination has rendered werewolves sensitive and insecure, yet to change their plight, they must first come to terms with it themselves. Ordinary wizards cannot be compelled to bear risks due to their unfortunate circumstances. To live openly in the light is a lifelong aspiration for Remus. Beyond this, there exists a trust in Ellie. Even Gryffindor acknowledges that she has accomplished much. If she claims to pursue change, she will undoubtedly see it through. What could be worse than the current state of hiding and fear? Lyle Lupin holds Ellie in higher regard, having learned of Remus's identity within a day. She devised numerous strategies for change. The mere act of conceptualizing ideas is commendable, and possessing the ability to implement them is truly exceptional. He worries for Remus post-graduation, fearing he may struggle to accept the societal disparities. Yet, an opportunity has arisen to bridge this gap. Dumbledore clearly needs to contemplate more, as many werewolves have developed distorted personalities and even harbor hatred towards wizards due to their prolonged injustices. These werewolves have aligned themselves with their leader Fenrir and integrated into the Death Eaters, wreaking havoc and inciting panic. He could not help but wonder if Ellie had proposed a strategy for werewolf development in response to this issue. Perhaps that was her true intention for today's meeting. It seemed she sought to manipulate the werewolf faction through vested interests, not only competing with Voldemort for followers, but also attempting to undermine her own allies. No wonder she summoned Lyle. Did she perceive him as easily swayed? To brazenly poach in his presence was audacious. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore returned to the previous topic. You are aware that a segment of werewolves is exceedingly difficult to manage. They would reject any notion of coexisting peacefully with wizards. He did not specify which ones, but it was clear enough for those present to understand. In that case, we must enforce strict measures. Imprisonment or outright execution. Those who resist management likely harbor ulterior motives, seeking to harm or infect more wizards. Why should we allow such werewolves to remain? Dumbledore felt a chill run down his spine, recalling Sirius from the previous night, questioning whether Black was similarly indifferent to the sanctity of life. Yet, he refrained from further rebuttal. He sensed that despite Ellie's cheerful demeanor, as if she were soliciting his advice, should he utter a word of dissent, even a mere suggestion, she would undoubtedly cast him in an unfavorable light. He feared she might label him a villain endangering the magical world. Miss Black always posed questions with ulterior motives. Either she sought to ensnare you or awaited your misstep. It perpetually left him, a slow-witted elder, on the defensive. Ultimately, he might find himself compelled to endorse such a strategy. At the very least, Remus appeared to be swayed, and Lyle Lupin would undoubtedly bear the burden for his child. Perhaps this outcome is not entirely negative. He had been so led by her discourse that he momentarily lost sight of the issues at hand. Now then, regarding Remus, will you still maintain confidentiality? Should the Board of Governors decide to hold him accountable, he would be powerless. Ellie was not one to be easily swayed by mere words. During the pause awaiting Ellie's response, the Marauders collectively held their breath, tense as if awaiting a verdict from Wisengamot. Of course, confidentiality will be upheld. After all, this is not his fault, and he should not bear the consequences. It was evident that several individuals collectively exhaled in relief. However, the brevity of those two words caused their hearts to race anew. The transgressors are you and certain others. You must apologize to another victim. Moreover, it would be prudent to bestow a special contribution award upon Senior Snape. His attentiveness and caution uncovered a significant hazard within the school, and he confronted danger with exemplary courage. Dumbledore could accept the apology. Unlike other figures in power, he would not let pride prevent him from acknowledging his errors. Yet, upon hearing the phrase special contribution award, his eyelids involuntarily fluttered. Not to mention that her justification for the award was strikingly similar. The last recipient of this award at the school had ascended to the title of Dark Lord. Even Olymp sitting nearby suddenly straightened, locking eyes with Dumbledore's disapproving gaze. As if to convey, why disclose everything to the children? He found himself at a loss for words. As he had indeed been present when the Dark Lord was awarded this honor during his student days, not only he, the entire Slytherin house was aware. At that time, he was merely a second-year wizard, still in the phase of idolizing the powerful. Chapter 135, I will find a way. It was purely coincidental. He opened his mouth and then closed it, subtly shaking his head at Dumbledore. Regulus observed with confusion, his father seeming to engage in a tacit exchange with Dumbledore. Hadn't he just been reprimanding him? Their relationship did not appear to be particularly amicable, though he had been present. He felt as though he had missed some critical detail. At this moment, Severus bore none of the earlier resentment. He fixated intently on Ellie, fearing he might miss any expression on her face, as if he wished to etch her previous words into his memory. She was truly advocating for him. Such a feeling of being cared for was irresistible. Even if her intentions were not solely for his benefit, it sufficed. Regarding Ellie's insinuations, certain individuals were incensed. Why should he apologize? Sirius believed Ellie was merely grasping at straws. It is the snot-nosed boy himself whose intentions are dubious. He is the one who chose to follow suit, and moreover, James risked his life to save him, which did not inflict any harm on him whatsoever. James, standing nearby, wore an expression of indignation. He acknowledged that the blunder originated from the big-footed one, yet it hardly warranted any accolades. Upon hearing Sirius's tone, Ellie discerned that an apology was out of the question. Perhaps he could have offered one a moment ago, but the next instant they might very well come to blows. Nevertheless, she had her own means to ensure he would be humbled. Ellie feigned a smile, her eyes narrowing as if recalling something. "Oh, perhaps we ought to credit you as well. This endeavor was made possible largely due to your assistance." In an instant, Sirius's bravado deflated, and James appeared as if he had been struck dumb, while the other marauders covertly cast glances at Remus, who, at that moment, allowed a small grin to creep onto his face. In truth, he had already forgiven the big-footed one. Every friend has their minor flaws. Their recent efforts to justify their non-expulsion were sufficient to overshadow these shortcomings. He had noticed their anxiety and concern. He genuinely cherished these friends who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to him. As the marauders reconciled their friendship, Dumbledore was extending an apology to Severus. He did not deny his lack of prudence regarding the matter at the time of the incident. He was more concerned with James and the others' loyalty and protection of their friend. Such intentions, born of love, always managed to touch him. Perhaps it was also due to his desire to conceal the error of allowing Lupin to enroll. In any case, he could not be fair. "I underestimated your feelings and overestimated the comprehensiveness of my judgment. As one endowed with more information and power, I ought to have done better. I do not expect your forgiveness, my child. All I can assure you is that I did not disregard your suffering, and this incident has altered my perspective on responsibility." Severus's expression was rigid, seemingly unprepared for Dumbledore's sincere words. He merely felt gratitude towards Ellie for providing him with this opportunity to be recognized. Quietly stepping aside, he found himself unable to utter words of forgiveness. The harm had already been done. An apology would only evoke the anger of feeling undervalued. He did not believe Dumbledore felt genuine remorse. Perhaps he was simply succumbing to the pressure imposed by Ellie. Subsequently, Dumbledore explained that the criteria for the Special Contribution Award were exceedingly stringent, requiring publicly verifiable and convincing reasons. This was indeed the case. Ellie did not press him on this matter, instead offering a sincere suggestion. The acromantula in the Forbidden Forest would be a suitable choice. They ought not to be in that vicinity. Shall I capture a few? No. Let me devise another plan. That would be far too perilous. Dumbledore swiftly interrupted her thoughts, weary fingers pinching the bridge of his nose. "Please, let's not mention the acromantula. I would prefer not to see Hagrid imprisoned in Azkaban for a second time. How does Miss Black always manage to pinpoint such hidden matters?" Another informant regarding the acromantula widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated that such a dangerous creature remained in close proximity to the school. Orion's gaze towards Dumbledore transformed into one of scrutiny. Appointing Dumbledore as headmaster was undoubtedly the gravest error. Dumbledore's expression became strained, and Ellie keenly noticed. "That creature is also of your breeding?" It was not difficult to discern her incredulity. Hogwarts was indeed rife with peril. "That is a friend of a friend. I shall advise him to manage it properly." The headmaster was plagued with a headache, hoping she would not hold him accountable for this once more. Ellie would not squander her energy on such trivial matters. "I look forward to you devising a satisfactory rationale for the award." The situation had nearly reached resolution. After imparting a few words of counsel to Remus, Lyle also took his leave. Before departing, he approached Ellie, expressing gratitude and offering his assistance regarding any developments concerning werewolves. As he had considerable knowledge in that area and connections within the ministry, Orion scoffed at this. In terms of connections, none could rival the Blacks. The marauders filed out of the office, and just as they were about to exit, Ellie suddenly halted, posing a question to Dumbledore. "If yesterday's incident had involved students from another pureblood family, would you have handled it as you did?" Upon witnessing the elderly man in the portrait become momentarily speechless, she withdrew her icy gaze and turned to leave. It was merely a choice weighed against benefits, yet she insisted on invoking notions of compassion. It was selective compassion, ultimately tethered to the essence of oppression. Why should those who err be met with such all-encompassing understanding, lacking the ability to discern the most basic of rights and wrongs? They nevertheless championed the fairness of marginalized groups. She was determined to tear away that facade. Following closely behind her, Severus blinked rapidly, his gaze seemingly intent on enveloping her. He swallowed hard to ease the dryness in his throat. "You need not offend Dumbledore on my account." In contrast to justice or apology, he had acquired something far more precious. "This is not an offense. I merely disapprove of his code of conduct." She was already a Death Eater. Did she really fear offending Dumbledore? There would be far more opportunities for offense in the future. Having come to a profound understanding of how unreliable this headmaster was, her words became increasingly blunt. Regulus, concerned by Severus's earlier remarks about "for you and for me," found the sentiment rather nauseating. Fortunately, Ellie had not grasped the significance. Though she missed it, someone else did not. Orion observed their expressions grow solemn. It dawned on him that this summons was not merely to defend the half-blood boy. Was it? Surely it could not be, as he had suggested, meant for him? He had thought Ellie had leverage over Dumbledore, intending to temper the old lion's arrogance. He could not help but reflect on everything that had transpired in the headmaster's office. The more he pondered, the more contorted his expression became. All signs indicated that it was indeed likely aimed at defending the boy. Why was Ellie so concerned about a man? Moreover, a half-blood. Was it affection? Or was there something more? How far had they progressed? Meanwhile, he had essentially supported this half-blood and felt a certain pride in that. His precious daughter must have been corrupted by this half-blood. Perhaps he ought to blame Dumbledore. He had tainted the entire atmosphere of the school. How could Black associate with a half-blood? I do not agree. Chapter 136, The Art of Manipulation. The three individuals walking ahead were startled by his sudden outburst. Turning to look back in unison. What do you disagree with? His gaze shifted between Ellie and Severus, growing increasingly intolerant. Regulus suddenly grasped his train of thought, stepping forward to seize his arm. I understand, Father. That project should indeed be reconsidered. As he spoke, he pulled him away, desperately signaling for him to be silent. Severus, however, lowered his gaze, clutching his robes tightly. Ellie paid no heed to the two who had suddenly broached the subject of projects, instead explaining to Severus what had just transpired. I did not inquire about compensation from Sirius. They would not apologize sincerely, and any true compensation would only serve as fodder for their ridicule. Her words broke the boy's silence with remarkable efficacy. A gentle breeze can effortlessly disperse the clouds of gloom. Not long after, only Regulus returned, his demeanor unperturbed, while Orion had been deceived back home by him under false pretenses. As the trio approached the staircase, they encountered several members of the Marauders standing there, with Sirius staring intently at them, as if he had purposely awaited their arrival. Ally, I sincerely apologize, he uttered. Yet, the recipient of his apology seemed utterly bewildered, failing to grasp its significance. Clearly, there was another person who warranted his contrition. The confusion etched on her face was unmistakable, prompting Sirius to articulate his thoughts more candidly. Are you not concerned about being exposed? Just moments ago in the headmaster's office, I nearly spoke out of turn, and you appeared so utterly unperturbed. Do you not fear that Dumbledore might discover your affiliation with the Death Eaters? At that moment, Ally comprehended the true meaning behind his apology, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips as she leaned in closer. From the instant I decided to let you in on my secret, I had already reconciled myself to the idea of being exposed to everyone. Her monotonous tone left Sirius momentarily speechless. Even as he watched their figures fade from view, he remained ensnared in the implications of her words. Had he been devoid of trust from the outset? This realization weighed heavily on him, leaving him grappling with the inexplicable notion that he held no credibility in her eyes. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears as he quietly crouched down, the voices of his friends fading into a blur. The guilt stemming from his malicious assumptions about her, coupled with the stark realization of her distrust, rendered him breathless. It felt as though he were locked in a battle with himself, his jaw clenched and teeth gritted in frustration. Yet, an overwhelming sense of grievance welled up within him. It was his own anger that had led him to such thoughts. Orion's arrival had clouded his judgment. He had disclosed nothing even to James. Not only Ally, but his father and Regulus also regarded him with indifference, and he had not received any correspondence from Walburga this Christmas, not even a scathing letter. Was he being cast aside? Yet, had he not longed for this? Ever since entering his 5th year, they had begun to neglect him, and initially, he had relished this newfound freedom. The absence of letters urging him to return for Christmas had filled him with unrestrained joy, a true embrace of liberty. But why, after attaining the life he desired, did he feel such an inexplicable void within? Meanwhile, Regulus remained silent, head bowed in contemplation. Ally could not bear to witness his despondency, and a twinge of guilt began to gnaw at her conscience regarding Sirius. It was he who had placed family in a position of ambivalence, only to realize the value of what he had lost when confronted with the prospect of its absence. Words alone could seldom instigate growth. Rather, it was genuine experience that could catalyze change. And after all, was this not his own choice? Regulus hesitated, sensing that Ally had yet to unleash her full fury, thus opting for a different method of dealing with Sirius. Fearless and unyielding, he held no trepidation regarding the school's punishments. Only by striking at the heart would he find success. Once the matter was resolved, they still had lessons to attend. Fortunately, their class today was History of Magic, allowing them the opportunity to catch a brief respite. After hastily bidding farewell to Severus, they made their way to the classroom. Severus had taken a day off due to the incident. Sustaining injuries from a werewolf was no easy ailment to mend. He needed to return to the hospital wing for further treatment, as Madame Pomfrey was not fond of patients roaming about for extended periods. During class, Lily noticed Severus's absence among the Slytherin students. Whispers from the back of the classroom reached her ears, blaming the despicable Snavellis. This had nearly become the Marauder's catchphrase. No matter how many times she cautioned and warned them, they remained heedless, persisting in their taunting. Initially, she bore her anger with restraint until she overheard them mention how James had saved Severus's life. It was Sirius Black's voice, and his tone was charged with emotion as he spoke, causing his voice to rise involuntarily. Soon after, the loudness of their discussion caught Professor McGonagall's attention, resulting in them being penalized with lost points and standing in front of the class, a further blow to Gryffindor's already dwindling score. Lily felt utterly bewildered, yet she surmised that Severus must have encountered trouble, likely involving the Marauders. However, her limited interactions with Slytherins left her at a loss for whom to approach for information. Scanning the sea of green scarves, she settled her gaze on Avery. Despite his previous disdain for Muggle-born students, they had crossed paths several times in clubs, occasionally collaborating in groups. Summoning her Gryffindor courage, she approached a few Slytherins after class. "Do you know why Severus is absent?" Avery shook his head, frowning. But it was Mulciber who spoke up at that moment. "He should be in the hospital wing." His words took Lily by surprise, as even Avery seemed astonished. This was the same boy who had bullied Mary, yet he had shown signs of improvement lately and had even done some good deeds. Upon hearing that Severus was in the hospital wing, Lily maintained a solemn demeanor as she thanked him. She had not forgotten that this individual had yet to apologize to Mary. Her gratitude was strictly for the information he provided, nothing more. Upon arriving at the hospital wing, she found Severus alone in the ward. At the sound of her entrance, he lifted his gaze quickly, yet the flicker of hope in his eyes was swiftly extinguished. As Lily stepped inside, her brow furrowed in confusion. Was it merely her imagination, or did Severus appear somewhat disappointed upon seeing her? However, her attention was soon drawn to the bandage around his neck. "You're injured. What happened? I heard that James saved you. Did they bully you first?" Before she could finish her query, Severus interrupted her, his expression laced with unmasked scorn. "You believe he saved me? Huh. He was merely rectifying his mistake for the sake of his friend. I do not believe anything. I merely heard about it, and came to inquire." Lily's green eyes narrowed, clearly incensed by his tone. "I only caught a few snippets of their conversation. Why did you not let me finish?" They often quarreled over trivial matters. Yet if they took the time to communicate calmly, many issues could be resolved. Severus recognized that his demeanor towards his friends had not been the most amiable. Yet his pride kept his lips sealed. Thus, when Ally entered the room, she was met with two sullen individuals. Chapter 137, The Art of Storytelling. Upon seeing Ally and Regulus, both of them quelled their simmering anger. Severus subtly adjusted his attire, while Lily turned to greet them. Noticing that there were others present in the ward, Regulus exchanged a nod with Severus before departing, relieved to leave. He still needed to attend Quidditch practice, and this semester had been entirely consumed with guarding against Severus, resulting in the captain demanding additional training from him. Seeing that Severus' expression had softened, Lily recalled the reason for her visit. "Severus, I simply wish to understand how you were injured, yet you lose your composure the moment Potter is mentioned." Previously, his attitude towards James had been one of disdain. Clearly, their enmity had intensified in the wake of Severus' injury. Severus refrained from responding to her description. "I promised not to disclose anything. Suffice it to say, he is no hero." Upon hearing his response, Ellie could not help but smile faintly. It seemed that being rescued by Potter had been weighing heavily on his mind. She recalled him mentioning previously that they merely had some disagreements. She wondered if he would consent to her suggestion of removing James if she were to bring it up again. Severus did not miss the glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes, and he turned his face away in mild embarrassment, as if she had once again discerned his thoughts. This turn of his gaze conveniently landed on Lily's prefect badge, which prompted him to remind her with a hint of significance. "When you patrol as a prefect in the future, do try to keep your distance from that Lupin." However, Lily's reaction was far from what he anticipated. She widened her eyes in astonishment before glancing at the scratches on Severus's arm. She opened her mouth several times to inquire, but hesitated each time. It was evident that she suspected something, causing Severus's previously relaxed brow to furrow once more. "You know?" he asked. "I'm merely speculating. After all, his absences have a certain pattern, and we learned about werewolves in our third year." Lily sighed, ultimately voicing her thoughts. Yet, she had only begun to notice these patterns during the first half of the semester, while they patrolled together. In truth, a little attentiveness could have led to such connections being made sooner. "So, your injuries are due to Lupin? Being bitten by a werewolf can turn one into a werewolf, while scratches leave permanent scars." "Just scratches," Severus replied tersely, clearly unwilling to elaborate on the details of his injury, understanding her concern. Nevertheless, Lily desired to know more. After all, something that a marauder described as life-saving must have been perilous. It could not possibly be as simple as he implied. Since Severus was reluctant to divulge more, she refrained from pressing further. Ellie, observing the exchange with a frown, wondered why such matters could not be articulated directly, leaving her to glean information from others instead. No wonder they constantly argued. One remained silent, while the other refrained from asking. Perhaps even if she did ask, he would not disclose anything, leading to countless misunderstandings. Not only did he fail to pursue witches, but he also could not manage to be forthright with friends. Severus felt uneasy under her disapproving gaze, uncertain of his misstep. You should speak to her directly. Potter is hardly capable of keeping secrets, especially now that Lily is aware Lupin is a werewolf. The events relayed by them would undoubtedly be infused with subjective interpretations. Severus's brow deepened in a frown. He acknowledged that his pride was at play, preventing him from recounting past misjudgments. Under Eli's encouraging gaze, he exhaled deeply and briefly recounted the events of the previous day. The moment he began to speak, he noticed that Lily was now the one frowning. He would not articulate the facts in a manner that Lily could accept. To her, Lupin was innocent, indeed. If one merely considered this incident, he was innocent. Thus, Severus's attempt to find fault with the marauders through Lupin did not align with Lily's sense of justice. He had not absorbed anything from his earlier conversation with Dumbledore. Their differing positions rendered them incapable of comprehending one another's thought processes. Ellie raised her hand to gesture for Severus to cease speaking. Once he fell silent, she smiled at Lily. What he said is incorrect. Allow me to explain. She began by criticizing Dumbledore for concealing matters from others. For those who uphold justice, one cannot approach from an individual perspective. Rather, the collective welfare must overshadow personal compassion. Dumbledore's lack of diligence in accommodating Lupin, coupled with Lupin's unclear understanding of the dangers he posed, resulted in a disregard for rules in pursuit of friendship. Upon hearing this, Lily was indeed outraged, reflecting on how, as a prefect, Lupin turned a blind eye to the marauders' bullying. As she recounted the events, her gaze towards Severus glowed with maternal warmth, and her opinion of Dumbledore plummeted further. What difference is there between his behavior last night and bullying the weak? No wonder Severus had initially been reluctant to speak. Severus felt a lump form in his throat under her scrutinizing gaze and could only watch the two converse in silence. He had never witnessed anyone as eloquent as Ellie. When discussing Ellie's request for O'Brien's assistance in delivering justice, Lily regretted not being able to witness it firsthand. Gryffindor had no resistance against the theatrics of rebelling against authority. Eventually, when the conversation turned to the planning regarding werewolves, Lily offered additional suggestions and eagerly anticipated discussions on the MCS topic. However, Severus's expression darkened amidst their discussion. He recalled the way Lupin had looked at Ellie, that deep, entranced gaze. He did not want her to invest too much energy in the werewolf issue, as it appeared she was concerned for Lupin. Knowing that she had ulterior motives regarding the werewolf community, he felt a flicker of annoyance. He too aspired to ascend, to reach a height where, when confronting Dumbledore, he would not be easily dismissed, even if he did not hail from a powerful family. He relished the feeling of being cared for by Ellie, yet he did not wish to perpetually hide behind her. The two of them had nearly finished their conversation when they finally noticed the gravity etched across Severus's brow. Assuming he was still troubled by the matter, Lily hurriedly approached to console him. Severus, you cannot take such risks alone. If the marauders trouble you again, I will certainly intervene. Since becoming a prefect, their time studying together had diminished. Perhaps it was during these intervals that the marauders had grown increasingly brazen. Yet, that did not seem quite right. It appeared that each time they parted, Severus was either preoccupied with returning to the common room or engrossed in potion studies. As Lily pondered this, she suddenly noticed that Severus often glanced at Ellie, and it dawned on her. No wonder the person who had just argued with her had suddenly become so amiable. This must be the reason for Severus's dark mood. Who would enjoy having their solitude invaded? She promptly sought a reason to leave in haste, casting Severus an encouraging glance before departing. Chapter 138, Emotions Concealed. In the empty hospital wing, with only the two of them remaining, Ellie finally posed the question she had been longing to ask. May I call you Severus as well? Lily always referred to him in that manner. She was the only one who did so, making it sound exceedingly intimate. The question caught Severus off guard, and the flickering light in his eyes revealed uncertainty as he nodded in affirmation. Yes. As expected, Ellie's brow relaxed, and a tender smile spread from the corners of her mouth to her eyes. This smile effortlessly captivated Severus's attention, rendering him unable to divert his gaze. He fixated on her luscious lips, yearning to hear that name spoken once more. However, Ellie had no intention of addressing him in such a manner. She was merely curious after hearing others do so. Yet, the intensity of Severus's gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Instinctively, she bit her lip, leaving a faint mark. His penetrating gaze compelled Ellie to think deeply, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. The books mentioned that one only gazes at another's lips when yearning for a kiss. Yet, this felt too overt. He typically did not behave like this. Her lips felt as though they were freshly formed, leaving her uncertain about how to properly position them. In an effort to mask the turmoil within, she tilted her chin slightly, her expression grave as she fixed a piercing gaze upon Severus. Do not entertain thoughts that ought not to be entertained. After delivering this sharp retort, she feigned composure and sauntered away, entirely oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Severus's eyes. He did not dwell on unwarranted speculation. It was she who had posed that question, igniting a flicker of hope within him, suggesting that it was indeed well to call him Senior Snape. Ailey lingered outside, allowing the wind to blow against her for an extended period until the warmth in her ears subsided. As she pressed her hand against her rapidly beating heart, she sensed something amiss within herself. Regulus shared this sentiment. Upon his return, he noticed that Ailey occasionally pursed her lips in a gentle smile, even pausing mid-meal to lose herself in thought. Indeed, on their way back to the common room, he overheard her whispering conspiratorially in his ear, "Ray, I believe I may have developed feelings for someone." This revelation struck Regulus like a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. He struggled to digest each word, as waves of regret surged within him. Had he truly missed something by not following closely behind? How had she come to this realization so suddenly? Yet, it was an eventuality that could not be averted. "Who is it? How did you come to know?" he inquired, his tone deceptively casual, though the tension in his jaw betrayed him. At the mention of this topic, Ailey's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if a thought had struck her, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile. "It's Senior Snape. I just suddenly realized it." She was eager to share this newfound feeling with Regulus, for the sensation of liking someone was too marvelous to contain. The nervousness and uncertainty compelled her to seek comfort from her family. Regulus could clearly perceive the anxiety and yearning reflected in her gaze. He exhaled deeply, silently accepting the reality, having prepared himself for such a moment. At the very least, Ailey had chosen to confide in him first. There were never any true secrets between them. "Oh, I knew it was him," he replied. "How did you figure it out?" She pondered her usual demeanor, which seemed unchanged. Regulus cast his gaze downward, contemplating that it likely stemmed from instinct, perhaps derived from subtle shifts in behavior. "You smile more when you look at him." "Then I shall strive to become a master of concealing my emotions," Ailey declared, her expression momentarily serious before she relaxed again. In truth, there was nothing to hide. She felt no need for concealment. Unbeknownst to her, this initial shyness associated with budding feelings would instinctively drive one to evade. However, this discomfort was swiftly addressed by Ailey the following day. She had always been clear about what she desired and possessed the confidence to attain it. MCS had introduced a new topic of discussion, one that incited considerable disdain among the students. The werewolf community had long been notorious within the wizarding world. They were regarded as walking embodiments of pollution. Particularly alarming were the increasing incidents of werewolf attacks, which had thrust werewolves into the pinnacle of violence and danger. Yet, the essence of MCS lay in substantiating claims with facts, compelling its members to reassess werewolves from a more rational and objective standpoint. Students eager to delve deeper soon encountered a troubling obstacle. Aside from the scant knowledge imparted in defense against the dark arts, literature on werewolves was alarmingly sparse. This scarcity stemmed from the long-standing fear and disregard that wizards held towards werewolves. Few were truly willing to approach them, while werewolves, burdened by oppression, were equally reluctant to engage with wizards, often harboring animosity towards them. During this quest for understanding, a small faction of students began to feel a sense of compassion. They questioned their own ability to maintain their ideals if placed in such dire circumstances. As the discussion evolved, the initial rejection of the topic gave way to empathy. They couldn't help but marvel at how the president consistently unearthed issues from unique perspectives. Among the few informed individuals, Lily, as a club member, shifted her focus towards how to assist werewolves. Her thoughts had undergone a significant transformation. The widely accepted beliefs within society were not necessarily correct. Many matters were not simply black and white. Much like Remus, being a werewolf did not inherently equate to being violent. She had previously sought Ailey's counsel on how to articulate her views more effectively. Ailey had advised her to gain a thorough understanding and to contemplate the issues as deeply as possible until she could no longer question her own reasoning. No one knew werewolves better than the werewolves themselves. Thus, every time she patrolled with Remus, she seized the opportunity to ask him numerous questions. Remus's father was an expert in this field, and their correspondence had intensified during this period. Of course, revealing to Remus that she was aware of his true nature startled him initially. However, the presence of someone who understood his condition and could engage with him candidly brought him joy, especially since this person was genuinely invested in assisting him. After sharing this with the Marauders, James was elated, seizing the chance to extol Lily's virtues. He felt not only proud of his discernment, but also hopeful for the potential improvement in Remus's situation. He shamelessly proposed that next time Lily had questions, he hoped to accompany her. Remus hesitated before responding, stating he would wait to gauge Lily's attitude before making a decision. You should tell her that when you transform into a werewolf, I am right there with you, fully aware of your changes and behaviors. James sought to bolster his position further. If it doesn't align with reason, she will grow suspicious. This indirectly reveals that you are an animagus. Remus had grown accustomed to the fact that whenever his friend mentioned Lily, his intelligence seemed to evaporate. Naturally, he himself was not particularly astute. Each of his suggestions was riddled with flaws, yet they were sufficiently novel to be salvaged with some refinement. I did not intend to keep it from her. She is kind, and would surely keep our secret. Nevertheless, even as he spoke, he glanced at the other two animagi, understanding that the will of his brothers held greater significance. Chapter 139. Shall we continue? Regarding James's proposal, Sirius had no objections whatsoever. He often deferred to James and Remus in various matters. Peter, glancing nervously around, had yet to voice an opinion when he heard James declare a conclusion. It appeared there were no dissenting voices. Lily was undoubtedly a trustworthy individual. Peter lowered his gaze, hesitatingly nodding, but at this moment, no one paid him any mind. He had grown accustomed to this. Such scenarios were commonplace among the Marauders. Ultimately, Lily permitted James to join their discussions. Although she had harbored some resentment towards them due to the injustice Severus had suffered, she remained grateful that Potter had chosen to intervene in the most perilous of moments, as Severus's fate would have been grim otherwise. Upon learning that they had trained to become animagi in order to accompany their friend, Lily gradually softened her prejudices against them. In stark contrast to Lily's proactive stance towards werewolves, Severus was less than pleased. To him, every member of the Marauders, regardless of their involvement in the plot against him, was equally contemptible. Even without this incident, they had often troubled him. The only solace he found was in the increased time spent with Ailey. She unprecedentedly began to inquire about various potion-related matters, and Regulus no longer made any attempts to obstruct her. Perhaps he had been too preoccupied lately to intervene effectively. However, Eli's demeanor towards potions was rather frivolous, and she often inadvertently led him astray in his thoughts, nearly transforming him into a mere instrument for her thesis on 2 occasions. With prior experience, Severus finally discerned the anomaly. Normally, he should be aiding her in elevating her standards, enabling her to produce an exceptional thesis, rather than resorting to instructing her at her current level of proficiency. Just as he resolved to alter his approach, Eli's attention was drawn to the scar on his neck. The wound, though largely healed, bore an unsightly scar that would remain. She raised her hand and traced the scar's outline, harboring a deep-seated resentment. The nascent possessiveness she felt was extraordinarily intense. This individual would belong to her in the future. How could he have sustained such a wound? Foolish dog, Sirius. The more she pondered, the deeper her resentment grew, and she failed to notice the skin beneath her fingers trembling slightly at her touch. Yet, the sudden surge of magical energy traced beneath her fingertips halted her in her tracks. Wide-eyed with surprise, she pressed 2 more fingers down. Before she could fully attune herself to the sensation, a hand unexpectedly grasped hers. She looked up to find Severus staring at her. His expression a mix of hesitation and urgency, his eyes slightly reddened, and his breath somewhat rapid, eager to seize the opportunity to sense. She instinctively wiggled her fingers caught in his grip. I seem to. Don't move, Severus uttered, unconsciously swallowing hard, causing the skin on his neck to shift. Heat spread from the point of contact to her fingertips. Eli's fingers trembled slightly as she attempted to withdraw, but Severus, in turn, released his hold. With a hint of guilt, she met his gaze and began to explain her earlier audacity. I believe I sensed some magic flowing there. There might be a lingering curse on the wound. Her speculation about the curse stemmed from the fact that werewolves transform under the full moon due to a transmissible curse. While it certainly belonged to the realm of dark magic, she could not fathom why she was able to perceive it this time. Severus remained silent, gripping the book beside him to calm his tumultuous emotions. Aware that he had overstepped, and wishing to avoid inciting his ire, Ellie lowered her gaze to the quill. Refraining from further discussion, taking a slow breath, Severus barely regained his composure. Observing Eli's behavior, he suppressed a smirk. One might think that quill held an extraordinary allure. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes as he slightly lowered his gaze, his lips parting to speak in a hushed tone. Do you need to continue sensing? Eli's head snapped up at his words, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had thought he might be angered again, given his previous countenance. Yes, she replied eagerly, as if fearing he might retract his offer. Severus tilted his chin, awaiting her next move. This time, she refrained from touching, merely placing her hand gently upon the area. Yet, she felt nothing. Unyielding, Ellie adjusted her position slightly, but still sensed nothing. She reluctantly withdrew her hand, contemplating which step had been amiss compared to her prior attempts. Sirius, perceiving her expression, understood the outcome and remained silent, allowing her to ponder in peace. Unable to deduce an answer, Ellie resolved to repeat her earlier actions. As her fingers traced along the scar, she felt warmth blossoming on her neck. Ellie swallowed hard, her ears flushing with heat, and her hand faltered in its movement. Under these circumstances, the scar became ever more pronounced, and as she gazed at it, a sudden inspiration struck her. Emotion is paramount. The words Sirius had once imparted echoed in her mind, a piece of knowledge she had once dismissed as mere common sense. Indeed, emotion is crucial. She had been exceedingly angry earlier, wishing for the scar to vanish. Once more, her fingertips detected that familiar surge of energy. Slowly, Ellie infused her potent emotions into the sensation, and the essence of the curse manifested vividly in her mind's eye. This feeling resembled a touch upon the very source of power. The magic surged rapidly, and the curse disintegrated as if it were being dismantled. The energy swept through her, directly absorbed into her being through her fingertips. The entire process mirrored the way rules absorb negative emotions. If rules can be transformed, can curses be as well? Ellie attempted to test this notion, but felt no change. It was evidently impossible, yet it became a part of her magical essence. This presented a new dilemma. After absorption, she could not ascertain whether this magic within her still constituted a curse. If it were a curse born from a werewolf, she could not rule out the possibility of becoming a vector for the disease. The mere scratch left behind by the werewolf did not possess the ability to infect others. This left her unable to verify her condition. She felt no discomfort at all. Ultimately, as it had not caused any repercussions, Ellie chose not to dwell on it further. A more pressing question beckoned for validation. Is there any white fresh essence here? She withdrew her hand and fixed her gaze intently on Sirius. With the curse dissipated, the permanent damage inflicted by the werewolf should also cease to exist. Sirius maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, rising to retrieve a small vial from a cabinet in the back and extending it towards Ellie. It is not for you. I intend for you to use it. Despite his words, Ellie raised her hand to accept the potion. The white fresh essence would not be effective, suppressing the urge to mock her for what was common knowledge. Sirius lowered his gaze as he returned to his seat. With such an obvious scar, it was indeed unlikely anyone would find it appealing. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his neck, jolting him back to reality as he turned to regard the owner of the hand. Through the cool sensation, he could still feel the warmth unique to her fingertips, provoking a slight itch upon his newly healed skin. She was utterly oblivious to the proprieties of interacting with a wizard. Chapter 140, Enchanted Chocolate. He lifted his head and took a deep breath, his nails digging into his palms from the pressure of his grip. Gradually, a tingling sensation emanated from the wound, accompanied by a slight sting. This was a sensation that arose from the white fresh essence stimulating the regeneration of the skin. He unconsciously furrowed his brow, his expression revealing mild astonishment. Even if he could hardly believe it, he knew what this implied. She had just neutralized the contamination left by the werewolf. Ellie smiled, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. I owe much of this to you. My control over dark magic has also strengthened. It was indeed due to his previous guidance. There were numerous precedents of magic being influenced by emotion, akin to the idealism of muggles. However, Sirius did not share this sentiment. He attributed everything to the scar on his neck. He worried that Ellie, riding the wave of her newfound magical perception, might consider investigating Lupin. A werewolf with a complete curse could perhaps provide more insight. Where would Lupin bear his scar? A bite mark from a werewolf. The mere thought of her treating another person as she had him left him breathless. He gazed intently into her gray eyes, as if trying to decipher whether she harbored such intentions. Under his scrutiny, Ellie shifted her gaze, feigning delight as she leaned in to embrace him. I am so grateful to you, Senior Snape. The scent of orange blossom unexpectedly enveloped him, ensnaring all thoughts and emotions as if they had been swiftly imprisoned. Once he regained his composure, he slowly raised his hand, intending to return the embrace, but in that moment, she withdrew, loosening her grip. Sirius quickly feigned nonchalance, lowering his arm that had been halfway raised. Yet, his gaze flickered, hesitant to meet hers. Suppressing the urge to smile, Ellie seized the parchment strewn across the table. Suddenly reminded that her paper remained unfinished, she suggested they continue. Sirius, however, found himself devoid of the enthusiasm he once had for improving her potion's grades, only realizing this midway through their lesson, sighing in resignation. In compliance with his earlier promise of compensation, Dumbledore awarded a special contribution prize before the entire school, citing the capture of a snidget as the reason. This perilous creature, known to feast on human brains, was reportedly discovered entering the school from the Forbidden Forest, and its interception had averted an impending disaster. The captured Snidget had already been taken away by Newt Scamander, a renowned expert in magical creatures. The headmaster's narrative was flawless, revealing a tapestry of deceit woven into his words. As for the absence of any substantial recompense, it stemmed from the fact that Severus had no pressing needs that Dumbledore could fulfill. Seeking a long-term commitment from Dumbledore was evidently more unreliable than the man himself. Moreover, during their last confrontation, Ellie had struggled to uncover any weaknesses in the headmaster. The concerns, deliberations, and anger he exhibited were not for his own sake. His affection and favoritism towards Gryffindor were entangled with self-interest. He did not genuinely care. Including himself, he seemed indifferent. This left Ellie with the impression that he sometimes resembled a mere shell, one that first imposed a mission upon himself before executing it. When Dumbledore announced the award ceremony in the Great Hall, Slytherin students erupted with excitement, as once again, glory belonged to their house. This was the highest accolade that could be bestowed within Hogwarts, destined to occupy a prominent position in the trophy cabinet. Although it came without a monetary prize, it symbolized the school's acknowledgement of an individual's contributions. Only the award recipient remained unfazed amidst the commotion. The few predators were less enthusiastic, fully aware that the outcome had already been predetermined by Dumbledore. No matter how much they knew, they could only digest it privately. The reality was made known to the entire school, leaving no room for them to discuss it with others. With the emergence of topics such as werewolves and the Special Contribution Award, this Valentine's Day felt somewhat subdued. Interestingly, in Hufflepuff, a charming little badger, overwhelmed by an abundance of chocolates, began distributing them among her classmates. Yet, she was oblivious to the fact that some had been laced with a love potion. Before breakfast had concluded, 3 Hufflepuffs found themselves fervently professing their affection to a Gryffindor. The Gryffindor who had sent the enchanted chocolates was clever enough to whisk them away to the hospital wing. Upon regaining consciousness, the 3 continued to chase him, though this time their shouts were laden with curses, intermittently casting spells. Ultimately, not only did they endure a beating, but they also found themselves in Professor McGonagall's office, facing a deduction of points. Learning from this experience, recipients of love letters and chocolates this year approached the matter with caution, with some even hesitant to accept any at all. That Gryffindor, through his solitary actions, had significantly lowered the overall success rate of confessions at the school. Ellie received a generous share of chocolates, yet many of her suitors were girls, signifying friendly gestures. With Regulus nearby, aside from a few anonymously sent gifts, few boys dared to present their offerings directly to her. Those in closer proximity to her were primarily the ones who received some. When a box of chocolates came to rest before Severus, she paused momentarily. "When is your birthday?" she inquired, as she realized she had never witnessed him celebrating it or receiving gifts. Perhaps she had simply missed it when Lily bestowed her gifts upon him. His reclusive nature meant that the friendships he formed in Slytherin had not reached the level of exchanging birthday gifts. January 9th. Severus was taken aback by the question, as it had been a long time since anyone had inquired about his birthday. That day held no particular significance for him. Since Tobias's bankruptcy, he had not indulged in a single birthday cake. As Ellie had surmised, the only person who might have given him a gift was Lily, and he never proactively mentioned it to anyone. "It's a shame I didn't get you a birthday gift." Ellie then produced a box of chocolates from her pocket, presenting it to him. "This is a belated gift for you." Before he could process her gesture, she had already turned to continue distributing chocolates to others. The chocolates before him were exquisitely wrapped, clearly more luxurious than the others. Severus recognized it as the only one she had chosen to pocket from the assortment sent to her. He had assumed it was a gift from a cherished friend or family member. Thus, was this unique chocolate intended for him simply a form of compensation for missing his birthday? As he pondered the significance of the chocolates, Ellie delightedly savored a new flavor of pudding. How foolish, of course, it was a special gift she had intentionally purchased for him. Mentioning his birthday served a dual purpose: to obfuscate and to genuinely inquire. The very person she had playfully called foolish later gifted her a potions notebook that afternoon. She felt fortunate to have received a gift that had been overlooked during Christmas on this Valentine's Day. You frequently confuse the properties of ingredients before many are basic. If you wish to secure an O this year, it's best to follow my notes. Some of the issues she raised were not due to genuine ignorance. She merely sought to tease him. Severus felt quite pleased with the notebook he had gifted. Regarding the frivolous nature of Valentine's Day, he had seldom participated. Yet, Ellie consistently received a plethora of gifts. Rather than presenting her with chocolates she did not particularly enjoy, a potions notebook proved far more beneficial. Chapter 141. The Vicious Cycle of Werewolves. The gift lacked romance, but excelled in practicality. Regardless, Ellie relied on it to consistently achieve excellence in potions class, and eventually, Regulus borrowed it for his studies. To restore her image as a clever and diligent student, she refrained from asking Sirius any simplistic questions. Sirius, too, noted this shift, regretting his misstep in gift-giving. He had unwittingly squandered an opportunity to bond with her. Fortunately, the potions lab was spacious enough that even without asking him questions, Ellie occasionally conducted her own spell experiments there. She was utilizing a newly sensed source of magic to cast spells. Observing her earnestness, Sirius began to brew a new potion. The two occupied their respective halves of the classroom, and even in silence, the atmosphere resonated with tranquility and harmony. Sirius reveled in this environment, as maintaining a positive mindset enhanced his potion-making efficiency. In contrast, Ellie had nearly exhausted her repertoire of spells without making any progress. As the date for their club activities approached, she decided not to expend any further energy. Opportunities were rare, and an excessive fixation on a singular task often led to counterproductive results. The topic of discussion had been prearranged, following the previous format, focusing on perceptions of werewolves. This time, however, multiple representatives were to speak, with Barty remaining as the chair and Ellie serving as a judge. Noticing her absence as a speaker, many expressed visible disappointment. The topics that involve her often become exceptionally captivating. Among the representatives present this time, there were several familiar faces, each having garnered considerable popularity through numerous events. The predators had settled into their seats early, this time maintaining an unusual silence that intrigued their peers. As the attendees gathered, a collective hush fell over the room as the commencement time approached. The organizing committee found themselves unexpectedly sidelined. Following tradition, Batty initiated the proceedings by outlining the rules, marking the formal beginning of the event. The first speaker was Chilo, seated to the left, who displayed remarkable composure after several topics. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Quirinus Chilo. When we think of werewolves, images of savagery, biting, poverty, and contagion often come to mind. They have almost become synonymous with all negative descriptors. Yet, we must recognize that they are a cursed community. But what exactly is this curse? His introduction flowed seamlessly, and his cadence in posing questions was impeccable. Ellie regarded Chilo with admiration. With such a talent among them, she could save considerable effort in crafting her speeches. He proceeded to discuss the transmission of lycanthropy through bites. As mentioned in Fantastic Beasts, werewolves are not infected through traditional blood transmission, nor through the genetic inheritance of muggles. It is only during a full moon, when bitten by a werewolf, that the werewolf's saliva must come into contact with human blood for the infection to occur. They transform into werewolves solely during the full moon, losing their human rationality and succumbing to a primal urge to attack. During this period, their strength and speed are augmented, necessitating that we cast defensive or offensive spells with greater swiftness. If one finds themselves unable to match their speed, the best course of action is to flee at the very first opportunity. A bite from a werewolf in human form will not result in transformation, but it may impart certain canine tendencies, such as a craving for raw meat tinged with blood. This too is not an insignificant concern and warrants caution. Thus, when encountering a werewolf in human form exhibiting aggressive intent, one need only cast spells to ensure they remain unbitten. Outside of the full moon, their physical capabilities are no different from ours. We can indeed defeat them with magic. This encapsulates my understanding of werewolves, and I hope it aids in fostering a better comprehension of them among you all. Chilo's discourse primarily revolved around how to defend against werewolves and avoid their assimilation, which is sufficiently practical for the average wizard. As he concluded, applause erupted throughout the auditorium. Many representatives shared similar views, yet none presented their arguments as comprehensively, quietly retracting their amplification stones. This fortuitously granted Lily an early opportunity to speak. Her flowing red hair stood out splendidly in the hall, and her smile projected politeness and gentleness, winning her considerable goodwill even before she spoke. With a warm and approachable demeanor, she exuded an air reminiscent of Dumbledore's successor. Hello everyone, I am Lily Evans. Many harbor misconceptions about werewolves, perceiving them as violent and psychologically warped. However, we must remember that werewolves are still human. We cannot generalize them. Just as there are both good and bad wizards, there are good individuals among werewolves. Before being bitten, they were wizards like us, victims forced into their condition. They may even be quite amiable, proactively hiding during the full moon to prevent harming others. In unseen corners, they silently endure the adverse effects of their transformation. We all know that werewolves attack humans during the full moon. Yet, when they are alone, they may turn their aggression upon themselves, resorting to self-harm in an attempt to alleviate their pain. Most wizards unconsciously harbor biases, compounded by their inherent flaws, which render werewolves unable to find employment and improve their circumstances. The most they can hope for is menial work. Werewolf potion is both rare and expensive, rendering them incapable of affording it. Some, in a desperate bid for a better life, are forced to align with unsavory factions. Though Lily intended to mention dark forces, she ultimately opted for a more neutral expression. I wholeheartedly agree with this perspective. At Lily's brief pause, a girl from the left side of the representative seats could not contain herself and chimed in. She was an exuberant Hufflepuff, regarding Lily with the eyes of a kindred spirit. Ahem, I am Schaffer Klein. The phenomenon that Evans highlighted represents a vicious cycle for werewolves. Consider the decrees and regulations previously issued by the Ministry of Magic. The registration clause and the Werewolf Code of Conduct blatantly declare to all wizards that this individual is a werewolf and should not be hired. Our fear of contagion breeds discrimination, and these oppressive laws force werewolves into a position of social inferiority. To survive, the only means available to them often involve engaging in illicit activities. The more they succumb to wrongdoing, compounded by long-term oppression and discrimination, the more violent and psychologically distorted they become. This, in turn, reinforces the violent image of werewolves in the minds of wizards, who then fear the uncontrollable harm they may inflict. Fear exacerbates discrimination, ensnaring werewolves in a cycle of despair. This insidious discrimination often goes unnoticed by wizards, who perceive it as a fact. However, once Klein elucidated the stakes, it became clear to all why werewolves are stigmatized. Lupin sat in the audience, feeling both anxious and exhilarated. The formal and solemn atmosphere resembled a trial determining the fate of a race. Chapter 142, Visions of the Future. In truth, very few can genuinely empathize with the plight of werewolves. Their existence is fraught with challenges, while understanding is one thing, when personal safety is at stake. Support dwindles. After Klein paused, she was quickly followed by another speaker, a rare neutral pureblood from Slytherin, named Zoe Foster. What you've mentioned merely represents a fraction of the possibilities. Werewolves can infect merely by biting. Even in human form, their bites can still pose a threat to wizards. This risk must be addressed with heightened vigilance. Human nature is unpredictable. We cannot ascertain that every werewolf is benevolent. To better protect ourselves, we must assume that they are all potential threats. We cannot overlook their inherent dangers simply because they are in dire straits. This argument garnered more support than the previous ones. Among the speakers, some began to elaborate on more effective strategies for dealing with werewolves or to suggest certain preventative spells. Severus, seated in the left section of the audience alongside other Slytherins, welcomed the discussion on how to confront werewolves. Habitually glancing at Ellie, he noticed her diligently folding something out of paper, her fingers deftly maneuvering as she concentrated. Once she finished, she looked up at him momentarily. Though the distance was not great, he could make out that she had crafted a small snake. Ellie tapped the small snake with her wand and set it on the ground, watching as it slithered toward him with a series of lively hops until it finally came to rest at his feet. After casting another glance at Ellie, Severus gently picked up the small snake, only to discover the word open inscribed on its back. Following her cue, he unfolded it and read the message. Can I publicly disclose the tongue-locking spell? Nod in agreement. Shake your head in dissent. With only a moment's contemplation, he discerned Ellie's intentions. Raising his gaze to the judging panel, he indeed found her unwaveringly focused on him. Under her watchful eye, Severus gently nodded, prompting Ellie to squint her eyes in a smile, which in turn caused his lips to involuntarily curve upwards. Once her attention shifted elsewhere, Severus swiftly concealed his expression. He then retrieved his wand, directing it towards the paper, murmuring the incantation to restore it to its original state. Only after the parchment successfully transformed into a small snake did he discreetly slip it into the pocket of his robes. The chairperson's south position was in close proximity to the judges, and from the moment Ellie began her origami, Barty had been acutely aware of her actions. There was something peculiar about it. While it was entirely commonplace for spells involving paper folding to convey messages, as she had done in class, there was an indefinable quality that felt amiss. He glanced at Ellie, then shifted his gaze to Severus, yet gleaned nothing conclusive. All he could do was furrow his brow, managing the speaking times of the representatives to keep the proceedings on track. Ellie took up the conversation to provide her commentary. The viewpoints of the representatives were noteworthy, and their angles refreshingly innovative. Regarding the measures to counter werewolves, I would like to offer some additional insights. If confronted by a werewolf in its transformed state, it is prudent to employ your most proficient offensive spells without hesitation, especially when the strength of both parties is uncertain. This moment often signifies the utmost peril. One must not allow compassion for the adversary's unfortunate circumstances or the assumption of their benevolence to lead to hesitation. Self-preservation must remain paramount. Under the influence of numerous club members, many have come to categorize dark magic as offensive spells. Thus, it was clear to all present that Ellie's message was to strike first at the werewolf, perhaps even to kill. In a crisis, it is a matter of survival. Some seasoned or mature students comprehended this reality. However, many young witches and wizards, having never truly faced danger, found it difficult to accept such a harsh narrative. The audience was permitted to voice their doubts at any point, and upon raising a hand, an organizer would present a sound amplification stone. They could opt to use control spells. After all, if the werewolves were genuinely benevolent and had no intention of harming witches, would it not be an act of unjust slaughter? Ellie relished those who justified their actions with notions of kindness. Subduing a foe is invariably more challenging than causing harm, particularly when it comes to werewolves on a full moon. Whether one can achieve control is a different matter altogether. Their enhanced physicality and speed may render standard control spells ineffective, leaving us uncertain about the effects of such enchantments. Conversely, offensive spells provide a more immediate resolution. If these were truly the amicable werewolves you profess, they would undoubtedly wish to avoid inflicting harm on witches, as such a reality would be more agonizing for them than death itself. Acting decisively to prevent them from causing injury is the true essence of salvation. One must respect their personal wishes, but must also honor the lives that could be endangered as a consequence. Furthermore, if one is truly unable to take action, or lacks proficiency in offensive magic, I can teach you a spell. Ellie demonstrated the effects of the tongue-tying curse, a spell she had previously practiced. When the tongue adheres to the roof of the mouth, it becomes exceedingly difficult to open one's jaws, making it a targeted spell against werewolves. This incantation is not particularly difficult to master, and several students began to recite the spell, eager to try it out on their friends. The expressions of the 4 members of the Marauders were notably grim. They were all too familiar with this curse, having suffered its effects for an extended period. Witnessing over half the audience attempting to cast the tongue-tying curse while muttering incantations was a sight that left them feeling as though they had swallowed a slug. After demonstrating it twice, Ellie resumed her critique. A representative had previously mentioned oppressive laws, and I believe the legislation itself is fundamentally aimed at safeguarding the wizarding community, which is not inherently problematic. The issue lies with the subsequent lack of follow-through. The Ministry of Magic merely arrests and regulates without providing assistance or treatment. If you were in their position, how would you amend or enhance this law? In our societal interactions, what measures can we take to improve the plight of werewolves? These 2 questions immediately sparked a fervent discussion among the students, and no one deemed the suggestion of altering the law to be presumptuous. Each of their topics had consistently challenged the Ministry of Magic, and comparatively, this time they had moderated their tone. With so few wizards in the UK, decades from now the ministry may very well belong to them, and amending laws is not beyond the realm of possibility. Lily compiled the strategies she had heard in the hospital wing that day, which had been discussed with Ellie, and added several of her own proposals. For instance, establishing a safe haven for werewolves that would only be open on full moon nights, providing them with a more reliable transformation location. This would help avoid the need for frequent relocations out of concern for disturbing others. Additionally, placing small animals within could alleviate the pain experienced during the transformation. This inspiration came from her experiences with the Marauders' practice of becoming animagi. Her suggestions garnered widespread approval from her peers. Yet, some could not help but ponder that these strategies might stem from their unilateral enthusiasm. The British wizarding community lacks even a basic census of werewolves, but estimates suggest there are no more than 200, which remains within manageable limits. Many recognize that in an ideal scenario, werewolves would be willing to accept the assistance these strategies offered. With proper management, the population of werewolves could be effectively controlled. In an even more idealistic vision, in the future, no one would suffer from lycanthropy. The crux of the matter, however, lies in how to assist the friendly werewolves while dealing with those currently wreaking havoc. Chapter 143, Merely an Experiment. There is no doubt regarding the allegiance of these rogue werewolves. Even within the Slytherin house, where some families have ties to Death Eaters, there is little fondness for werewolves. They do not hold these creatures in higher regard simply because they both serve the Dark Lord. This sentiment is echoed by both Death Eaters and pure-blood families alike. Werewolves are merely tools for sowing chaos and instilling fear. The more trouble they can cause for the ministry, the better, yet should they be captured or if any mishaps occur, they would be of no concern. This perspective on werewolves has united the 4 houses like never before. The discussion largely fell within Elios' domain, and she decided to prioritize its publication in the future weekly. This was motivated not only by the understanding that no Death Eater would advocate for werewolves, but also by the heightened attention stemming from the werewolf attack incident. Moreover, it served to illustrate to witches and wizards that, in times of crisis, it is MCS that can genuinely offer assistance. Werewolves aligned with the Dark Lord are not wholly united in purpose. It is conceivable that they might waver upon seeing this issue of the magazine. The Dark Lord's recognition of their existence allows them to unleash their inner ferocity. Elios' aim is to secure the acknowledgement of werewolves throughout the magical community. Is this not also a moment of choice? If this issue of Future Weekly merely seeks to improve wizards' perceptions of werewolves and lessen their fear, then the emergence of an entire book might truly transform public opinion. Ellie remains unaware that a literary giant hidden within MCS is on the verge of establishing an entirely new literary domain within the magical world. Returning to the topic at hand, this event was a resounding success, and the one in the best spirits was undoubtedly Remus. He saw not only a shift in public attitudes towards werewolves, but also a future filled with hope. Even the Marauders shared in his joy. Yet, concurrently, there lingered a sense of frustration. Their years of relentless toil seemed to pale in comparison to the singular efficacy of a topic addressed by Ellie. Such a magnitude of assistance was beyond their reach. Upon discerning their sentiments, Lupin nearly succumbed to laughter. Of course, such comparisons were futile. Friendship and companionship represented for him the initial beam of light piercing through the darkness. Unlike her, who radiated like the dawn, heralding a new beginning for all. Lupin stood at a distance, captivated by the sight of the girl encircled by her club members, akin to a celestial body surrounded by stars. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a shadow looming before him, revealing a strikingly handsome visage mere inches away, its gaze heavy with intensity. "What are you looking at?" Sirius inquired, each word punctuated through gritted teeth. His abrupt appearance startled Lupin, leaving him momentarily flustered by the inquiry. "I was merely observing," he replied, acutely aware of his identity. No matter how much he might wish to improve, the reality of being a werewolf remained unchanged. The opportunity to live a semblance of a normal wizard's life was already a considerable blessing. There was no need to indulge in further aspirations. "It's nothing, you needn't worry," he said, his pallid complexion and strained voice rendering Sirius unable to utter any further threats. Sirius could intuit some of Lupin's inner turmoil, yet he was at a loss as to whether to offer words of consolation. While he personally regarded Lupin's werewolf status with indifference, he knew that Black was concerned. And Ellie cared for Black. In a sudden fit of agitation, Sirius raked his fingers through his hair, his mind troubled by these thoughts. How could he be preoccupied with his brother's woes when he felt as though he were becoming increasingly neglected himself? The words Ellie had spoken that day clung to his mind, piercing his heart with their weight. James, oblivious to their shared distress, casually draped an arm over each of their shoulders. Lily truly shone during the event. We ought to celebrate with her. Both were momentarily subdued by his exuberance, and Sirius found himself disinclined to observe his friend's triumphant expression. "Give it up, sharp-tongued fool. If she wishes to celebrate, she certainly won't seek you out." Feeling that this remark lacked sufficient impact, he added, "But she might consider inviting Mooney." This predictably elicited a wail from James, who shamelessly pleaded with Remus to ensure his inclusion. After a brief bout of playful banter, their individual frustrations were somewhat alleviated. Once the club activities had concluded, Ellie sought out Severus to discuss the matter of spells. She intended to publish a tongue-tying charm in the weekly newsletter, a proposal to which Severus readily agreed. However, the question of whether to reveal the inventor's identity left her in a quandary. The effects were merely speculative. If proven beneficial to werewolves, it could incite retaliation. It was unnecessary to jeopardize oneself for the sake of a single charm. No need for attribution. Just publish it directly, Severus suggested, intuiting her concerns. He was indifferent to the prospect of authorship. To him, it was merely a trivial prank spell, one he had never anticipated would hold such significance. "I will rectify your name in the future," Ellie solemnly promised, though that would have to wait until she could gain control over the werewolves. The earnestness in her gaze always imparted to Severus a sense of being valued, reinforcing his impulse to undertake a certain endeavor. He had prepared for this moment for a considerable time, but was unsure how to articulate it. Ellie, perceiving his hesitation, regarded him with encouraging eyes. A fleeting flicker of uncertainty passed through Severus as he averted his gaze. "I am experimenting with a new potion and require your assistance." He spoke in a formal tone, as though it were a matter of utmost importance. Upon hearing the word potion, Ellie's expression visibly shifted to one of disappointment, yet she did not decline. With a resigned pout, she briefed Regulus on their whereabouts. Perhaps, in his mind, potions held the utmost significance. They soon arrived at the potion research lab, where the distinct aroma of concoctions filled the air. The workstation Ellie had prepared was enchanted, allowing them the luxury of not having to hover by the cauldron at all times. The magical realm boasted numerous such workstations. Some potions required days, even months, to brew. No wizard could truly remain glued to one spot. Furrowing her brow, she intended to use a spell to dispel the scent, but was prevented from doing so. "The experiment necessitates it. It will be over shortly." He then cast a ventilation charm throughout the room, yielding excellent results. Ellie could now only detect a faint odor, presumably from the potion simmering within the cauldron. She surmised that the experiment was likely related to scent, as the spell she had intended to employ would render odors undetectable. The potion in the cauldron visibly neared completion, prompting Ellie to take a seat and observe his meticulous process while she attempted to channel her magical essence to enhance the ventilation charm. The potion took on a lustrous pearl-white hue as Severus swiftly transferred it into a crystal vial. His movements were fluid and aesthetically pleasing. After a brief moment of hesitation, he presented it to Ellie. Is this meant to be consumed? The crystal vial accentuated the potion's shimmering brilliance, and Ellie found herself quite taken with its hue. Upon hearing her question, Severus's eye twitched slightly. No, merely inhale and discern the scent. Gently inhaling, Ellie narrowed her eyes in mild reproach. I am not fond of the scent of potions. Severus sighed softly, reluctantly confessing the truth. This is not a potion, it is a love potion. Ellie stiffened momentarily, her gaze dropping before shifting back to Severus with skepticism. I have heard it is challenging to create. I wish to see if it was successful. Having explained himself, he felt a twinge of inadequacy, tightening his jaw as he gripped the edge of the table. Chapter 144, The Werewolf and the Maiden. Ellie raised an eyebrow, unsure if she believed him. Nevertheless, she brought the potion bottle closer and inhaled it. It carries the scent of orange blossom and vanilla ice cream. It was the orange blossom fragrance that had enveloped her room throughout her childhood, perhaps the very scent that instilled a sense of security within her. Is there anything else? This answer fell within the realm of expectation, resembling the scent she favored, yet Severus felt an inexplicable urge to inquire further. Ellie feigned ignorance, locking her gaze onto his. What else? What more do you desire? Their eyes met, and Severus, uncertain of what he wished to hear, suddenly realized that perhaps he possessed no distinctive scent at all. At school, their robes were laundered by house elves, leaving no trace of any particular aroma. The only scent he could discern was that of his shampoo. But would Ellie truly divulge everything? The playful glimmer in her gray eyes suggested she had already discerned his intentions. This sensation of being laid bare compelled him to quickly divert his gaze, unable to maintain eye contact. What scent do you perceive? He refrained from answering. Ellie did not press further, more intrigued by what scents Severus favored. The love potion was perhaps the most fascinating potion Ellie had ever encountered. She asked with candor, and it dawned on Severus that mere curiosity could indeed serve as a commendable response. The crispness of fresh herbs, the leathery scent of aged parchment, and the lingering aroma of orange blossom that clung to Ellie, subtle yet multi-layered, much like its inherent properties, capable of soothing the soul. Are these scents to your liking? Not receiving the desired response, yet inferring that he would not articulate it, Ellie subtly prodded at the initial rationale he had provided. What I just expressed were all my preferences. Has this potion been deemed a success? I failed to discern any hint of discord in her tone. It was only when she drew a little closer that Severus caught a whiff of the familiar, delicate fragrance. The potion making, without a doubt, was a triumph. However, his objective remained unfulfilled. The latest issue of Future Weekly has once again stirred considerable excitement. While wizards discreetly acquire methods for self-preservation, they simultaneously attribute the harm wrought by werewolves to the Ministry of Magic. Had the Ministry prioritized this community earlier, they would have endured less trepidation. The recommendations outlined in the topic record serve as a ready-to-use directive, not only highlighting the Ministry's oversights, but also illuminating a path for improvement. Yet, whether it be the rot festering within the Ministry or the grim social climate, they find themselves powerless to alter the status quo. Consequently, the Ministry stands as the sole victim in this scenario. Neither the Death Eaters nor the Pureblood families have voiced any opinions on the matter before the Dark Lord. Lucius even penned a letter commending Ellie, as toppling the Ministry is also a goal of the Dark Lord and his followers. As for the psychologically twisted werewolves, reveling in the act of biting, they possess little desire to peruse the magazine and remain largely uninformed about the situation. Among the werewolves managed by Fenrir, not all are inherently drawn to violence. Many are compelled down this irrevocable path to elevate their status. Not everyone is as fortunate as Remus, whose family remains steadfast and who has the opportunity for schooling thanks to Dumbledore's assistance. If there were a possibility for change, they too would yearn for a semblance of normalcy in their lives. Even if they cannot match other wizards, any improvement would be met with gratitude. From the moment they laid eyes on the topic at hand, a flicker of hope ignited within them. It became evident that, in this world rife with prejudice, there are those who care about werewolves and genuinely contemplate their future. A significant number of werewolves have secretly collected this issue of the weekly, venerating it as a celebration in their hearts. It represents the only lifeline they can grasp as they descend into the abyss, a means to preserve the last vestiges of their goodness amidst unending malevolence. It was from this point that a faction of werewolves emerged, merely going through the motions, showing up without genuine effort. The turmoil outside the castle did not encroach upon the tranquility of life within the campus. The classes to attend and assignments to complete have not diminished. In fact, they seem to multiply. Ellie, during one of her observations of Regulus's training, inadvertently unleashed a wandless spell using her magical core. It was a hurricane charm, inspired by the sight of others soaring on broomsticks. She pondered whether others wielded wandless magic with the same finesse as she did. The magic swirling at her fingertips allowed her to precisely manipulate every gust of wind. The expanse of the hurricane felt akin to an extension of her will. Ellie harbored a bold idea. Regrettably, she could not further amplify the spell, nor could she experiment within the school grounds. She certainly did not wish to face expulsion for the sake of magical experimentation, nor did she intend to cause undue commotion. Following this incident, she found herself capable of casting other spells without her wand, though the results paled in comparison to the hurricane charm controlled by her magical core. Fifth-year students have already begun preparing for their OWLs, with their diligent figures scattered throughout the library. However, MCS Publishing received an internal submission, a romance novel. The manuscript was thick, comprising half of the entire novel. Merely 2 days after acquiring this manuscript, the entire publishing house unanimously decided to contact the author for a contract, aiming for the swiftest publication of this novel. After a promotional feature in a certain issue of Future Weekly, MCS's first emotional novel was officially released. Titled Love Before Sunset, it is set against the backdrop described in the Werewolf Discourse, narrating the love story between a witch and her werewolf neighbor. In this envisioned future, management policies have been enacted, placing werewolves in a thoroughly controlled ideal state. The school even has a designated area for werewolf studies, albeit segregated from the wizarding population. And societal prejudices persist. The story unfolds over a summer break, during which the witch and her werewolf neighbor are granted a mere 2 months of interaction. This time constraint, coupled with societal disapproval, creates a forbidden love that defies prejudice, rendering it irresistible to wizards. The author, known as the Moonlight Apostle, garnered sudden acclaim through this work. The prose is exquisite, adorned with sumptuous language, capturing the profound sorrow of love and pain, refreshing the magical community that had never encountered such narratives. For many years hence, it would stand as a pinnacle of youth pain literature. However, the Hogwarts students remained oblivious to the book's immense popularity outside the school. The release coincided with the onset of final examinations, leaving everyone too preoccupied with studying to attend to other matters, including the author, Erlina Troy, who is currently facing her very first wizarding level examination. Some individuals achieve renown across the magical realm before even leaving school, while others toil away preparing for the impending final exams. The OWLs and Newts span 2 weeks, commencing earlier than the final examinations of other years. By the time the 5th and 7th years complete their exams, Ellie and her peers will still have 2 more days of testing remaining. Those who have finished their examinations can finally relax during the subsequent period, having dedicated an entire academic year to preparation. Chapter 145, Do Not Force Me to Cast a Spell Upon You. For students with outstanding grades, their approach to studying is merely a continuation of their normal routine, allowing them to perform adequately on the exams. For example, Sirius and James, despite their seemingly carefree demeanor, are remarkably gifted, quickly grasping any subject they encounter. The ordinary wizarding level examinations pose no challenge for them. However, Peter finds himself in a state of utter distress, barely managing to scrape by. As soon as the exam concludes, the marauders seek a place to unwind. How dreadfully dull. The sun shines brightly as Sirius reclines on the lawn, gazing at the vast sky, though in reality, he is troubled by thoughts of where he will belong during the holidays. Oddly enough, when Walburga insisted he return home, he did not wish to go. Now that no one is monitoring him, he genuinely desires to return and take a look. Yet, he feels that doing so would signify a concession to his family. Moreover, he knows he is not welcomed at home. Ellie harbors no trust in him, and returning feels like a loss of face. His brow knits in confusion. The grass around him bears the marks of his absent-minded tugging. This will surely lift your spirits. You big oaf. James leans in, lowering his voice. Look over there, who do you see? Sirius turns to look. Not far from their position, through the bushes, he spots a Slytherin robe. Now, this should be entertaining. He raises an eyebrow, as if eyeing an intriguing prey, and replies in a hushed tone, it's the Snavellis. The two exchange knowing glances and rise to their feet. Remus glances up momentarily before returning to his book. Peter does not stand, yet his gaze is fixed on the direction of the bushes, his expression brimming with excitement, seemingly eager for the unfolding events. Before the two arrive, Severus furrows his brow, plagued by an ominous premonition. Just as he intends to stow away his book, he hears a familiar, irksome voice. How are you, Snavellis? before James had even approached. He shouted boisterously, laughter radiating from him as he advanced alongside Sirius. With no time to properly stow his books, Severus swiftly reached for his robe pocket. His wand barely half extracted when he heard James incant the spell, Expelliarmus. In that moment, not only was his wand unclaimed, but he was also forcefully repelled by the spell's effect. James, seizing the opportunity, flicked his wand upward, and before Severus could regain his footing, he found himself suspended upside down. His wand tumbled out from his robe and clattered to the ground. It was the infamous Libera Corpus. Had he foreseen the mischief this spell would bring, he would have never taught it to Avery and the others. Now they were not the only ones who had learned it. The marauders had joined their ranks. Watching Severus' humiliation, James brandished his wand with a triumphant grin, while Sirius wore a look of eager anticipation. Let us observe this. Libera Corpus. Breathless, Lily rushed over and immediately dispelled James' spell. Once she saw the effect had taken hold, she furiously pointed her wand at James. Libera Corpus had become a highly popular prank spell of late, inflicting its mischief upon numerous classmates, though most instances had merely been playful banter among friends. Few had truly intended to harm. However, as a prefect, she had practiced the counterspell in private, just in case. Fortunately, her foresight had proven useful. As she cast the spell without any hesitation, Severus landed heavily on the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he picked up his wand, casting a surprised glance at the suddenly appearing Lily. The enraged Gryffindor clutched her wand tightly, her voice trembling with indignation. You have gone too far. I cannot believe I once thought you were brave and noble for your friends. Yet, no matter how noble their intentions, it could not obscure the fact that they bullied their classmates. Evans, do not force my hand to cast a dark curse upon you, James warned seriously, though it was merely an empty threat. Expelliarmus. As soon as he uttered the incantation, he found himself flung backward by Lily's disarming spell. Caught off guard by her directness, James sat stunned on the ground. Severus was equally astonished, his wand still pointed warily at Sirius, prepared for any sudden moves. The expression on Sirius' face was one of utmost displeasure as he felt the wand aimed at him. In the distance, Remus and Peter had also rushed over, noting the increasing gathering of students. Upon his arrival, Remus picked up the wand and handed it to James, while Peter was already itching for action. They are bullying a classmate. Do not forget you are a prefect, Lupin. Can you not see it? Must you continue to shield them? With Remus' arrival, Lily found a renewed outlet for her pent-up frustrations. She had been holding back on this issue for too long. The questioning glare in her green eyes made Remus avert his gaze, his lips moving silently. This is none of your concern, Evans, Sirius interjected, unable to tolerate his friend being lectured. His wand tip flickered menacingly, clearly indicating his intent to strike. Tension mounted, but it was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Mulciber. Do not even think about bullying classmates. I have already sent someone to fetch a professor. This had become his go-to phrase whenever he encountered the marauders. Regardless of whether he could stand against them, he was determined to make a stand. Upon seeing him approach, the marauders frowned in unison. This was not their first encounter with Mulciber. He had repeatedly interrupted their schemes, and his presence was becoming increasingly irksome. James and Sirius exchanged glances, then shot a disdainful look at Mulciber, realizing that a confrontation was no longer possible today. Consider yourselves fortunate, Sirius grumbled darkly, casting a final glance at Severus and Lily before lowering his wand and pulling James away from the crowd, with Peter closely following. Remus pressed his lips together, saying nothing as he turned to accompany his friends. Only when they had disappeared did Lily finally relax. However, upon noticing Mulciber, her expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Their relationship was not one conducive to pleasant exchanges. Mulciber, disregarding her gaze, rolled his eyes before nodding in farewell to Severus. He had no intention of improving relations with a Muggleborn. Helping her had merely been incidental. He had not expected the group to be so restless after their recent exams. Once Mulciber departed, only Lily and Severus remained. Lily still bore the remnants of her anger, but felt a sense of relief. She was glad that her magical practice had not been in vain. She was fortunate that Ellie had dispelled the prejudice against dark magic. In her previous mindset, she would never have entertained using such curses or attacking others. Yet Ellie had been right. When one is weak, no one listens to words. Only action can make a difference. She had used magic to help her friend. Thank goodness I arrived in time, or you would have been bullied again. Severus showed signs of hesitation, having fallen hard onto his shoulder, which still throbbed with pain. You have changed a lot. At this, Lily paused, then offered him a bright smile. Of course, I have become braver. Chapter 146, Friends. Over the years spent in the magical world, they had both grown considerably. You should be truly grateful to me. The Care of Magical Creatures class is nearing the end of its assessments, and Ellie will pass through here on her way back. Lily had just assisted Professor Kettleburn with some materials and noticed that the fourth years were currently being assessed. I believe no one wishes for their crush to witness them in an unfavorable light. As one of Severus' few friends, she certainly wanted to help him maintain a good image in front of Ellie. At the very least, he couldn't be seen hanging upside down in public. This thought made it impossible for Severus to maintain his usual calm demeanor. His pupils dilated in surprise as he looked at Lily. "What are you implying?" "How should I know?" Lily replied, her eyes narrowing playfully into slits as she realized for the first time that Severus could indeed express such comprehensible emotions. Without waiting for Severus to respond, she found a patch of ground and sat down. Trust in the observational skills of your longtime friend. Whenever she is present, your focus will invariably shift to her. For instance, you would be attentive to every word Ellie says. Just like the last time we argued. When Ellie merely offered a suggestion, you completely reconsidered your stance. Of course, it was also undeniable that Ellie's advice was consistently valuable. She possessed an innate ability to persuade others, and even Lily was not immune to her influence. Reflecting on it, it seemed that Severus had not changed much. Had she not accidentally discovered his affections, she would never have imagined he could like someone. "Thank you." After a brief silence, Severus sincerely expressed his gratitude. He rarely uttered such words, and this time it was heartfelt, not only for her willingness to lower herself, but also for her proactive use of spells against the marauders. "I told you before, if they caused trouble again, I would certainly step in." Although Severus had tidied his robes in anticipation of Lily's reminder, Ellie noticed something amiss the moment she laid eyes on him. When a person is in pain, they instinctively tighten their muscles in a protective manner, and their stance often leans toward the source of discomfort. A quick scan of his body revealed no visible injuries, but her gaze fixed upon his right shoulder. "You are hurt." Regulus, upon hearing this, also cast a concerned glance in their direction. The instigator, Lily, was equally taken aback, her brow furrowed in anger. "You were injured?" Potter and his lot have truly gone too far. She regretted her earlier carelessness, realizing that she had failed to notice anything amiss during their conversation. A flicker of resentment toward Severus crossed her mind. He had remained silent, enduring in stoic restraint. From just those few words, Ellie could glean some understanding of the situation. It was once again Potter and Sirius. "It wasn't them," Severus cut in, casting a glance at Lily, hesitating to speak further. The only injury he bore was a result of aiding his friend. Thus, he found it hard to cast blame. "I fell by myself." Initially, Lily thought he was merely posturing in front of his crush, but after a moment's contemplation, she realized the truth. Severus would not defend Potter. If they were indeed responsible, he would have no need to claim it was his own clumsiness. The only opportunity he had to fall would have been during her spellcasting. Recalling the look on Severus's face as he regarded her, paired with his icy tone, it felt more biting than reproach. She understood that he had not intended to hurt her, but she couldn't deny that he had a peculiar knack for this sort of thing. "I'm sorry. I was too hasty and didn't pay attention." Ultimately, the group made their way to the hospital wing, knowing it was unwise to hastily employ the healing charm without certainty of the injury. Through Severus's succinct account and Lily's occasional interjections, Ellie learned the specifics of their altercation. Upon discovering the spell Potter had used, she and Regulus were at a loss for what expressions to wear. Almost everyone in the Dark Arts research group was aware of who had invented and taught the spell known as the Bat-Bogey Hex. They had previously marveled at how this incantation allowed its user to cast spells silently with ease, certainly catching opponents off guard. Now, its creator was suffering a great misfortune because of this very advantage, tormented by his arch-nemesis using his own spell against him. One can only imagine the turmoil in Severus's heart. "Have you thought of a way to handle this next time? Would you like to learn wandless magic from me?" Ellie jested, well aware that she could perform it herself, but had no idea how to teach it to others. The naive Gryffindor seemed to take her seriously. "You can perform wandless magic? Can that be taught?" Of course, it could not. However, one could tailor a pocket in their sleeve to facilitate a quicker draw of the wand. Shaking her head to dispel her unrealistic hopes, Ellie offered a more practical suggestion. "This way, even if you are upside down, you can still draw your wand smoothly." Severus appeared genuinely attentive to her advice. He had witnessed Ellie in action. Her spellcasting speed indeed surpassed that of others, and retrieving a wand from one's sleeve was more convenient than fishing it out from one's robes. Though he knew it would be a challenge, Severus had already begun to contemplate how to practice wandless magic. He would not stumble upon the same problem twice. As long as there was a possibility, he would strive to be prepared for every eventuality. Ellie would not let the instigator off the hook simply because a solution had come to mind. The more one cared for something, the more likely they were to seek its destruction. "Do you want to retaliate?" She fixed her gaze upon Severus's eyes, seemingly eager to embark on some mischief. Her words were like the whispered temptations of a newly arisen dark deity, enticing Severus to indulge in reckless abandon alongside her. disregarding notions of right and wrong. As if her every action were justified. It seems you've devised quite a plan? Severus inquired quietly, managing to divert his gaze with some difficulty. Their eyes met for a mere 2 seconds, yet for Lily, it felt as though an eternity had passed. She held her breath, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Too afraid to make a sound, while internally, she was already screaming. Only when they broke their gaze did she exhale, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxing. When one is enraptured, everything appears as sweet as candy. Her excessive excitement led her to completely overlook the subject of their conversation. Otherwise, she might have spoken up to intervene. Perhaps she also thought the aggressors had gone too far, pretending to hear nothing. After all, Ellie could always persuade her with a change of rhetoric. On the other side, Ellie raised an eyebrow before giving an affirmative nod. Of course. And we can also work to improve the school's atmosphere, though it might be too late for this term. We'll have to wait until next semester. With the holidays approaching, students were hardly inclined to concern themselves with other matters. The topic? Severus quickly surmised her thoughts. The only thing that could improve the school's environment and required time for preparation was club activities. Ellie bestowed upon him an appreciative glance, as if to say, "You are quite clever. I see potential in you." The Marauders were not as deeply bonded as they appeared on the surface. They were a group of individuals yearning for companionship and shared interests. When all was peaceful, their true nature was not readily apparent. Interests often led to compromises. However, after experiencing hardship, whether their bonds would grow stronger or fray was truly a matter of anticipation. Chapter 147, The Work Experience. Sirius had never encountered such an experience before. He felt utterly mad for secretly yearning to receive a letter from the Blacks. The very thought of it was irksome. Even more vexing was the fact that he had received no correspondence whatsoever. And he began to suspect that Vera had grown too plump and was now hiding away in slothful idleness, entirely neglecting her duties as an owl. Being stubborn himself, he preferred the solitude of not being monitored. He had no desire to return. He relished the comfort of being at James's home, where he could play in the Muggle neighborhood for as long as he wanted without anyone saying a word. With such thoughts, he had started to anticipate the holiday season, wondering if they might even search for Remus. Becoming an animagus would certainly make many things more convenient. In stark contrast to Sirius's idle days, Ellie and Regulus had long since made plans for their holiday. Regulus had made new strides in the potion industry. Some members of the club had been closely following Muggle developments. Among them was Ekinet. He was the club's outreach officer and also an heir to one of the 12 school governors. Regulus, as the treasurer, had ample opportunities to interact with him. Over time, they had become quite good friends, sharing many aligned visions regarding the development of their family businesses. It was only after becoming familiar with him that Regulus learned that the Ekinet family's primary industry was alchemical technology. Recently, the Muggle world had made significant advancements in industrial automation, frequently reported in newspapers and magazines. Inspired by this information, the two struck upon the idea of attempting to develop automated potion making. The wizarding world was sorely lacking in manpower. Achieving success in this area could potentially remedy many issues. Regulus also extended an invitation to Severus for the holidays. The devices created through the fusion of alchemy and magic would likely present various defects, affecting the efficacy of the potions produced. With someone well-versed in potion making present, it would be easier to identify and resolve any issues. Given Severus's attitude towards potions, he could hardly feel pleased upon hearing Regulus's description. To create potions in such a manner was nothing short of sacrilege. Yet, he had to concede that repetitively crafting simple potions held little value in terms of skill enhancement. Spending less time on that and engaging in deeper research could indeed signify progress in potion making. Clearly, it is unwise to persist in such an obsession when more effective methods exist. He does not wish for the magical world to lag too far behind the Muggles. This situation bears no ill consequence for him, as he continues to utilize his personally refined potion. Moreover, considering that wherever Regulus is, Ellie is likely to be present as well, he finds no justification to refuse. Communicating solely through Owl regarding holiday assignments hardly qualifies as delightful. Yet, his plans are destined to fall short, for Ellie is, after all, a working individual. She also desires to take this opportunity to experience the daily routine of a Death Eater. Since the two children mastered apparition, Orion and Walburga have lost the joy of welcoming them home. After conversing with her family, Ellie finally comprehended the reason behind the Dark Lord's prolonged lack of summons for his subordinates. Residing at Malfoy Manor, many matters are reported directly to him by his followers. It dawned on Ellie that none of the Death Eaters are aware of the Dark Lord's permanent residence. He trusts no one. According to her parents' and Bella's previous descriptions, each gathering took place at a location that was both secretive and random. The more favorable sites were typically in the home of a subordinate. Regardless of the closeness displayed toward pureblood families, when summoning Death Eaters, they were always required to wear masks, fostering an atmosphere of mutual suspicion. Perhaps he has never possessed a place to call his own. These matters hold little relevance for Ellie, yet she still had her parents prepare a set of Death Eater attire. Following this, she contacted Lucius to inquire whether she should visit the Dark Lord during her holiday and if any tasks had been assigned to her. These questions are among the most common that Lucius handles daily. Newly inducted Death Eaters, or those on the periphery, often volunteer for assignments. Eager to make a mark and gain the Dark Lord's favor, he could not fathom Ellie's intentions, logically. Her selfishness should preclude her from frequently seeking proximity to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord's activities remain a mystery. Even residing at Malfoy Manor, their encounters are infrequent. Each appearance serves to punish those who have failed in their duties. While he does not fully grasp Ellie's current capabilities, her previous decisive actions, coupled with her lineage from the Blacks, suggest she is not lacking in skill. After a moment of contemplation, he penned a letter recommending that she first accompany Bella on missions as a form of practice. Those who execute tasks alongside Bella typically possess considerable strength and can provide some measure of protection. Naturally, the corresponding adversaries are not to be underestimated. Yet, the Death Eaters hold a numerical advantage, and their methods are sufficiently cruel and ruthless. The only ones who will suffer are their opponents. Upon receiving Lucius's letter, Ellie ventured to Lestrange Manor the following day. Having been informed in advance, Bella awaited her by the fireplace early in the morning. She was delighted to have Ellie accompany her on missions. Her sister's presence by her side brought her a sense of security. Nonetheless, she could not help but curse Malfoy internally for allowing her to partake in such perilous endeavors. In her mind, Ellie was still that little sister who needed constant care. Even though her health had improved, it was hardly robust. When old Lestrange learned that Ellie, a mere girl, was also a Death Eater, he grimaced but refrained from comment. Unlike Bella and the Rodolphus brothers, he was among the first to join the Death Eaters. Their differing statuses meant they would not be executing missions together. It was essential to provide the youth with ample opportunities. The family's ease was largely thanks to the inclusion of the werewolves. Tasks they previously wished to avoid, dirty work and troublesome chores, could now be delegated to them. For instance, in the assassination of a high-ranking ministry official, he would first scout the situation. This official was as timid as a mouse, always accompanied by multiple Aurors during outings. Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf leader, had not been marked as a Death Eater, but was considered a high-caliber combatant. At the very least, he was sufficient to instill fear, even in his human form. He delighted in biting, exhibiting behaviors reminiscent of a wolf. Upon seeing a wizard, he would scrutinize them with a greedy gaze, as though each individual were a potential target. Upon encountering Ellie, the newly inducted Death Eater, his gaze revealed no restraint. Merely by her stature, he perceived her as easily intimidated. Clad in a black robe and mask, Ellie's height of 5 feet 7 inches rendered her nearly indistinguishable from other adult wizards. Yet, in contrast to those around her, she appeared as a child yet to mature. Bella's height was self-evident, and Rodolphus and Rabastin were both imposing figures. Nearby stood another figure swathed in a black robe. Equally formidable. Was there a height requirement for joining the Death Eaters? Ellie's thoughts wandered, recalling the Death Eaters she knew. Chapter 148. Assassination of a High Official. The Dark Lord himself was quite tall. Reflecting on Lucius, along with the frequently present Goyle and Crabbe, both of whom were taller and more robust, she realized that none of the Death Eaters she was aware of were short. Could it be that those of taller stature possess a stronger presence, enhancing their intimidation factor? Ellie remained silent, but Bella had already delivered a piercing blow to the werewolf Fenrir. Keep your eyes in check and refrain from drooling everywhere, you filthy beast. Fenrir, caught off guard, writhed in pain on the ground, offering no resistance. The others seemed accustomed to this behavior, showing no inclination to intervene or admonish. It appeared that Bella held a domineering position among the Death Eaters. Another Death Eater cast a knowing glance at Ellie, as if attempting to discern her identity. Reflecting on who could possibly elicit such favoritism from this madwoman. Unsurprisingly, Bella shot him a glare. And you, if you wish to keep your eyes intact, cease your wandering gaze, Dolohov. Mind your manners when addressing me, Bellatrix. I am no baseborn mongrel. Antonin Dolohov's eyes darkened, and he took the opportunity to belittle the nearby werewolf. Once the pain subsided, Fenrir struggled to rise, his gaze cast downward, harboring a flicker of resentment. Yet, he bore no thoughts of vengeance. In truth, he found Bella's violence and ruthlessness admirable. She resembled his kind. The two embroiled in conflict were on the brink of a physical altercation when Rabastin felt compelled to intervene. Calm down, both of you, and remember our purpose here. Bella's tendency to provoke others was fortunate. Dolohov was no easygoing individual. Neither bore any regard for the nuances of pure-blood social etiquette. Instead, their interactions were fueled by arrogance and savagery derived from their own capabilities. It was not the first time that a mere glance had ignited a confrontation. I assume you do not wish to hinder our master's mission. Let us hear what this werewolf has discovered. The only force capable of instilling fear and restoring calm was the Dark Lord himself. Bella and Dolohov snorted in unison, temporarily letting the matter slide. 3 individuals had entered, 2 of whom were aurors I had encountered before. Conservatively estimating, there were 4 in total. Fenrir Greyback narrowed his eyes at the mention of aurors, clearly indicating a presence he despised. Of course, he harbored animosity against all wizards, though his hatred for aurors was particularly intense. If we proceed directly, they will certainly be unprepared. Upon hearing that there were only 4 individuals, Dolohov scoffed dismissively. They had encountered aurors on numerous occasions, each time emerging victorious, and occasionally even capturing one. This group of fools was perpetually overcautious. The others drew their wands, evidently ready for action. Ellie raised her wand in tandem. Pondering the audacity of these individuals, did they not fear potential ambushes? At that moment, she recalled the remarkable utility of an animagus, surely an adept at reconnaissance. However, the prerequisite was that the transformed animal form must not be excessively large. You ought to conceal yourself, lest you become a hindrance. As Dolohov passed by Ellie, he could not resist a sarcastic remark. He had not heard of any sudden newcomer capable of directly joining their ranks. Stop wasting time here. Rodolphus approached, intentionally jostling him, his tone laced with menace. Casting a glance around, Dolohov turned and retreated towards the officials' quarters ahead. The Lestranges were numerous and formidable. Should they strike, it would only be to his detriment. Although she disliked Dolohov's tone, Bella nonetheless pulled Ellie behind the others, believing she needed only to observe. Fenrir and Dolohov took the lead, forcefully pushing the door open, while Rabastan promptly cast a disillusionment charm around them. Bella and Rodolphus secured the other exits before entering the room. Their coordination was commendable, clearly not their first foray into a massacre. The ambush proved effective. On the first floor, 2 aurors were caught off guard, and during a scuffle with Fenrir, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Bella, unable to locate the official, swiftly ascended the stairs with Rodolphus in search. Ellie glanced around the room's arrangement and followed them upstairs. The second floor housed only one room with its door firmly shut. Bella flung a spell to blast it open. Just as she was about to step inside, she was unexpectedly yanked back by a powerful force, stumbling a considerable distance. Rodolphus too experienced a similar pull. The spot where they had been standing was now obliterated by an explosion spell. Bella, perplexed, glanced back before exchanging a look with Rodolphus. Had they just been entirely lifted by Ellie? Was this truly her frail younger sister? Had her illness subsided, granting her newfound strength? Rodolphus shared the same astonished expression. The two were utterly unconcerned about the recent explosion spell. As long as they survived, the impact was negligible. The occupants of the room, having failed their assault, immediately attempted to escape through the window. Rodolphus followed suit, leaping outside where Rabastan awaited. Their escape was futile, judging by the potency of the previous explosion spell. Another had intervened. Before Bella could approach, a figure lunged from the shadows within the room. His face was marred with scars, his skin a patchwork of shades, and a piece of his nose was missing. It was Alastair Moody. Bella had clashed with him before. He was a formidable adversary, often striking with lethal intent. With him present, complacency was not an option. She unleashed an attack, while cursing Fenrir for not having warned her sooner. Yet, the stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated she became. Upon entering, Ellie surveyed the entire room, and various signs indicated that the official had concealed himself immediately upon their arrival. Thus, he must be hiding in a location that allowed for rapid concealment without generating excessive noise. Moody, in the midst of the fray, made a conscious effort to steer clear of the bedside, thus corroborating her theory. Seizing the opportunity while Moody's attention was diverted by Bella, Ellie approached the bedside. She paced back and forth, feigning a search for something. Sure enough, she sensed a surge of malice. Swiftly, she transformed a bedside lamp into the shoes she wore that day, draped in a black cloak, mimicking her earlier gait. Silently, she slipped beneath the bed, and through the sliver of light, she discerned a trembling figure. The individual faced the direction she had just paced, wand poised, ready to strike should he be discovered. Ellie maneuvered the enchanted shoes away, and as he relaxed slightly, she returned, halting in his line of sight. The figure beside her stifled their breath. Even beginning to hold their breath, their gaze fixated on the bedspread that hung down. Outside, Dolohov seemed to have concluded his battle. Ellie heard Bella instructing him to search the other 2 rooms. She too guided the shoes outside, creating an illusion of vanishing sounds. With a sigh, the high-ranking official exhaled deeply, his entire demeanor relaxing. Prolonged tension had rendered his body weak and limp, causing his wand-bearing hand to slacken involuntarily. As he cautiously maneuvered to lie flat, he felt a breath against his ear, turning abruptly to confront a terrifying mask. Chapter 149. The Ritualistic Nature of the Death Eaters. A coarse yet piercing scream reverberated throughout the entire house. Ellie, possessing foresight, immediately cast a silencing charm upon herself at the moment he cried out. Although noise would still be present, it was far preferable to hear the scream at close range. The sounds of the ongoing battles in the room ceased abruptly. Both Death Eaters and Aurors surged into the room from which the sound emanated. It was only then that Bella realized Ellie was missing, anxiously scanning the surroundings. She soon spotted her rolling out from beneath the bed, dragging along a despondent elderly wizard. This man was evidently their target, having seemingly lost the will to resist. Aware that their mission had failed, the two remaining Aurors exchanged glances, contemplating a direct retreat. Clearly, the Death Eaters they faced were among the most formidable. With numbers not in their favor, their chances were already slim, especially now that only two remained. Had it not been for orders, they would never have come to protect this cowardly fool. The lives of their fellow Aurors had been repeatedly sacrificed because of him. Those were their brothers with whom they had fought side by side. Yet, as a wizard, he lacked even the courage to raise his wand in defiance. They feared not death, but rather the futility of such sacrifices. Nevertheless, it was all in the name of resisting the Death Eaters. With the situation as it stood, retreat was the only option. Every survivor counted. Though they wished to depart, it would not be so simple. The room was already surrounded by Death Eaters. Moody pretended to attack Bella, but in truth, he aimed to shatter the floor and drop down to the first floor, immediately darting towards the door upon landing. Fenrir and Dolohov leaped down to pursue the two, with Rodolphius and Rabastin following suit. Ellie handed the high-ranking official over to Bella. He had already been weakened by the binding charm and was bound, his wand lying beneath the bed, posing no risk of escape. The fact that they could capture him alive afforded the Death Eaters a new source of amusement. Ultimately, only one of the two Aurors managed to flee. Dolohov had injured Moody in one leg, and he himself bore serious wounds. The other was struck down by Rabastin with the killing curse at the moment he attempted to disapparate away, a fate that seemed inevitable. The captured official appeared to understand the grim fate awaiting him. He fervently pleaded with the Death Eaters, even professing his willingness to support the Dark Lord. The outcome, however, was clearly in vain. His significance lay in the fact that he was the director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Capturing or killing the director bore immense importance. This act seemed to announce to all wizards that no one could escape. Resistance was futile, no one was safe. No matter how hard the Aurors tried, they could not protect you, nor could the Ministry of Magic. Before departing, Rodolphius unleashed a blast of the bone reanimation spell into the sky, casting a pall of eerie green darkness from the dark mark over the heavens. Dolohov and the others erupted into raucous laughter at this sight. Just as Bella was about to join in, she was interrupted by Elios' inquiry. Was there some necessary ceremonial aspect to this? Should she also laugh along? Did one have to force a laugh, even if it didn't come naturally? She felt no inclination to laugh joyfully. It symbolized the pervasive influence of the Dark Lord and the pleasure derived from slaying those who obstructed their path. Bella's humor caught in her throat. After explaining, she found herself less inclined to laugh. How could she articulate it? Was it the joy of wielding control over life and death? Yet, it felt exaggerated to claim that such circumstances warranted uproarious laughter. It was primarily a declaration of victory, intended to instill terror. They themselves recognized the macabre nature of their laughter, leading others to believe they not only took lives but reveled in the manipulation of existence. However, expressing such thoughts felt rather base. No one had ever questioned this. Surely it was common knowledge? Death Eaters should have an unspoken understanding of this. Who would dare to voice it? Why, upon articulating it, did they seem like mere blustering jesters? Upon hearing her words, the others ceased their laughter. The mirth freezing on their faces, a peculiar sense of adult shame washing over them, as if being reprimanded for enjoying childish antics at their age. It did indeed seem to embody a sense of ritual, but whose ritual involved such maniacal laughter? The self-proclaimed noble purebloods silently reflected. Although they had exceeded their mission, the returning group was more reticent than ever. Lucius, were it not for the specter lingering behind them, might have assumed they had failed. They were ushered into a parlor, and after a brief absence, Lucius returned, presumably having reported to the Dark Lord. The high-ranking ministry official had been detained, and a Death Eater celebration would likely ensue soon. In the ensuing hours, Ellie ventured out several times. Yet, the Death Eaters' missions revolved around mere skirmishes, relying on sheer numbers, proving far less engaging than she had anticipated. The only aspect that piqued her interest was that many Aurors employed dark magic against her. Even when evading or deflecting their attacks, she could still sense the traces of their magical energy. Through several encounters, she gradually began to discern certain nuances in the flow of magic. She could slightly manipulate the magic cast by others, but it always felt just shy of the mark, lacking the purity of the Dark Lord's dark arts. Furthermore, Bella seldom permitted her to engage, instinctively treating her as she had in the past, despite Eli's commendable performance. Unbeknownst to her, Bella felt a lingering guilt over Eli's induction into the Death Eaters. She feared that her early indoctrination might have influenced Eli's current mindset. After all, she had once so resolutely questioned this path. Bella had chosen for herself, willingly submitting to the Dark Lord's might and esteemed ideology. However, that did not imply Ellie must follow suit. At the very least, Bella did not wish for her to endure the associated punishments or to compromise against her own will. Since Ellie had received the Dark Mark, she often pondered a singular question: if she could eternally remain a Black, perhaps the need for new Death Eaters would cease to exist. Alas, there were no ifs. What had transpired could not be altered. Having Ellie to oversee was still a comfort. Yet, Ellie found this existence dull, and after a few visits, she ceased to return. In her leisure, she began reading a recently popular novel. She had heard from Rael that Aconite had seized the opportunity to produce wolf-exclusive masks and gloves, all of commendable alchemical quality. The masks covered the lower half of the face, made of both metal and special fabric, appearing seamless yet composed of a fine mesh that allowed for excellent breathability. They were designed in various stylish forms, with matching gloves that could easily serve as fashionable items. Coupled with the trends sparked by the novel, many sought them out. Even those who were not werewolves. The clientele comprised predominantly witches, yet the masks sold more in styles suited for wizards. Upon noticing this phenomenon, he added couples designs. These two types of alchemical products alone brought him substantial profit. Chapter 150, The Reason for Inaction. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. The girl's curly black hair cascaded down her back like seaweed as she reclined against the armrest of the sofa, propping her head with one arm. She gazed intently ahead, utterly absorbed. The book before her hovered steadily in midair, its pages turning without a breath of wind. This was the effect of Elios Wandless. Silent magic. It allowed her to practice magic while liberating her hands, proving exceedingly convenient. Creature, having honed his skills over time, embodied the image of a dutiful house elf, standing respectfully to the side and occasionally offering Ellie a snack. Yet, he could not resist occasionally exclaiming exaggerated praises. Regulus had gone to a manor under the Black name, where he was establishing an apothecary business, only returning in the evenings. Suddenly, the book fell to the ground with a thud, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. After days, Ellie once again felt the familiar burning sensation in her left arm. She clutched her arm, her brows knitting together, suppressing the instinctual urge to recoil from the soul-rending sensation. Seizing the opportunity to sense the magical energy. Almost, but not quite. TSK, it seemed the gathering of Death Eaters was swift this time. Just as the pain was about to subside, she apparat to her destination. Upon landing at Malfoy Manor, Ellie felt numerous gazes upon her. Raising her eyes, she met Voldemort's crimson orbs directly. He squinted at her, a displeased expression crossing his features, clearly taken aback that, upon his personal summons, a Death Eater dared to arrive late. Ellie quickly adopted a demeanor of trepidation, lowering her gaze to offer a soft explanation. I've just learned to apparate and am still unpracticed. I ended up in the wrong place before finally making it back. She infused her voice with a hint of grievance by the end. This aligned with Voldemort's initial impression of her, providing a plausible explanation. Yet the Dark Lord remained unsatisfied. There will not be a next time. Do not disappoint me again. His voice, a low hiss, seemed to crawl from the depths of the soul, unmistakably laced with threat. Ellie hastily nodded in agreement. The others who had accompanied her on missions wore puzzled expressions. Dalahoff, during their outing, had already deduced her identity from Bella's demeanor and address. Having witnessed her use apparition before, her proficiency rivaled that of seasoned Death Eaters. This explanation felt discordant. Only Bella appeared flustered. Seeing her master refrain from further reprimanding, she breathed a silent sigh of relief. Yet, she was clearly premature in her sense of security. Sensing the negative emotions that had yet to dissipate, Ellie knew he had no intention of letting her off lightly. The only reprieve she might receive would be in the form of even harsher punishment. This individual was notoriously petty. How could the Dark Lord permit anyone to challenge his authority? Ellie, indifferent to the gravity of the situation, was in a moment of inflated confidence, contemplating a test of the Dark Lord's prowess, while simultaneously attempting to sense the source of his magical power. The feeling of always being just shy of success was almost unbearable. She nonchalantly shifted her position, standing beside Bella. The setting resembled more of a lavish banquet than a gathering of dark forces. None of the attendees wore masks or hoods, and most Death Eaters still favored their dark robes. Even amidst the opulence of Malfoy Manor, the atmosphere remained somewhat oppressive. Ellie observed not only a number of captured wizards, but also several freshly graduated Slytherins. There seemed to be a recruitment initiative underway today. As she reached a central location, Voldemort lifted his wand, causing the captives to levitate one by one. They bore various injuries, their eyes vacant and limbs limp, devoid of any will to resist. Witnessing this group, one could easily deduce the fate that awaits those who dare to defy him. Voldemort's gaze remained fixed on the Death Eaters, offering not the slightest glance towards the captives. The Aurors, along with the Ministry of Magic, will be vanquished. Muggles and mudbloods shall be subjugated by us, he passionately articulated, painting a vivid picture of a world under his dark dominion. His words served as both inspiration and threat, prompting the Death Eaters to kneel in submission. It suddenly dawned on Ellie that her tardiness had caused her to evade notice for her lack of a customary bow. She had no intention of kissing the hem of anyone's robe. The Dark Lord's temperament was even more capricious than she had anticipated. He first unleashed the Cruciatus Curse upon an Auror, then encouraged the other Death Eaters to join in the torment, euphemistically labeling it a reward. After all, many found pleasure in such cruelty. Under his influence, the Death Eaters brandished their wands with wild abandon, cackling and shouting, elevating the banquet's atmosphere to a fever pitch. Voldemort did not join in their mirth. Instead, he raised a hand, signaling for immediate silence. He turned his gaze, heavy with scrutiny, upon Ellie. Why do you not join in? Are you unable to cast the unforgivable curse? His rigid facial features obscured any discernible intent, suggesting he had mastered the art of mental fortification. Had someone whispered doubts about her to him? The accusatory tone implied he suspected her reluctance to wield the unforgivable curse. Who had instilled such a misconception in him? Crucio. Without hesitation, Ellie cast the Cruciatus Curse with a flick of her wand, indifferent to its target. Only hearing the prolonged wails and intermittent pleas for mercy that followed, the darker aspects of magic revealed themselves. Ellie could distinctly sense a rush of exhilaration coursing through her, prompting her breath to quicken and a smile to tug at her lips. This was not an emotion she ought to possess. Unconstrained, she burst into laughter, for she could not only feel the shift in her psyche, but also capture it with her magic. That abnormal emotion shattered in an instant. This was the euphoria derived from breaking free of the curse's limitations and reclaiming her true self. Overcome with excitement, she neglected to regulate her magical output. The victim's screams abruptly ceased, as if life had been extinguished from him by sheer agony. Ellie raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking that this was not entirely her fault. He had already been subjected to torment before her intervention. She could only be seen as the final straw that broke the camel's back. Nonetheless, this did not deter her from basking in her perceived prowess. This is why I wanted everyone to play together. I held back from attacking. She sheepishly retracted her wand, feigning innocence as she glanced at Voldemort, unconcerned with whether he would believe her. The Dark Lord's expression, rarely seen to change, was now intriguingly enigmatic. Before convening everyone, he had met with old Caro, who had brought his children to make introductions. He could scarcely find any merit in that family, having long squandered the legacy of pure-blood lineage, with their current assets merely acquired through servitude to him. Their only redeeming quality was their unwavering loyalty. Families stripped of wealth often resorted to infighting, and he took pleasure in their discord. The opportunity to meet the Dark Lord evidently led Electo Caro to overreach. In a bid to enhance his standing, he audaciously voiced his suspicions, claiming that Ellie's allegiance leaned towards Dumbledore. This was a conclusion he had drawn from his own covert observations, as Ellie had previously extolled Dumbledore on several occasions. To his limited understanding, he could not fathom the concept of humility and restraint. His father had always insisted that any suspicion be voiced, as this was the foundation of the Caro family's standing before the Dark Lord. Of course, he would not dare question the orders Ellie had conveyed from Voldemort. Chapter 151, The Most Useful Servant. Moreover, with the eldest son of Gryffindor present, he had even more reason to suspect that Black intended to play both sides. The Dark Lord, however, would not easily accept his assertion, nor would he place his trust in Black. He had previously deemed the young Black to be too clever for his own good, but fortunately, his inherent weakness rendered him manageable. Caro's intentions were transparent. He merely sought to validate his own worth. Mutual suspicion could lead to mutual oversight, ensuring the loyalty of the Death Eaters. Caro continued to recount Ellie's previous compliments towards Dumbledore, attempting to convince the Dark Lord of his own importance. Initially impatient with the dialogue, Voldemort was about to interrupt when new intelligence caught his attention. She had publicly praised Dumbledore, stating that his lineage from an ancient magical family endowed him with superior power and talent, and that Dumbledore had even personally vouched for her. Years after her graduation, Dumbledore remained a figure he greatly feared. The flames that consumed everything had long since seared his soul. Fortunately, He now stood invulnerable. Are you suggesting she dared to speak of lineage in front of Dumbledore? Based on his knowledge of Dumbledore, this was utterly inconceivable. If it were true, it would imply that Dumbledore could tolerate discussions of blood purity, yet remain perpetually guarded when it came to himself. He would never forget those eyes, filled with profound meaning, that scrutinized him. The gaze was laden with doubt, as if a verdict had been passed upon him from the very beginning. He was a villain, destined to commit evil acts. Was this not your directive? Caro's anxious query elicited a look from the Dark Lord that seemed to threaten his very existence. A fleeting shadow of surprise flickered in Voldemort's eyes. He had indeed instructed her to propagate the ideology of blood purity, but he had envisioned that occurring solely within Slytherin or among students. Reflecting on Caro's earlier words, he realized there had been an alarming statement. Dumbledore? Assisting a Slytherin in promoting blood purity? Voldemort's expression darkened instantaneously as he cast a Cruciatus curse towards Caro with a mere wave of his hand. Allowing them to report and expose one another did not permit for such foolishness at his expense. Did he truly believe the Dark Lord was so easily deceived? Old Caro fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground, afraid to utter a word of protest regarding the punishment his son was receiving. The room was filled solely with Caro's writhing form on the floor, pleading for mercy, adamant in his refusal to acknowledge his wrongdoing. The Dark Lord understood his servants well. Few possessed true fortitude. This only confirmed that he had not lied. Moreover, he was aware of the tasks he had assigned to the Death Eaters. No longer pondering the peculiarities of the situation, Voldemort turned his gaze directly towards Caro and employed the Cruciatus curse, violently rifling through his memories with raw magical force. In this examination, a far greater surprise awaited him. Voldemort's countenance darkened to such an extent that it seemed as if it could bleed. Fools! He unleashed a heart-wrenching and bone-deep curse upon Caro, simultaneously delivering a blow to the kneeling old Caro as well. This pack of purebloods were nothing but imbeciles. It appeared that half of Slytherin's students had likely been swayed by young Black. The Black family was utterly despicable. The ideology espoused by young Black was fundamentally a rebellion against him, the Dark Lord. She must have been aware of her lineage all along. He had never cared for such matters, nor had he concealed his disdain for purebloods. Yet she dared to exploit bloodlines as a weapon. He could not even contest the conclusion she presented because he himself was a half-blood, inherently endowed with formidable magical power. He possessed the ancient bloodline of Slytherin. Not only Dumbledore could attest to this, but he, as the Dark Lord, was the most compelling evidence. It was likely that those pure-blood families aware of his mixed heritage shared similar thoughts. Yet this fundamentally conflicted with their pure-blood ideology. Would these fools not harbor any doubts? Perhaps they simply lacked the courage to act upon them. Even if they were aware, none would dare confront him with it. This indicated that even if his ideology did not align with pure-blood supremacy, they would not dare to resist. What a clever strategy. He was uncertain whether to feel enraged or relieved. These purebloods must have entertained different thoughts in their hearts. Yet they still chose to submit to him out of self-interest and fear. Their allegiance was solely anchored in profit, and he was more than capable of providing that. His only concern was young Black. She did not appear to be entirely aligned with Dumbledore, as many of her actions also benefited him. Promoting dark magic, undermining the Ministry of Magic, overturning the Statute of Secrecy, fostering anti-Muggle sentiments, affirming blood purity, and regulating werewolves, if it were not for his advocacy of pure-blood supremacy. These initiatives would seem to align perfectly with his own faction. Even the so-called blood purity had only intensified the awe the pure-bloods held for him. Was she attempting to vindicate him? No, she was leveraging his notoriety as the Dark Lord to elevate herself. It could not be ruled out that she was using this as a facade to secretly align with Dumbledore. Caro's suspicions were equally traceable. How could Black have so inexplicably encountered a Gryffindor? He had indeed gained a remarkably capable servant, skilled in deception. Fortunately, the Dark Mark allowed him to control her. In light of all this, he was eager to observe how she would wriggle out of this predicament. Should her explanations fail to satisfy him, Black would no longer need to exist. There was no necessity to squander time on such trivial matters. According to Voldemort's prior intentions, he would severely punish young Black at the Death Eater gathering, coupled with the fact that she had not tormented those who opposed him like the other Death Eaters. His suspicions about her were only amplified. Such behavior was reminiscent of Dumbledore. Only those who cried justice would refrain from employing the unforgivable curses. He had already devised a punishment for this band of traitors. Yet, Ellie shattered this suspicion in the next instant. She struck out, directly torturing a person to death. Did she possess such power at her age? In those seemingly innocent gray eyes, he saw only a callous indifference to life. It was as if the creature that perished at her hands had merely been an insect. She was truly playing with her prey. She was of his kind. Thus, his previous assumptions might require complete reevaluation. Had she once deceived him with this performance? Why did she seem so casual today? Listening to her rationale, it was evident, devoid of any critical thought, that it was a mere fabrication. Why had she suddenly ceased her pretense? He could even sense her provocation. What emboldened her so? Voldemort had initially intended to punish Ellie, but hesitated. Instinctively, he felt he should approach with caution. Yet, the arrogance of the Dark Lord overshadowed his apprehension. He was curious to see what this troublemaking servant intended to do. As long as the Dark Mark was present, he could determine her fate at any moment. The other Death Eaters present were taken aback by Ellie's display. The Black family was indeed a wellspring of talent. This new Black might very well be the first underage Death Eater. Based on her demonstrated prowess, she would not fall short of that madwoman Bellatrix in the future. Reflecting on the children from his own family, they were utterly incomparable. The Black family had deep roots. Where could their family hope to rise? The Death Eaters exchanged glances, each racking their brains, contemplating how to expose Black's misdeeds. Chapter 152, The Red-Eyed Speculation. Just as Ellie had anticipated, the gathering included the much-anticipated initiation segment. She spotted the familiar face of Caro, whose visage was haggard, as if he had been subjected to severe torment. Were it not for his still impeccable attire, he could easily be mistaken for one of the captives. His demeanor was remarkably odd, completely avoiding eye contact in this direction. One might have thought that becoming a Death Eater would instill confidence in him. The initiation ceremony concluded swiftly. The Dark Lord did not deliver his customary speech or rallying call. He proceeded to commend those who had completed their tasks while administering punishment to those who had not. However, this time, the punishments were more prolonged and severe. He spared no effort in showcasing his might, unleashing the unforgivable curses with relentless fervor. Even as they were tormented, the crowd could only endure with anguished cries. Once the punishments concluded, they scrambled back to their master's feet with utmost speed, appearing eager to both inflict and endure pain. Under such intimidation, many Death Eaters had already knelt, fearful that they might be next. Of course, there were those undeterred, such as Bellatrix and Dolohov, whose eyes brimmed with longing and adoration. Ellie initially feigned excitement and fervor, but as time passed, and they continued their repetitive actions, she gradually lost interest. The only change was the individuals subjected to punishment. The same few torturous spells were employed repeatedly. It lacked innovation and offered no participatory experience. Given Voldemort's malice towards her, he ought to have cast a few curses upon her as well. Was it possible that her earlier performance had been too commendable? As it turned out, she had overthought it. Just as the gathering was about to disperse, Ellie received a message from Lucius, informing her that the Master had instructed her to remain. He also revealed that the Dark Lord had previously summoned Caro, advising her to prepare herself mentally. Once again escorted by Lucius to the familiar chamber, as he brought Ellie in, Lucius intended to leave, only to be halted by the Dark Lord's voice. As he bowed and stepped aside, his mind raced with thoughts, his expression respectful yet calm, while cold sweat trickled down his back. It was likely that Lord had already uncovered everything, and his concealment would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. Ellie beheld the serpent, quietly resting upon the Dark Lord's arm. Its slitted eyes fixed on her as it silently flicked its tongue. "Lucius, my most loyal friend, have you forgotten your duties?" In the silent chamber, Voldemort's hoarse voice suddenly broke the stillness. At that moment, cold sweat was surely beading on Lucius's forehead. He gripped the serpent-headed cane tightly, striving to maintain his composure. One must not exhibit excessive panic. Even if the truth were to come to light, one would merely be perceived as lacking in capability rather than harboring treachery. "My lord, I have always borne this in mind. Should there be any oversight on my part, I humbly request your guidance." The silence that followed was prolonged, and Voldemort's chilling gaze left him feeling as though he were being pierced by daggers. Without a reply, Lucius dared not raise his head, maintaining a bowed posture of deference. Voldemort withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, leaving Lucius in suspense as he turned his attention to Ellie. "I have always held your abilities in high regard, yet your actions fail to convey any semblance of loyalty." His methods of intimidation proved ineffective against Ellie. However, Lucius felt his anxiety surge once more. He suddenly recalled the letters he had previously sent to Ellie. Surely, there was nothing therein that should raise concern? His choice of words had always been meticulous, each phrase carefully considered before being penned. If Ellie were to face punishment, any close ties to her would surely lead to dire consequences, particularly given the timeline of their correspondence, which could easily be scrutinized. All he could do now was pray that she would not betray him. To his dismay, the very first words Ellie uttered sent his heart racing. "Is your vision affected by your red eyes?" Lucius, unable to maintain the facade of a dutiful servant, stared at Ellie in shock. What was she saying? Was she mocking the Dark Lord's eye color or his vision? No, that was not the crux of the matter. Had she lost her senses? He had long suspected that the entire Black family, save for Cygnus, was devoid of sanity. While he was indeed curious about the phenomenon of red eyes, he could surmise that it was a consequence of dark magic. No, the Dark Lord was questioning her loyalty, and she maintained that earnest demeanor as if engaged in a scholarly inquiry about his vision. If only Barty were present, he might understand the expression she wore. It seemed she sought to discuss the subject, exploring the reasons and implications of eye color changes from various angles to analyze whether it might impact vision. Voldemort narrowed his crimson eyes, an eerie silence enveloping him as anger coursed through his being. Ellie felt the surge of negative energy and nearly gasped aloud. This was perhaps the most she had absorbed in the magical realm. He slowly raised his bony hand, the wand extending from his pale fingers. Crucio. The unforgivable curse was uttered with a steady clarity, evidently intended to inflict prolonged torment upon a victim. Here it came. The moment he cast the spell, Ellie instinctively sought to capture the surge of magic. She had no desire to endure the excruciating pain of the Cruciatus curse once more. Her body, reinforced by the rules of magic, possessed extraordinary acuity and reaction speed. What others perceived as an unescapable curse appeared to her as though played in slow motion. A slight shift was all it took to evade the spell. The Dark Lord's frustration escalated as his strike failed. How dare a mere servant, meant to kneel before him, evade his wrath so effortlessly? As she dodged the barrage of spells, Ellie felt the dark mark on her arm searing with heat. The pain and burning sensation directly affected her soul. Comparatively, the magic source detectable by the dark mark was far more immediate. Ellie quickly made her choice, channeling all her magical energy to her left arm. The magic source swiftly engulfed the dark mark, dismantling the operational rules of the dark magic within. The grotesque skull on her arm twisted momentarily before reverting to its original state, as if nothing had occurred. What was that? She felt she had discovered the connection point between the dark mark and her soul. The previously distorted mark began to shift violently. The skull and serpent seemed to dance together, yet also struggled to break free. The magic source permeated every aspect of the dark magic's operational rules, devouring, eroding. Gradually, it transformed back into its original dark magic, and the dark mark could no longer hold its form, barely managing to coalesce into a blurred shape. With a hum, the black mark disintegrated instantaneously, dissipating like dust in the wind. All of this transpired within mere seconds. With her entire focus on the mark, Ellie had no energy left to notice the Cruciatus curse that was about to strike her. Yet this time, she felt no pain. The curse seemed to connect directly with her, the controlling magic source as simple as breathing. Even Ellie was taken aback. How splendid. How could one describe this sensation? Yes, it felt liberating. Ellie couldn't help but let out a joyous laugh, her expression brimming with gratitude as she gazed at the Dark Lord. This was the true essence of wielding power. She felt as though she had grasped the operational rules of dark magic. Chapter 153, Retrieve Him. The moment the dark mark vanished from Elios' arm, Voldemort felt it too. Had the mark he created been unraveled? Before he could fully grasp the implications of his confusion, he witnessed an even more astonishing sight. The Cruciatus curse had clearly struck its target. Why did she show no reaction? No alchemical artifact had ever been known to resist the unforgivable curses. Little Black had not employed any counterspell. Gazing down at his wand, for the first time in his life, he questioned his own magical prowess. In disbelief, he unleashed several more dark spells, but Ellie remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected. It was as if an innate magical barrier surrounded her. Lucius, having retreated to the sidelines since Ellie's initial punishment, could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. The Dark Lord's spells were utterly ineffective against Ellie. No wonder she possessed such audacity. It was not merely potential but genuine strength that emboldened her actions. From his vantage point, Lucius felt a surge of astonishment, while Voldemort's attacks grew increasingly fierce, as if he were desperate to prove something. A green light shot from the tip of his wand. Avada Kedavra! Lucius's expression shifted from joy to terror. That was the killing curse. Upon seeing the green light, Ellie not only did not evade it, but raised her hand to meet it. The light entered her being, and she remained unharmed. This scene fundamentally altered the perceptions of the other two individuals in the room. How could this be? That was a curse that meant instant death, directly affecting the soul. Being struck by the spell would undoubtedly result in death, yet the magic that constituted the curse was dismantled by Ellie. If she wished, she could restore that magic to its original state. With every attack failing, Voldemort's demeanor grew grave. This shattered his understanding of magic. Ellie smiled lightly as she drew her wand, leisurely aiming it at Voldemort. Now, it is my turn to attack. The once impassive face across from her finally furrowed its brow, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Crucio. Ellie acted swiftly. While Voldemort's mastery of magic was unparalleled, he conjured a silent shield charm that effortlessly blocked her curse. His adeptness in countering compensated for his relative lack of speed. though this inadequacy was only in comparison to Ellie. Yet, this proved to be somewhat problematic, as Ellie was determined to torment Voldemort. This all-encompassing shield charm could indeed withstand the Cruciatus Curse, but it could not defend against the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. Upon hearing the incantation, Voldemort swiftly dispelled the armor charm, rapidly manipulating the furniture with his wand to create a barrier. This was precisely the moment that Ellie had been anticipating. With the tip of her wand, she transformed the furniture into a means of ensuring her spell, the Cruciatus Curse, could bypass the obstructions. Just as the curse was about to strike, Voldemort morphed into a cloud of black mist, a flight technique of his own invention, as Ellie had heard from Bellatrix. How fortuitous! For it was indeed dark magic. With a mere flick of her mind, she seized control of the dark magic's rules, forcing Voldemort to abruptly halt his spell. Upon regaining his corporeal form, he cast a bewildered glance at Ellie. This time, he felt acutely aware of his power being stripped away, utterly beyond his control, evoking a sense of panic akin to that of a powerless muggle. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, Ellie unleashed the Cruciatus Curse without hesitation. She was not one to easily forgive. She believed in repaying every offense tenfold. The curse struck true, and despite his pride, the Dark Lord gritted his teeth to suppress a cry of agony. He could endure such pain, yet his body instinctively convulsed, veins bulging on his forehead and neck from the torment. Truly tragic. However, devoid of any compassion, she prepared to cast again. Yet, the second Cruciatus Curse failed to reach Voldemort, for he vanished in an instant, utilizing aberration to evade her spell. Ellie stared at the empty space before her, a bemused smile spreading across her face. Indeed, he was the Dark Lord, having just endured the Cruciatus Curse, and in such a wretched state. He managed to recover and apparate away. Her wand had barely been lowered for a breath's duration. Such resolve was commendable. Only those who have experienced the curse could truly appreciate its formidable nature. While she admired his tenacity, she could not simply let her freshly acquired prey escape so easily. Ellie narrowed her eyes, her fingers brushing over her left arm, and the now-vanished dark mark reappeared. Sensing the source of magic on the other end, she chuckled. The dark mark not only connected to the souls of Death Eaters, but also to the Dark Lord himself, as long as his soul endured. She could locate him no matter where he fled. To aspire to be the master, one must be prepared to pay the requisite price. The mark remained the same. Yet this time, its position was reversed. As if recalling that another person lingered in the room, Ellie turned her attention to Lucius. Merely being observed by her made Lucius swallow nervously. The Dark Lord had fled. He reflected on his past demeanor, finding no fault in it, which allowed him to relax. With Narcissa's connection, he felt relatively safe in Ellie's presence, at least more so than with the Dark Lord. Surely, she did not have a penchant for punishing people on a whim, but judging by her earlier ferocity against Voldemort, he could not be certain. Lucius began to ponder how to pledge his allegiance without appearing sycophantic. Had he eaten yet? Narcissa had been crafting some treats lately. Regardless, appealing to emotions would surely not lead him astray. Ellie raised an eyebrow at his words. The last time she heard Lucius speak in such a tone was when he was courting Narcissa, showering gifts upon her and her sisters. Did he truly think her akin to the Dark Lord? Extending her left arm, Lucius felt a jolt of apprehension, fearing she might summon yet another mark. If that were to happen, he would be caught in a bind, subjected to dual torment. Closing his eyes to brace himself, he extended his arm. Ellie, puzzled by his hesitation, wondered why he was stalling. He seemed ready to face death. Narcissa must indeed be with him for his looks. With a slight grimace, she urged him to roll up his sleeve as she lifted her hand to absorb the magic of the dark mark. You shall no longer serve Voldemort. I will capture him and administer a thorough reprimand. Lucius gazed at his now unblemished arm, his emotions a tumultuous mix, his mouth agape in disbelief. The mark that haunted his midnight reveries, a symbol of glory and status, had vanished with such ease. Wait a moment. Did she just invoke Voldemort's name? Capture whom? Reprimand whom? He suddenly found himself struggling to comprehend the English language. The combination of those words was utterly terrifying. If he dares to hold you accountable, simply inform him that you are acting on my behalf. Also, I miss Narcissa and her delightful cookies. Once I have dealt with Voldemort, I shall return here for dinner. After uttering these words, Ellie sensed Voldemort's location through the dark mark and, once confirmed, apparat away from the manor. Lucius was left to gaze at the disarray around him, opting not to clean up, but instead wandering back to his room like a lost soul. He felt an urgent need for Narcissa to soothe his frayed nerves. Everything that had transpired today felt like a surreal dream. Chapter 154. You cannot escape. England is notorious for its misty, rainy days. Ellie followed the mark to apparate to a secluded clearing, where she found only a desolate expanse. The disordered trees loomed vaguely, with a few dilapidated houses scattered in the distance, resembling a long-abandoned Muggle village. She was certain Voldemort was nearby, and that he had set up anti-apparition charms in the vicinity. It was easy to surmise that someone had cast a concealment charm or other forms of hidden magic around the area. Every curse has a countermeasure. Fiendfire. The raging flames erupted instantly, engulfing the entire clearing. The weeds and trees succumbed within a heartbeat, reduced to ashes. The towering flames illuminated the overcast sky while successfully dismantling all protective enchantments. A dilapidated structure gradually emerged from the destruction. In truth, Ellie had triggered a spell Voldemort had laid as soon as she arrived. He had immediately sensed the uninvited guest, but was confident in his magical prowess. Few could unravel such intricate and advanced enchantments. Even Dumbledore would pay a hefty price. However, Ellie's subsequent actions left him astounded. Was she truly not a Gryffindor? Who begins with Fiendfire? Had the educational standards at Hogwarts fallen to such depths? One should prioritize using detection and tracking spells, counters to curses, rather than resorting to dangerously uncontrollable Fiendfire. If any of his spells included the Unbreakable Vow, the consequences would be immeasurable, at the very least causing a backlash. Truly a student yet to graduate. Once the house became visible, the rampant flames quietly dissipated. Ellie approached cautiously, the rotting floorboards creaking under her weight. Do not even think about escaping. No matter where you run, I will find you. She advanced step by step towards Voldemort's south hiding place. The sound of her low-heeled leather shoes striking the wooden boards echoed starkly in the stillness, like the ticking clock of a life being counted down. You see, the dark mark originates from your soul. It is quite useful, is it not? Upon hearing this, Voldemort's pupils constricted, regret flooding him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have reformed the dark mark long ago. But now it was too late. The mark on Ellie was entirely out of control. He had to take the initiative to emerge. This basement concealed many of his secrets, and he could not allow anyone to discover them. In the brief encounters they shared, he could discern each other's flaws with remarkable acuity. Yet, the elusive nature of Little Black left him reluctant to once again experience the uncontrollable surge of magic. That was his most cherished power, a formidable magic unique to him. Despite his reluctance, he transformed into a plume of black smoke, instantaneously materializing within the dilapidated structure. Unbeknownst to Ellie, this was the site of Gunter's ruins, the very name she frequently invoked to vex Voldemort. At that moment, her attention was captivated by something far more intriguing. The Dark Lord's method of flight proved to be exceedingly convenient. While she admired this spectacle, it did not hinder her from brandishing her wand. As Voldemort descended, Ellie's Cruciatus curse struck him with unexpected ferocity. This was undeniably a startling turn of events. Voldemort gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, filled with regret for his earlier complacency. Perhaps his frequent confrontations with Dumbledore had dulled his once vigilant instincts. This adversary was no mere white wizard, but a bona fide Slytherin, a woman of unrestrained madness, devoid of any moral boundaries. Before he could comprehend the situation or muster the strength to overcome Little Black, he was compelled to adopt a stance of forbearance. Finding no suitable seating within the house, Ellie whimsically transfigured a tattered door into an entire set of furniture. She settled comfortably, relishing the sight of the Dark Lord's disarray. Once he regained some semblance of composure, she extended an invitation for him to sit opposite her. Her demeanor was strikingly casual, as if she were not the same person who had just unleashed an unforgivable curse moments prior. Please, take a seat. Would you care for a drink? Her simple query elicited a frown from Voldemort, reminiscent of a particularly loathsome professor. Ah, merely jesting. Do you know why I have kept you around? In an instant, Miss Black's playful demeanor vanished, her expression morphing into one of sharp intensity and icy disdain. I need not elaborate. You should understand that before me, your only option is to endure. He not only excelled in dark magic, but reveled in its use, rendering him susceptible to Ellie's control. Perhaps, in time, she would uncover the extent of her dominion over dark arts. Yet, what could be done? Would the Dark Lord resort to white magic to counteract black magic? She found herself rather eager to witness such a spectacle. How utterly vexing it would be for him. Voldemort remained more composed than Ellie anticipated, confident that with his Horcruxes, no one could vanquish him. However, eternal existence fraught with humiliation was hardly his aspiration. Perhaps we share a common objective, he mused, recognizing that Ellie, too, was no paragon of virtue, equally cruel, indifferent, and ambitious. I fail to discern your aims, for all you seem to do is instill fear. Perhaps they truly possessed a mutual goal. Both sought to redefine the rules and reclaim dominion over them, albeit through divergent means. This was not an alliance. They were rivals. Presently, Voldemort found himself without the means to compete against her. You may not have fully grasped your position. To put it bluntly, my sister Bella has taken quite a liking to you. Ever since before her marriage, she has pondered why, upon marrying, she must reside with another family. What is this beguiling essence called love that compels her to forsake her identity and wed someone she does not favor? On that day, her surname transitioned from the proud Black to the unfamiliar Lestrange. Rodolphus is a fine man, treating Bella well, yet no one decrees that she can only have one brother-in-law. It must be a matter of inadequacy that necessitates sacrifice for the family. Now that she has grown sufficiently powerful, it is only natural for her to rectify all past grievances, even if that entails coercion. Therefore, do your utmost to please Bella. Ellie rose, channeling the ambient magic to ensure Voldemort could not wield any dark spells. If you behave, perhaps you may join the Black lineage. That esteemed pureblood name, which has been your lifelong pursuit, is it not? The malice and mockery lacing her words were perfectly timed. You seem to relish the idea of pureblood unions. Surely, you yearn for it as well. The blatant verbal affront nearly provoked Voldemort to erupt. Yet, no matter how incensed he became, he could not tap into any magic. Typically, even the slightest emotional fluctuation sufficed to unleash his dark powers. It was abundantly clear who orchestrated this charade. Clenching his yuan tightly, he struggled to suppress his fury. I care not for surnames. Pureblood has never been my aspiration. Your feelings regarding this matter are your own concern, not mine. Continue your role as the Dark Lord and execute your responsibilities. Should you disobey, rest assured, my arsenal extends beyond the Cruciatus curse. And do not entertain notions of escape. You cannot flee, unless death befalls you.